534 Chapter 251 Florian Triangle 01. Chapter size, 1900 words. Third person POV somewhere of C, first half of Grand Line. Returning to the first part of the Grand Line the next day, something strange was happening in this sea. Everything seemed calm until suddenly a white object passed at high speed like a blur. This object was an animal, more specifically a seagull, which looked scared, flying quickly forward. Behind it, another object, but this time intense, passed like a flash forward, creating a wave right behind it as it followed the seagull with the newspapers. It seems that the seagull was fleeing from a black ship that seemed persistent and following it. "Come back here, little seagull," Luffy yelled from the bow of the ship. Meanwhile, the seagull looked back frightened, trying to escape from that bunch of crazies, who were insistent on pursuing her. "Luffy, what are you doing? Is that seagull going to buy the newspaper? Why are you chasing it like a criminal?" Uda complained to Luffy. Luffy looked at his wife approaching with a confused and angry face. "Didn't you see? It fled. We expected it to come closer to us, but suddenly it turned away and started to flee. I had no choice but to speed up the ship," Luffy spoke, using the power of the Moa Moa no Mi. "But you could have simply jumped and reached it. Why are you doing this with the ship?" Uda still looked dissatisfied. "Because this way is more fun," Luffy commented without any shame. After all, he found something different to do while he just sat in the chair sunbathing. "Luffy, sometimes you seem like a child," she murmured. "Maybe later I can show you how I can be an adult." Luffy took advantage of this moment to grab Uda by the waist and come closer to her face. "What are you doing?" she demanded with a blush on her face. Luffy didn't care about it and approached her ear, whispering something that made Uda go from a blush to a completely red face while steam came out of her ear. He smiled at her, moving away while kissing her forehead, leaving the girl still without reaction. Luffy climbed from the bow and looked at the small crowd forming there. "Are we going to catch the seagull?" he asked with a wide smile. "We're going to catch it, yes," Chopper exclaimed. "Catch her," Usopp shouted excitedly. "Go, go," Hachi waved flags with his arms. "Grr," Laboon made sounds. "Karoo," Karoo lifted its wing, as if cheering. "Sharky, Sharky," Megalo exclaimed. "Go, Luffy-sama," Shirahoshi exclaimed, cheering. "Super speed," Frankie exclaimed. Uda shook her head from her dizziness with those words of Luffy in her ear and turned her face to all those people exclaiming for Luffy at the bow of the ship. It seems that Luffy is not the only child here. She could not help but murmur. "Gwa." Meanwhile, the seagull tried to flee from them as if its life depended on it. After all, it was delivering newspapers normally to all the ships at sea. However, in this particular one, when it approached, it saw the Luffy crew looking at it like a predator, while their eyes shone like stars, scaring it. After all, Luffy and the others wanted to know if there was any more news about them one day after their high bounty. Some were still affected since yesterday, as, in the midst of that pursuit, there was a fight happening on the ship at this moment, regardless of the fact that it was going at high speed while chasing the seagull. "How can you have a higher bounty than mine?" Reiju complained, kicking another woman. "I don't know why you're so angry. My bounty has always been higher than yours," Lami taunted. "That's impossible. I am stronger than you." Reiju crossed her arms and stared at Lami with fire in her eyes. "Stronger? Tell me another one. Or do you really want to lose to me now? Then come face your defeat," Lami spoke arrogantly. "You think I should go to you? You're below me. 200 million. Lami continued to taunt and then saw Reiju starting to kick her, while Lami used her sword with a sheath against the cook's legs. The fight continued, giving kicks and sword strikes in the middle of the deck, making some uncomfortable. "Hey, can you stop that?" Yamato complained on the side, trying to sunbathe peacefully, but the two fighting disrupted her while she felt like hitting those two. While some were angry and others quite depressed, like Nami in a corner with her sister. 100 million. 100 million, that's what we're worth now, Nami told Nijiko, who just smiled. "It was bound to happen sooner or later, but I'm impressed too that we share the same bounty," Nijiko commented amiably, as Nami seemed to fall to the ground on her knees defeated, thinking she would be hunted at this moment by the world government with such a bounty. And with that, Vivi also seemed depressed. 100 million, what will my father think? She had a dark atmosphere about her. Hugo, Zoro, Kuina, Alvida, Robin didn't care much, already accustomed to the bounty. The ship continued to splash water as it cut through the sea, until a moment later, Luffy managed to capture the bird while it cried, being held by the neck with Luffy's hand. "Hey, birdie, why are you so scared?" Luffy commented, as everyone clapped and were impressed that he finally caught the animal. "That was amazing. Good job, Luffy, that's right, you caught him." Everyone shouted, while Uda wanted to hit everyone. "Let's do this, birdie. I don't know why you ran away from me, but I want to see a lot of newspapers today. I'll buy it and you will give it to me. After that, you can go." Luffy spoke, as the seagull could feel its neck stop being tight, being released from the pirate's hand. When it fell to the ground, it didn't immediately run away, and looked at Luffy quite cautiously. The bird, seeing that it couldn't escape, nodded, intrigued by the newspaper, and Luffy handed over a note of barrels for the newspaper sale. "See? Was that so hard?" Luffy looked at the male bird, as the animal, without responding, simply took off, farther away from that boat. Lucio watched the bird fly away, but didn't care much. Now, looking at the newspaper, and as he predicted, there was a new picture of him on the cover, but something much more sensational than he had imagined before. The newspaper began with a picture of him and the title, "The Emperor Without Territory, Monkey D." Luffy, the rookie man who emerged in the sea and is so powerful that even the greatest forces of the Navy can't stop him. And he is heading to the New World. What kind of change will he bring? Will he submit to any Yonkou or will he become one? This is the question we all ask at this moment. Monkey D. Luffy, officially the worst pirate that emerged in the era of pirates. Will the old guard manage to combat him or will succumb? What kind of changes will he make in the New World? What will the government do to stop this rising threat? These questions were engraved in the newspaper, as Luffy had a big smile. "That's it, Luffy, be amazing," Usopp commented next to Luffy. "You see? Looks like I'm an emperor without territory now." Luffy started to laugh, in front of all his companions. I mean, almost all, while Lami and Reiju continued fighting. "They have been like this since yesterday. You have to stop them, before they destroy our ship." "Fufufu," Robin commented, approaching Luffy and speaking of the situation. "I wanted to celebrate. But these two didn't even go to bed last night as they kept arguing all night long." Luffy commented and, seeing no other choice as he watched them exchanging blows all the time, almost going to a Haki and Akuma no Mi fight. "Well, I'll be right back," he said, disappeared a moment later and catching the two women in the middle of the fight without them being able to react, and simply entering the ship with them. While many were surprised by what he was doing, his women wondered what he would do. It was only after a few hours, calming the two women, that he returned, excited to have had a threesome with two women who competed so much they passed out on the bed. "Now, let's have a feast," he said, wanting to celebrate once more with today's news. There was no more training for them, not at this moment, as the adventure now was just to enjoy the journey until the war they planned to participate in. So, being already the 10th feast since they left Eni's lobby, they began to enjoy again, while they drank beverages produced from Whiskey Peak, and the meat collected from Skypa. This continued for the rest of the day, extending through the night and ending only the next day. And it was on this day that something new happened. While Luffy was sunbathing between Reiju and Lami, to ensure that neither of the two would fight again, he heard Usopp shouting from the mast with a magnifying glass in hand. "There's a thick fog covering the entire area ahead at sea," Usopp exclaimed while Nami was studying the map and drawing some, outside her cabin, who quickly looked forward indicated by Usopp with a raised eyebrow. "This is the Florian Triangle," Nami shouted, already familiar with this aspect of the fog after reading the books about the Grand Line that Luffy gave her before the Reverse Mountain. "This is good, we're finally here," Luffy nodded with satisfaction. "What do you mean by that? Luffy, you speak as if we were going to enter the place," Nami exclaimed, hoping her captain wasn't crazy enough. "Of course, we're going to enter," Luffy commented, as Nami looked at him, astonished. "What do you mean, we're going to enter? That place is a ship graveyard. Very few people enter and come out alive," she warned, leaving many beside, scared. "Luffy, don't do this. I don't want to die like this. Please, you're not thinking about this," Usopp pleaded while the reindeer grabbed Luffy's clothes, crying. "Don't worry, this will be a good adventure. You won't regret it. I dare say we might even find a living skeleton there," Luffy spoke, so mysteriously, leaving everyone around him even more scared. "A living skeleton?" many exclaimed. Robin looked, frowning at her husband. After all, He knew things about this world that no one else should know, so she took his words as truth. Meanwhile, the ship began to enter the fog without anyone being able to react, because nobody saw it approaching. After all, the sea was treacherous. While everyone looked surprised, Luffy had a smile. It's time to face Moria and get Brook. He said, after all, he had a deal and with his whale, that he would find his old friend after a long time. Raccoon here. I'm imagining a fight between the two Cerberuses. Who will win? Lol. 534 Chapter 252 Florian Triangle 02, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third-person POV Florian Triangle, first half of Grand Line. Black continued to drive into the mist of Florian Triangle. While some were afraid of what Luffy had said, others didn't care. Soon darkness began to take over everything, as the sun disappeared, leaving only darkness amid that mysterious sea. Ready, guys? Don't worry, this will be a great adventure, Luffy commented as he saw Nami clutching her sister, trembling with fear. Has it gotten dark already? Lami stepped out onto the deck at that moment, looking around. How strange, it doesn't seem like night. Reiju followed soon after, lighting a cigarette. They didn't seem as quarrelsome now as they were a few hours ago. Meanwhile, the other members were yelling at Luffy, since their captain had said this madness seemed like a great adventure. A great adventure, Luffy? You said we're going to find a living skeleton. That's not funny, Usopp shouted, no longer appearing as the fearless pirate of the sea who could transform into a dragon that uses the element of light. Haha, don't worry. You'll like him, Luffy replied, still keeping the mystery. He didn't mind saying something like that, which others would question later why he knew this. What do you mean, you'll like him? A part of his crew shouted at the same time with comic faces. Hey, those are parts of ships. Nami pointed to the sea, and shipwrecks, like broken wood, masts, bows, and various other parts were floating in the sea at that moment, making her swallow hard. You're a woman who can create a typhoon that can devastate an island. I don't know why you're so afraid. Luffy observed with a raised eyebrow, believing Nami's fear was exaggerated. There are certain things a woman is afraid of, she exclaimed to him. Haha. Don't worry, your husband will protect you, Luffy said with a smile. Usopp had entered the kitchen with Chopper in the middle of that discussion and returned with a bunch of artifacts that would be used against any mystical and ghostly entity, using garlic, crosses, salt, and all sorts of things, even incense. It wasn't just him, Chopper was almost dressed as a priest, making Luffy laugh. Ha 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 ha. What an exaggeration, he didn't even notice when Frankie and the animals used all kinds of items, wanting to protect themselves against any living skeleton that Luffy had talked about. Luffy laughed, and Yamato joined in with him. This is funny. I also want to use something like that. It looks so fun, Shirahoshi exclaimed, grabbing a garlic necklace. Stop it. This place is too scary. Vivi trembled with fear in a corner. Another wind user afraid. Luffy murmured, and when he was going to calm his wife, he saw something strange behind the last two women to come out of the ship. Lami, Reiju. There's a ghost behind you. Luffy pointed at the women who were a little surprised and a bit afraid. Stop it, Luffy, Vivi exclaimed, making a face. This isn't funny, Lami said, making Luffy see that the woman was afraid. Despite her strength, it seemed like she was afraid of ghosts. It's serious, there's a ghost behind you, Luffy insisted. Who's the idiot who's going to look at that? Reiju commented, lighting her cigarette. Well, it's serious. There's a ghost behind you, Fufufu. Robin commented, approaching Luffy with a giggle. Is this a ghost? It's so cute, Shirahoshi approached him and commented. Really? Let me see. Yamato also got involved, looking at the ghost with admiration. Hearing all those comments, Lami and Reiju began to believe in Luffy's words, and being two curious ones, they turned around and really saw a small ghost there swinging its body, while looking at everyone with a smile. Lami. Reiju. Ghost, both Lami and Reiju screamed. Chow Chow approached and began to bark at the ghost, and advanced against the ghostly intruder, passing through its body. Then everyone watched stunned, as Chow Chow lowered its head in depression and began to speak something in the dog's language. Should I have been born a flea? Yamato, understanding his language like Luffy, echoed his words bewildered. It seems that ghosts have a negative effect, don't touch it. Luffy spoke as everyone began to completely move away from that thing, while the swordsmen already grabbed their swords to fight. Nay, so scary, Hachi commented with his 6 swords in hand. Then this is one of Perona's ghosts. Luffy murmured without anyone hearing. The ghost looked at him and suddenly entered the deck, disappearing. What the hell is going on? Usopp and Chopper were scared at that moment, starting to spread things around the ship to scare anything from the ship. I said this was a bad idea. Nami started crying with Vivi. Luffy, are you sure we're okay here? Negico spoke with a raised eyebrow. Don't worry about it. He's gone, but soon we'll see more, Luffy said with a confident smile. She didn't ask that, Kuina complained. Let my husband handle everything. He always knows what he's doing, Alvida spoke beside. And what do you mean, soon we'll see more? Who wants to see that? Everyone shouted together at Luffy. Look! There's something approaching. Finally a ghost ship is coming. Luffy changed the subject, pointing to the fog in front of him, where a shadow began to form, soon seen in the shape of a ship, as big as the Blackberry from the movie. Why do you look so happy? Uda shouted at the captain. Ghost ships. Usopp and Chopper screamed, running away, while the animals seemed to be afraid too. Is there a fighting ghost there? Zoro spoke, hoping for a challenge. What kind of question is that? Kuina complained. Hugo was silent the whole time, while crossing his arms looking at the ship. The ship approached as the members who were more afraid prepared for all sorts of things while dressing up as priests. It didn't take long for the ship to finally emerge, with wood of tens of years, rotten and roaring with the sway of the sea. The ship continued to approach and stood beside the Black Pearl as everyone looked attentively here, and suddenly, they saw that on the ship there was indeed a skeleton looking at them from the edge of the ship, while remaining still. Everyone was stunned by that, except Luffy, who already knew him, and Chow Chow stood up and looked at the skeleton with shining eyes. The skeleton noticed the dog's gaze and seemed to sweat with that. Luffy saw that there was silence and decided to break it. Hello, you skeleton, Luffy greeted while everyone looked stunned, thinking their captain lost his sanity talking to a skeleton planted next to the ship to scare those passing through all that fog. The skeleton, surprising everyone, slowly moved his head towards Luffy, leaving everyone stunned at that moment. Hello, he greeted him dryly. Quote dot 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 quote 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 quote dot 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 quote. There really is a talking skeleton, everyone exclaimed, seeing that Luffy was right. What is that? Please help me, bless me, deliver me from this evil. The pirates began to pray and make expressions trying to protect themselves from that evil. How can you be? Luffy asked again. I'm fine, thank you for asking, and you? The skeleton asked. That's good, I'm fine. Luffy spoke as if having a casual conversation from the prow where he was. Why is he also talking to the skeleton? Yamato asked. That is a skeleton. How can he find that normal? Vivi exclaimed. Calm down, he must be a user who ate the Yomi Yomi no Mi, Luffy said. Yes, exactly. The skeleton commented and suddenly looked at Luffy again. Hey, how do you know that? He exclaimed with admiration. I read the manual of Akuma no Mi. I know a lot about them. Luffy shrugged. Everyone swallowed that, except Robin, who knew her husband. Anyway. Luffy began jumping from his ship to the ghost ship. Why don't we start our introductions? Luffy said with a smile while the skeleton was surprised with the approach. After so many years of not talking to anyone, it would be good to chat a little. Reiju approached Luffy and landed beside him, with Lami on the other using his room. We'll have to take care of this man, otherwise he might do some madness. Reiju spoke. I have to agree with you, Lami said, swallowing her pride. Don't be like that, I won't do anything too much, Luffy said, approaching the skeleton. Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the future Emperor of the Seven Seas. He commented, extending his hand. I'm Brook, the skeleton said as he shook his hand, but was surprised by Luffy's declaration. Emperor of the Seven Seas? He asked. That's right, do you want to join my crew? It would be good to have a skeleton with us. I'm all for diversity, Luffy said with a smile. Okay. The skeleton spoke. Reiju and Lami were shocked by this development while they couldn't do anything to stop their captain. What are you doing? They exclaimed, but Luffy just shrugged. He's our new crew member, tell me, what are you good at, Brook? He asked. I'm a musician, he said. See, we have a second musician, Luffy celebrated. What do you mean? We have a second musician? You can't just invite people like that, the two exclaimed. What's that? You don't trust me? Luffy looked at them with a small seductive smile. Both blushed and nodded. Yes, we trust you. Brook approached Reiju. She looked confused and wary at the skeleton. Excuse me, miss. Could you please show your… Before he could finish, a fist collided against his skull, cracking it and sending him flying into the ship's cabin. Boom! The cabin of the ship exploded at that moment with Brook's body, leaving everyone on the other ship confused by this, while Reiju and Lami seemed shocked. How do you kill someone after inviting them to the crew? Both grimaced. Luffy didn't respond and disappeared. Brook seemed to have received the worst punch of his life. He was cracked wondering how that happened, while before reacting, Luffy appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the bone neck. What are you doing? He exclaimed, stunned. Listen to this, skeleton. Luffy began with a tone that made Brook shiver. Try using that phrase again with any woman I know, and I will flay your skin, even though you don't have any. Luffy spoke. Yo ho 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 ho. Brook started to laugh, finding Luffy's speech very funny, but then realized the man in front of him was serious. No, help me, I swear I won't do it again, he exclaimed, scared in the end. That's good. Now let's see the others, Luffy said with a more satisfied smile, while dropping Brook's neck to the ground again as he was all cracked. He didn't want to face this man's wrath again, swallowing hard, even though he didn't have a throat for that. 534 Chapter 253 Florian Triangle 03, Chapter Size 2,100 words. Third person POV Florian Triangle, first half of Grand Line. Luffy emerged from the debris with the skeleton behind him, while Lami and Reiju grimaced at the sight of the skeleton all battered from that punch. Why did you act like that? Lami asked, not understanding her captain's situation. It was just a way to greet our new companion, Luffy said calmly, maintaining a smile, while Brook stood beside him, unfazed. You call that a greeting? Reiju exclaimed, bewildered. Luffy just shrugged. Let's go to the Black Pearl. We have to introduce our new friend, Luffy remarked, as, having nothing else to do, Reiju and Lami nodded and followed Luffy to the other ship. They landed in front of the crew, as many were frightened by the skeleton coming with the group. The skeleton is here, Beppo screamed in fear, while at that moment, another person approached Luffy. Master, I brought some cookies, BABY5 approached Luffy with a tray. Oh, thank you, Luffy said, taking a cookie, finding it odd that Baby 5 cooked, and everyone already imagined what would happen as soon as Luffy put it in his mouth. Baby 5 seemed excited about it with a sweet smile, but suddenly she looked at Luffy with a vengeful glare as he was eating the cookie. Eat my explosive cookies, die, she exclaimed as Luffy felt an explosion in his mouth. His cheeks puffed up with the sound of the explosion while everyone watched it as if it were something normal. Luffy opened his mouth with a lot of smoke coming out from inside, but he was fine. I think it needs a bit of salt, Luffy told Baby 5, making her fall to the ground. Why can't I hurt him? She said in a weepy tone. Master, BABY5 needs to be punished, she requested with shining eyes. Alright, later, Luffy said. Brook was looking at the people afraid of him, which he found normal, except for a dog next to the crew licking its eyes as if seeing something juicy at the moment. Adding to seeing the interaction with Luffy and that maid woman made him start to rethink if it was a good idea to come here. After all, he does not think this crew is common, filled with all sorts of things. I'm going to be okay here. Should I run away? He thought, but soon felt a slap on his backbones. Now let me introduce our new companion, Luffy spoke, and before continuing, looked at Reiju. But first, let's eat something. Let's go to the kitchen, Luffy declared, while everyone trying to get used to the idea of seeing a skeleton walking around, even those who were not afraid, began to walk to the kitchen, which was filled by the entire crew. Food, 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 food. Brook began to shout on the table, after overcoming his initial fear of the group while banging his utensils in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. He is so funny. Luffy laughed. Luffy, what is happening here? Why did you bring this skeleton here and Reiju is cooking for him? Zoro asked. Seeing everyone looking at them, he smiled. Let me introduce. This is our new ship's musician, he said, leaving everyone with their mouths open and eyes wide. What do you mean, new musician? Vivi exclaimed, incredulous. A musician like Uda-sama? Shirahoshi yelled, not seeming to be afraid of the skeleton, and looked excited. While Brook looked at her, still surprised to see such a beautiful mermaid. He cleared his throat as he addressed her, Princess, by any chance, could you show your… He was going to complete, but Luffy put a finger over his mouth, making Brook gulp with that. Brook trembled looking at him. Luffy had a penetrating look, saying that if he continued, he might not survive, making Brook silent. After all, he was already cracked from a punch by Luffy. He did not want that again. Meanwhile, shock was among many crew members wondering how Luffy had brought a skeleton into the crew. Hold on. What do you mean, a new musician? What happened there? Zoro asked, bewildered looking at Lami and Reiju. They had to lower their heads at that. Sorry. We didn't even have time to react when he invited him onto the ship. The two murmured. Luffy put Brook aside and looked at his companions. Don't worry, he's a nice guy, as long as he sticks to certain things, Luffy said, crossing his arms, indifferent to whether his crew was pleased with it or not. After all, he was the captain. Anyway, let's eat. Luffy didn't want to introduce the skeleton because he wanted to eat first. Everyone watched without joining them as Luffy ate along with the skeleton, who became animated again, forgetting how this pirate captain could be frightening. Him. Both were talking with their mouths full, interacting with each other. What are they talking about? Uda asked. I have no idea, Hugo answered from the corner. They're talking about how Luffy knew about the Yomi no Mi, Yamato answered. How can you understand them? Usopp shouted at Yamato. This is so scary, Chopper said while still pointing the cross at Brook on the table. I find him very funny. So, he really joined the crew? Yamato asked Luffy. Not yet, but he will soon, Luffy said. After all, he hadn't received the system message that Brook had joined the group yet. That was delicious, Brook exclaimed with satisfaction, his face still cracked. Even though I have no taste buds to taste it. Yo ho 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 ho. He began to laugh, while many frowned upon it. What kind of humor is this? Most were thinking at this moment. That's funny, Shirahoshi exclaimed. Sharky. Her shark looked at her, not understanding why she wasn't afraid. That was so refreshing, Brook commented as he raised his arms, and as he did, a dog bit him while hanging from that arm. Chow Chow couldn't take it anymore and lunged at Brook's bones. While the skeleton looked at it, Chow Chow held onto his arm while hanging, refusing to let go of the musician. Ah, I'm being eaten. Even though I have no skin for it, yo ho 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 ho, ah, he exclaimed, running with the dog still attached to him. Ha 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 ha. Yamato started laughing too. Man, this is so weird. This group gets weirder by the day. Zoro had to comment, and no one disagreed with him. Now enough of this, let's get to the introduction, Luffy continued. They are Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lami, Beppo, Chow Chow, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nejiko, Hachi, Kuina, Alvida, Laboon, Vivi, Karoo, Nico Robin, Chopper, Enel, Greg, Baby 5, and Frank, the 25 members of our crew. Luffy introduced and turned back to the skeleton with a thoughtful look. What's your name again? He asked because he hadn't asked yet, and although he knew, it would be odd to say his name without asking first. At that moment, everyone fell to the ground stunned by their captain. How could you have invited him to join the crew and even eaten with him, but never asked his name? Even Yamato joined in the shouting. Luffy didn't care about that and waited for the skeleton to introduce himself. Yo ho ho ho. He stopped with Chow Chow still clinging to his head, not letting go. Let me introduce myself. I am Brook. Wait a minute, did you say Laboon? He was stunned while Laboon looked at him after hearing his name. Brook was a skeleton, with nothing but his hair looking like his old self, and Laboon was so small that Brook, despite remembering his old whale friend, didn't think it would be him there, especially with all those scars on his head. Grr? Laboon approached, surprising everyone. Laboon? Brook seemed so shocked that he no longer cared about Chow Chow with its teeth clenched in his head. Brook looked at the whale, which had scars on its head, feeling strange about it, now remembering his friend from over 50 years ago. Do they know each other? Robin commented, looking surprised at the encounter. Wait a minute. Is he from that crew that left Laboon at the entrance of the Grand Line 50 years ago? Nami asked, stunned. This is unexpected. Nejiko commented. It makes sense if he ate the resurrection fruit, Kuina commented. Laboon, is it really you? Brook stammered, feeling a huge emotion upon seeing the whale he had left many years ago. Laboon, it's me, Brook, he said as tears began to appear in his empty eyes. Grr. Laboon moved forward, leaving some shocked by the sorrowful sound of the wail. As everyone watched, both embraced tightly while colliding. Chow Chow looked confused at the scene as he let go of Brook's head and fell to the ground, watching his friend Laboon crying and making sounds. "I'm so happy. So happy to have found you," Brook cried out while embracing the whale with his bony arms. "Grr, grr." Laboon made crying sounds, resembling a dog not seeing its owner for many years. "I don't know what's happening here, but I'm so moved, man." Frankie began to cry as well. "Luffy. Is it really him?" Vivi commented, stunned. Even though she once intended to kill the whale, she had heard its sad story. "What's happening here?" Chopper asked curiously. "You weren't part of the crew when we met Laboon after entering the Grand Line," Alvida began. "His scars were made by himself after trying to break the Red Line." "The Red Line?" Robin asked, surprised, not knowing much about the whale's story like the other members who joined after that event. He wanted to reach the other side, go to the new world behind his old friends who left him 50 years ago, but in the end, they were in the Grand Line this whole time, and unfortunately, it seems only one survived, Nijiko commented sadly. "I'm so happy for Laboon-sama. He finally found a lost companion." Shirahoshi began to cry as well. Really?" Nami also broke into tears. Sharky, Megalo started to cry, and Chow Chow approached them, not wanting to interrupt the reunion. Brook continued to cry out his old friend's name, and he responded with his unique sounds. "This is quite moving." Kuina spoke, shedding a tear. "Are you crying?" Lami pointed to Reiju with tears. "Of course not, you baby." Reiju pointed back at another who was crying. "Laboon!" Beppo shouted, crying. Usopp even put down his anti-supernatural artifacts and began to cry silently watching the reunion. What an emotional reunion. Hachi tried to wipe his tears with his 6 arms. "Really?" Yamato spoke, dabbing at her tears. Luffy saw almost the entire crew crying at the sight of the skeleton and the small whale in the middle of the kitchen and smiled. Even those who weren't crying had an empathetic look towards Laboon, forgetting there was a living skeleton there. Luffy smiled and realized they needed to give them some time for this reunion. "Let's leave them alone for a while, let them talk. Let's go outside," Luffy suggested and began to walk outside with the teary crowd. He took a deep breath while everything was still shrouded in darkness in that Florian triangle, but he was happy there was something positive in the midst of that fog. Not long after, while his members were still emotional, a huge shadow began to emerge on the horizon. Luffy felt better with his haki, entering his current field, smiling, ignoring the conversation about Brook and Laboon. "We've reached our destination," Luffy commented, as everyone looked stunned at the huge shadow approaching. He returned to his crew with tears still on their faces. "Do you know why we're here?" he asked, as no one knew the answer, and then, he pointed to the shadow emerging and growing. "We're here to take down another Shichibukai," he said, excitedly, while everyone was stunned by the declaration, never imagining there was a warlord here. They were arriving at Thriller Bark at that moment. "Get ready, mates, because today we're going to defeat another warlord," he said, excited, wanting to loot everything Moria had and give him a few punches. Maybe Kuma would also appear. It would be interesting to talk to him, Luffy thought, as Thriller Bark loomed larger in front of them. Raccoon here. I admit I got a bit emotional writing this chapter. 534 Chapter 254 Thriller Bark 01. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third-person POV Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. The crew took a while to understand Luffy's words, looking at their captain wiping away the tears that some had from the meeting with Laboon and Brook. "How are we going to take down another Shichibukai?" Uda immediately asked while the others intensified their gaze towards their captain. Luffy flashed his rogue smile. "That has always been my goal for coming here. After all, Moria lives here. It will be a good opportunity to loot his treasures," he said. "We're out of money, we need more money," Luffy said sincerely. The gold was running out and he didn't want to rely only on the system. He also used the Navy's money to buy a specific fruit, from a user he had killed a while back, so he was in need of money again. "I'll see who will be the user of this fruit after the war. After all, we must strengthen all the kingdoms under my domain," Luffy thought and returned to his crew. "Be prepared for battle, but I don't believe it will be a fight like what happened at Eni's lobby, far from it," Luffy commented and looked forward again. Soon, the coast of Thriller Bark began to appear as the fog started to dissipate. But the structure that claimed this place was a ship still remained hidden, with these other parts still distant, closed off by the fog. "Is that where the Shichibukai lives?" Nijiko asked. Even seeing just that part, it was obvious that the island was sinister with a horror theme, with old and macabre trees. "What place is this? Is this an island?" Alvida asked. "No, it's a ship," Luffy replied calmly and looked at his group. "Get ready, because we're going to see zombies, strange creatures, ghosts, everything in this place," he commented, as Nami clung to Vivi, looking at him with frightened eyes. "How can you say such things?" they screamed, frightened. Luffy didn't care and started to prepare. The ship found a kind of wooden deck on the side, like a kind of harbor. Frankie ended up steering the ship there, stopping at the deck. With the bow falling into place, they were getting ready to disembark. "Luffy, I want to stay on the ship," Chopper cried. "Sorry Chopper, but I won't leave the ship here alone. These waters are treacherous. I plan to take the ship in my pocket," Luffy commented, but having to take out other ships from his pocket, after all, he couldn't shrink them more than they were. At this moment, Brook opened the kitchen door, still crying. It seemed they had talked a lot. They approached while Laboon was still clinging to him. "Laboon told me about you and your adventures." "Thank you," he said sincerely, looking at everyone still with tears in his skull bones. "I see you're getting along," Nijiko spoke to him with a smile. "Yes, we never forgot each other. Laboon will always be my friend. It's good to see him after so many years. Maybe he's the only one who survived of all the people I've known," Brook spoke with a melancholic tone. He was going to speak again, but for the first time he took his attention off the crew in front of him and looked towards where they were. "Thrillerbark. Are we here?" he yelled, scared, even leaving Laboon confused. He was afraid of this place. After all, the people here were so strong that they even stole his shadow and he could do nothing about it. On an impulse of instinct, he simply acted scared and irrationally. "We have to run," he shouted, leaving Laboon aside and jumping into the water, starting to run on the sea due to his lightness from being just bones, while moving away from the coast and the ship. Everyone was puzzled, even Laboon made a confused sound. Luffy, from a distance, sighed. How can he run away like that after finding his friend? And looked at Chow Chow. "Can you catch him and bring him back?" he asked. Chow Chow, hearing that, had a sparkle in his eyes. After all, in his opinion, those were succulent bones. "Woof woof," he barked positively. Then he jumped on the edge of the ship, not falling into the water, but soaring into the air as he used Geppo with his paws, going after the fleeing skeleton. "How can he run away like that?" Kuina complained. "Let it be, Chow Chow will bring him back," Zoro commented, returning his gaze to the island they were on, hoping to find something interesting. "Now let's enter the island," Luffy said, as they began to disembark. Laboon, despite looking a bit dazed at where Brook and Chow Chow disappeared, followed his captain. Luffy waited for everyone to get off the ship, then touched it and shrank it to the point of putting it in a box along with his other ships. He looked at his companions. Nami, Vivi, Hachi, Chopper, Usopp, Uda, Megalo, Karoo, Beppo, and Greg were afraid as they looked at the island in front of them, while they armed themselves with all kinds of anti-ghost weapons that Usopp used. Most of them could easily destroy this island, but their fears seemed to dominate them. Luffy couldn't help thinking as he watched the scared group, but he couldn't blame them. After all, his crew had their own fears and insecurities, and he could understand and respect that. He could also simply fly to the middle of the island where Moria's castle was located, but he ended up not doing so, wanting to spend time with his crew like in the old days when they were on the ship and investigating the islands, as happened in the West Blue. He didn't even enjoy Water 7, wanting to resolve the issue with the Navy at Enies lobby. "Let's go," Luffy said as the fearful members followed, seeing that they had no choice but to follow Luffy and the others in the crew. They were a large group of more than 20 people, animals, a fishman, a mink, a mermaid, and even an experiment. The place was gloomy, a spectrum of horror with the fog limiting the view ahead. Chopper swung a burning incense through the area while Usopp distributed garlic chains to everyone. "You're exaggerating," Zoro commented. They continued entering the place until there was a kind of gate from the harbor to the island's forest, and at this location, there was a huge animal sleeping in front of the entrance. "Wait a second. That's a three-headed dog," Uda exclaimed. "This reminds me of someone," Alvida commented beside her. The dog moved its ear, hearing them, lifted its three heads with a sleepy face, It was a bit surprised by the crowd of people looking at it. "How cute," Shirahoshi commented. "Cute, that's Cerberus, the one who guards the gate of hell," Usopp yelled. "How scary," Nami exclaimed. "Ah, we need to run," Beppo exclaimed. "Nay, I think it was a bad idea to come here," Hachi exclaimed. The dog heard the group and began to fully rise, starting to growl at them with its 3 heads. Luffy was in front of everyone, not intimidated like his companions, or a part of them, because the others didn't even care about it, just looking at a weak animal. He went through various experiments. Hugo noticed the stitches on the animal. Which makes him a fake. Kuina completed. What a disappointment, in the end, he doesn't even seem dangerous. At least my Haki says I don't need to worry about him, Zoro commented. But doesn't he look cute? Robin commented. I think he would make a fine dish. Reiju commented. Isn't that meat rotten? Who would eat that thing? Lami commented. Luffy, what do we do with him? Najiko asked. Master, should I prepare him? BABY5 asked while her hand transformed into a chainsaw. We could use him as a mount, Yamato suggested, scratching his chin. Moria's Cerberus was growling, but when it began to hear each one of that group, mocking and not being afraid of him, it became a bit dazed, wondering what it was hearing, with wide eyes and some fear starting to fill it at that moment, since it didn't like what it was hearing at all. We can. Luffy said but stopped when he felt something coming from the sky. An object with great mass fell to the ground with force and caused an explosion behind the crew, destroying the whole place. Before anyone could wonder who it was, those with some Haki already knew who had arrived, and in the middle of the explosion, as the dust began to settle, a huge Cerberus appeared, but this one was the real deal. While in its middle head's mouth, it seemed to be chewing something. Help, help me, I don't want to die, though I've already died again. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Brook exclaimed while he was between the dog's teeth. Chow Chow seemed happy to bite into that bone. Suddenly, his gaze returned to Cerberus, at least the fake one, as he glared furiously at it, seeing that thing as a poorly made copy of himself. Cerberus, already bewildered by the group, was scared when he saw that huge dog with 3 heads. It was 3 to 4 meters tall, but that giant monster was at least 20 meters tall, making it look small in comparison. Chow Chow transformed towards that dog while spitting Brook out onto the ground, and fiercely looked at the animal, which began to retreat step by step. One of Chow Chow's heads began to emit lightning, and before anyone could react, a huge thunderbolt passed over the heads of all the crew members, hitting the stitched animal in front of them and destroying the gate and a part of the forest with it. BOOMMMM. The explosion echoed across the island. In Moria's castle, he was having his meal alone, with a zombie bringing something for him to eat, when he looked towards the window with the echo of it. What's that? Are those zombies blowing something up again? He commented with some anger. After all, zombies always caused trouble, despite being the greatest army in the world in his opinion. What's that? Perona woke up startled, imagining that lightning struck during a storm over Thriller Bark. Her ghosts surrounded her making their usual sounds. I'm scared, she said as she hugged a huge bear she had in her room. Did you hear that? A group of people who had lost their shadows, hiding in the forest, were surprised by the sound echoing on the island. What's going on here? Among them, a fat woman with pink hair, Charlotte Lola, murmured. Back at the explosion site, everyone saw the gate collapse at that moment while electricity sparkled in the air with the destroyed ground. And Cerberus zombie was black from the lightning that burned it, the only color coming from its white eyes. Chow Chow saw that he hadn't destroyed it and began to concentrate icy energy in his other head, ready to destroy that being, freezing and breaking it into 1,000 pieces. Wait, Chow Chow. Don't kill him. Luffy ordered, and Chow Chow stopped generating the attack and looked at his owner. We'll use him, and you did a good job bringing Brook here. He looked at Brook lying on the ground. Chow Chow returned to his normal size after that, turning into a small dog with lots of white fur, barking at Luffy. Good boy. Luffy said. Brook finally got up wondering what was happening and saw Luffy petting that monstrous dog. He still remembers when the dog caught him in the sea and transformed into those monsters, devouring him in its mouth and bringing him back to the island again. This crew is full of monsters. What have I gotten myself into? He murmured. After all, he still remembers the maid woman trying to kill his captain and how his captain didn't hesitate to say that he would die if he tried to ask for the panties of any woman there. Luffy stopped petting and returned to the group. Let's continue. Yamato, you can use Cerberus Zombie as a mount and Chow Chow. Make sure Brook doesn't run away," Luffy said as they began to walk past the destroyed gate. 534 Chapter 255 Thriller Bark 02, Chapter Size 2,200 words. Third-person POV Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. Brook finally stood up. What a sight. You meet your old friend and flee at the first chance? I expected more from you, my musician. Luffy approached Brook at that moment. Brook was speechless, although terrified of returning to Moria's domain. He heard Luffy's words and looked towards Laboon, who showed confusion looking at him. I guess you're right, he admitted, realizing he had let his fears take over. I'm sorry, old friend, he said as he approached Laboon. Let's move on, don't worry, because nothing will happen to you, Luffy assured. Luffy continued with his group into the forest of Thriller Bark, with a new member of the group, with a cornered Cerberus along with them, or at least a copy of the real one, who was downcast, while Yamato rode it like a horse, kicking its skin with her feet. Go, go, Cerberus, ha ha ha, she screamed joyfully, having a happy, childish moment. Go ahead, she said, raising her arm, while the animal could only lower its head, being intimidated by it. After all, there was a small dog walking beside him, which he was very afraid of. WOOOLFF. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Chow Chow started to wake up while Cerberus was in despair. Seeing that Chow Chow was commanding him to obey Yamato, he had no choice but to run as Yamato shouted, starting to run. Well done, Cerberus, Yamato laughed with that, moving forward. Robin was sitting with Uda also on the back of the animal, while the girl sang to dispel the fear of the place. Luffy saw them running and continued leading the rest of the group, passing through the eerie forest and coming out of it, while finding Cerberus and the others stopped at a sort of local cemetery. Luffy, can this place get any worse? Uda complained on the back of the animal. Foo. This place is quite unique, Robin commented. It was so cool to run, we had to stop because of Uda. Yamato complained, not caring at all about the sight of a cemetery. This cemetery. Luffy walked past Cerberus and ignored his crew members murmuring fearfully about the place. Luffy went up to one of the graves while his crew watched him. Suddenly, a constant moaning sound appeared in the place. Then from between the grave and Luffy, a hand emerged from the ground, rising with a head appearing, proving to be an undead. Meanwhile, the more fearful ones were frightened by it. Ah, what is that? It's a zombie, seriously, what is a zombie? Was he sleeping under the ground? How do you not know what a zombie is? The zombie stared at the companions in despair and then turned his attention to Luffy in front of him, studying him with crossed arms, while a growling sound came from him, but he was surprised that Luffy was not afraid. This could be said of Yamato too, who approached with Cerberus and looked alongside Luffy. Is this one? He murmured uncertainly. A sick old man? He commented as everyone made a face. It's a zombie, almost everyone exclaimed at the same time. Ha 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 ha, that was funny. Luffy laughed and looked at the zombie. Now Mr. Zombie. Go back to Earth, he said, and before the man with rotting flesh could react, Luffy punched him in the face, making his growl turn into a scream of surprise. Ah, he screamed, as the punch was so strong that it exploded the earth with a light around. BOOMMMMMM. The ground beneath that poor soul exploded with such force that all the terrain around began to crack and explode, devastating the entire cemetery. While the sound exploded once more throughout Moria's ship island, the earth rose and all the zombies who were hiding inside were surprised as they flew with the force of the punch that Luffy had just made. Ah! WHO woke me up like this. Help, I'm flying. I don't know how to fly. You're a zombie, you can't get hurt, you too. They exclaimed in the air, while all of the crew looked at it, opening their mouths with their eyes wide open, wondering why Luffy had done something like that. Luffy, in the middle of all that destruction with just one of his punches, ended up scratching the back of his head. And looking at his crew. I think I overdid it, he commented as everyone made faces. You think you overdid it? Everyone shouted. And Luffy laughed at that, while Brook looked shocked at it. The zombies continued to scream as they began to fall to the ground, wondering what the hell was happening when they were sleeping peacefully. They quickly fell to the ground and saw that the entire cemetery had been destroyed while they made shocked faces. Moria once again heard the explosion from his castle. What the hell is going on here today? He murmured, dissatisfied. Ah, Perona was once again frightened, leaving the room and going to look for Moria-sama to see what was happening. Returning to the destroyed grounds of the old cemetery, the zombies finally saw Luffy amidst that chaos and began to run from him. "Hey, why are the zombies running away?" Zoro asked, bewildered. "Maybe they're scared or something," Hugo murmured. "Well, anyway, let's go," Luffy said, not caring about the rain of zombies falling at that moment while those already fleeing from them screamed and called them monsters. "You home wreckers." They distanced themselves and began to shout at Luffy. "I'm calling the Navy, I'm calling the government. I'm telling everything to my mom." All the Straw Hats heard their protests from a distance, but none of them dared to approach. "They're so funny." Shirahoshi laughed at that. "This seems so strange," Nami murmured. "The sea really is vast," Little Chopper murmured. "What kind of fake zombies are these?" Kuina complained. "After all, a zombie shouldn't be afraid of anything. Why are they complaining that Luffy destroyed their cemetery like a union or something?" They continued past the cemetery, ignoring the zombies booing them from a distance and heading towards the large structures in the middle of the island, which were shadows in the fog ahead. At one moment, Luffy saw a kind of white substance flying between the trees. "A ghost!" Usopp shouted as he pointed his cross at it, with Beppo doing the same next to him, which could be said of Hachi with 6 crosses, one in each of his arms. "That's the ghost here that we saw on a ship," the Leap shouted. Karoo clung to Vivi in fear while she did the same. Luffy was thoughtful. He definitely did not want that ghost to touch him. After all, except for Usopp in the group, everyone was affected by this negative ghost, no matter the raw power. "I can cut it," Zoro suddenly spoke, stepping in front of Luffy. The ghost seemed to see this and dived into the ground. Tisk. It escaped. Zoro commented, but it seems his haki did not notice when the ghost appeared coming out of the earth below him and passed through his body. A moment later, Zoro was on the ground with a negative atmosphere. "I should be an amoeba," he said while everyone was shocked by this. "What happened to him? How can he say such a thing?" Others murmured. "Wasn't it the same thing that happened to Chow Chow?" Nijiko commented. "It's true. Definitely, I don't want to get close to that," Reiju said as a ghost passed by her at that moment, making the girl fall to the ground. "I'm never going to cook in my life again, I shouldn't even have been born," she said. "Buff. Ha 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 ha." Lami next to her pointed at her and began to laugh loudly. She didn't even notice when the ghost came out of the ground again and caught her. "I'm the worst doctor in the world. I apologize for being born," she murmured next to Reiju. "It's better not to touch him, after all, it seems to affect everyone negatively," Alvida commented. While everyone tried to distance themselves from the ghost, one did not. Chow Chow started barking and chasing after the ghost. He jumped into the air and tried the same as before, but ended up on the ground crying with dog sounds. "Why did he do that?" Luffy couldn't help but comment. "He's coming for me," Usopp screamed as the ghost ran towards him and passed through him the next moment. Usopp looked at his body to see if everything was okay since he was not affected. "Nothing happened. I don't understand," he said. "That's because he's already negative," someone shouted. "Amazing. Usopp is immune," Nami said. "Usopp is so cool," Chopper's eyes sparkled. "Really?" Beppo celebrated. "Am I immune?" Usopp could hardly believe it. "Of course, after all, I am a brave warrior of the sea," he said. "Nay. That's amazing," Hachi said, unaware of the ghost passing through him at that moment. The merman was lying on the ground. "I should be a joke," he murmured. "Well, anyway, forget the ghost." Luffy spoke after seeing that it had gone. "We should go," he said. The crew continued moving forward. "Shouldn't I have been born an amoeba?" Kuina commented, looking at Zoro and laughing, while the swordsman became frustrated after having the ghost pass through him, being teased by his childhood friend. "Damn, I swear I'm going to kill that devil fruit user," Lami commented, walking strangely, frustrated, after Luffy mentioned that the one creating these ghosts was a devil fruit user. "No, I'm the one who's going to destroy him," Reiju said, as flames covered her body. She was determined to destroy the owner of these ghosts. Neither of them liked having acted that way. It was humiliating, especially in front of their own rival. So, they wanted to move forward to see who was the user controlling them. As they continued walking, they finally reached the center of the ship island but couldn't help noticing the zombies watching them from the forest, looking at them and murmuring to each other. "These zombies are so weird," Nijiko commented, always believing the stories that they were bloodthirsty beings, but they seemed like ordinary people, besides the rotting flesh. They are definitely experiments of some sort. All their bodies and limbs are stitched together, even this dog here, Robin commented, pointing to the fake Cerberus, who was now behaving like a common dog at that moment, intimidated. "Don't talk like that, he's a great mount," Yamato exclaimed with a smile on her face, making them contradict themselves, not knowing if that was a compliment or an offense. "We've finally arrived," Luffy suddenly interrupted their conversation as they reached a huge castle. "Is this where the Shichibukai lives?" Zoro asked. "This guy really likes to live in a horror setting," Hugo said. Luffy didn't respond to their conversation and started walking up to the huge door which, as he approached, opened with a zombie dressed as a butler appearing. He looked a bit strange at that group. "How may I assist you?" He spoke with a cracked voice. "I would like to speak with Moria." "Tell him I am here waiting." Luffy spoke calmly, while the members of his crew looked somewhat stunned. After all, he didn't come here to defeat the Shichibukai. Luffy seemed so polite. Moria, who was busy, was called. "Lord Moria, there's a group of people wanting to see you outside the castle." The zombie butler spoke, making Moria look at him surprised. "A crowd of people?" he asked, bewildered, as no one usually visited him. "Let's see what they want," he said as he approached, walking down the hallway. He ended up finding Perona walking after a restless sleep caused by 2 explosions, looking at Moria. "Moria-sama, did something happen? What were those explosions?" she asked. "I don't know, but it seems we have visitors. I'm going to see who it is," he commented as he approached the door and opened it, seeing a group of more than 20 people, including all kinds of species, with animals. He was a bit surprised by this. "Who are you?" he immediately asked. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy," Luffy said with a smile, as everyone looked on, wondering what their captain would do this time. "Monkey D. Luffy?" Moria exclaimed, remembering this man who not only defeated Crocodile in Alabasta but also remembered very well the meeting he had at Marineford with Luffy receiving a bounty of 750 million, which was shortly after defeating one of the 3 calamities and Doflamingo in Jaya. He became a bit cautious about this, because this pirate did not seem like someone he could handle, since he had already defeated 3 Shichibukai. "What do you want?" Moria asked cautiously. Luffy just smiled with his eyes closed. "I came here to defeat you," he simply said, and before Moria could react or Perona next to him, also stunned by what she heard, Luffy advanced. A moment later he hit Moria with a punch right in his face, making the Shichibukai fly back against his castle. (534) Chapter 256 Thriller Bark 03, Chapter Size, 2000 words. Third-person POV Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. Thriller Bark was returning to normal after some mysterious explosions occurred, but once again, the explosive sound echoed through the air. It was now happening at the castle as it began to tremble and crack while dust rose from its base. The sound was heard by everyone as destruction unfolded with everything there breaking. Perona, standing nearby, looked on with a shocked and frightened face as she trembled. Moria-sama was sent flying like a rocket by that guy. She was still trying to process what was happening with this man attacking him without warning. Luffy usually wouldn't fight this way without warning, but he was there to defeat the man, so there was no reason for talk or waiting. Meanwhile, the crew looked on in shock, their mouths and eyes wide open. "That was super weird and unexpected," Frank commented. Brooke, standing next to him, had his mouth open wider than usual. "Well, did you expect anything different from our captain?" Hugo commented, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Luffy always acts unexpectedly," Reiju remarked. Several walls of the castle had broken, and on the ground at the end of them, Moria lay fallen, his face an expression of gritted teeth with blood running down his face, slowly rising with so much anger that his initial fear of Luffy had disappeared, wanting to kill this man who dared to attack him in his castle like this. "Moria-sama," Perona shouted worriedly, and looked at Luffy cautiously. Luffy turned his gaze while she trembled with his eyes on her. "Sorry, little girl, but we're on the wrong side," Luffy said, and she saw that he was about to attack. She then prepared her ghosts, despite the fear. Luffy would have let her fight Usopp initially, but he didn't want to hurt her. He simply appeared behind her without her noticing and tapped on her neck, making her faint and caught her before she fell. He picked her up by the clothes and threw her to a slightly surprised Shirahoshi. "Take care of her, Shira," he said and turned his attention to his crew. "If anyone tries to attack, fight," he concluded and disappeared the next moment. He moved at high speed advancing against Shichibukai, who began to rise with so much anger that his shadows started to move beneath his feet. And before he could act, Luffy was already in front of him. "You're slow," Luffy commented, as Moria barely had time to respond, feeling a kick from Luffy, flying even further, destroying another part of the castle. As the walls exploded, Moria felt increasingly hurt. "This bastard," he muttered. "I won't forgive this way," he exclaimed, as his body on the ground transformed into bats and, quickly, several bats joined together and formed Moria again, standing, looking towards where Luffy was with anger. Luffy looked at that a bit more satisfied, feeling at least that the man wouldn't just be beaten without a fight. Then his hand began to catch fire. "Let's see if you can take this," Luffy commented, as he leaned back with the flames growing on his arm, until he punched forward, launching a storm of flames. The explosion continued advancing in purple flames exploding on all the walls that were not affected by the wider reach going up to Moria, who looked stunned at it. It didn't take long for one side of the castle to explode completely, while Moria flew out, heading towards the forest, breaking the ground. The explosion echoed as the zombies in the forest looked stunned at it illuminating the central part of the ship, wondering what was happening. Hey, what's going on? Is that group of people causing chaos again?" a zombie asked dissatisfied. "Damn, I lost my house," another complained with his tombstone. "Just you, we're all homeless, we should talk to Moria," another complained with the destroyed cemetery. "How can they do this?" another spoke crying. Some approached the chaos and waited for the dust to settle, becoming frightened. "Hey, isn't that Moria?" one of them pointed. The dust settled showing Moria a bit burned at the end of all that explosion. "Is that really Moria? How strange, what's happening here?" a zombie put his hand on his chin. "Why is he all beaten up? Who did this?" another zombie asked, bewildered. Meanwhile, Moria opened his eyes with difficulty, nearly cracking his teeth from clenching them in anger. "That damned pirate, he will pay for everything," Moria shouted angrily, his voice echoing across the entire island, scaring all the nearby zombies. "Run! Moria is furious," one of them shouted. "We have to flee," another said. The crew just watched, unable to react, but some were disappointed. After all, Luffy was destroying that Shichibukai so easily. "Man, this guy really is weak," Yamato commented thoughtfully. "It's true, even Nami could handle him today," another commented, as his sister made a face. "What do you mean by that?" she exclaimed to Nezuko, her sister speaking for her being one of the weakest in the group. Robin laughed. "Seems like this one is even below Crocodile." As she spoke, Vivi looked at her and said, "It's true." "Well, not to interrupt, but it looks like we have company," Zoro commented, beyond Shirahoshi who was holding Perona. Some sensed, through their haki, a presence at the site, which was Absalom, using his Akuma no Mi of invisibility. "Somebody there, who?" Chopper asked bewildered. "Right here, look," Usopp spoke as he took his slingshot and aimed at a corner of the castle. Absalom was frightened by that. After all, he had never been caught off guard like this, wanting to rescue Perona from the hands of these pirates. But without warning, Usopp made his slingshot glow and fired a laser shot. Immediately the area exploded into a ball of light, disintegrating the ground, while from the smoke, a man burned by Usopp's light power fell to the ground unconscious. Usopp hadn't killed him but certainly had put him out of action for a long time. "Got him," Usopp said, adjusting his nose proudly. "Hey, didn't you go overboard?" Brook yelled, more scared of this crew than anything else. With each moment, these pirates were becoming weirder, revealing themselves as all kinds of monsters. "What's going on here?" The doctor who worked for Moria was in his laboratory working on Oz when he felt all the explosions and quickly came to see what was happening while finding the castle partially destroyed. He saw from an opening on the upper floors the group destroying Absalom and with Perona with that mermaid, unconscious. He swallowed hard and took a few steps back, seeing that even Moria was having a hard time from a distance. "I have to get out of here," he said, looking at his secretary who was a zombie, who was helping him. "Let's go," he said. "Look what we have here," They heard a voice and quickly saw a large man behind them, crossing his arms. It was Hugo, who also sensed a bit of their presence, despite not being an expert in observation hockey. Certainly felt the presence of those curious eyes, like others. And before the doctor could react, Hugo slapped him on the head, making him faint. The woman looked at this and tried to charge at Hugo, but he, seeing that she was just a zombie, didn't hold back and simply punched her, making her explode from the wall, flying to the ground, creating another explosion as the dust rose. After that, in the middle of the smoke, Hugo came out dragging the doctor. "Caught another rat here," he said. "What's with these people?" Brook was really scared at that moment. He simply watched this crew destroy every member of the crew that had taken his shadow. Meanwhile, with Moria rising from the ground, he soon heard the ground slam in front of him. Luffy appeared as his cape flew, keeping a small smile. "Straw Hat." He spoke slowly with anger at this man who appeared and began to assault him. "You will pay for this," he shouted for the third time this promise, launching bats at Luffy, who just stood still, feeling the blows, and mocked Moria. "Man, I don't even need to use my transformation to deal with your attacks. Honestly, I hope you get stronger than this, otherwise you'll be destroyed," Luffy just commented. And before Moria could react, Luffy appeared above him, taking out his pistol and beginning to shoot a stream of flames downwards. Moria quickly tried to escape, transforming into his bat form and flying away as explosions began to occur in the holes. The explosions were so large that the zombies fleeing the area were hit while running. "Ah!" they screamed in fright as the flames began to burn the forest. "Something is happening on the island," a man who had lost his shadow and was living in a hidden part of the forest murmured. More and more people came out of their hiding spots as they heard the explosions, with the sky lighting up with Luffy's flames. "Somebody is fighting Gecko Moria," a sailor exclaimed. As they gathered wondering what was happening, suddenly Moria's voice resonated across the island. "Listen, my zombies, advance against the invaders," he shouted to the entire island, commanding his zombies. "Moria wants us to fight those monsters?" a zombie shouted in fear. "We need to get out of here," they exclaimed, but before they could react, their bodies were paralyzed, and they quickly began to obey, realizing they had no choice, and started advancing towards the crew in front of the castle and Luffy. But Luffy wasn't worried about this. He knew the crew could easily handle that number and had prepared something for Uda and Brook on the way to the castle. "It looks like they're starting to get brave now," Shirahoshi commented, watching the zombies finally approaching them as they walked, groaning like true zombies at this moment. "Now they really look like zombies," Chopper commented, and then suddenly realized the fact that there was a crowd of zombies advancing on him. "Zombies? They're going to devour us. Help!" he began to scream while Karoo, Megalo, and Greg also became frightened. Suddenly, a man exploded out of the castle, with Brook looking surprised. "It's him," he said, pointing to the zombie appearing. "Who is this?" Kuina asked, feeling a strange sensation coming from that zombie. The zombie stopped closer to them and looked on, while the others still advanced. "My name is Shimotsuki Ryama," he spoke calmly. "Shimotsuki?" This took Kuina by surprise, as it was her last name. "Wait," she pointed. "Are you the real Shimotsuki Ryama?" She looked, seeing that it was a corpse right there, connecting the dots being her own ancestor, at least his body. "He's got my shadow," Brook said. "That's right, yohohoho," Shimura commented, laughing in the same manner as Brook. "Leave him to me." Zoro wanted to fight that zombie, but was soon stopped. "No, he's mine. He's my ancestor, let me fight him," Kuina requested, grabbing her sword and heading towards the zombie. While Kuina drew her sword to fight her newfound adversary, Luffy was advancing on Moria himself, who couldn't react much given the power difference between them, and he couldn't even prepare and gather all his shadows to fight against this opponent who was catching up to him. He just had to find a chance to keep him busy for a while until he could gather enough strength. Meanwhile, outside of Thriller Bark, in the Florian Triangle sky, a figure swiftly passed with a paw-shaped ball and a man holding a Bible inside it, advancing towards Moria's territory. 534 Chapter 257 Thriller Bark 04, Chapter Size, 1700 words. Third person POV Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. Moria was in a tough spot. As he saw Luffy approaching at high speed in the air, he clenched his teeth and tried to attack. However, it was far too uneven a fight. Luffy was quicker, moving his fist towards Moria's face. This time Moria managed to escape at the last moment as he transformed into a bat. He looked to the side and saw several little bats trying to escape. Luffy saw him trying to escape and would not let it go. He quickly aimed his gun and began to fire. Bang! 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 His shots exploded in the air, creating fireballs and burning the bats. As Moria felt the heat and pain of being burned, he growled. Damn, what can I do? He only had one chance to fight Luffy. However, the pirate didn't even give him time to gather strength with his shadows. As the sky burst and lit up with Luffy's flames amidst all the fog in the castle, Ryama, currently with Brook's shadow, looked seriously at Kuina. Who are you? He asked the woman challenging him, sensing that this woman was no ordinary person. Shimotsuki Kuina. Kuina replied calmly. Leaving the zombie a bit surprised, he asked curiously, are you from my family, then? Yes, it's true, you are my ancestor, very famous, since the famous Shimotsuki name comes from you even after so many centuries, she said as she readied her sword. He felt her desire to fight and was satisfied. Very well, I'll see if you truly are worthy of the Shimotsuki name, he said, and his sword, the famous Shisui, began to glow with his energy, and the next moment both of them flew towards each other, kicking the ground and their swords collided while the crew watched the fight with interest. The impact generated a blue and a chilling energy as Kuina began to unleash her power. However, Ryama, expecting a fierce fight with his descendant, was surprised to find himself starting to lose as the girl began to press him. Maybe with this body. You're just a shadow of your past, she murmured. Now stronger than Zoro in this part of the original after the training in Skypia, she began to release a chilling energy, freezing everything in a straight line. Ryama had to back off as his arm froze. Ryama didn't even have time to react when she reappeared in front of him, kicking him hard, breaking his arm, an event similar to what happened to Don Flamingo as he flew, exploding the ground with his own body raising the ground and dust. Well, she won pretty quickly, Zoro commented, even sounding a bit downhearted. I thought it would be a challenge but in the end, he was just a weak shell. Apart from Kuina's fight, Alvida spoke up at that moment. What are we going to do with these zombies? She asked. Uta sighed, listening and gaining a bit of courage. Leave it to me. Luffy asked me to handle something. I don't know why he wants this, but okay, let's try. Brook, get your bass, she said, tossing the instrument for him to play. Alright. Brook was surprised with Kuina defeating easily, the host of his shadow when he took the bass, but he couldn't help thinking that he shouldn't be surprised. This crew is full of monsters. He took the instrument and prepared to play at that moment. Meanwhile, in the sky, Moria was flying backwards, blood dripping. He looked back and saw the pirate pursuing him using Geppo. Won't you leave me alone? He growled. Come on, Moria, if that's all you can do, I'm disappointed, Luffy said with a smile. A frustrated Moria with some injuries stopped in the air and stared at Luffy still frustrated. What do you want? Moria could not help but ask, finally seeing that he was being cornered against this pirate. We are pirates, Moria. You might work for the government, but the world still works this way. Don't worry, I have no interest in killing you, especially since you haven't done anything to deserve that. However, I do want to take your wealth and stuff. How about you surrender while I take all your money, what do you say? Luffy commented, but he knew nothing like that would happen. He was just provoking the Shichibukai. Do you think I'm going to give you my things? Morin growled, and Luffy just shrugged. Hearing this, he charged at Moria again. After all, pirates communicate with fists. As Moria took another punch, feeling the impact, flying backward with more blood trickling from his nose, music started playing in the middle of the island. What's that? Moria, still in the air, looked after gathering with several bats and materializing. He looked towards the castle, at the entrance, and saw a crowd of zombies doing something strange. They're dancing, he exclaimed, frowning, as he had commanded them to obey him. Why would they be dancing when they had an order? He repeated the question, dazed, since he was the owner of the cage no mi. No one should be able to disobey him. It wasn't just a female voice, there was a melody with bass and beats echoing across the entire island. Haha. Looks like it worked. Luffy said with a small laugh, looking at the group of dancing zombies. He had played Michael Jackson's Thriller. Writing the lyrics and melody with rhythm, he imagined something like this might happen, but was surprised and Uda was singing well, giving him a nostalgic feeling from a past life. The Straw Hats were shocked by what they were seeing. The zombies, who were looking at them, ready to devour, began to dance and perform synchronized steps in a style of dance they had never seen before. Uda sang while Brook played the bass and a type of drum that beat with the feet to back the music. Uda sang the chorus while the zombies moved from side to side, raising their hands and dancing. How fun! Shirahoshi clapped her hands, watching the show with a certain charm in her eyes. And it certainly is unbelievable, Nami couldn't help but comment, stunned. Incredible, Beppo shouted, also excited, forgetting his fear of zombies. Fufu, and it certainly is a sight we don't see every day, Robin commented. Uda continued to sing as the zombies synchronized with their steps. There were 1,000 zombies. This is quite fun, a zombie spoke while dancing. I can't control my body, but it really is fun, haha, look at my steps. They continued finding it fun as they took their synchronized steps, filling the whole area while they danced. How is this possible? Moria snarled from the sky, however, that was his mistake. Taking his eyes off Luffy, because the straw hat appeared behind him, raising his hand and punching him hard. You should pay attention to our fight, Luffy said before Moria flew like a rocket against gravity as the ground exploded, and Luffy landed in the middle of the dust. What's going on here? Someone approached the fight, not being a zombie. Moria went flying. A person in the middle of the forest shouted. Amazing, it seems someone has come to face the Shichibukai and is winning, Lola said among the crowd of spectators. Luffy let the dust settle while Moria lay on the ground, unconscious. Well, that was pretty fast, he couldn't help but comment. However, he sensed something coming and behind him there was an explosion at that moment, with something falling from the sky hitting the ground hard while the trees beside it fell with the ground cracking. He didn't take his eyes off Moria, who lay on the ground unconscious, as he just laughed with a smile. You finally arrived, and I thought I would find you here earlier, but it seems I was mistaken, Kuma. Luffy turned as the shadow emerged from all the dust and Bartholomew Kuma stepped out of it with his Bible clutched between his belly and arm. Kuma emerged from the smoke and looked at Luffy, as if scanning him, and finally spoke after a few seconds. Monkey D. Luffy, he said, his voice sounding robotic. Luffy didn't mind that, noticing the voice devoid of any emotion. It's good to finally meet you, Luffy said with a smile. After all, this guy had a significant backstory, probably the saddest in the entire original work, to the point of becoming a cyborg to save Bonnie, a pirate he hoped to eventually meet in the Sabaody archipelago. Kuma decided to speak again. I need you to leave Moria alone, he said in his usual tone. I can leave him. But, Luffy said as his fists began to turn into flames, I fought with all the Shichibukais, except you. You know what that means? Luffy asked as his flames began to intensify. Kuma remained silent. It means that I need to fight you right now. I promise it'll be a light fight, but I don't want you to hold back against me, Luffy said, as his body was covered in flames and he began his Phase 2 transformation directly, since this man was certainly stronger than Moria and Luffy wanted to have some more fun before leaving Thriller Bark. Especially since this place had become so easy and disappointing with Moria's weakness, that Luffy would have to fight someone else. Kuma watched calmly, his expression unchanged as he began to step heavily on the ground, and raising his palm with the design of a bear's paw, preparing to attack Luffy. This is good. Let's start, Luffy announced with a smile amid his complete transformation. Raccoon here. I had Uda singing the song, but I think that might cause copyright issues. 258 Thriller Bark 05, chapter size, 1900 words. Third person POV Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. Luffy remained there, watching Kuma maintain the same position while his flames burned, warming the environment around them. Tisk. Seeing his opponent stationary, he decided to act. With a quick movement, he blasted the ground, flying towards the Shichibukai, quickly catching up with him using his Phase 2 speed. He tensed his muscles as he clenched his fist, arriving in front of Kuma, and unleashed his punch with great effort against the cyborg. However, Kuma simply raised his hand and Luffy punched his palm with the bare paw. What happened next was a childish sound, as if a child squeezed his rubber ducky, creating that sound. Luffy was stunned as he lost all the impact of his force. We were quite amazed by this Akuma no Mi of Kuma. With his punch being diverted by Kuma's power, the Shichibukai didn't remain idle. And with his other hand, Kuma pointed it open in front of Luffy and, before the pirate could react, a shock field emerged from the paw, catching Luffy and throwing him back as he flew, lifting trees and ground, going straight for 50 meters until it exploded. Luffy didn't immediately emerge from the middle of that explosion. Like Kuma, who had been waiting in the same place. Then, in the midst of all that dust, a glow happened and flames began firing against the cyborg. Kuma looked at it calmly and raised his hands again, launching also numerous paw-shaped balls, sending them against the flames. The first airball that collided with the fireball created a huge explosion between shock and pressure against the flame explosion. And it was not limited to just that one. Numerous fireballs from Luffy began to collide with Kuma's airballs, creating countless explosions. The island began to have constant explosions echoing throughout, at this moment, while all the people did not stop looking this way at the moment. "This," murmured Usopp, quickly sensing what was happening with his observation haki. "What's happening?" Nami asked, looking at all those explosions knowing Luffy was there fighting with his purple flames. "Luffy is fighting someone else, and someone much stronger than Moria," Usopp commented with a calm face. And while the explosions continued elsewhere, Moria finally woke up after being stunned. Breathing heavily, removing his stones, he started to leave the place, looking at the battle happening. "I will take revenge," he spoke frustrated. Meanwhile, the flames and balls finally stopped exploding. Kuma saw Luffy flying using his wings while preparing his sword emitting red electricity. He pointed it at the Shichibukai and launched a lightning bolt at Kuma without caring about Moria awakened perceiving through his haki. The bolt traveled through the space at high speed. It was stopped as soon as it hit Kuma's palm, accumulating energy to be reflected, while the lightning illuminated the entire sky of Thriller Bark, but not hitting Luffy because he was no longer in the air. Luffy took advantage of this time as he disappeared from in front of the attack and landed beside Kuma, blasting the ground, and, before Kuma could react, Luffy fired a powerful punch into an opening. A cyborg flying devastated through the island, while exploding the ground with his own body. The impact was so strong that it dragged through half of the place. While there were some people hiding in the forest, who were approaching, curious to see what was happening, quickly saw the ground rising in front of them, unable to react, being hit as they flew out, screaming frightened. And Kuma finally came out of the end of the explosion showing no emotions, while he looked a bit hurt. Luffy quickly started heading his way while flapping his wings. Kuma, seeing that, opened his mouth and the laser began to accumulate energy, firing directly at the pirate, who easily dodged and approached with his sword again. And, along with the first attack, Kuma fired shock paw pads, exploding in the area. Luffy began zigzagging in the midst of the destruction, dodging both flying stones from the ground or the explosions themselves. A cloud of dust rose from the area, and Luffy appeared above Kuma, swiftly spinning his body with the sword to deliver a strong slash to the Shichibukai. But Kuma covered his hand and placed it forward to block the attack again. The sword seemed to hit something soft while surrounded by electricity, but it had no effect against Kuma's power. However, Luffy just smiled and vanished from the spot, leaving only his sword generating red lightning in Kuma's palm. Meanwhile, Kuma realized that Luffy was already below him, preparing a hook. He couldn't react as he was hit in his belly, exploding upwards. Luffy didn't even breathe as he quickly grabbed his sword from the air left by the Shichibukai and appeared above and out of control Kuma. He even tried to react, but the pirate was faster, punching him in the back, sending him plummeting to the ground while colliding with the earth, creating a hole and cracks like a spider's web. The forest began to collapse with his increased strength. The entire island shook with this impact. Luffy saw all that destruction while landing in a hole over 20 meters deep. "Can you still hold onto that Bible after all this?" Luffy spoke, amazed, seeing that Kuma was still protecting it. "I really want to know what's written in there." He couldn't help commenting in a calm tone. Kuma lay there, still conscious but immobile. Luffy knew he could move, which made him curious as to why the man stayed planted like a nail in the earth. Luffy also didn't attack him anymore, simply cancelled his transformation, returning to human form, and sat on the edge of the hole. "You know, Kuma, it's hard to talk about this," Luffy began, scratching his head, as if he hadn't just been fighting this cyborg. "I know the truth about Bonnie," he said. The cyborg, though showing no expression on his face, moved it to clearly look at Luffy, showing he was surprised, even on his half-machine face. "Not just that, I know your story," he said, not caring how irrational this sounded. "What do you know?" Kuma spoke this time, maintaining a neutral and slightly robotic voice. "About you being a slave, your race, about Bonnie's mother, about your deal with the 5 elders, about Nika," he said. "How?" Kuma spoke again. I have my ways. Luffy commented, wanting to change the subject, and went on to speak. You know, he started to laugh. A long time ago, my sister and I were playing in the forest. However, there was a moment when I saw a man watching us. I wondered who he was. We were kids. I even thought he was a big bear, Luffy said with a smile, and looked at Kuma. But it was you. You were watching us, watching Lucy, more specifically, Luffy spoke, knowing that Kuma had really appeared. Only that at that time he didn't know him, nor did he know. Kuma stayed silent. Joy Boy has returned. I know you know this. I must say, Joy Girl, ha 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 ha. Although she is in the Navy, she won't stay there for long. I'll be taking her out of there. Luffy spoke. After all, Lucy couldn't stay in that organization after the war. Is it really her? He said, sounding a rare feeling of disbelief. The coming of Nico was quite surprising, even for a man who always believed that he would return. You will see it in the future. I can also protect Bonnie, he said. This caught the attention even more of Kuma, who, despite being silent, seemed both surprised by what Luffy had said to him. Can you protect her? He asked. Yes, you can be sure of that. As soon as I find her, I can take care of her. Luffy spoke calmly. Bonnie would be a very welcome addition after the war. Thank you, was the only thing he said. All right, Luffy was going to say something, but suddenly a tremor occurred. Turning his attention now to his back and seeing a large shadow emerging in the middle of the island, Luffy raised an eyebrow. It seems he finally decided to act. Luffy murmured internally. He had left Moria on purpose so that he would increase his forces. After all, he wanted to have a Megazord fight. While Udo was making the zombies dance with unique synchronization and steps, they suddenly began to fall one after another. What's happening? Udo was surprised by this, and even Brook pointed at their feet. The shadows, they're leaving their bodies, he exclaimed as they began to move toward the forest, leaving a crowd of inert zombies on the ground. Kuina, who had been fighting her ancestor, had just finished the fight at this moment. Her ancestor lay defeated on the ground. You really are a worthy descendant, although I am not at my prime to face you with my true strength, still, I am satisfied. But it's a shame, I regret not seeing all your power, he said with satisfaction. Kuina just nodded silently, about to pick up the Shisui sword. But just as she was about to grab the sword with Ryama raising it to her, suddenly, the shadow of the zombie left his body, making him fall like a puppet. Kuina looked towards where the shadow was dragged across the ground, heading for the forest, while Moria gathered them all in that place. He was determined to face the fight with Luffy and get his revenge as his shadows were devoured by his body, and he grew larger and larger. Luffy, still sitting, watched the shadow grow and grow, until Moria exploded at his peak. Straw Hat, he shouted, stomping on the ground, and the entire island trembled with a part of it rising. All the fog had disappeared, while all of Thriller Bark was shown as it really was, with a large candle in the center indicating it was a ship all along. Luffy turned back to Kuma, still buried in the ground and lying down. Man, I'm gonna deal with that guy over there, then we'll talk more, okay, he said. Kuma remained silent. His mission was to prevent Luffy from killing Moria, but he saw him stand up and do nothing. Luffy began to walk towards the giant. Run! Moria is going to kill everyone. People began to emerge from the forest running to the opposite side where Luffy was heading. A crazed Moria looked at Luffy, who was still in human form. Yet flames began to emerge from him, starting to burn with his cloak fluttering and becoming more violent by the moment. Then from Luffy exploded a pillar of fire, which shone in the middle of the ship and flew towards the sky, illuminating the darkness of Thriller Bark, and when he had finished burning, a creature of fire still kept the place lit with its rocky flames, stepping on the ground while cracking it, equal in size to Moria. Ifrit looked at Moria, who was gritting his teeth at that moment, with fierce eyes, and then growled, now the battle would be between giants. Raccoon here. 534 Chapter 259 Thriller Bark 06. Chapter size. 2000 words. Third person pod Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. Moria stared at Luffy, now transformed, and clenched his teeth as he prepared to launch an attack. He charged forward and readied to punch while his feet destroyed the ground moving towards Luffy. Ifrit did the same, with a backward movement while strengthening his muscles. He quickly collided with Moria's fist, creating a huge impact across the island as soon as the two connected. The sight of the two giants in the middle of the island fighting terrified everyone who had not seen a fight at this level. With the two colossi hitting each other, everything began to shake. The people in the forest, increasingly desperate, began to scream as they ran towards the opposite side of that chaos. "We must flee from here. What kind of fight is this?" one of them shouted. "Could one of them marry me?" Lola asked, looking at the giants. "What kind of question is that?" All the men around him shouted at that moment, making faces. As they screamed in fear and ran, trying to get away, reaching the far opposite end of Moria's ship, the crew watched the fight, standing firm, yet trembling. The castle began to crumble behind them, as some ran in fear. "Everything is going to collapse," Chopper shouted, circling around. "This is not super cool," Frankie exclaimed. "We have to get out of here," Brook exclaimed, trying to find a place to run. "Hey, where are you going?" Zoro spoke to him. As Brook tried to get away, he felt his bones being bitten. At that moment, Chow Chow was clinging to him again, growling for him to come back. Brook was startled and, before he could react, already growing, while not removing the teeth from his bones, he was lifted into the air and spat back to the group, as Chow Chow returned to normal size, sitting there and barking. "My mount," Yamato complained, almost crying with the false Cerberus fallen on the ground, having lost its shadow and now turned into an inert body. "I'll finish him," Yamato complained again, grimacing as he drew his weapon to avenge his mount. "Wait, Yamato. Luffy wouldn't like you getting involved in his fight," Nijiko commented. "I guess you're right," Yamato admitted, falling silent again, scratching his head. Meanwhile, in the fight between Luffy and Moria, both seemed evenly matched as they dragged 50 meters to the opposite side across the terrain. Moria did not speak but just growled and once again charged at Luffy, trying to hit him. Luffy raised his forearm, defending from the attack and stopping it while he felt the impact and was dragged by the impact while lifting the ground with his feet for a few hundred meters. Moria did not give Luffy an easy time and advanced, trying to hit him with another arm, while creating a wind with the force of his giant fist. Ifrit then dodged by moving his head back, while Moria hit nothing. Luffy was below him, preparing an uppercut and sending it with force upwards, hitting Moria's face with a powerful impact. The sound echoed throughout the ship, and with flames from his fist, Moria fell backwards, exploding trees as he rolled. The whole space was lifting up. The smoke line continued to rise while creating a line to the castle of the place without stopping, which soon the people below realized. Hey, he's not coming this way," Nami shouted, stunned, as she saw that explosion coming towards them, consuming everything in its path. "You could well get us out of here," Reiju commented next to Lami, who nodded. She raised her hand and created her space with the Op no Mi, creating a large space spanning hundreds of meters. All the crew members disappeared, all but one person. Reiju threw her cigarette away and looked at that monster, going in its direction. "That wretch. I swear I'm going to kill that girl," she growled before flying away, not wanting to dirty her clothes. Moria exploded his own castle with his immense body, while rising enraged. "This bastard," he shouted, as he looked down and saw an open chamber from the demolition. He grabbed the body of Oz, which was still without shadows, and threw it at Luffy. Luffy saw that and gathered fire in his mouth before launching a beam towards Oz, who exploded, disintegrating entirely the next moment. "My strongest soldier." Moria couldn't help but regret doing that as Oz disappeared from the world. "Moria, I doubt you will continue this way," Luffy murmured, looking at Moria with his spasms of rage. Suddenly, he felt something in his stomach. His shadows were starting to escape through his mouth, and Luffy took advantage of this moment and shot above him. And before Moria could react, he had already grabbed him by the arm and threw him with such force backwards, making him explode on the ground. And it didn't stop there. As Moria tried to stand up, Luffy's fist hit right in the stomach, blowing a bunch of shadows out of his mouth. "No, it can't be. I can't be losing," he said, but his current form was one he could not sustain for long. He launched several shadows in all directions trying to catch Luffy, who moved back a bit but threw a fireball at Moria, making his body explode. From the explosion, Moria emerged burned, charging at Luffy, who hit him this time without Luffy doing anything. However, what was hit was Luffy's knee. "How strange, I swear I aimed at your head," Moria couldn't help but comment, dazed. "Haven't you realized yet?" Luffy spoke, with a much larger voice than before, and Moria finally looked shocked as he looked up. After all, Luffy had changed his form. "What is this size?" Brook pointed out, frightened. He increased his size 8-fold, he can do that. Robin commented, looking admiringly at Luffy. What size is this? Chopper asked admiringly with stars in his eyes. This must be the size of Laboon. Vivi said. What? Laboon is 400 meters, Usopp screamed. Luffy in his transformation is 50 meters, 8 times 50 is 400, Beppo commented. What monsters, Luffy has become this, Uda exclaimed, not having seen something so big. Wolf wolf. Chow Chow barked. As they were in awe, Moria looked furrowed. Even having consumed 1,000 shadows and lost some of them, what was he compared to this giant? He only reached his knee. Sorry Moria, but this is going to hurt for you, Luffy said before raising his fist and throwing it down at Moria below him. Moria could do nothing but look at it, thinking it would be his death. Boom. Even in the sea outside the fog, an amethyst light shone within it. For the people inside the place, it was blinding to look at it, making everyone close their eyes as Luffy exploded Moria. The explosion beginning to create armor throughout the ship, starting to crack it and divide it with people screaming at that. While there were other people flying, due to one side of the ship lifting with the explosion. Luffy saw no more sign of a giant Moria in the middle of a huge crater that he created, as hundreds of shadows began to flee in all directions. He began to reduce his size until he returned to his 2.1 meters and fell as if a meteor of flames, flying downward. He entered the clearness looking like a small light with his full size, and landed in front of a defeated Moria, while he had blood all over his body and white eyes with his mouth open and tongue out. Luffy looked at him for a while before a sound of footsteps appeared, with a robotic tone. Luffy didn't even need to look to see Kuma approaching. I'll take him, he spoke while Luffy just nodded. After all, he wasn't going to do anything but defeat Moria. Alright, we'll see each other soon, Luffy spoke before jumping and leaving there, exiting the large crater. Kuma looked at him and returned to Moria, picking him up and using the paw of his hand on him, disappearing with a sound of a bubble popping. As Luffy ascended into the air, he couldn't help but look around the island, making a small sound of admiration. Amazing, the destruction I caused with the last attack. Well, it happens, he simply said and moved on to where his companions were, sensing them through his observation haki. All of them stood on the edge of a 50-meter crack, dividing the two sides, as Luffy landed gently on the spot, his cape fluttering with the landing. Luffy-sama, that was amazing, Shirahoshi exclaimed, raising her fist as if she had been cheering for Luffy. While the others had varying looks, some seemed dissatisfied with the destruction created by the captain, like Brook there trembling and Frankie frowning, others with a common expression and others admiring, but all remained with their own thoughts about it. What happened to the Shichibukai? Nijiko asked, seeing that Luffy was alone. He felt defeated, but another Shichibukai I fought, Kuma, took him away, Luffy clarified calmly. Luffy, you should have hit him more, Yamato complained immediately, still angry about losing his mount. Well, anyway, I see that you handled things well while I was fighting, he commented with his arms crossed and an arrogant smile, seeing Kuina had Shisui in her hands, making him wonder if she would exchange her current sword for this one. And there was Perona in Shirahoshi's arms, still unconscious. He approached the ghost girl and slapped her on the head, making the girl open her eyes slowly and dazedly. How strange, I had a weird dream where a pirate group attacked us, she murmured, rubbing her eyes as she tried to look better, blinking her eyes, and Luffy appeared in front of her, looking at her with a small smile. Hello, girl, he greeted her. Ah, the girl was startled, jumping out of Shirahoshi's arm and flying. Help, she screamed. Moria-sama. Save me, she cried, not knowing that her former captain wasn't even here anymore, but she couldn't escape for long, after all. Luffy grabbed her by the clothes. Wait a moment. Let's talk first, he said. He placed her back in the middle of the turmoil, while the girl looked scared and even her ghosts showed scared expressions, mimicking their mistress. I won't hurt you, but I'm pretty sure you know where the treasures of this island are, he spoke, since originally she took the treasures and was going to flee the place, so surely she knew where the safe was. However, it would be hard to find the safe with the mansion now demolished. Even without her, this was not a problem for him. He just wanted to interact with this girl before placing her in his fleet, as her ability was quite powerful if well trained. Why would I do that? She exclaimed, screaming like an indignant little girl, still frightened. Because I've already decided, he spoke, looking at the girl, no longer waiting for her to speak of the other, while everyone already imagined what he wanted. "I want you in my fleet," he finished, while the girl looked at him shocked. "How can you say that to people?" she screamed. "I've decided." Luffy spoke arrogantly. "I refuse," she shouted, rebutting him. "I refuse your refusal," Luffy said with arrogance. Everyone listened to this discussion shaking their heads, as when their captain, or husband to many, decided something, it was impossible for him not to do it. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support. 260 Thriller Bark 07. Chapter size. 1900 words. Third-person POV Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. Luffy returned to the castle, or what was left of it, rummaging through the debris until he found the safe using his haki. "Well, that wasn't hard," he commented upon locating it. His gaze shifted back to his crew, who were accompanied, but specifically to one person who could handle this mess. "Hey, Hugo, can you clear this path for us?" he asked. "Yes, Captain." Hugo responded, placing his hand on the ground as the area immediately began to open up, creating a staircase downwards, using his earth power. "Let's go," Luffy exclaimed as the path to the gold was cleared, and before he could move, Nami was so quick that even Luffy couldn't react as she entered the room filled with Moria's gold. The place was still intact even after all the explosion that had occurred. Luffy approached with the others and saw Nami jump onto the gold, screaming, "Gold? It's all mine," she exclaimed, her eyes seeing dollar signs. "She never changes," Nijiko commented from behind, while Luffy just smiled. He saw this and realized that he could reward his crew. "Well, take whatever you want," he announced. He hadn't given anything to the crew for a long time. Some accepted while others didn't care much for the gold. Those members who accepted quickly started picking what they were interested in. Luffy looked at the girl with crossed arms, floating with her ghosts. "Don't you want the gold? You can take it," he suggested. "Why are you giving this to me?" she asked, a bit surprised, although at this moment considered stolen. After all, this gold belonged to her crew, or former crew, she still didn't know. "Maybe you're part of my fleet now, so it's my duty to take care of you," he said, with no malice, just stating the truth. However, Perona seemed to misunderstand as she blushed, yelling at him. "Don't say that kind of thing out of the blue," she exclaimed in embarrassment. Luffy scratched his nose, looking like Garp. "All right, goodbye." He turned back to focus on the crew as he left Perona aside, and the girl seemed to become even more infuriated. "You can't leave a woman like that after saying those things," she shouted. Luffy didn't seem to care, as he watched his crew enjoying themselves in that vault. Chopper had filled himself with gold looking like a rapper. Usopp also looked like another gangster. Uda had also put on various gold necklaces, rings, and bracelets. "Hey, Luffy. Look at me. Look, am I pretty?" She approached Luffy, making a seductive face. "You look beautiful," Luffy said, and without anyone seeing, he slapped her buttocks, making the girl jump, looking at him and at his hand for a moment before she said in a tone, "Don't do that here." She went back to the group here. "If Shanks saw me doing this, he'd probably kill me," Luffy murmured, yet also not stopping from watching that beautiful ass going back to get more gold, wanting to have fun with her tonight. Luffy made a mental note about it. Meanwhile, the crew continued grabbing the gold, with Nami being the most ambitious of the group, as always, until her sister tried to set some limit, but the girl was still unbeatable. After everyone grabbed some gold or anything else that interested them, Luffy approached and placed his hand on the ground while all the gold began to disappear, entering the system. After all, he needed more money, although it was little. After all, no more than 400 million in gold was left. "Well, let's go back," Luffy said, already sensing through the haki a crowd forming outside. When they returned, Perona approached him. "There are a lot of people wanting to talk to you," she commented, and Luffy nodded. Luffy nodded and saw that she didn't run away. After all, she had nowhere to go, even though she hadn't accepted Luffy's logic. All the people on the island had recovered their shadows and wanted to talk to the man who defeated Moria. But everyone still looked at Luffy with a lot of caution, still remembering the monster he had become in the middle of the island. "She's here." Luffy looked at Bigman's daughter, Lola, in front of the group. She was, as in the story, quite large and not very beautiful, while she looked at him like all of them. "Who are these people?" Kuina asked, as she and many others hadn't seen anything on the island except zombies. "They were like me, they lost their shadows to Moria and have been hiding here unable to leave," Brook clarified. I see. Maybe they've come to thank us, Chopper suggested. Maybe they came to ask for food, Reiju commented. Maybe they need medical help, Lami said. They might come to give us a reward, Nami said cheerfully. As they speculated on what the people had come for, Luffy continued to look at the group without saying anything, contemplating what he could do for them. Excuse me, the silence was broken by Lola herself. Yes? Luffy looked at her as she held his gaze for a moment before speaking again. Will you marry me? She asked. Beppo, Zoro, Nijiko, Oh, Chow Chow, Reiju, Vivi, Shirahoshi, Frank, Shaw, Megalo, Nami, Chopper, Hugo, Hachi, Fu, Nico Robin, Brook, Yamato, Usopp, Kuru, Alvida, Kuina, Greg, Lami, Baby 5, Laboon, Perona, Luffy. The place seemed to go mute. The entire crew was shocked and stunned, as no one, not even a single word could be produced. After all, who asks that to someone after such a situation? Master, should I kill this woman? BABY5 asked, breaking the silence for the first time. The place remained in deadly silence until finally, Luffy decided to respond. No, he simply replied. After all, Lola was not the type of woman he liked. Then, the group behind Lola began to shout. Rejection number 4850. Seeming to celebrate the fact that she had been rejected so many times. 4850? Usopp seemed shocked. It seems she is quite persistent, Alvida commented, as she might have been in the same situation if she hadn't met Luffy and he hadn't punched her with his fist and made her eat his fruit. Well, anyway, Lola continued speaking undeterred by the rejection. You fought against Moria, didn't you? In the end, you defeated him. We owe you our thanks, she said. Well, that was just a consequence, but what will you do now? Luffy asked. Lola looked at her group before turning back to Luffy. Well, no one knows yet, she commented. Then I have a proposal. How about joining my fleet? Luffy invited. Luffy has been inviting a lot of people to the fleet lately, Vivi commented. As the captain's secretary, she had to record all his actions. Do you want me to join your fleet? Lola asked, and Luffy nodded. So is this a marriage proposal? She exclaimed, hopeful, leaving everyone stunned once more. But Luffy denied. No, he simply said, while everyone shouted, 4851 rejections. Haha. You guys are funny. Luffy had to admit, laughing a little at that. Well, anyway, I am giving you a chance to grow stronger. If you don't want it, that's okay, but if you want to fight and get strong, I'm giving you a chance to join under my flag, Luffy said, as he turned back to look at the crew. Well, let's stay one more day waiting for their response. Meanwhile, let's have our usual feast, he said as he took his ship out of his pocket and threw it in front of the destroyed castle, while Zoro and Hugo would gather the food and loot. Soon, they began to enjoy themselves as usual, and many members of Lola's group joined, and soon the entire island was celebrating in the middle of the Florian Triangle. Lola continued to insist on asking Luffy to marry her, but he refused 10 times, while he paid attention to Uda and Brook singing. Until the next day, Luffy was a bit surprised to see that everyone had decided to join the fleet. After all, they had nowhere else to go and preferred to trust the savior who had rescued them from Moria's clutches. Luffy nodded with satisfaction and turned his attention to Beppo. Beppo, can you take them to Skypia? Later you can meet us in the Sabodi archipelago with the Vivre cards, Luffy said. As they would go to the Calmi Belt first, he wanted to see Han 1 and his future children and pick up Enel. But Captain. Beppo was a little scared by the idea of going alone. But Luffy had a plan. He quickly took something out of his pocket and placed it on Beppo's head. Alright, now you're ready, Luffy commented. Now Beppo had a black power afro, and gained a new confidence, while some women looked at it as if they were a bunch of idiots with Luffy and his illogical things. Yes, Captain. Nothing can stop me, Beppo exclaimed, punching the air. Well, Luffy began, turning his gaze to the members, especially the animals. Soon we'll face the biggest challenge we've ever had at sea. It won't be easy to say this, but not all of you can participate in what's coming. Luffy started, capturing everyone's attention with that statement and what their captain meant by it. I would like some of you to not participate in this. After all, it will be very dangerous, Luffy continued. Laboon, Kuru, Greg, Megalo, Brook, and Frankie. I would like you to go to Skypia, as we are going to enter a war with the Navy bigger than what happened at Enies Lobby. I want you to stay safe and train, he said. The animals were surprised by this and a bit shaken, seeing that they would be separated. It won't be permanent, just a few weeks. We'll be back to Skypia soon, Luffy assured them, as they began to nod. After all, it was better not to risk their own lives. Luffy and his crew then began to prepare to leave. Meanwhile, Luffy left various papers for the crew that would be separating, like documents he bought at the store for Frankie about Vegapunk. They would begin to get stronger after the war ended, as they had joined the group only a short time ago. Suddenly, a part of Thriller Bark began to lift with the power of Beppo and with the cracks Luffy created in his fight. The crew found itself divided. A small group would stay in a safe place with the new members of the fleet and another part would be going to the Red Mountain. Luffy had given Sunny Go to Beppo to use later and then took the Black Pearl and began to sail out of the Florian Triangle. Raccoon here. I'm thinking about keeping Uta out of the war too. After all, I don't think she would feel good in that chaos. Raccoon here. 534 Chapter 264 Germa 6602. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third-person POV belt, first half of Grand Line. The explosion was so large that even Caracol, knocked out by Luffy's haki, woke up startled, looking at the flames burning on his back and starting to blow out the fire. This made the scene quite strange. Luffy, you can't burn him, Yamato exclaimed. He seems like a good mount, she declared, while John looked at her strangely. You've wanted a horse ever since you lost Cerberus. Luffy couldn't help but mutter to his vice-captain. As the snail continued trying to extinguish the fire, Reiju approached Luffy, her face showing some conflict. What are we going to do? She asked. It's obvious, we're going to finish them off, Luffy responded, touching his woman. Wait. Reiju called him one last time. I can take care of my family, she pleaded, and Luffy nodded. Alright, but I intend to make them prisoners and send them to Skypia, is that okay with you? He asked her. That's fine. She nodded her head, and with that, Luffy quickly shot up into the sky. Reiju followed him immediately, stepping into the air with Geppo. Just the two of them headed into battle while the rest of the crew remained on the Black Pearl, seeing that the battle was easy enough for just the two of them. In the midst of the flames, Vinsmoke Judge looked on, his teeth clenched in frustration. He dares to attack us? We are with an emperor, he thought. After all, even if they refused to go to Big Mom, they certainly wouldn't attack the Yonku's flag so openly. Now he saw he was mistaken. His gaze quickly returned to the pirate ship as two people flew towards them at high speed. They were just a flash in the air, but what caught his attention was the woman in pink approaching quickly. Reiju? What are you? Him? He didn't even finish his sentence due to an explosion from Reiju in the air, transforming into her zone phase as wings of fire glowed behind her and flames began to emerge on her, gaining a great boost of multiplied strength. Judge couldn't react as he felt his face being pressed by the other party at that moment, with Reiju already hitting him with a direct kick, attacking him. I've always wanted to do this for everything you caused, not just to me, but to Sanji as well. She thought as she felt her kick sink deeper until the opponent's body exploded with the impact, burying into the wood of the deck, breaking everything with his own body. Reiju's three other brothers quickly stepped back and pressed buttons on their clothing, using the Germa 66 suits covering their bodies rapidly. What do you think you did to our father, Reiju? We'll deal with you like we did in the old days, they exclaimed angrily. As the flames burned and the giant snail continued to remain, biscuit dolls quickly began to appear, running towards the flames and jumping into them to smother and extinguish them. With the number of dolls, they were managing to control the fire. Cracker looked at this with a furrowed brow, as it was a declaration of war from this supernova. However, his gaze left the flames, seeing his ally being thrown into the ship while another enemy approached, directly towards him, the perpetrator of this attack. Luffy sped towards him, amidst the debris caused by Reiju, and felt Big Mom's son draw his sword, while he did the same. He quickly appeared in front of Cracker with ace in hand, and both his sword and Cracker's, called Pretzel, collided with each other at that moment, filling the environment with a metallic and sharp sound. Do you know what you're doing? He said as he tried to stop the sword full of red lightning sparking around it. I know very well, son of Big Mom, but you should know that I would not be afraid of you or your mommy. Just don't go crying to her like a baby. Take this. He taunted, before unleashing the red thunder from the sword, catching Cracker unprepared, as a giant electric discharge exploded from the sword without him being able to defend in time, and throwing him back the next moment. His body flew like a bullet, hitting the main mast of the ship as it exploded, and he continued flying towards the cabin right behind, blowing up the rest of the ship's surface. As the mast with the Germa flag fell to the side of the ship, the snail was still blowing and putting out fire along with Craker's biscuits, but quite frightened by what was happening on its back. The war on the ship continued, and Reiju's brothers quickly began to fight against her. "Pay for what you did, Reiju!" Vinsmoke Ichiji exclaimed, trying to kick her. Reiju didn't care about that, easily dodging a kick while turning upwards and seeing a brother using Geppo trying to hit her from above. She quickly flew up to him, with both crossing feet with a kick from the other. However, Reiju's foot was more powerful. "This is bad, she's using haki," her brother, Vinsmoke Niji, commented before starting to lose impact and flying off to the opposite side in a seawater explosion as he fell out of the ship. Ichiji went to her while she once again dodged his attacks, until she counterattacked and launched a precise attack on him, throwing him onto the ship. Her last brother, Vinsmoke Yanji, also tried to attack her quickly, but she spun her foot and launched a red flame with a cut in the air like a navy technique, as the flames transformed into a giant fire phoenix, flying towards him and catching him off guard, making him explode in the air. "Ah," was the only thing he said before falling burned. On Luffy's side, several biscuit dolls began to emerge from the cabin where Craker's body had exploded, coming towards Luffy. "I remember these biscuits are very tough without water. Let's see if they can withstand this," Luffy thought, and quickly moved his feet and spun his body half a degree to a stance while concentrating to throw a direct punch at them. A pose like Whitebeard would make, but he was preparing for a punch in the style of Garp. "Moa Moa no Mi. Strength, apply 90 times. He gave his mental command, increasing his strength several times, Luffy felt, while feeling his arm even tremble with his current strength. As soon as the biscuits got close, Craker behind felt something bad happening as he had a bloodline on his face, felt that something very bad was going to happen to him. He quickly clapped his hands, creating many more biscuits as huge warriors, and created some to protect him from what was coming. Luffy waited until the right moment, then launched the attack. Moving his arm like a flash while his fist was enveloped in armament haki, he struck in front of him. The bag hit the air, but the space in front of him distorted with the impact created. What happened next was devastating. Luffy, although he didn't use his flames, still generated a blunt shockwave and filled the place with a sonic event. The space did something like Whitebeard would do, but Luffy created a pure shockwave that exploded. Not only could the dolls not withstand the attack, even though they were not touched, but the entire ground began to explode as they were thrown into a space and sound, where it began to run through the crowd of biscuits while his target was Craker right behind. The wave was also so quick that Craker couldn't even try to escape, while hiding inside a biscuit with his shields trying to protect him. The biscuits began to feel the impact, and quickly broke down with the force, being penetrated more and more in shield and shield. Craker began clapping his hands, creating more biscuits to stand between him and the shockwave, but this did not seem to diminish the impact of the attack, while breaking more and more biscuits. Cracker felt powerless with that, and could only feel his body suffer the attack while he exploded from within those biscuits. That part of the ship, in its entirety, exploded the next moment, generating debris to all sides, which was practically half of the ship. A water explosion occurred on the other side, as Craker sank into the sea, and like all devil fruit users, he came into contact with his weakness at that moment, going out of commission as he sank deeper and deeper. Judge saw half of his ship destroyed while he was still in the middle of it, staring dazedly at the situation. "How can this be happening?" he said in surprise, for as much as he recognized the strength of Straw Hat, he doubted they could act like this against Big Mom and her son. When Big Mom ordered the boarding of Luffy and his crew, he believed it would be a simple task and would not come to this point, and even though he didn't want to do it, they were obligated by the ties they had with Big Mom. After all, they had a treaty from a few years ago and used Sanji for it, so he had a boss and subordinate relationship with the Yonkou. This thought was soon interrupted, as Reiju appeared beside him. "Are you still awake, old man?" And before he could react, his head was pressed with a haki kick, pressing him back to the ground, while even the great leader of Germa 66, who had dominated everyone in the North Blue, couldn't handle it, falling to the ground knocked out the next moment. Luffy landed next to Reiju, seeing her father fallen on the ground. "You defeated him too easily," he couldn't help but comment. "I'm also surprised, after all, I expected a tougher fight," she commented. It means you've become a powerful woman, Luffy said with some pride. I hope so, she murmured, also looking at her two fallen brothers. It must be nice to beat up your own father. Luffy couldn't help but comment, after all, Dragon had abandoned him, just like his sister. He's not my father is Zeph. Reiju commented, feeling strange. After all, she had some grudges with this family, but she beat them so easily. Reiju. The seawater exploded and out came the second brother who had crossed his legs earlier. However, Luffy acted first before Reiju, appearing behind him and slapping him, before he fell cautiously. Let's go to the ship, help me carry them, Luffy said while Reiju picked up the body of her father and a brother. Luffy walked through the ship with two brothers, while the snail was crying with only half of its shell still on its back, despite being all destroyed with several clones created by Germa destroyed by the small fight. Landing on the Black Pearl, Luffy looked at his crew waiting for him. He looked at Hachi. Hachi, can you pick up Cracker in the water? Put these handcuffs on him too. Luffy threw the handcuffs after taking them out of his pocket. Hachi nodded before jumping into the water. A while later, he returned with a knocked out and handcuffed Cracker. Luffy nodded and turned to Hugo, and asked him to take them to the prison, which the man did immediately by dragging the bodies. After that, his gaze returned to the snail, still crying. He touched the snail, reducing its size. You look like a fine ship. I'm thinking of adding you to my collection, Luffy said with a smile. The snail didn't seem at all excited about that, looking quite scared, being caught by that man who was smaller than him before. However, now it was the opposite, as it was just a simple snail being held by Luffy's hand. After storing the surviving Germa clones that were arrested, he returned to the group. Now let's continue our journey, Luffy said, and soon the Black Pearl returned to normal, heading to the last island of the Grand Line. 534 Chapter 265 Sabaody Archipelago 01, Chapter Size, 1800 words. Third-person POV Sabaody Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. The Sabaody Archipelago is a prominent island for pirate gatherings, as the last stop before these notorious groups finally enter the waters of the New World. Each year, various famous pirates would gather, and prominent groups would form at this location, becoming local celebrities after building their fame on the journey through the first half of the Grand Line and preparing to venture into the second half. As each year passed, these notorious pirates would discover that the waters of the New World were far more turbulent than those of the Grand Line, and they would understand why this place was nicknamed Paradise. After all, they were trying to survive in seas dominated by the Yonkou. While many were destroyed and erased from history, some ended up under the wings of the great pirates, as the emperors always hoped to recruit powerful subordinates to further increase their strength and influence in the New World. A small minority managed to survive, trying to establish their place in the New World independently and even overthrow a Yonkou to take their place. Sabaody was a place where all these pirates met before their perilous journey into the next waters. Besides the meeting of these notorious pirates, the island also harbored many illegal trades, such as slave sales and other items that could be sold at auctions banned in most of the world, operating through the underworld, attracting people with money, including criminals, nobles, and even the Tenryubitos. But what was most in the air of the archipelago was still its concentration of great rookie pirates. This particular year had become the year with the most super rookies since the era of pirates began with the end of Roger. A super rookie was always a type of forecast for what kind of change the world would have. They were people wanted with bounties above 100 million who achieved this even before touching the New World, and this specific year was dubbed the worst generation. In the middle of a square by tree number 25, a fight began so quickly that even the people there could not react. A large man, with small wings, characteristic of the people from Skypa, fought against a man with an X on his chin. The large man was Yorogue, captain of the fallen monk pirates, bounty, 108 million. The second man was X-Drake, captain of the Drake pirates, bounty, 222 million. The fight continued as one contested the other. Yorogue used a wooden trunk to fight while X-Drake used his fencing-style sword, a foil. The fight continued as many onlookers would look on, and while the fight went on, without the people taking their curious eyes off, an explosion occurred in the establishment next to that street, causing smoke to envelop the entire place. As it disappeared, a man with long arms appeared, looking at the hole, posing with his long hand. From the hole emerged a man with scars, looking at the other. "You bastard! grinding his teeth. They were both starting a fight at that moment with the first ones. One was Scratchman Apu, a member of the Long Arm tribe and captain of the on-air pirates. Bounty, 198 million. The man with the scars was none other than Eustace Kid, captain of the Kid Pirates. Bounty, 350 million. As this was happening, the other two who were fighting earlier approached them, as a consequence of their fights, and as they exchanged blows getting closer, a fifth man appeared there running. He jumped spinning a sword and struck against Yorogue and X-Drake, catching their attention. "I can't let you interfere with my captain's fight," he spoke while quickly sheathing his swords. This was a member of the Kid Pirates. Killer, Bounty, 162 million. All these 5 men continued with the fight among themselves, representing the iconic worst generation. "All these pirates above 100 million, someone exclaimed. "They won't stop fighting. What will happen?" a second asked. "It's obvious they're contesting each other. Unfortunately, this island is the meeting between them. We must be careful," another spoke. As the battle continued on the street, at a restaurant at the end of that street, a waiter was walking slowly until he bumped into a pirate and fell to the ground dazed. "I apologize, sir," the waiter said, but the pirate did not seem to accept. "You bastard, you've got me all dirty," he exclaimed as he drew his sword, ready to cut down the poor wretch. However, he was stopped by the hand of the man with the sword, who looked towards his captain. This man was Basil Hawkins, captain of the Hawkins Pirates. Bounty, 249 million. "No, you should not kill him. After all, this man is not going to die today," he said while holding a card, seeming to read something on it and calming his subordinate. "Where's the waiter?" Meanwhile, at another table, a girl spoke while eating, waiting for her late waiter to come so she could order more pizza. "I want more pizza," she exclaimed, as feathered youths lowered the imposing man at the demand of their captain. This woman was Jewelry Bonnie, captain of the Bonnie Pirates. Bounty, 140 million. At another table nearby, a man dressed in a mafia-style suit seemed quite bothered by this and looked frustrated, watching the woman eat in an uncouth manner, appearing wild as she sat with her legs in an unladylike pose. "You, take her out," he ordered his men who were also dressed as mafiosos, wearing suits and Italian-style hats. This man was Capone Beeg, captain of the Fire Tank Pirates. Bounty, 138 million. "But, Dom Beeg, she is a Pira." Before he could finish, the captain himself struck him, making the man fall instantly. "I don't care, just eliminate her." "I don't want excuses," he said, as his men were unsure what to do. The island had been filled by these 8 powerful pirates, while it became the generation with the most notorious pirates. However, this era was far from ending with just that. After all, there was one group that stood out above all others. Not only because it was the largest this year, but because it was worse than any that had emerged in the Great Pirate era. There wasn't a day that the people of the island did not fear the day they would arrive, if the day they finally anchored in the port. After all, who didn't know that pirate group that had been in the spotlight in newspapers around the world from the East Blue, creating their name even before reaching the New World and even considering that they would be the next emperor after the last event, leaving all their current rivals behind. The absence of this group on the island created a strange atmosphere in the place, with people wondering what would happen when they finally arrived. Would the presence of this group make the chaotic situation of the islands even worse? How would they deal with the New World? Could they destroy a Yonkou and emerge as gaining their own territory in that contested sea? Or would they fall as just a group that gained prominence in the history of this era? No one knew the answers to these questions. However, they were recurring questions as people discussed them every day, waiting to finally see them disembarking at the port of some of the islands in the archipelago. However, as if by fate, it seemed that this day had arrived, and it would be today. After all, pirate ships that were sailing that sea returned to the island, not because they had something to do in Sabaody, but because of fear. Fear that they saw at sea, as they saw that dark ship approaching. The people of the island were not to know sighting the ship approaching the port as all the islands that this group usually appeared on. After all, they were so notorious that even the worst criminals felt fear of their name. What rookie could boast that they were destroying the government's and navy's biggest weapons since they entered the Grand Line? Who could claim that they were defeating Shichibukais and fought against all of them, not losing to any? Not that people knew of their fight with Moria, Kuma, and Han-One, but they certainly knew their fight against Akainu and Kizaru together. As soon as the ships both fishing and pirate warned of the approach, The place became chaotic while the news quickly spread across all the islands. "They are coming, we saw them at sea," they exclaimed, and people quickly became alarmed by this and anxious, running to spread the news. "They are coming here, call the admirals," someone shouted. "You're crazy, this will start a war and we could get involved," another responded. "Notify the Navy immediately, I don't know what we can do." "What will happen? Nobody knows, but we must be careful." The entire islands had already heard the news. After all, many enthusiasts had gone to the port at this moment. They did not think it would easily create a war there, so they were there, courageously, to see the arrivals of that certain ship. This could be said when the first tiny black dot appeared on the horizon, speeding towards them at the port. This was the worst part of the island, where the trees numbered 1 to 29, with all the traffic and residents of outlaws, becoming the lawless place in the archipelago, and this ship chose this area to anchor, while even the worst criminals of the place swallowed hard. People looked on while the crowd at the port grew larger, staring at the small ship a few kilometers away coming at full speed, approaching every moment. Soon, a strange event occurred with the crowd ever increasing, with people eager to see the arrival of the group. The ship soon became visible to everyone, while its flag waved in the wind, getting closer and closer. The large crowd of people watched, wondering what would happen as soon as they all disembarked. On the ship, the giant trees of the island grew larger as the ship cut through the seawater in that direction. Luffy was on the prow of the ship, with a characteristic smile as he approached the island closer and closer. "Finally, we've arrived here," Luffy murmured with his cape fluttering against the island. "Let's see what interesting things can come up. I'm eager to meet the residents of this island and what we can cause here." Luffy finally arrived at this place, which he had thought a lot about since he entered that barrel when he left Goa Kingdom Island. Raccoon here. 542 Chapter 261 Taking Enel. Chapter size. 2,200 words. Third-person POV. Thriller Bark, first half of Grand Line. Black Pearl continued its course towards the end of the Floriano Triangle as the dark clouds began to dissipate and the sun started to appear ahead of the ship with its first rays piercing through the mist. While they were finally leaving the territory and emerging near the end of the first part of the Grand Line. "Finally the sun," Usopp shouted excitedly. "I'll put on my bikini. I might even leave some marks for tonight," Alvida said beside Luffy, teasing him. "I would love that," Luffy said, smiling at his wife. As Alvida left, Nami approached with the Eternal Pose bracelet empty. "Hey, Luffy, what's the plan? What's our next goal?" Nami asked. "Here," Luffy said with a smile, handing over Enel's Vivre card, which was intact, meaning he hadn't died in his isolated training. "Head for the comm belt, it's time to pick him up." Luffy saw Nami nod without fear of entering a territory like the comm belt. "I hope that thing is stronger than before. I don't want him to embarrass us in the war by getting punched by an admiral and falling defeated," Luffy murmured in his mind, as his ship sailed into the waters dominated by the Sea Kings, speeding towards a specific island. It didn't take long for the waters around the ship to become wilder, nor for a huge shadow to appear in front of the ship, lifting a large part of the water into the air and revealing itself to be a gigantic serpent. "Reiju," Luffy called his cook. "Yes?" She approached curiously. "How's the food stock?" Luffy asked. "It's full, you stocked it with the last 10 Sea Kings you downsized," she informed him, and he nodded. Luffy turned his attention to another woman in the group. "Shira, can you send him away?" Luffy asked, since there was no need to kill it. "Alright, Luffy-sama," she said, flying above the ship and looking at the serpent. "Can you leave, King of the Sea-sama?" she asked in an innocent tone. The monster did not respond, but merely nodded before returning to the sea, splashing water everywhere. "Very good, you're getting very good at this," Luffy praised her. "Did you see Luffy-sama? Was I amazing?" She approached Luffy, grabbing him with her hands before placing his head between her breasts. "Yes, you're doing great," Luffy said, his voice muffled as he was embraced by her bosom. "He's taking advantage of her innocence," Kuina complained. "She's 18, she's not a kid." Reiju shrugged. "He's a womanizer. What did you expect?" Lami complained. Spoken by one of the women he picks up, Nijiko commented. "I'm his wife, aren't I?" Lami retorted. "Anyway, she seems to be enjoying it." Vivi commented as Shirahoshi seemed quite enthusiastic about it. "Innocent, my foot. She wants to become Luffy's wife and has made that clear so many times, she just hasn't because she needs to talk to her father," Uda said. As the girls whispered, Luffy finally came out from the mermaid's bosom and approached her ear, whispering something before moving away. "Can you do that?" Luffy asked and Shirahoshi looked thoughtful. "I'll try," she said as she went to the edge of the boat. "Listen, all sea creatures, I order that none of you come near these ships." Shirahoshi shouted as she released her conqueror's haki in a telepathic wave. The sea seemed to tremble at that moment. A tsunami. Chop ran scared, but it didn't last long, as the sea began to calm down shortly after. "Haha. Very well, you are a true ruler of the sea. Luffy praised her, seeing that she was gaining control of her power. Poseidon.
Thank you Luffy-sama, she said shyly. The ship returned to its usual activities, with Luffy sunbathing with his girls or taking one or another to a corner of the ship, varying from girl to girl with his already large harem. It was 2 days later that they finally arrived at the island indicated by the Vivre card. Like any island in this region, it was covered with a dense jungle, while the ship began to hit against the sand of the beach.
Everything seemed normal, with some sounds of seagulls, sea waves, and some animals in the forest. Luffy was the first to start disembarking from the ship as he headed to the island. I'll check on our companion, and you all. Well, do whatever you want, Luffy said as he let his crew members free to explore the island or stay on the ship. It didn't matter to him as he proceeded into the forest. He was delving deeper into the forest, using haki to subdue any wild animal that tried to stop him, since he did not want to waste time on such distractions, and continued until he began to hear loud explosions of earth breaking and trees being destroyed in the distance. Approaching, he finally saw Enel fighting against 2 giraffes that were stomping on the ground, breaking it with their enormous size, much larger than a typical giraffe. After all, the monsters in this part of the world had an overgrowth, more than normal, not to mention some that were as strong as a vice admiral. Enel was not using his powers while trying to create haki in his hands, combating the giraffe's hooves that tried to crush him. Luffy nodded in satisfaction. He knew Enel had noticed him, while seeming more concerned with the fight than Luffy being there, dodging blows and charging at the giraffes, punching here and there. He finally knocked one down, while the other, furious, launched into attacks in his direction. The fight continued, destroying the area, turning the place into chaos with the intense battle. It was at a moment when he was counter-attacking as soon as he found an opening, knocking down the second giraffe as it exploded onto the ground, fainted with its eyes forming an X shape and tongue sticking out. Very good. Luffy nodded, seeing Enel's fists now black, but still a bit flawed. You finally arrived, demon, he spoke as Luffy raised an eyebrow, thinking this guy would never change. Well, I see you've learned to use basic haki, that's good, Luffy said while Enel looked at him, though a bit dirty, with a one-wide nose and eyes for the demon.
I finally have the power to defeat you and become a true god, he said as he clenched his fist, looking at Luffy as a challenge.
Oh, is that so? Luffy smiled. Since he thinks so, let's see. Luffy murmured internally as he reached into his pocket for a key. Alright, take this, he said as he tossed the key to Enel, who caught it, looking satisfied as he moved it to his handcuff, clicking it open from his wrist. That's it, haha, I'm feeling my strength returning at this moment, he exclaimed in ecstasy, as lightning began to course around him. He laughed like a madman at this moment. My powers, finally, no, they are much greater than before. This training has given me strength. Now I will be able to become a true god by defeating you. He looked at Luffy ready to challenge him, and before he could react, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of him. Since you insist on it, I'd like to see, Luffy said, and before Enel could react, Luffy launched a punch at the face of the self-proclaimed god. If this guy wants a fight, then let's see if he's really all that he talks about and the results of his training. Luffy smiled, as his fist buried into Enel's face in slow motion. The man couldn't even react as he felt his body explode the ground beneath him, digging it as he was sent flying backwards, creating a line through half the island while a huge cloud of smoke was raised, attracting everyone's attention on the island. They're fighting, aren't they? Kuina looked towards the center of the island from the beach. Damn, Captain, I wanted to fight him, Zoro murmured as he walked through the forest, seeing the animals running away from the place. He had already defeated a dozen of them for training.
Who's fighting against the master? Baby 5 exclaimed while kneeling and cleaning the deck of the ship.
Will the battle be as intense as in Skypiea 2? Usopp wondered, sitting in a beach chair. I doubt it. Enel is far behind everyone's training. After all, if he stayed here all this time, he didn't get the benefits of Luffy's fruit like us, Hugo commented beside him. Suddenly, lightning began to explode from the sky towards the island, making the entire island tremble as Enel unleashed all possible attacks on Luffy on the island's ground.
You're slow, Luffy commented amid the lightning bolts, while Enel, with a broken nose and a bleeding face, looked frail. He was frustrated. After all, it seemed that even his training that made him feel truly more powerful had not been enough to face Luffy, because Luffy began dodging all the lightning as if dancing through the air, getting closer to him each time. When he punched as he approached, Enel vanished, turning into lightning and distancing himself a bit, seeing that he did not want to feel that last punch from the pirate again. However, Luffy was faster. He also disappeared from the spot, and Enel, even with his high observational haki, couldn't react when Luffy brought his hands together and lifted them up, delivering a direct uppercut to the ground behind him. Enel felt his back bend at that moment as he flew like a rocket, even amidst lightning, even resembling a natural lightning bolt falling from the sky. Enel burst into the ground, making the entire island tremble even more with Luffy's force as trees and even mountains began to collapse. Ow, help, help, Chopper screamed frightened in a corner of the island. He's overdoing it, Uda complained on the beach. I hope Luffy hasn't killed him like that, he's bad, but he's still our companion, Vivi commented beside her. Nay, almost dropped my takoyakis, Hachi complained while frying his food. I want more, Yamato exclaimed from his beach chair eating his takoyaki.
Me too, Shirahoshi exclaimed from the chair next to him, swaying her tail.
As the dust of the island began to dissipate, Luffy landed on the ground calmly, not far from where Enel lay unconscious in the middle of a crater. Wow, that was quick, Luffy commented, looking even a bit disappointed, but shrugged it off.
He picked up Enel by the arm and swung his body as he threw him into the air towards the beach location. Chow Chow, who was sitting on the ship watching some members on the beach wagging his tail. He saw the object falling near him and didn't care, only turning when he saw Enel hit the deck and roll on the ground unconscious, scaring even Baby 5, who transformed into a gun and pointed it at the fallen man.
Chow Chow approached, sniffed Enel, then positioned himself beside him, lifting a leg and relieving himself on the fallen god. Luffy returned to the beach at this moment and asked Baby 5 and Chow Chow to join them. He set up a volleyball game in the middle of the beach, but somewhat regretted it because the beach was destroyed as they began to use their powers during the game, and the island was split in half because of it.
In the end, they had to have a feast in the middle of the island while the sea flowed through the middle of the place.
Still enjoying being on solid ground, after all, they always had feasts in the middle of the sea. The next day, Enel woke up all bruised while Chopper was there taking care of his bandages. What happened? Enel spoke with difficulty.
You got beaten up by Luffy, so you should rest, Chopper commented as Enel knew what to answer to that. Chopper left as soon as he finished without saying much, leaving Enel alone.
The little doctor approached the deck after taking care of his current patient and went to meet the others as they departed from the modified island. After all, it had become 2. Hey, has anyone seen Zoro? I wanted to fight with him, Kuina suddenly said.
Zoro? I haven't seen him since yesterday, Usopp inquired. Since the feast? Kuina asked. No, he's been missing since we landed on the island, Robin, a detailed woman, stated. So he got lost as usual. I thought using observational haki would have solved that problem. Luffy murmured hearing them ask about Zoro, as the island grew ever more distant.
Meanwhile, Zoro had arrived in the middle of the split island. Strange, I don't remember this river, he said, and his stomach growled at that moment. Damn, I've been hungry since yesterday and can't find anything here to eat. Did Luffy and the others get lost? He murmured. Elsewhere in the calm belt, a ship with 2 large serpents was approaching Black Pearl, while Han One let her dress sway in the sea breeze, eagerly waiting to soon meet her husband and the father of their daughters in her belly.
542 Chapter 262 Meeting Han One again. Chapter size, 1900 words. Third person POV calm belt, first half of Grand Line. ... Black Pearl continued its journey across the sea, and it wasn't long before it encountered a ship approaching from the opposite side. It wasn't difficult to see that this ship belonged to the Kuja pirates. The pirate empress, Lami commented, placing her hand on her chin. The first wife of Luffy, Nami exclaimed with some trepidation. After all, every woman wants to become the first wife, but that wasn't the case due to a pregnancy. Luffy saw this and just smiled, walking over to the edge of the deck while patiently waiting for his wife to approach. Han One also came out of her cabin at this moment while all the Amazons looked at her, and she was waiting for King, the man who had married their queen, to appear.
The ship is approaching. It's Luffy-sama. He's going to meet the Empress. This is so exciting. The Amazon pirates began to exclaim while gossiping among themselves. Soon the ships approached each other, side by side in that perilous sea, but for both, no threat. Both the Straw Hats and the Amazons stared at each other from their respective ships, not knowing what would happen next. However, breaking everyone's expectations, with no one able to react to it, Han One began to run at full speed across the deck, then jumped into the air and advanced. Meanwhile, Luffy did not stay behind. Bending his knees, he kicked the ground at the same moment, also lifting off.
Both the Amazons and the Straw Hats were slightly confused by this. After all, they were husband and wife. What kind of meeting is this between a couple? They wondered, expecting anything but what they were seeing now. Because at that moment, Han One advanced at full speed towards Luffy, and Luffy did the same. Instead of a loving embrace between them, Han One simply kicked him while Luffy punched her. Mugiwara! Han One shouted with an enraged expression.
Pirate Empress! Luffy also exclaimed, advancing against Han One non-stop. A kick and a punch landed at the same time between the two, generating a force of impact in that area with both using armament haki. Everyone, absolutely everyone, opened their mouths and widened their eyes at this. After all, it wasn't that kind of action. Then a fight began in midair, hitting and kicking each other while Han One and Luffy faced off. The explosions of haki continued while the sea itself became agitated by the force of the impact of both. This isn't a couple. This is a fight to the death, Usopp exclaimed.
What kind of relationship is this? Vivi murmured. They are a very passionate couple. Fufufu. Robin commented with her hand on her chin. This isn't the behavior of a married man and woman, Nami exclaimed to Robin. I think each woman has a different relationship with Luffy, Nijiko commented. Maybe it's a love-hate relationship, Reiju commented. Like that book you lent me, Lami commented beside her. It's true, Reiju nodded. Hey, since when do you lend books to each other? Uda exclaimed in surprise. After all, they basically hated each other. It's good to read some romances, Lami commented, shrugging. Anyway, they're moving. Yamato commented. This looks so fun, Shirahoshi commented. Luffy and Han1 began to move in the air while exchanging attacks against each other, kicking and punching each other, and began to leave the ship behind, while everyone still looked stunned at that, and they disappeared into the horizon towards a very distant island from there. Sister. Boa Sandersonia murmured from the ship of the Kuja pirates. The sea remained calm this time, while there was no more sign of Luffy and Han1 at this moment. While the Kuja pirates with the straw hats looked at each other from each of their ships. What will happen now? They thought simultaneously because this was very strange. Sometimes I don't understand the captain, Hugo commented, breaking the silence. How the hell is he doing this? Vive complained, while Yamato put her hand on her chin. What is he doing? She commented, walking around while having an idea. I'm going to check if Luffy is okay. I'll be back soon, Yamato said, and then kicked the ground, jumping into the air. Meanwhile, on an island not too far away, there was a small waterfall, accompanied by laughter that mingled with the sound of the water crashing nearby. Han1's sweet voice emerged on that side with the woman herself, laughing joyfully. Luffy sat in the water while Han1 was in his lap, laughing and kissing him. Both were one. Finally, some quality time with you, Luffy, she said with loving eyes. If any of those who had witnessed the fight up to now saw them behaving as they were now, they would be shocked by what they were seeing. After all, Luffy and Han1 had a relationship with two extremes, though the first was not a real fight, just an act. Are they worried? Luffy murmured, but soon put that aside and focused on the large breasts in front of him. They are growing, he couldn't help but comment. Yes, Gloriosa told me there would be some changes due to the pregnancy, she said lovingly. They have grown strong, Luffy said, touching her belly affectionately. Yes, they will be like their father, Han1 said, kissing him, knowing what he had done at Eni's lobby and that Luffy was stronger than her at this point. But Luffy, she continued. Your actions may lead the world government to make drastic decisions and hunt you down for it, she said, leaving a significant trace of concern. Don't worry, didn't you see that meteor a few days ago? I launched it at Marijoy, Luffy spoke calmly. Han1 began to think about what she had heard. You did what? She exclaimed, stunned. I threw it at the city of the Tenryubitos to threaten the 5 elders in a conversation. Luffy said. Make it clear that if they try anything with someone close to me to get to me, I would attack them, Luffy commented. Luffy. She didn't know what to think about it. But still, she was happy. After all, her man was even willing to kill that race considered to be at the top of the world to protect those he loves. I love you, Luffy. She said as she began to kiss him more passionately. Luffy did not dislike this and began to touch her intimate parts under the water, while he positioned her buttocks on his member. We have to be careful with our daughters, we can't have sex for hours like the last times, Han1 said, and Luffy nodded as they moved slowly, just making calm love in that place. They were there making slow love when they felt someone approaching, with an explosion occurring near them. Luffy looked calm while Han1 did not seem very happy. Who dares interrupt my happy moment with my husband, she exclaimed. Haha. I've arrived. A voice emerged from the dust smoke while a piece of clothing was thrown, and Yamato emerged, one placing her hand on her waist and looking at them with a smile. Yamato? Luffy asked what she was doing here. As Han1 narrowed her eyes. So this is one of your wives that you married? She couldn't help but speak in an unsatisfied tone. But she couldn't complain to Luffy, after all, she had accepted it. Hello. Yamato said as she jumped one into the water and approached. Well, I want to join in too, she said, smiling while Han1, despite her displeasure, had to accept, and Luffy didn't mind at all. It was only after a few hours that they finally stopped, while Luffy took care with Han1. The same could not be said of Yamato, who took a happy nap. So Luffy. Han1 began, after Luffy took this post-sex time to talk about important things while she dried her hair. There will be a war and I have to accept? She asked after hearing from Luffy. Yes, you can't refuse. After all, you'll still need to stay affiliated with the Shichibukais until the end of the war, and I will likely need you. Luffy said, knowing that Han1. Yes. Gloriosa told me. I spoke with her. By Dendenmushi. Initially, I didn't want you to participate, thinking of our daughter's well-being, he admitted. But Gloriosa was quite insistent on it, saying that it wouldn't be a great danger in the first months for the babies, and Han1 was strong enough to protect herself and the children. Luffy also took it upon himself to talk with Han1 about the war. Alright, I'll do anything you ask, Luffy, she said. This is good, my brother will be executed so I will get him out of there, passing through all the pirates and marines, Luffy said in a determined tone. I'll do that. But will we stay together after that? She asked. After all, she wanted to stay close to Luffy. Yes, I have a plan and I intend to move Amazon Lily out of the Calm Belt. That will make the world government not attack them as a way to punish you if you leave the Shichibukai, he said, and she nodded. Let's go back, Luffy said and looked at Han1, who was passed out. He called her, but the woman didn't care about him. Sighing, he grabbed a towel and covered her, placing it over her shoulders. They left the island, while returning to the ship. Luffy landed with Yamato on his shoulder wrapped in his towel and Han1 with the Kuja pirates while everyone was unclear about what had happened between them, looking at them suspiciously. Luffy, what did you do with Yamato? Kuina complained. She looks so happy. Vivi commented, looking at the face of the sleeping vice captain. It's not like they fucked, Reiju commented with a cigarette in her mouth.
Luffy is so shameless, Nami complained. Womanizer, Lami said, shrugging.
Anyway, Luffy ignored his usual wives and returned to Hanwon. It was good to see you. Let's follow the plan and inform me about anything, Luffy said, and Hanwon nodded. Yes, Luffy, she said, not seeming the same as the one they saw fighting with Luffy.
Great, now let's all get out of the calm belt. Nami, our next goal is to go to the Sabayati archipelago. With that, both pirate groups returned to normalcy, while they started going their separate ways, while Luffy and Han looked at each other one last time as the woman touched her belly. Luffy turned his attention to the crew. I'm going to put Yamato to bed and we will follow this route without interruptions, Luffy commented and went to his room to put his wife to bed, while the Black Pearl headed towards the last island before the New World. 542 Chapter 263 Germa 6601. Chapter size, 1800 words. Third person POV. Calm belt, first half of Grand Line. The waters changed as soon as the Black Pearl left the calm belt, finally reaching the waters in the first part of the Grand Line again, heading towards Sabayati archipelago. Luffy was sitting at the bow above Ifrit's head, looking at some papers he had picked up from the day's newspaper and began to look at the bounty papers.
Eustace, Captain, Kid. Initial bounty of 350 million berries. Basil Hawkins. Initial bounty of 249 million berries. Scratchman Apu. Initial bounty of 198 million berries.
Killer. Initial bounty of 162 million berries. X-Drake. Initial bounty of 222 million berries. Jewelry Bonnie. Initial bounty of 140 million berries.
Capone, Gang. Beeg. Initial bounty of 138 million berries.
Uroge. Initial bounty of 108 million berries. Looks like nothing's changed, Luffy commented, looking at the papers. I mean, Kid has a bit more than the original and his photo is with a huge scar made by Doflamingo. He didn't stop analyzing.
Luffy was somewhat interested in some members of the worst generation, although his crew far surpassed this number, overshadowing them. He and Yamato had the highest bounties. The highlight reached the top, no one could take that away, after all, who is the rookie with a bounty of 1 billion received before even stepping into the New World. A record he didn't remember another in the history of the world. The only person I want from them is Bonnie. After all, I feel a bit of empathy for her story. She would also be great company for Kuina, both are under 11 years old. He commented. Luffy, we found a structure in the middle of the sea. Usopp interrupted Luffy's thoughts as he turned to the indicated spot. There was a sort of resort with small houses in the middle of the sea. What is this? I don't remember something like this in the original. He murmured and let the ship approach. Let me see that. Luffy asked to see with the magnifying glass and Usopp handed it to him. So it is. Luffy commented while seeing the people in fear at the place, trying to escape from them. He nodded and already imagined how he could use them. Chow Chow, Luffy called and the dog appeared by his side. Woof, woof, Chow Chow barked. You can get them. I want you to catch all of them and bring them here. Luffy requested and the dog nodded, beginning to step on the air outside the ship after jumping and heading towards the resort. Sometime later, explosions began to appear at the location and Chow Chow had returned to his giant form, full of people in his 3 mouths, all fallen after fighting the dog. This. Reiju looked at one of the men, startled. What is it? Lami asked beside her. It's that this one reminds me of someone. She couldn't stop murmuring looking at the men similar to her brother, fallen on the ground. Well, now let's talk to them later, Luffy said. Wait Luffy. Why are you capturing them? Vivi asked. Because they will be part of my fleet. They will be going to Skypia, Luffy determined, recruiting whoever he could for his banner. The journey continued towards Sabaody, with them ignoring the resort in the middle of the sea and moving forward. Another day passed while Luffy and his crew had a routine. Luffy even cancelled the banquets preparing for war, putting everyone in training since yesterday. Come on, I don't want to have to rescue any of your butts in the war. So better get prepared. Luffy returned to his version of a ruthless and heartless coach, while increasing the gravity of the place by 90 times, given his evolution with his fruit. I'm almost reaching 100 times. Luffy was satisfied, he was becoming more powerful by the day. Meanwhile, many of the crew members were lying on the ground, trying to react after Luffy's training. Don't get so down, that was just a warm-up, we'll have a few more before participating in the fight at Marineford, Luffy said. After all, he wanted his crew to take care of themselves in that chaos. Everything seemed calm, aside from the intense training for the next few hours, and the crew was getting ready to start leaving. However, at that moment, the ship's alarm sounded. Everyone looked at it and then turned their gaze to their captain. Let's see what's happening, Luffy said, trying to figure out who it could be. Luffy was the first to step out onto the deck. It was late afternoon at that moment as the sky was orange with the sunset, but seeing a huge structure approaching the ship, he was surprised by a big name on the front of that thing, Germa 66. This must be a joke. Luffy couldn't help but murmur, after all, he could never have imagined Germa approaching them at that moment. Thus, the crew, who began to emerge from the deck to see that thing coming. Reiju was one of them. When she saw the large structure approaching, she froze for a moment.
Luffy turned to look at her at that instant and approached. Do you have any idea why they are coming? Luffy asked. After all, Germa shouldn't be enough to fight against them, and they themselves should know that. So, it didn't make much sense.
No, I don't know why they're coming. Maybe it has to do with my only alive status on the wanted poster? She spoke with a somber tone. After all, she did not like her family. Deep down she knew they would come as soon as her name appeared in the newspaper, but she never imagined it would be so fast and still with them believing they could beat them alone. After all, they didn't have any other fleet with them. Well, if that's the case, let's see what they want and beat them up if possible. You don't need to worry. Luffy commented as he looked until the ship appeared small to that thing. Will I meet Sanji for the first time? Luffy couldn't help but think, after all, he was always curious about the fate of the original cook. Reiju said he was the intimidated boy as always, but in this world she was his companion, while she ended up shipwrecked and found Zeph. Do you want to handle them? He asked, but with a mischievous smile. What are you going to do? She asked, not knowing how to respond. Well, I'm thinking of turning my father-in-law and a subordinate. What do you think? Luffy replied, and Reiju was even more speechless. The ship, being carried by a huge snail, approached and on the deck, a large man came out, followed by several soldiers, including 3 children wearing Germa's clothes. Luffy looked at that and was thoughtful, thinking about the lack of one of Reiju's brothers that he most wanted to see. What a giant Den Den Mushi, Chopper shouted. What a strange ship, Zoro murmured. This old man, he really showed up. Reiju spoke with a furrowed brow. The man looked at them for a while, until he finally decided to speak, shouting down, after all, even Black Pearl was small compared to that ship. Reiju, the man spoke, calling his daughter, and Luffy raised an eyebrow. He has the nerve to talk like that, without addressing me first, he murmured. What do you want? Suddenly Reiju's voice came out, as many looked surprised at her. After all, this was her family, one that she disliked, known by many there. I came to pick you up, he spoke arrogantly, leaving everyone beside Luffy astonished with that. Even Luffy, not believing that guy, after all, he is not strong, his strength should reach one of the weaker vice-admirals, which made Luffy wonder where all his courage came from. And why would I do that? Reiju responded with an even darker tone. Because I am your father and I want you to come with us. It's not just for me, but Big Mom, one of the Yonkos, wants you and your crew to come to her territory, he explained. You think we would simply kneel to one of the emperors? Reiju recognized the strength of her crew, also thinking that her father's irrational demands were absurd. They weren't even in the waters of the New World to think they could have any command there. Her crew wouldn't take long to reach the level of an emperor. This is a direct order from my mother. Suddenly a new person appeared, and Luffy raised an eyebrow. After all, this was one of Big Mom's children, Cracker, perhaps the second strongest among them. Big Mom thinks sending one of her children would advance something? Luffy wondered. Well, it seems her children are quite arrogant, more than they can be, more arrogant than intelligent. Big Mom was a fool if she thought she could control us just by using her fame in the New World. We fear no one in this world. Cracker looked at Luffy. You may have fought against Shichibukais, some other commanders from Kaido, and Admiral, but don't forget that the 4 emperors are above all that. Mugiwara, if you think you can fight with us, you are mistaken. Cracker spoke with a somber tone, looking at Luffy. Now we give you a choice, come with us to the New World, otherwise, you will be exterminated there. Cracker said. It seemed they were unaware of the war that was about to begin. Everything fell silent right after these words. All members of Luffy's crew looked at their captain waiting for his response. After all, a Yonko was not something they were concerned about anymore. Luffy began to laugh softly, growing louder as he laughed more. People looked astonished. Suddenly, his laughter turned into anger, starting to expand everything with the king's haki, causing all the soldiers on the Germa's ship to fall to the ground. Even the giant snail itself had also fallen. Cracker furrowed his brow as he and only the Vinsmoke family remained conscious. If that's what you want, then so be it, you arrogant fools. Luffy still couldn't believe they came here to threaten them, and it was time to show them what happened, because it seemed they hadn't learned from Kaido's situation. Luffy, raising his hand, a great stream of fire began to appear. What is he doing? Cracker didn't finish before Luffy released his attack. Well, if that's how it is, then die. He said and launched a blast of purple flames towards the structure, and before anyone could react, it exploded, catching everyone there in the explosion, lighting up the early evening. 542 Chapter 264 Germa 6602. Chapter size, 2,100 words. Third-person POV Combelt, first half of Grand Line. The explosion was so large that even Caracol, knocked out by Luffy's haki, woke up startled, looking at the flames burning on his back and starting to blow out the fire. This made the scene quite strange. Luffy, you can't burn him, Yamato exclaimed. He seems like a good mount, she declared, while John looked at her strangely. You've wanted a horse ever since you lost Cerberus. Luffy couldn't help but mutter to his vice-captain. As the snail continued trying to extinguish the fire, Reiju approached Luffy, her face showing some conflict. What are we going to do? She asked.
It's obvious, we're going to finish them off, Luffy responded, touching his woman. Wait, Reiju called him one last time. I can take care of my family. She pleaded, and Luffy nodded.
Alright, but I intend to make them prisoners and send them to Skypia, is that okay with you? He asked her. That's fine. She nodded her head, and with that, Luffy quickly shot up into the sky. Reiju followed him immediately, stepping into the air with Geppo. Just the two of them headed into battle while the rest of the crew remained on the Black Pearl, seeing that the battle was easy enough for just the two of them.
In the midst of the flames, Vinsmoke Judge looked on, his teeth clenched in frustration. He dares to attack us. We are with an emperor. He thought, after all, even if they refused to go to Big Mom, they certainly wouldn't attack the Yonku's flag so openly. Now he saw he was mistaken.
His gaze quickly returned to the pirate ship as two people flew towards them at high speed. They were just a flash in the air, but what caught his attention was the woman in pink approaching quickly. Reiju, what are you? Him? He didn't even finish his sentence due to an explosion from Reiju in the air, transforming into her own phase as wings of fire glowed behind her and flames began to emerge on her, gaining a great boost of multiplied strength. Judge couldn't react as he felt his face being pressed by the other party at that moment, with Reiju already hitting him with a direct kick, attacking him. I've always wanted to do this for everything you caused, not just to me, but to Sanji as well. She thought as she felt her kick sink deeper until the opponent's body exploded with the impact, burying into the wood of the deck, breaking everything with his own body. Reiju's three other brothers quickly stepped back and pressed buttons on their clothing, using the Germa 66 suits covering their bodies rapidly. What do you think you did to our father, Reiju? We'll deal with you like we did in the old days, they exclaimed angrily. As the flames burned and the giant snail continued to remain, biscuit dolls quickly began to appear, running towards the flames and jumping into them to smother and extinguish them. With the number of dolls, they were managing to control the fire. Cracker looked at this with a furrowed brow, as it was a declaration of war from this supernova. However, his gaze left the flames seeing his ally being thrown into the ship while another enemy approached, directly towards him, the perpetrator of this attack. Luffy sped towards him, amidst the debris caused by Reiju, and felt Big Mom's son draw his sword, while he did the same. He quickly appeared in front of Cracker with ace in hand, and both his sword and Cracker's, called Pretzel, collided with each other at that moment, filling the environment with a metallic and sharp sound. Do you know what you're doing? He said as he tried to stop the sword full of red lightning sparking around it. I know very well, son of Big Mom, but you should know that I would not be afraid of you or your mommy. Just don't go crying to her like a baby. Take this. He taunted, before unleashing the red thunder from the sword, catching Cracker unprepared, as a giant electric discharge exploded from the sword without him being able to defend in time, and throwing him back the next moment. His body flew like a bullet, hitting the main mast of the ship as it exploded, and he continued flying towards the cabin right behind, blowing up the rest of the ship's surface. As the mast with the Germa flag fell to the side of the ship, the snail was still blowing and putting out fire along with Cracker's biscuits, but quite frightened by what was happening on its back. The war on the ship continued, and Reiju's brothers quickly began to fight against her. Pay for what you did, Reiju. Vinsmoke Ichiji exclaimed, trying to kick her. Reiju didn't care about that, easily dodging a kick while turning upwards and seeing a brother using Geppo trying to hit her from above. She quickly flew up to him, with both crossing feet with a kick from the other. However, Reiju's foot was more powerful. This is bad, she's using Haki, her brother, Vinsmoke Niji, commented before starting to lose impact and flying off to the opposite side in a seawater explosion as he fell out of the ship. Ichiji went to her while she once again dodged his attacks, until she counterattacked and launched a precise attack on him, throwing him onto the ship. Her last brother, Vinsmoke Yanji, also tried to attack her quickly, but she spun her foot and launched a red flame with a cut in the air like a navy technique, as the flames transformed into a giant fire phoenix, flying towards him and catching him off guard, making him explode in the air. Ah, was the only thing he said before falling burned. On Luffy's side, several biscuit dolls began to emerge from the cabin where Cracker's body had exploded, coming towards Luffy. I remember these biscuits are very tough without water. Let's see if they can withstand this. Luffy thought and quickly moved his feet and spun his body half a degree to a stance while concentrating to throw a direct punch at them. A pose like Whitebeard would make, but he was preparing for a punch in the style of Garp. Moa Moa no Mi. Strength, apply 90 times. He gave his mental command, increasing his strength several times, Luffy felt, while feeling his arm even tremble with his current strength. As soon as the biscuits got close, Cracker behind, felt something bad happening as he had a bloodline on his face, felt that something very bad was going to happen to him. He quickly clapped his hands, creating many more biscuits as huge warriors and created some to protect him from what was coming. Luffy waited until the right moment, then launched the attack. Moving his arm like a flash while his fist was enveloped in armament Haki, he struck in front of him. The bag hit the air, but the space in front of him distorted with the impact created. What happened next was devastating. Luffy, although he didn't use his flames, still generated a blunt shockwave and filled the place with a sonic event. The space did something like Whitebeard would do, but Luffy created a pure shockwave that exploded. Not only could the dolls not withstand the attack, even though they were not touched, but the entire ground began to explode as they were thrown into a space and sound, where it began to run through the crowd of biscuits while his target was Cracker right behind. The wave was also so quick that Cracker couldn't even try to escape, while hiding inside a biscuit with his shields trying to protect him. The biscuits began to feel the impact, and quickly broke down with the force, being penetrated more and more in shield and shield. Cracker began clapping his hands, creating more biscuits to stand between him and the shockwave, but this did not seem to diminish the impact of the attack, while breaking more and more biscuits. Cracker felt powerless with that, and could only feel his body suffer the attack while he exploded from within those biscuits. That part of the ship, in its entirety, exploded the next moment, generating debris to all sides, which was practically half of the ship. A water explosion occurred on the other side, as Cracker sank into the sea, and like all devil fruit users, he came into contact with his weakness at that moment, going out of commission as he sank deeper and deeper. Judge saw half of his ship destroyed while he was still in the middle of it, staring dazedly at the situation. How can this be happening? He said in surprise, for as much as he recognized the strength of Straw Hat, he doubted they could act like this against Big Mom and her son. When Big Mom ordered the boarding of Luffy and his crew, he believed it would be a simple task and would not come to this point, and even though he didn't want to do it, they were obligated by the ties they had with Big Mom. After all, they had a treaty from a few years ago and used Sanji for it, so he had a boss and subordinate relationship with the Yonkou. This thought was soon interrupted, as Reiju appeared beside him. "Are you still awake, old man?" And before he could react, his head was pressed with a hockey kick, pressing him back to the ground, while even the great leader of Germa 66, who had dominated everyone in the North Blue, couldn't handle it, falling to the ground knocked out the next moment. Luffy landed next to Reiju, seeing her father fallen on the ground. "You defeated him too easily," he couldn't help but comment. "I'm also surprised, after all, I expected a tougher fight," she commented. "It means you've become a powerful woman," Luffy said with some pride. "I hope so," she murmured, also looking at her two fallen brothers. "It must be nice to beat up your own father." Luffy couldn't help but comment. After all, Dragon had abandoned him, just like his sister. "He's not my father is Zeph." Reiju commented, feeling strange. After all, she had some grudges with this family, but she beat them so easily. Reiju. The seawater exploded and out came the second brother who had crossed his legs earlier. However, Luffy acted first before Reiju, appearing behind him and slapping him, before he fell cautiously. "Let's go to the ship, help me carry them," Luffy said while Reiju picked up the body of her father and a brother. Luffy walked through the ship with two brothers, while the snail was crying with only half of its shell still on its back, despite being all destroyed with several clones created by Germa destroyed by the small fight. Landing on the Black Pearl, Luffy looked at his crew waiting for him. He looked at Hachi. "Hachi, can you pick up Cracker in the water? Put these handcuffs on him too." Luffy threw the handcuffs after taking them out of his pocket. Hachi nodded before jumping into the water. A while later, he returned with a knocked out and handcuffed Cracker. Luffy nodded and turned to Hugo, and asked him to take them to the prison, which the man did immediately by dragging the bodies. After that, his gaze returned to the snail, still crying. He touched the snail, reducing its size. "You look like a fine ship. I'm thinking of adding you to my collection," Luffy said with a smile. The snail didn't seem at all excited about that, looking quite scared, being caught by that man who was smaller than him before. However, now it was the opposite, as it was just a simple snail being held by Luffy's hand. After storing the surviving Germa clones that were arrested, he returned to the group. "Now let's continue our journey," Luffy said, and soon the Black Pearl returned to normal, heading to the last island of the Grand Line. 542 Chapter 265 Sabodi Archipelago 01, Chapter Size, 1800 words. Third-person POV Sabodi Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. The Sabodi Archipelago is a prominent island for pirate gatherings, as the last stop before these notorious groups finally enter the waters of the New World. Each year, various famous pirates would gather, and prominent groups would form at this location, becoming local celebrities after building their fame on the journey through the first half of the Grand Line and preparing to venture into the second half. As each year passed, these notorious pirates would discover that the waters of the New World were far more turbulent than those of the Grand Line, and they would understand why this place was nicknamed Paradise. After all, they were trying to survive in seas dominated by the Yonkou. While many were destroyed and erased from history, some ended up under the wings of the great pirates, as the emperors always hoped to recruit powerful subordinates to further increase their strength and influence in the New World. A small minority managed to survive, trying to establish their place in the New World independently and even overthrow a Yonkou to take their place. Sabayati was a place where all these pirates met before their perilous journey into the next waters. Besides the meeting of these notorious pirates, the island also harbored many illegal trades, such as slave sales and other items that could be sold at auctions banned in most of the world, operating through the underworld, attracting people with money, including criminals, nobles, and even the Tenryubitos. But what was most in the air of the archipelago was still its concentration of great rookie pirates. This particular year had become the year with the most super rookies since the era of pirates began with the end of Roger.
A super rookie was always a type of forecast for what kind of change the world would have. They were people wanted with bounties above 100 million who achieved this even before touching the new world, and this specific year was dubbed the worst generation.
In the middle of a square by tree number 25, a fight began so quickly that even the people there could not react.
A large man, with small wings, characteristic of the people from Skypa, fought against a man with an X on his chin.
The large man was Yorogue, captain of the Fallen Monk Pirates, bounty, 108 million. The second man was X-Drake, captain of the Drake Pirates, bounty, 222 million. The fight continued as one contested the other. Yorogue used a wooden trunk to fight while X-Drake used his fencing-style sword, a foil. The fight continued as many onlookers would look on, and while the fight went on, without the people taking their curious eyes off, an explosion occurred in the establishment next to that street, causing smoke to envelop the entire place. As it disappeared, a man with long arms appeared, looking at the hole, posing with his long hand. From the hole emerged a man with scars, looking at the other. "You bastard!" Grinding his teeth, they were both starting a fight at that moment with the first ones. One was Scratchman Apu, a member of the Long-Arm tribe and captain of the On-Air Pirates, bounty, 198 million. The man with the scars was none other than Eustace Kid, captain of the Kid Pirates, bounty, 350 million.
As this was happening, the other two who were fighting earlier approached them, as a consequence of their fights, and as they exchanged blows getting closer, a fifth man appeared there running. He jumped spinning a sword and struck against Yorogen X-Drake, catching their attention. "I can't let you interfere with my captain's fight," he spoke while quickly sheathing his swords. This was a member of the Kid Pirates, killer, bounty, 162 million.
All these 5 men continued with the fight among themselves, representing the iconic worst generation. "All these pirates above 100 million, someone exclaimed.
"They won't stop fighting, what will happen?" A second asked. "It's obvious they are contesting each other. Unfortunately this island is the meeting between them, we must be careful," another spoke. As the battle continued on the street, at a restaurant at the end of that street, a waiter was walking slowly until he bumped into a pirate and fell to the ground dazed. "I apologize, sir," the waiter said, but the pirate did not seem to accept. "You bastard, you've got me all dirty," he exclaimed as he drew his sword, ready to cut down the poor wretch. However, he was stopped by the hand of the man with the sword, who looked towards his captain. This man was Basil Hawkins, captain of the Hawkins Pirates, bounty, 249 million. "No, you should not kill him, after all, this man is not going to die today," he said while holding a card, seeming to read something on it and calming his subordinate. "Where's the waiter?" Meanwhile, at another table, a girl spoke while eating, waiting for her late waiter to come so she could order more pizza. "I want more pizza," she exclaimed, as feathered youths lowered the imposing man at the demand of their captain. This woman was Jewelry Bonnie, captain of the Bonnie Pirates, bounty, 140 million. At another table nearby, a man dressed in a mafia-style suit seemed quite bothered by this and looked frustrated, watching the woman eat in an uncouth manner, appearing wild as she sat with her legs in an unladylike pose. "You, take her out," he ordered his men who were also dressed as mafiosos, wearing suits and Italian-style hats. This man was Capone Beeg, captain of the Fire Tank Pirates, bounty, 138 million. "But Dom Beeg, she is a Pira." Before he could finish, the captain himself struck him, making the man fall instantly. "I don't care, just eliminate her. I don't want excuses," he said, as his men were unsure what to do. The island had been filled by these 8 powerful pirates, while it became the generation with the most notorious pirates. However, this era was far from ending with just that. After all, there was one group that stood out above all others. Not only because it was the largest this year, but because it was worse than any that had emerged in the Great Pirate Era. There wasn't a day that the people of the island did not fear the day they would arrive, if the day they finally anchored in the port. After all, who didn't know that pirate group that had been in the spotlight in newspapers around the world from the East Blue, creating their name even before reaching the New World and even considering that they would be the next emperor after the last event, leaving all their current rivals behind. The absence of this group on the island created a strange atmosphere in the place, with people wondering what would happen when they finally arrived. Would the presence of this group make the chaotic situation of the islands even worse? How would they deal with the New World? Could they destroy a Yonko and emerge as gaining their own territory in that contested sea? Or would they fall as just a group that gained prominence in the history of this era? No one knew the answers to these questions, however, they were recurring questions as people discussed them every day, waiting to finally see them disembarking at the port of some of the islands in the archipelago. However, as if by fate, it seemed that this day had arrived, and it would be today. After all, pirate ships that were sailing that sea returned to the island, not because they had something to do in Sabayati, but because of fear. Fear that they saw at sea, as they saw that dark ship approaching. The people of the island were not to know sighting the ship approaching the port as all the islands that this group usually appeared on. After all, they were so notorious that even the worst criminals felt fear of their name. What rookie could boast that they were destroying the government's and navy's biggest weapons since they entered the Grand Line? Who could claim that they were defeating Shichibukais and fought against all of them, not losing to any,
Not that people knew of their fight with Moria, Kuma, and Hanwon, but they certainly knew their fight against Akainu and Kizaru together.
As soon as the ships both fishing and pirate warned of the approach, the place became chaotic while the news quickly spread across all the islands.
"They are coming, we saw them at sea," they exclaimed, and people quickly became alarmed by this and anxious, running to spread the news.
"They are coming here, call the admirals," someone shouted.
"You're crazy, this will start a war and we could get involved," another responded. "Notify the Navy immediately, I don't know what we can do." "What will happen? Nobody knows, but we must be careful."
The entire islands had already heard the news. After all, many enthusiasts had gone to the port at this moment. They did not think it would easily create a war there, so they were there, courageously, to see the arrivals of that certain ship. This could be said when the first tiny black dot appeared on the horizon, speeding towards them at the port. This was the worst part of the island, where the trees numbered 1 to 29, with all the traffic and residents of outlaws, becoming the lawless place in the archipelago, and this ship chose this area to anchor, while even the worst criminals of the place swallowed hard. People looked on, while the crowd at the port grew larger, staring at the small ship a few kilometers away coming at full speed, approaching every moment. Soon, a strange event occurred with the crowd ever increasing, with people eager to see the arrival of the group. The ship soon became visible to everyone, while its flag waved in the wind, getting closer and closer. The large crowd of people watched, wondering what would happen as soon as they all disembarked. On the ship, the giant trees of the island grew larger as the ship cut through the seawater in that direction. Luffy was on the prow of the ship, with a characteristic smile as he approached the island closer and closer. "Finally, we've arrived here," Luffy murmured with his cape fluttering against the island. "Let's see what interesting things can come up. I'm eager to meet the residents of this island and what we can cause here." Luffy finally arrived at this place, which he had thought a lot about since he entered that barrel when he left Goa Kingdom Island.
534 Chapter 266 Sabo di Archipelago 02, Chapter Size, 1700 words. Third person POV Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Black Pearl continued to approach Sabo di as crowds of people gathered in the middle of the harbor. "Wow, they don't seem to be that afraid of us here. They look like they're gathering to welcome us," Alvida commented, looking toward the harbor. "Maybe we are famous. I heard that this part of the island, between Tree 1 and 29, used to be a criminal area," Najiko commented to her. "Good that you mentioned that. Luffy gave me some pamphlets of the island so we can see the areas of the island." Nami approached, handing out pamphlets to everyone about all the places they could enjoy on all the islands, separated by tree numbers. "This is incredible, look, there's an amusement park," Chopper shouted excitedly, looking at the northern part of the island. "There are several cool places to visit," Robin commented, also looking at the island map. "Luffy, is there anything we should do on the island?" Vivi approached the captain. Luffy turned his gaze to all the members and said, "Well, you guys can do whatever you want, but I'd like us to meet at a point later. You can have fun and, if you want to beat someone up, feel free. Don't let anyone talk badly about us." Luffy commented, already knowing that his reputation was quite powerful here and many people would try to muster some courage by messing with some of the members, especially those who seemed to be the weakest of the group. But there were also crazies like Kid, who didn't mind facing someone much more powerful than them if it gave them a chance to gain some fame. Like he did going to Jaya, but ended up meeting Doflamingo. "Well, that sounds very good," Yamato said, wanting to go to some places. "Yamato," Luffy called his vice captain, as she lifted her eyes to him curiously. "Since you want to mount so much, here is a place where you can catch some flying fish that function like motorcycles." "Moto? What's that?" Yamato asked, not understanding what Luffy meant. That made him scratch his head. Here they don't use that term. He thought and turned back to his crew. "Well, it's a vehicle that moves at high speed, much faster than Cerberus," he said while Yamato seemed quite excited about it. "There's also a show happening near the park. You can adventure wherever you want." Luffy turned back to the crew, before speaking in a serious tone. "Also be careful, this island is a place that tends to have many visits from Tenryubitos," he said, and everyone looked quite concerned with these words, frowning, while Luffy returned to his usual smile. "Not that you need to be afraid of that. We can handle that by beating some of them up," he declared. "Are you just joking?" Many of them shouted with a grimace while some didn't know what to think about their captain's statement. After all, many still feared facing such nobles. Luffy turned his gaze upward and broadened his smile even more. After all, a new crew member was arriving. Meanwhile, the ship was close enough for everyone to see the details. "Look, this is their ship. They call it the Black Pearl. So this is the ship of a pirate with a billion on his head." You fool, this is not just any billion bounty pirate. It's a man who can fight 2 admirals at the same time and still come out alive. Tell me, who else can do that at sea? Not even people with billion bounties can do that, the other complained. Look at that. Someone pointed to the sky, and there was a ship with the head of a lion and its mane looking like the sun, approaching through the air. It was lowering and landed next to the Black Pearl. After 1 minute with the ship beside, it simply disappeared in front of everyone. Luffy had caught Sunny Go and was greeting Babo, who was still wearing the black power wig. Very well, in the end, now you can enjoy the island with everyone too, Luffy said to Beppo. Thank you, Captain, Babo said, now not as brave without the wig, but still grateful. Luffy, anything interesting on this island? Someone powerful? Zoro asked, curious to face someone worthy of his current skills. It depends, Luffy commented. There's an old man here who was the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. What? Vice captain of the Pirate Kings? Everyone exclaimed at the same time. The man who lives there, we'll see him soon. That's why I want us to meet at a specific bar, he said. I think we have someone who knows him well, right, Hachi? Luffy looked at the merman, somewhat surprised. Luffy, how do you know about this? Hachi asked, looking a bit lost, since he was talking about Rayleigh. I just know, and Luffy turned back to respond to Zoro with a second option. There's also a possibility if you hit a Tenryubito, an admiral is called. We can try that if you want. Luffy suggested to Zoro. Of course not, Zoro grimaced at the end. Who would want to face an admiral? Apart from Luffy, no one could fight them at this moment. Anyway, let's put that aside and continue our stay on the island. Luffy said, and Black Pearl began to steam full speed to the island. The ship stopped at the harbor, docking perfectly as they actually encountered a crowd of people with the gangplank descending and the Straw Hats beginning to disembark. Look, it's the Straw Hat Pirates, they pointed out the obvious. After all, no one else could use this flag without wanting to feel the wrath of a pirate group that had bounties above billions on all their heads. So, this is a group that could become a Yonkou, some whispered. Look, there's so much race in them. They pointed as Luffy descended with Shirahoshi clinging to his neck, as she sometimes did. Yamato followed behind, showing off his horns from a race different from humans. There was Hachi, a merman, Beppo, a Minka dog, and many people. There was a diversity of people. Unfortunately, there was no skeleton or cyborg to count at the moment, but it was still enough to shock all the people there. We've finally arrived, Luffy said, stopping in front of the whole crowd that looked at him cautiously. He could see all kinds of people, mostly criminals, looking. Some even trying to have some greed seeing the diversity of his crew to try to sell in the slave auctions. However, who could mess with the group that basically fought vice admirals, several Shichibukai? They were sea demons, unbeatable. They could not be messed with so easily, no matter who it is. Even a Tenryubito would have to think twice. Luffy not only looked at these people, for there were also some quite peculiar looks at them. After all, there was the worst generation, and all of them came to this port in a short time to see the one who led the group of this era. Kid was in a corner, growling and clenching his fist, knowing he was not on the same level as Luffy, who considered him a rival at that moment. Killer was beside him, just looking. His gaze also mainly returned to Roronoa Zoro, who he also considered as a sword rival. Capone Beeg was in a corner too, on top of a building, watching the pirates while his group was behind him watching calmly, smoking a cigar. Let's see how their stay will be. So this is a billion bounty pirate. Bonnie was sitting with her legs open on top of a tree, while the crew was on the ground. She kept eating and looked at Luffy and the rest with some curiosity. Yoroge was giving a big smile as he looked at those pirates, on top of a rock near his crew, but without any comments. Drake was also standing on top of a tree, just watching, calculating some possibilities. After all, he had a mission in the New World with the Navy while disguising himself as a pirate. But the emergence of Monkey D. Luffy with a crew full of mystical beasts might alter that. Scratchman Apu, the man from the Long-Arm tribe, was also in another corner, smiling as he moved his arms, looking like a DJ. So this is Straw Hat, interesting, he thought, striking the same pose. Meanwhile, a man playing cards, who was none other than the latest rookie of the worst generation, Basil Hawkins, watched Luffy approaching while he began to see all the possibilities. Chance of winning a fight against that group, 0%. He stated clearly to his men, who seemed to be part of a cult. Chance of escaping if he tries to kill us, 0%. Another result came out for him. Chance of him killing us if he wants to, 100%. Another result, as he frowned. Chances of this day turning into chaos, 85%. Chances of Monkey D. Luffy being behind this, 90%. He saw each of these results, continuing to frown at each one. Looks like we're going to have a busy day today. We better be careful, he commented. Let's stay well away from Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, ignoring all the potential comments being made about them, heard the sweet voice as his cape was pressed by Shirahoshi. We're so close to my home, we can soon visit Dad. I want to introduce you to him, she said with some hope. Let's do that later, Shira. But first let's sort out some things and participate in some important events that are going to happen, Luffy said. Then, with a big smile, he announced to the entire crew. Now let's explore this island, he said as everyone began to move and, as Basil Hawkins commented, there was a great chance of creating major chaos during their stay. Luffy didn't care much about that, but knew he was about to make this island shake soon and wasn't even worried about the Navy trying to retaliate with the world government. 534 Chapter 267 Sabo di Archipelago 03. Chapter size, 1900 words. Third person POV Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Luffy waited for everyone to disembark from the ship while he approached it and touched it, making it turn into a miniature. Enel was the last to leave, still somewhat bandaged from the last beating he took. Come on, don't be so down, you can have fun like everyone else, Luffy said to him while slapping his back, which made the self-proclaimed god scream in pain with a grimace. Tisk. A god does not entertain himself with mortals, he murmured while trying not to show a pain expression right after the slap. Whatever. Let's split up, Luffy said as the crew nodded, wanting to do their own things. They passed through the crowd heading towards what they had planned to do as each one wanted to visit a different part of the island. The news not only spread from Tree 1 to Tree 29, but the entire archipelago began to hear rumors about the arrival of the Straw Hats, with everyone becoming quite cautious. I just got a call from the port. The Straw Hats are here, a man in a bar exclaimed while the others looked quite surprised by this. Let's go, I want to see these pirates, another spoke. Let's leave the island, they are trouble and I don't want to be in the eye of this storm, someone exclaimed, starting to leave the bar. We're also leaving, heading to the New World, another crew in the bar spoke, leaving right behind. At the bar counter, the woman put one hand on her chin while smoking a cigarette. How interesting, so they have finally arrived. I wonder where that guy is. After all, he himself said he wanted to see their arrival when the crew finally stepped off the island, she spoke calmly. Elsewhere, in an auction house, an elderly man was chained with an explosive collar surrounded by slaves like him, waiting for the auction to start so he could be sold to some noble. What a bore, he murmured with boredom, unaware of the news outside his cell. In the southern region of the islands, where the Navy base was located, they began to get agitated since the news of the Straw Hats had spread. A man stood in front of rows of soldiers, giving a speech while they kept their weapons and stance aligned, listening to the speaker, a high-ranking officer from the base. They have docked on the island, we must spread out and watch every move they make, we will act if necessary, even if it costs us our lives. After all, we will give our lives for justice to fight evil. The officer spoke, hoping that all those sailors would fight to the death, despite the minimal or almost non-existent chances of surviving a confrontation against this pirate crew. The sailors, although nervous, nodded, thinking they would fight if necessary. The officer continued talking about his plans as they would spread out across the islands and the archipelago. In another room at the base, in a communications room, there was another officer speaking directly with the headquarters. So, they have arrived on this island. These damn pirates, they came out of Eni's lobby and clashed with two other Shichibukais. And even defeated Moria. Sengoku growled on the Den Mushi about this. After all, it was no secret Kuma appeared quite damaged while carrying a comatose Moria. This frustrated him even more as he was losing forces that should be used in the war. Luffy was a major headache for him, especially with a war coming. A war that he could no longer stop, no matter what happened. What he hoped was that Luffy would also be drawn to Marineford, to join forces and destroy them once and for all like they would with Whitebeard. What should we do, Fleet Admiral? The other side asked. Sengoku sighed, before speaking again on the device. I want you to keep an eye on every move he makes, Sengoku explained. Get all the 10 Ryubitos off the island now. He gave that order immediately. After all, it was no longer a secret among the people with higher positions in the world government what Luffy had done. That crew could very well want to mess with that group of untouchable people, so it was much more rational to remove them before any conflict arose, especially considering how the 10 Ryubitos are, which made even Sengoku quite nervous. Afterwards, the conversation continued a bit more about any strategy that might be tried against the pirates. We'll do exactly that, the officer on the other side said, finally hanging up the Den Den Mushi. Sengoku also hung up his Den Den Mushi and returned to the room where the three admirals sat in front of him. The first he noticed was Akainu, still a bit bandaged from the wounds of the fight at Eni's lobby and frustrated at hearing Luffy's name, while Aokiji seemed to be sleeping with a bubble coming out of his nose. Kizaru opened his mouth, almost saying, "How scary," as his usual phrase. Sengoku sighed and began to speak. "Well, I'm going to have to send one of you there. I can't let that group do whatever they want, but avoid going to war with them there. After all, we should save that for here, at Marineford," said Sengoku as Aokiji slowly opened his eyes, seeming to awaken. "Who is going to go there? It seems quite dangerous," Kizaru asked, looking at one of his colleagues beside him. He saw Akainu, who was looking at him at this moment. He swallowed hard and his gaze shifted away. Well, Kizaru commented while looking at him too. Kizaru frowned and raised his hand, pointing to himself, and asked, clearly not wanting to go, "Me?" Sengoku agreed with this. As of all the admirals, Kizaru was the officer with the best chance in a fight against Garp's grandson. "You must go, Kizaru." "I would send Garp, since he is the best choice to keep his grandson in line." However, as soon as he arrived at Marineford, he had to deal with some personal issues. Returning to Impel Down, Sengoku commented, a bit frustrated, since as soon as he arrived, there was a mess, forcing him to make an extreme decision. But Kizaru tried to argue but was interrupted. "Stop the drama, Kizaru. Go there and end the pirate as justice demands," Akainu growled and complained immediately. "If you're so eager about it, why don't you go?" Kizaru thought, looking at Akainu, since he was not keen on facing Luffy anyway. "I'm counting on you, Kizaru," declared Sengoku in the end. "Alright. I'll take my nephew," he said. Having no choice, Kizaru had to get moving as he stood up and left the room not very enthusiastically. After all, someone had to do the job. Meanwhile, back at the Sabaody archipelago, the crew had split up while Luffy was still held by Shirahoshi. He continued walking through the islands. "Let's go, Luffy-sama." Shirahoshi seemed quite excited while keeping pace with Luffy. Luffy was not at all bothered by the girls' enthusiasm as they continued walking around, heading towards anything that caught their attention. Robin, Kuina, and Najiko went to the part of the island where the luxury hotels were located, wanting to see the place. Meanwhile, Chopper, Beppo, Usopp, and Uda went directly to the park in the north of the islands, where there was a festival and rides for them to enjoy. Cotton candy. Chopper was excited about the idea of buying some. Roller coaster. Usopp and Beppo wanted to see the park. The festival. Uda wanted to sing where there was a band performance. As for Zoro, no one knew where he was. After all, as soon as they lost sight of him, he disappeared, probably lost somewhere on the island and hoping he wouldn't end up outside of Sabaody. Reiju and Lami went to compete in some competitions they themselves created on one of the islands of the archipelago. "You're not going to beat me, emo girl. Shut up, curly eyebrows." They began to argue while scaring everyone around them as they ran from the two crazy women. Meanwhile, Hachi had to take Yamato to the place where they sold the fish that they rode like a kind of motorbike, according to Luffy. "Come on, let's go," Yamato commented excitedly. "Nay. We're almost there." Hachi had no choice but to follow the orders of the vice captain. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, two men and a dog walked through the streets drawing attention. "What's with all this gloom?" Hugo asked the other man. "I'm not gloomy, after all. I will be a god, just a bit out of action." Enel seemed to try to maintain his composure, but his situation was not pretty. "Wolf." Chow Chow mocked him with a bark. "What did you say, mutt?" Enel did not appreciate a dog mocking him, and though he didn't understand what the bark meant, he still felt the mockery. "Wolf." Chow Chow growled at Enel. "This is going to be a long stay," Hugo commented, seeing that he wouldn't have an easy time there. In an area where various criminal operations spanned from Area 1 to 29, 4 women gathered in a corner. Are we really doing this? Vivi asked, a bit worried. Of course, why wouldn't we? We're pirates. Alvida commented, adjusting her hat. Think of the money, Vivi. The lovely money, Nami said with dollar signs in her eyes and drool dripping from her mouth. I can buy some accessories so that master can punish me later, BABY5 declared determinedly. Vivi, Nami, and Alvida looked at her strangely at that moment. Anyway. Let's start here, then here. And finally here. Nami began pointing to various spots on the map where they would be operating. Whatever. Vivi sighed and finally nodded. Alvida and Baby 5 smiled and nodded too. As the girls prepared to put on a show, elsewhere, there was a man in a suit listening to the Den Den Mushi. We should leave the island. Another man spoke cautiously. Bang! A shot was heard, and the same man fell dead the next moment, with the Tenryubito looking on with disdain. We are not leaving this island because an inferior being is here. Do you understand? He spoke, looking at all the agents. Yes, St. Charlos. Everyone nodded at the same time, afraid of the wrath of that world noble. St. Charlos was atop a slave as they walked through the streets of Sabodi with all the people bowing before him in fear and respect. He had been warned that Luffy and his crew were on the island and that the Navy's guidance was for him to leave immediately, but he could never be commanded as he was a noble of high status, his arrogance scoffing at that notion. After all, he would never think that an inferior being would stand against him, being a descendant of the creator of this world. So, he continued on his way, doing his things while enslaving people openly without anyone daring to speak against it. 268 Sabodi Archipelago 04. Chapter size. 2,000 words. Third person POV Sabodi Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Despite the arrival of the Straw Hats, life on the islands continued as usual, with people looking at the members of the super crew with various types of gazes due to their fame here, as they passed through certain places. At an auction house in the illegal area, a low-budget event was happening at this moment. Not all houses selling slaves could offer unique and sophisticated species. Here there were no exclusive breeds, only a few humans who rarely attracted attention from their buyers with low prices, but this was rare. Therefore, the house was not frequented by the more refined type of people, just some looking for some type of slave, being nobles from small countries to be able to buy second-hand slaves. Our slaves are of great quality. The man leading the auction exclaimed into his Den Den Mushi to his audience, despite lying, because the row of slaves behind him was not very good, many skinny, as many men as women looking lifeless to the audience who saw them as a product. However, something happened at this moment. As the announcer began to announce the slaves with their prices, an explosion occurred in the wall, startling everyone immediately. Boom! Ah! What is this? An attack? Who dares? They screamed surprised, some thinking with superiority complex that they were important. In the midst of the smoke made with the destruction, 4 figures emerged, all wearing clothes to hide their identity with masks, but their hair was still visible. It was obvious that all were female figures. Who are you? The announcer spoke, frowning. It doesn't matter. We're here to rob you, the woman with orange hair said simply. And, before the man could react, she raised her hand, generating a wind that threw the man away, and the people quickly began to become alarmed with their personal guards standing up to protect their masters, who tried to escape by going to the door at the back. However, the woman with blue hair made a hand movement, creating a wind vortex, stopping them from continuing to try to leave the place with the wind wall rising and them stopping in front of them after some guards collided and were thrown back. What is this? Someone screamed. Who are you? A small noble was afraid of the women. Are they Akuma no Mi users? They were worried, seeing that they were fruit users and quite powerful. Maid. A woman with curly hair commented. The other woman with black hair took a few steps while only nobles looked at her in fear. Her hands began to transform into machine guns. This is for the master and his punishments, she said with determination to herself. You better hand over all the jewels and money, otherwise, it won't end well for you, the woman who called the maid said with a fierce look while all the people were afraid and the slaves on the stage surprised by this development. Give me, the woman with orange hair created claws, beginning to steal purses and jewels from all the members, while she began to play with the power of wind at her feet with excited eyes while no one could do anything against that. Something is happening inside. One of the guards outside heard the explosion and soon a constant sound of wind began to arise. They opened the door and saw a wind wall, making that no one could leave from there. Inside the place, Nami wanted to keep all the treasures in her pocket or make them magically sucked. Man, I wish I had Luffy's powers right now. I'm not sure if these bags will fit more gold, she didn't stop complaining. Well, we've taken everything from this floor, we still have the safe to break into, Alvida commented. Baby 5, can you keep them here? Vivi asked, and Baby 5 nodded her head while keeping her weapons pointed at everyone present. What are you doing? You can't do this. We are protected by underworld organizations. You don't know who you are messing with. One of the event organizers complained while seeing the girls approaching going towards the safe. Vivi simply raised her hand, and the man was thrown away by the wind. They proceeded to the lower part of the auction and reached the vault. Leave this to me, Alvida said, covering her hand and weapon with armament hockey. She launched herself and struck against the metal door of the vault as the metal exploded in a dented shape, flying over a pile of organized gold from the auction. More gold. Nami looked at it, fascinated, quickly passing Alvida, who kept a small, satisfied smile, and Vivi sighing. So much gold. But I can't just put it in my bag, she began to cry. I still wish I had Luffy's powers. Once again she complained. Despite the Moa Moa No Mi having various possibilities, Nami only cared about the possibility of shrinking this treasure to fit more in her pocket during her heists. After putting all the treasures in bags, it didn't take long for them to return outside with bags on their shoulder filled with money, while Baby 5 was still holding everyone off. She had shot at some guards who tried to react, but now they were lying on the ground, proving they were not joking. How can this be happening? Someone cried. We're screwed, but these powers. They are from that crew, aren't they? People didn't take long to connect the 4 women to that group. After all, there were many reports of their fruits in the newspaper, which made them even more worried. After all, who could stop a group like them? We've finally arrived, Alvida said, looking at all the still subdued audience. Let's let them go, we have everything, Nami announced. Vivi nodded and cancelled her wind vortex, allowing the nobles to finally be able to leave. Vivi turned her gaze to the slaves on the stage, looking at them with caution and lost. Baby5, can you release them? Vivi asked with some pity. The maid nodded, her hand transformed into a chainsaw, cutting the shackles of the men and women there. After all, there were no explosive collars as it wasn't a very sophisticated auction. You can go wherever you want, Vivi commented as the slaves nodded gratefully, beginning to leave the place quickly. Let's go, Nami said, and they began to leave through the same hole they had opened in the wall. The nobles who were victims of these women began to run outside asking for help from someone for the theft of their belongings, even calling the navy, while the slaves tried to escape and the auction house itself tried to catch the slaves. This event soon began to spread. 4 women wearing clothes to hide their appearance had robbed the auction at that location. However, a moment later, other rumors began as Nami, Alvida, Vivi, and Baby 5, dressed, began to rob auction by auction, causing all the other houses to quickly arm themselves against what was happening in the lower houses from Tree 1 to 29. Even some houses were already preparing for this. They couldn't stop them as they continued to rob everything they could, with them going to the main houses. Hey, are you listening? There are 4 women robbing the auction houses. They say they are unbeatable and all are Akuma no Mi users. A man commented in a bar with the news. What is this? Is it serious? But aren't auction houses and underworld smuggling? Even Joker himself is involved with some houses. They talked, not knowing what to think. I heard it might be the Straw Hat, they said. After all, the crew had many women and some with powers of wind and similar from the rumors. If it's them, who can stop them? Another exclaimed the obvious. While these rumors were happening on the city streets, at the naval base it was no different after receiving reports of recent activities. Captain, this is all we heard. It seems the Straw Hat is causing trouble while looting the auction houses, a sailor spoke, reading the sheets to his officer. This is bad, they've just arrived in Sabaody and are already causing trouble, the Navy officer complained. He even had to defend the auction houses, even though there was slave selling, despite being illegal. It was allowed here due to the big connections and because the Tenryubitos liked to come here to acquire new slaves. If someone was attacking these houses, it would be quite bad and they had to act, but now with these people. While the sailors continued receiving complaints all the time with the 4 girls continuing the heists at the auction houses, the rest of the crew had no idea this was happening at the moment. Hugo, a bandaged Enel, and a dog continued walking through the streets, not caring much about the looks people were throwing at them for recognizing them as the Straw Hats. However, this changed when someone stopped in front of them, preventing them from continuing their path. A large man stepped on the ground while making a certain noise with his arrival. Yoroge made Hugo and the others stop, while the captain of the worst generation with wings on his back, while holding a tree trunk on his shoulder. "Look what I found here. I was hoping to bump into some people who surpass my bounty," he said, keeping the smile on his face. "What? Look at this. Yoroge is challenging the Straw Hats," someone shouted the obvious to the scene. "They are people above 200 million, even that dog is not something to be messed with," another complained. After all, Chow Chow had a large bounty, although the wanted posters just show a common white-haired dog, and it was not a secret that he could become a Cerberus. "What do you want?" Hugo was the first to speak, not very friendly, while Chow Chow and Enel remained silent, not caring about this. "I heard you are pirates with bounties above 200 million. I would like to see your strength," he spoke arrogantly, hoping to have a battle against some members of the crew. "Just a mortal," Enel mocked. "Woof woof." Even Chow Chow mocked, barking at this big man. Yoroge saw this, but before he could finish speaking, a punch filled his face, ending his smile, with Hugo landing a big right jab, which sank into the man and, without being able to react, flew to the opposite side, hitting a bar and blowing up the whole structure while people ran out. "The Straw Hats are fighting," they exclaimed as people tried to escape from the demolishing bar. "That was easy," Hugo commented, seeing that the man had already been knocked out with his haki, and a bit of disdain. After all, he hadn't come to challenge them, but to fall like that with just one haki punch? "Captain Yoroge," his men shouted, alarmed, going after the captain in the wreckage. A kilometer from there, in another place on that street, a man was playing cards sitting on a crate while his men continued behind him. "Captain, you were right," one of his members spoke, frowning. "Yes, I said there was a 95% chance of Yoroge being defeated easily. My cards never deceive," he said. This man was none other than Basil Hawkins, who still continued to see the chances with various questions for his guards. Enel, with his incredible observation haki, heard this and became curious about the man at a distance. His body turned into lightning and he flew in that direction, while Hawkins still reading the cards, until he frowned and soon saw a bolt of lightning coming towards him. 534 Chapter 269 Sabo di Archipelago 05, Chapter Size, 1800 words. Third person Pav Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and sped towards Basil Hawkins. The man cautiously watched the approaching lightning as it morphed back into Enel, who stared intently at this peculiar figure reading tarot cards. "What?" Basil Hawkins' crew exclaimed as Enel suddenly appeared before them. Hawkins observed the uniquely dressed man, clad only in pants, with large ears and drums on his back. He seemed quite intrigued by him. "I heard what you said," Enel remarked, looking at him. "How may I assist you?" Hawkins asked, somewhat cautiously. After all, he didn't need to read the cards to know whether he could defeat this man or not. Being a Logia, no member of the infamous worst generation there could fight him, except for the Straw Hats, who might actually beat him in a fight. "You can see possibilities?" Enel inquired, wanting answers from this mortal. "I can," Hawkins replied, seeing no reason to lie. "Then I want some information, mortal," he stated disdainfully. "The possibility of refusal is 10%, Hawkins stated, looking at his cards and disliking the situation. "What do you want to know?" In the end, he turned back to Enel. "I want to know what the possibility of me becoming a god is," Enel asked immediately. After all, he was eager to regain his status. "A god?" many exclaimed upon hearing the question. But Hawkins started reading the cards. Seeing the answer to the question in the cards, he debated whether to tell the truth or not, but ultimately chose to. After all, he is a pirate. "There's a 1% chance," Hawkins spoke, bracing for the Logia user's fury. 1%. Enel unexpectedly seemed thoughtful, not angry at the revelation. Suddenly, Chow Chow appeared at the side. "Woof, woof," he was barking at Enel. "What do you want, mutt?" Enel grumbled at Chow Chow, who growled back at Enel. They didn't seem to get along and were about to start a fight. Hawkins was worried about getting out of there before this conflict began. But Enel looked at the dog and had an idea. "Hey, tell me one more thing. What's the chance of this dog becoming a god?" he asked curiously. Very slim as well, it's 2%, Hawkins said, though he seemed a bit surprised that a dog had such a chance of becoming something like that. This dog has a better chance than me. Enel was not pleased with this, especially since the stray dog had twice the chance he did. Are you sure about this? Enel asked Hawkins, looking at him seriously and wanting to really confirm it. Yes, Hawkins answered. Well, that doesn't matter, that 1% is all I needed, he said finally with conviction. It won't be a dog that becomes a god. Nor even that demon. No one will stop me from becoming a god. He exclaimed as several lightning bolts began to appear around his body. What is he doing? This was scaring everyone nearby, as Chow Chow started growling, ready to attack, but someone emerged first. Before Enel could react, a slap hit his head with an enormous hand, because the hand was wrapped with King's Haki, and it stopped him from continuing his lightning show. This guy is always trouble, Hugo commented, appearing behind and making Enel grimace in pain before fainting once more. He picked up an unconscious Enel and put him on his shoulder. Let's go, Chow Chow, he said, and the dog barked. Woof, woof, the dog barked, and they began to follow the path out of there. Sometimes I wonder why the captain put him in the crew, he always causes trouble, Hugo commented, and Chow Chow couldn't help but agree with a bark. Anyway, let's see if we can find any celestial dragons around here. I want to hit one of them, Hugo said with an excited smile, and Chow Chow couldn't help but think that this would be another problem. Hawkins just stayed silent as they left and sighed in the end. Meanwhile, on the north side of the archipelago, some crew members went straight there. Let's go, Usopp shouted while eating popcorn in the amusement park, and Chopper munched on cotton candy excitedly while Bappo followed behind with another sweet popcorn. Let us through. They joined a line as people looked at them, mostly with fear, since everyone there had bounties on their heads. It's the cotton candy lover, Chopper. We should run, a man in the roller coaster line exclaimed. You fool, his bounty is only 5 berries, not even worth the paper it's printed on. Why be scared of that animal? Another scoffed. None of them have very high bounties, so we don't need to be scared, another one spoke up. Wait a minute, if we beat them, we could become very famous for it, another had an idea. Man, this line is going to take forever. Beppo couldn't help but exclaim. Hey, you, someone called out as they approached. Usopp turned to him, sensing his bad intentions through Haki. I heard you guys are straw hats, but you're all the weakest, none of your bounties even exceed 50 million. The man laughed, since neither Beppo nor Usopp had been part of Eni's lobby, so their bounties hadn't changed. Sorry, Beppo said. Chopper didn't know what to say about that as he had cotton candy on his face. Why are you apologizing? Usopp shouted at Beppo. Ha ha ha. Look at these guys, they're still part of that crew. How pathetic, the men laughed at this. Chopper and Beppo seemed depressed by this, and before they could react, Usopp simply punched each of the 2 men. They didn't even have time to react as they flew from the force of Usopp's punch, and he raised a pistol and shot at the men with the power of light. The air then exploded with the men inside. The explosion caused chaos in the entire park as the lights shone, outshining even the sun's light among the large trees. Usopp, resting his pistol on his shoulder, was satisfied with what he had done and had no regrets. After all, Luffy had said they could hit anyone who tried to provoke them. The people who saw this were very scared, and the line quickly dispersed, no one wanting to mess with them anymore, since they were 3 members of that crew and Usopp showed they should not be messed with so easily. The men emerged from the light burned and fell unconscious on the ground. Usopp saw that the line was clear at that moment. Looks like it's our turn, Usopp said cheerfully, while Beppo and Chopper were still shocked by what had happened but simply decided to go along and followed the long-nosed marksman to the cart. They soon entered the place and began ascending the roller coaster, with just them, as no one wanted to share the carts with such dangerous people. They soon forgot what happened, giving way to the ride, and then they began to have fun as their cart swung from side to side with the thrill of the wind hitting, everyone screaming. Usopp, Chopper, and Beppo continued having fun on the roller coaster, while elsewhere, not inside the park but nearby, a large crowd of people gathered in front of a big stage, while some people performed music, with the audience listening intently, singing and dancing. The band continued their performance until it ended and the presenter spoke again. Now our next performance is a girl named Uda, someone you might already know. This girl came directly from Elegia, the country of music, the man said as everyone shouted together. Uda had registered at the site and provided some data, thus she entered the stage with everyone recognizing her as a member of the Straw Hats. People swapped their enthusiasm for caution the next moment, but Uda was not shaken by this and began to sing her song. Soon she began to affect the crowd and everyone lost their fear, starting to dance along with her. "Damn, she's really good," Scratchmanapu said, watching from afar as he moved his long arms. "I'm going to have to compete with her," he stated firmly. Meanwhile, in another location, in one of the southern parts of the archipelago, "Life is so good here," Nijiko commented as they sat facing the sea on a high spot, one of the penthouses of a hotel famous for hosting people with high purchasing power. Even celestial dragons visited the place. Foo, that's true." Robin also commented as she sat in the chair and adjusted her sunglasses, feeling the breeze, sipping on a milkshake. Kuina just nodded while sipping her strawberry milkshake, quite childlike. "It seems our girl is acting like one," Nijiko commented with a smile, as Robin also began to laugh and Kuina felt a bit embarrassed by it. All three women continued to enjoy the breeze at the hotel while, on the southernmost wall of the island, the Marines were starting to spread out, but suddenly there was an explosion near them as a bridge connecting the islands flew through the air, destroyed. "You damn!" They heard a female voice screaming angrily. It was Lami, who shouted angrily as Reiju appeared beside her trying to kick her. "Take this, you damn witch!" Reiju yelled back. Lami used her sword to parry the kick and another explosion occurred with the impact and stones began to fly as the ground started to crack and was destroyed by the impact of both women. "What is happening here?" The Marines began to scream with questions, seeing that very strange scene. Lami and Reiju continued fighting each other ever since they left the main group, moving from island to island, blowing up everything in their path. "It's them, the maniacs we heard about in the distress calls," a Marine exclaimed and began to run. Clearly, their destruction was affecting some of the citizens of the Sabodi archipelago, as they began to receive many calls saying there were two crazy women fighting each other, devastating the streets, houses, and even trees being knocked down with their fight in the middle of the island. The situation was out of control. "Damn, we must stop them. Let's go," the Marines said. Then the group of Marines began to run after the women who were causing explosions as they ran across the islands, each impact they made against each other causing explosions. 534 Chapter 270 Sabodi Archipelago 06, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third person POV Sabodi Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. On an island west of the archipelago, a man with green hair stood in front of the sea, gazing at a distant red mountain. It was none other than Roronoa Zoro, looking in that direction, deep in thought. "Damn, how can they get lost like that?" He grumbled, thinking his crew was following him, but they had somehow lost their way without him realizing. Ironically, it was he who had gotten lost. "Damn, I'm going to have to go back," Zoro commented, having no other choice but to return the way he had come. Meanwhile, elsewhere, "Amazing, how much does this model cost?" Yamato murmured, looking at men selling fish motorcycles with Hachi by his side, who seemed a bit lost. The place was crowded as the man was renting out the fish. They recognized the Straw Hats, especially Yamato for being Kaido's daughter and having a bounty of 600 million. Some people were wary of Hachi for being a fishman, but had to respect him, after all, he was part of an important crew. "Damn, if we could capture him." One man spoke while keeping his gaze on Hachi, who might even have heard him. He wasn't hiding, after all Luffy had said he would never need to do that again while under his flag and would destroy anyone who messed with him. "Are you an idiot? He's with Kaido's daughter. And you think we can mess with that group?" Another whispered to the first. "But did you see how much they offered for that mermaid they captured yesterday?" The first man spoke again and Hachi immediately turned surprised towards those men. But, the man was going to continue, but suddenly felt a blade at his throat, catching everyone by surprise, as Hachi had several swords drawn from their sheaths, placing his swords on the necks of 4 men at the same time, appearing in front of the man. "Nay, tell me now," he said threateningly. "What were you saying?" Hachi scared the men as soon as they realized their situation. "We only said that a mermaid was captured yesterday," one of the men said, swallowing hard. "Where is she?" Hachi asked again. While Yamato was about to mount her bike, she noticed the strange situation. "Any problem, Hachi?" she asked from afar. But Hachi did not care to answer her, still looking at the man with the same deadly gaze. "Where is she being auctioned?" And he spoke, still holding the sword as if about to kill the man. She's being auctioned at one of the most important auctions in the lawless area, the Joker auction. The man spoke with evident fear. I believe I know where that auction is. Hachi seemed thoughtful. Yamato approached at this moment. Any problem? He was wondering why Hachi's hostility, as he hadn't even answered her. Nay. There's a mermaid being auctioned and I need to stop it, Hachi spoke fiercely. A mermaid, Yamato murmured, and immediately had a fierce look. Alright. Let's solve this, she spoke, and the men looked somewhat surprised at that. I wouldn't do that. I heard there will be 10 Ryubitos at the site. Are you guys crazy? The man spoke immediately, making Hachi frown. Meanwhile, Yamato didn't seem too concerned, just thoughtful. It doesn't matter. Let's go. She suddenly spoke and grabbed Hachi by the clothes and threw him on top of her bike. She jumped a distance in front of the vehicle and Hachi, a bit surprised by this, quickly asked, Hey, do you know how to ride this? Yamato just smiled and said, No, but let's try. She spoke, and before they could react, she accelerated and sped forward, while Hachi screamed in fright, with her crashing into trees trying to keep the fish under control and leaving the place. She didn't even pay me. The man, responsible for renting the bikes, did not fail to shout after Yamato fleeing with the fishman. Meanwhile, in the lawless area, Luffy was with Shirahoshi at this moment, glued to his back. They walked from one side to the other, and it was obvious that he was attracting attention as many pointed at them. Look at him. He's wearing the straw hat. The people commented and quickly tried to keep their distance. It's him in person. Monkey D. Luffy. The pirate who is the son of the world's worst criminal and grandson of the marine hero, Garp. A rookie that not even the admirals alone can stop. As people exclaimed, trying to distance themselves, no one wanted to confront a pirate with a bounty of 1,000,000 berries. Luffy continued walking until he found a small bar and wanting to drink something, he headed to the establishment. I want to drink something. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi pointed to the place, obviously where Luffy was already going. Yes, let's go. Let's see what they have to offer, Luffy commented with a smile as he entered the place, which quickly grew gloomy with the presence of this pirate and a mermaid on his back. Luffy stepped on the floorboards as they creaked with the old wood, and the waiter saw that man and swallowed hard behind the counter, while the air grew tense, with no one able to breathe. He's here. Someone murmured. Stay quiet. If he hears you, you're dead, another said to a friend. Please. Just go away. Nika-sama. Make this man leave without causing death and destruction, someone else was praying in a corner. Luffy approached the bar, while the man behind the counter looked pale. Luffy leaned forward and tapped the counter with a finger. Give me your best rum and an orange juice for her, he said, while the man quickly started making the drinks with trembling hands, afraid of displeasing this powerful pirate. Is he alright, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi couldn't help but ask with her gentle eyes to the man who seemed to be having a convulsion, while trembling picking up the bottle. He's just nervous, Shira, Luffy said. He didn't care much about it, although he found it quite precipitous to be afraid in this way. After all, they think he would kill someone just for not liking his drink or something like that. But Luffy only kills someone when provoked enough for it, not over a glass of drink. The man brought their drinks and placed them on the counter while cautiously looking at Luffy. Even the entire place looked at Luffy, expecting him to kill the bartender if he didn't like the drink. Hey, relax, I'm not going to kill you just because of your drink, Luffy said, as he tossed some gold coins to the man who quickly picked them up and nodded, but still looked cautious. Luffy didn't sit down and took the glass, drinking calmly. The taste was not the best, but at least it was something he could drink peacefully. Luffy took Shira's juice and she drank it while still clinging to his back, swaying her tail, with an expression that seemed to love the orange juice. The place was relatively full, but no one else spoke at this moment while Luffy and his mermaid drank quietly at the bar counter. Then the door opened and a man looking straight at Luffy's back approached. Hey, is he here after Monkey D. Luffy? People gossiped about this man in the bar. He can't be serious, another commented. Luffy sipped his drink and smiled, feeling through his haki the person. Kid, I see you've been following me for a long time, Luffy commented, still with his back to the man. Kid did not respond to Luffy's comment. Is Captain Kid going to face Straw Hat? But his bounty is almost 3 times smaller than that of Captain Kid. Is he insane? I heard he is pretty crazy, another spoke. Mugiwara will not let this go easily. He's a billion bounty pirate and of course he will kill just for provoking him, another man grumbled. What do you want, kid? Luffy said. Can't you see I'm with my girl here? He said. And Shirahoshi seemed to blush at that, placing her hand on her face with a flush. Kid ignored the comments and looked at Luffy with a fierce gaze. I know I can't beat him now, he said, his hands clenching. But remember this, Straw Hat, that humiliation in Jaya will never happen again. Wait for me in the new world. I will defeat you, no matter how strong you are. I will dominate that sea, do you hear me, Straw Hat? Kid growled. And Luffy appreciated this challenge and began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed loudly while the bar was silent. What are you laughing at? Kid didn't like that, thinking that Luffy was mocking him. Very well, kid, I'll be waiting for you then. After all, what fun is the sea when you don't have challenges to face? Luffy spoke seriously. After all, a long time ago, he could have killed Teach, but he kept him alive just so there would be people who could face him in the future. Luffy doesn't want to dominate the seas easily. He wants challenges and fights. Where's the achievement if you don't need to make efforts to reach it? Everyone was surprised by this, especially Kid. After all, no one expected such behavior from a pirate who was on top of everything on this island, showing that he was looking forward to a future challenge. Anyway, let's go, Luffy said as he finished his glass. Yes, let's visit other places, Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi said excitedly on his back. Luffy walked past Kid while the man kept his gaze on him, thoughtful about his last words. Luffy didn't care anymore and continued walking, heading out of the bar. Now let's go. Luffy was going to comment but soon noticed that there was a strange change happening on that street at the moment. All the people who had been circulating the area were now kneeling. What's happening, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi looked confused, and Luffy simply glanced with narrow eyes to one side of the street. At the start of the street, there was a group of people in suits with a man in the middle, one who wasn't wearing a suit but a very peculiar white outfit that Luffy knew very well. After all, he had already killed two of those beings. How interesting, Luffy couldn't help but murmur then, as people knelt on the ground hoping not to receive the wrath of that Tenryubito. They were surprised by someone simply walking through the place without kneeling. Hey, who is he? A woman spoke in shock, but when she saw the flag on his back, next to the mermaid clinging to him, she swallowed hard. Luffy walked towards the Tenryubito and his forces while everyone still knelt, also amazed by Luffy simply walking, which would make anyone there a dead man. But Luffy seemed oblivious to it and everyone was wondering what he was about to do, while the Tenryubito himself, on top of his slave, didn't even know the danger he was running at that exact moment. 534 Chapter 271 Sabo di Archipelago 07, Chapter Size, 2000 words. Third person Pav Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Saint Charlos was a world noble who treated everyone who was not a celestial dragon with disdain, inferior beings whom he could kill and enslave at will, and no one could do anything about it. Today, he was out in Sabodi with his family, while his father and sister were somewhere else. He decided to look for some new concubines for his harem. He also liked to collect many different races, and today he was particularly excited because he had heard about the auction of a recently captured mermaid, which was happening in that very district. Immediately, he cancelled his trip to the amusement park and called his father, who would meet them soon at the auction, so St. Charlos continued to head to the big auction with his guards. He looked at his mount, a large man he had made into a slave some time ago, whom he used to ride while the man crawled wherever he wanted. The man hardly seemed to have any life left in his eyes, he just obeyed. Charlos was getting a bit frustrated with the delay this slave was having in continuing the path and quickly started kicking behind his head, stepping on the man's ear. Come on, you're too slow. That mermaid is going to be auctioned and I want to buy her. If you delay me and she's sold before I get there, I swear I'll make you regret it and make you beg for death, he said, growling as he continued to assault the man, who looked just like an empty puppet. Beside him was a pirate who had also just been bought at another auction. The man also looked at his miserable life, unable to react. After all, he had been caught by a celestial dragon and now had an explosive collar. Nothing could be done against that. The only thing he could think about was his future miserable life, which could not be better than the man this world noble was sitting on top of. Meanwhile, the men around him, in suits, who were government agents, calmly looked at the situation as if it were normal, already accustomed to St. Charlos's personality, doing nothing about it, just to keep him as one of the descendants of the creators of this world and protect him with their lives. If I hear right. So, there's a mermaid being auctioned right now. A voice emerged at that moment while Charlos was still venting his frustration on his slave. He impulsively ended up responding to the unexpectedly asked question. Yes, a mermaid is being auctioned, and I will have her in my tank. I'll make her try to run from my piranhas. It will be so much fun, the man said, imagining the scene, until suddenly, he blinked and looked forward, hearing that there was a man with a woman on his back standing in front of them. His gaze was stunned as he looked at that man with his mouth open, but it wasn't just him. All the people at the location looked stunned and at a loss for words. Luffy was there standing, not caring if he was in front of a celestial dragon. Luffy just calmly looked at the world noble while his arms were crossed. Hey, is this really happening? One of the citizens immediately shouted, while others also spoke. What's going to happen? Another murmured. Is this Monkey D. Luffy? Does he not know that he can't mess with a celestial dragon? Others exclaimed. He's dead, another said. Yes, he's messing with the god of this world. Charlos still looked at this whole moment at Luffy with a shocked look, as if he was simply going to pull out his gold gun and point it at Luffy and just kill him. You. Saint Charlos murmured. While his group of agents was at the height of nervousness, wondering what Luffy was planning to do. What's wrong with him, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously. I don't know, he must be sick. Look at the snot coming out of his nose, that's why he wears that helmet, to not pass the virus to other people. Luffy murmured. Saint Charlos seemed to have heard the most absurd thing in the world, because he didn't say anything else but to pick up his gold pistol and was about to aim at Luffy and shoot. But something at that moment caught his attention, which was the mermaid on Luffy's back, when he saw her tail swaying beside him, which left him even more surprised. This is a mermaid, he said, seeing her pink tail and her curious gaze. She's the most beautiful mermaid I've ever seen, he exclaimed, as more snot dripped from him. I want her now, he exclaimed joyfully while his men seemed to frown. Shirahoshi looked scared by his reaction. Luffy-sama, she murmured, hiding behind Luffy. You want her? Luffy simply asked calmly, while everyone didn't know what to expect from the answer. Everyone knew the mermaid was part of his crew, so they felt that something terrible was about to happen at that moment. From a distance, a woman eating pizza stared open-mouthed at the scene. Hey, what is he going to do? Bonnie asked somewhat worried. Luffy's question took the celestial dragon out of his joy and he looked at Luffy with a fierce gaze. What are you doing standing, you inferior being? He said to Luffy, who seemed not to care. Why would I kneel to a celestial pig? Luffy commented, making everyone gape at that moment with a grimace. Even Saint Charlos himself was alarmed by it. He grabbed his pistol this time and pointed it at Luffy. Take the mermaid off your back and I'll kill you, he said, not wanting to damage such precious merchandise. Hey, celestial pig, did you know I usually kill people who think they can take my crew? Luffy said, leaving people speechless once again. Killing a celestial dragon was something no one had ever thought to hear in their lives, so what Luffy was mentioning would defy the logic of this world. Saint Charlos wasted no more time, immediately shooting at Luffy. Luffy saw the gold bullet coming out of his gun. It had sea stone in it, to kill devil fruit users as well, but Luffy just watched that marble moving in slow motion in the air and scoffed at it. Saint Charlos didn't even realize when Luffy was already in front of him. Wanting his arm back and delivering a punch, the man was imagining Luffy lying dead on the ground with him taking the mermaid to show off to his colleagues in merry joie. While the glass of his helmet was breaking with Luffy's fist coming at him before anyone could react. The man only realized something was wrong when he felt pain with Luffy's fist burying into him, making even time stop with it. Everyone saw the scene freeze on that street, in a millisecond, while Luffy sank his fist into the face of Saint Charlos. A being who was supposed to be untouchable, after all. Touching a celestial dragon was like declaring war with the greatest power in this world, the world government. The scene had entered people's subconscious while it was recorded for the rest of their lives, until finally time returned to normal and before anyone could react. The celestial dragon simply flew backwards, crashing into one of the buildings on the street and exploding the building right after. The explosion made everyone look alarmed at that. Did he really do that? Someone spoke in the midst of the silence, with the only sound being the debris flying caused by the body of the celestial dragon. Everyone was shocked once again. I can't believe this, another said, looking through it, stunned as well. Bonnie seemed to have a convulsion from a distance with that. Kid had a shocked face too in front of the bar as he watched the scene. The celestial dragon's guards were silent for a second, wondering what really happened, until the explosion began to settle down and they finally came out of their state of shock. "Do you know what you did? You touched a god of this world," one of those men said, and Luffy just shrugged. "Come on, call an admiral." "I don't care," he commented, and no one could argue against that. After all, this man had already fought two of them. Luffy was at a level where hitting a celestial dragon was something simple for him. He could not imagine those people knowing that he had already killed two of them. But that was a secret information because the world government covered up that there was someone with that kind of courage in the world. But what he did today was public and soon it would be in newspapers all over the world. Luffy looked at the men of the celestial dragons and simply unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing everyone to immediately fall to the ground. The place fell silent as the slaves, both the large man and the pirate captain, didn't know what to say about this man. "I remember them now. Once, one of them pointed a gun at my mother." Shirahoshi recalled the event that happened when she was just a child. It was then that she awakened her powers. She also commented calmly without caring about the gravity of the situation with Luffy hitting a celestial dragon. "Don't worry, Shira. I will never let a man touch you, even if I have to burn down all of Mary Joie's." Luffy spoke. His gaze returned to a frightened woman at a distance. "Bonnie. Let's have a talk with her, but for now," Luffy said, beginning to walk towards the slaves. The only one who reacted was the pirate captain with a look of fear towards Luffy, while the man who was used as a mount still had a lifeless look. Luffy simply grabbed their collars and activated them. "Hey, what are you doing?" the pirate captain shouted in fear. As the collar was about to explode, he removed them from their necks with haki and managed to make them explode meters away, as he threw them. The two slaves looked surprised at that, touching their necks. "You're free," Luffy said and began walking towards the destroyed building. The people, who had been quiet and fearful of everything that was happening, seemed to come out of their stupor with the explosions Luffy caused with the collars and they began to scream and run away. The entire place started to move away from that street as fast as possible. Only the bravest still looking at Luffy, still shocked, because it meant one thing. That an admiral would soon land on Sabaody, but they wondered what they would send when this pirate was someone who could handle one of them. Luffy went to the debris, lifted a stone, and found the celestial dragon quite injured, but still alive under that chaos. He picked him up by the hair and began to drag him out of the debris, heading towards Bonnie who looked paralyzed at Luffy. "Hello, Bonnie," Luffy greeted her, approaching while Bonnie finally came out of her paralyzed state and looked at Luffy carrying the beaten celestial dragon like an animal. "What are you doing? Get that thing away from me and don't get close, otherwise they'll think I'm with you," she exclaimed furiously, while Luffy kept a smile. "This is going to be interesting," he murmured, approaching despite her protests. 534 Chapter 272 Sabaody Archipelago 08. Chapter size. 1900 words. Third person POV Sabaody Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. While the girl was protesting for Luffy to get out of there, he was approaching as she stared at him with her mouth agape, between him and the unconscious Tenryubito being dragged along, while the mermaid on Luffy's back just looked on with curious eyes. "Who is she, Luffy-sama?" she asked. "This is Bonnie, one of the pirates from the worst generation," Luffy commented. Bonnie growled at Luffy as he got closer. "What are you doing here? I told you to get this man out of here," she shouted again. It was a common reaction for anyone, after all. Touching a Tenryubito was practically declaring your own destruction. "Why are you so angry?" Luffy remarked, cleaning his ears. "Angry? Do you know what you've done?" she began to scream, stomping on the ground like a child. "Yes, I hit a Tenryubito, it's very easy, you should try," Luffy commented. "As if I would do something so stupid," she shouted back at him, thinking Luffy was a clueless fool. Luffy just kept a tight smile. "Come on, don't be like that, I'm here to talk to you," Luffy spoke calmly. "Talk? An admiral is going to come here soon, and I don't want to get involved in this conflict." "You're crazy, you might fight one, but we're not all like you, we're not at that level yet, you idiot, idiot, idiot," she began to scream, kicking the ground. "She seems very angry, she's so funny," commented Shirahoshi, giggling quietly on his back. "Who's funny?" Bonnie growled at Shirahoshi. Luffy just shrugged. Bonnie reaching a point where she could no longer bear to talk with these crazy people and turned around to leave as quickly as possible. "I met your father a few days ago," Luffy suddenly said, and the girl immediately stopped, turning and looking at him with stunned eyes. "It was funny, I was beating up a Shichibukai at that time. He showed up to stop me and we fought. I hit him a bit, and he really proved to be one of the most powerful Shichibukais." Luffy commented, still remembering that he didn't come close to beating him, but surely landed some punches that even dented his tin. A moment later, Luffy saw a hand grab his jacket near the neck as Bonnie stood close to him, looking at him seriously. "How do you know about that?" she demanded immediately. "Well, you could say I know a few things here and there, and more than that, I can help you." Luffy spoke unconcerned with the girl demanding answers in front of him. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, looking cautiously at this man. "I won't say everything right away, but I want you under my flag," he said with a smile, his will wanting her to join his main crew. "You think I would join you?" she snarled, finding the idea ludicrous. "I know you're just a child, Bonnie, that you use your fruit to transform your body into an adult and hide your age." Luffy spoke, making her fall silent. Luffy sighed before continuing. "I can help you. I can even help your father," he finally said, not wanting to waste time and getting straight to the point. "You can't be serious," she said, not believing him. "I can. We can help him at Egghead with Vegapunk. Kuma will undergo surgery soon and the rest of his humanities will disappear. There's nothing to do now, but in the future, I promise I can help you." Luffy spoke, keeping a serious tone with the girl. "What do you mean he's going to lose his humanity?" Bonnie seemed frightened by this. "He made a deal with the world government and it has to do with you." Luffy finally revealed. Kuma sacrificed himself to save her. "No." Bonnie seemed about to cry with this. "I don't believe you," she spoke immediately, her life being full of lies and she not trusting people easily. "Luffy-sama." Shirahoshi seemed a bit surprised with this. Bonnie was so stunned she didn't even feel someone approaching and hugged her. She looked and saw the mermaid who was with Luffy appearing with a warm hug and gentle eyes. "It's okay. If you want to cry," Shirahoshi commented while maintaining a hug on the girl. Some tears fell from Bonnie at that moment, as the mermaid continued to hug the pizza-loving woman. Luffy nodded calmly while holding the unconscious and bleeding Tenryubito in his hand, as people looked on from a distance, none daring to approach Luffy out of fear. "My father is really going to lose his humanity?" she asked Luffy, crying. "Yes," Luffy admitted. "But that doesn't mean you can't help him in the future," he said finally, as the girl seemed to be crying a lot at that moment. Luffy continued. "If you want to know something, Bonnie, I know where Nika is," he said, now causing the girl to look up in surprise still in tears, maintaining a stunned gaze at Luffy. "How do you know that?" she growled at Luffy, while Shirahoshi remained confused upon hearing the conversation and ended up returning to Luffy's back at that moment. "How would I not know about Nika?" Luffy commented more to himself than to her, his gaze returning to the girl and continuing. "As I said, I know many things." He turned his attention to a confused Shirahoshi and smiled. "You see this mermaid on my back?" Luffy said. "Me?" Shirahoshi looked at Luffy, confused, waiting for what he would say about her. "What about this mermaid?" Bonnie asked, wiping her tears, but still the words about Nika seemed the only thing to her. "She is an ancient weapon, one that possesses the power to destroy the entire world," he spoke calmly. He was already talking about Nika. Mentioning the ancient weapon wouldn't make much difference now, and Luffy had made sure no one was listening to their conversation, especially about having a fallen Tenryubito there. Bonnie grimaced at Luffy's assertion while Shirahoshi looked confused and pointed to herself. "I can destroy the world?" Shirahoshi asked, confused. "You can, you're just not ready to control that power yet, but soon, the whole world will fear you." Luffy smiled at her. Despite not liking to refer to Shira as a weapon, he still couldn't lie about her heritage. He then turned back to Bonnie, who was grimacing at what she had heard. "Anyway, I'd like you not to tell anyone about our conversation. And I believe I can help you in saving your father. You'll find all this under my flag, and if you have your own crew, there's no reason they shouldn't also get involved in the fleet I'm building. You know that the enemy is the world government, and it's a much more powerful enemy than the pirates of the New World," he said, pausing before continuing. "You can't handle them alone. That's why, if you want a chance, join me. Just like I need strong companions I can trust with my life, you will also need strength and powerful allies, Bonnie." Luffy spoke as Bonnie seemed thoughtful about it. But Luffy wouldn't stay there much longer, after all. He had an auction to attend. Anyway, an admiral will come soon. So think about what I said and make your choice, join me or go your own way. But remember my words. Luffy spoke and began to withdraw while pulling the Tenryubito by the hair again, looking like a beaten dog. Meanwhile, people were closing in, hiding, as Luffy passed through the street while people continued running. Bonnie watched Luffy walking away with his mermaid and the Tenryubito, seeming to come out of her state of shock she had entered several times since Luffy started talking to her and turned around, kicking the ground. No, he was just lying all along. He can't be serious. It's too much information for someone to know about. Who is he? Anyway, I'm not going to trust a madman who hits a Tenryubito like it's nothing, she said to herself and started to leave, heading in the opposite direction from Luffy. Meanwhile, the news of Luffy hitting a Tenryubito so hard quickly spread through the marine channels, as such a significant event couldn't be kept quiet for long, even though all the agents with the Tenryubito were still on the ground, knocked out by Luffy's haki. This is horrible. He hit a Tenryubito, a uniformed man shouted in alarm, as everyone in the room quickly grimaced at what they heard. This can't be happening, another said in a tone that indicated he was denying reality. To think that someone would raise their hands against the descendants of the creators of this world. This monkey D. Luffy is worse than we imagined, another spoke. Notify headquarters immediately. They wasted no time and quickly passed this information forward, as this was already beyond what they could handle. Sometime later, what? He did what? Sengoku shouted from his office as loud as his lungs could muster, being heard throughout Marineford. Damn, why does Garp's grandson have to be such a nuisance? At a time when we need to focus our forces for an imminent battle, this bastard. And where is Kizaru who should already be on the island with his speed? Sengoku yelled as some officers in front of him shrank back. Sir Fleet Admiral. The man tried to speak. Spit it out. Sengoku was out of patience, making the man shrink even more. Admiral Kizaru took a warship, he said, stuttering with some fear. That damn it. Sengoku wasn't even bothering to censor his words against his allies. He just picked up his Denden Mushi and made a call. A man in a yellow suit was enjoying the sun, lying on his beach chair while the ship continued sailing with some sailors managing the ship as he lay there enjoying himself and approaching the Sabodi archipelago from a distance, but the island wasn't even in sight yet. Then his Denden Mushi started ringing and he calmly saw that it was a call. Without hesitation, he answered, asking what Sengoku wanted. After all, he wanted to enjoy this time a little until he reached Sabodi. Hello, hello. He spoke in his iconic way. Kizaru, you bastard. Sengoku began scolding him while the other shrank back, surprised by this, wondering what had happened to be scolded in such a way. A Tenryubito was struck by Monkey D. Luffy in Sabodi a short while ago. You're supposed to be on the island. What are you doing? Get there immediately. What? Kizaru immediately shouted. Then, realizing the gravity, he quickly stood up while the sailors looked stunned. I'm heading out first, I'll meet you guys later, he said and simply disappeared, transforming into light and flying into the sky, heading towards Sabodi. 534 Chapter 273 Sabodi Archipelago 09. Chapter size. 1800 words. Third person POV Sabodi Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. While Luffy was causing chaos on one side of the lawless area, Hugo's group, Chow Chow, and Enel were not too far away. Damned mortals, Enel grumbled. He was already conscious but was frustrated to have fallen so easily to a punch from the big man. Stop grumbling. Hugo couldn't help but comment to that fool. Woof. Woof. Chow Chow agreed. Tisk. Enel was still furious but chose not to respond to these two. People continued to avoid them until they finally noticed something odd, with people not moving away from them but all lying on the ground when they reached a certain area. Enel found it strange here. Hugo narrowed his eyes while Chow Chow sniffed the air, viewing the entire street as people lay on the ground. It seems the mortals here have recognized me. Enel, after some thought, commented, reaching his conclusion with an arrogant tone. Woof, Chow Chow barked, calling him an idiot. It's not that, you fool. It seems one of them is here. Hugo spoke, his tone showing great hatred at this moment. A group soon appeared in the middle of the street, surrounded by government agents protecting the Tenryubito in the middle of them, none other than the father of St. Charles, going to the auction to meet his family. He was not mounted on a slave, but there were slaves lifting a platform at each of its corners, while the man himself, in an astronaut suit, was sitting at the front of it. "We are late. We must go faster," he exclaimed and grabbed a whip, hitting the backs of those men carrying it who could only feel the pain without complaint. They continued on their way, but suddenly a lightning bolt fell in front of the group, startling everyone there and the kneeling people. "What is this?" the Tenryubito immediately asked as his men were still frightened by it. The lightning began to disappear, and a man appeared among them, none other than Enel, looking at the Tenryubito. "Are you one of those who call themselves gods in this world?" he asked disdainfully. St. Charles's father was stunned by this, while the slaves didn't know what to do at that moment. "Who are you, you inferior being?" the Tenryubito shouted furiously at that. "He is Enel, one of the Straw Hat members," one of the government agents spoke immediately. "He has a logia, we must be careful," another exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you not know that you are in front of a Tenryubito? Do you know the consequences of standing in front of one while you should be on the ground kneeling?" another member complained to Enel. "Kneel?" Enel asked with a dangerous tone. He began to release lightning while the Tenryubito looked surprised at this and his men afraid. Hey, is he going to attack a Tenryubito?" one of the kneeling people couldn't help but exclaim, seeing that. "Now you will feel the power of a true god, not a false one." Enel spoke as he prepared to attack the Tenryubito, who looked at him with fear at that moment. "What do you plan to do?" the Tenryubito sensed the danger and exclaimed without his previous arrogance. However, just as Enel was about to unleash his power to attack the man on the platform without caring to launch a direct attack at point-blank range, before he could attack, Hugo once again struck him, hitting him on the head. Enel, still hurt, couldn't react despite seeing the blow coming, so he fell to the ground there once again. He attacked his own companion, one of the kneeling men spoke in astonishment. He fell. The Tenryubito himself sighed, and even though they were inferior beings, he had to feel grateful for that, as clearly that man had wanted to attack him. "Quick! Grab the collar and restrain him. I will make him beg and regret challenging me," the Tenryubito shouted and looked at Hugo. "You, restrain him," the Tenryubito ordered without caring to thank for the help. After all, he believed that was the duty of all beings in this world who were not from Mary Joieuse. "You won't need that," Hugo spoke, looking at the man. "What do you mean by that?" He was about to demand, but soon saw that man on top of him before anyone could react. "I just hit him so that he wouldn't touch you before me," Hugo spoke and drove a punch into the man's face, breaking the platform and exploding the ground beneath it. Boom! The explosion was so large that all the slaves and government agents were blown away by the shockwave. He hit the Tenryubito. People immediately began to scream in fear. Meanwhile, among all the debris, Hugo stood there and saw a man in a state similar to what his son would be after Luffy hit him. "I guess I hit him a bit," he murmured, thinking it was too little. Without wasting time, he raised his leg and kicked the unconscious and bleeding man in the chest, really sending him flying. "Well, let's follow him," he murmured and turned his attention back. "Chow Chow, grab Enel and let's follow that flying object." Chow Chow barked in confirmation while still urinating on the ring pants. He went to the clean side of the clothing and bit, pulling the unconscious god, and started to follow Hugo. They quickly advanced against the Tenryubito falling in the distance. On the other side, Bonnie was walking while heavily stomping on the ground, frustrated. She didn't know why she was doing this, but at that moment she was following the man who was carrying the Tenryubito through the streets. She didn't know when, but at some point, she just started to follow him after turning around. After thinking about everything she heard, she could not ignore after hearing all that. "I'm going to regret this. I'm going to regret this. This pirate is going to screw me over." She began to speak, but still continued towards Luffy. "How dare he say those things to me?" she was growling with so much anger. "Bonnie-sama is following us." Shirahoshi looked back while seeing Bonnie following at some distance. "Are you going to keep grumbling the whole time?" Luffy asked after hearing Shirahoshi, clearly hearing the girl in the body of a woman speaking angrily. Shirahoshi began to laugh. "It seems like she's taken a liking to you, Luffy-sama," Shirahoshi commented with a giggle. "Who's taken a liking to whom?" Bonnie shouted furiously. Luffy shrugged as they continued on to the auction without caring about that woman. Sometime later, at the auction itself, where there was a drawing of Joker from the underworld, the big event had already begun. Various nobles from all over the world were gathered there. waiting for the event to start, as there was a rumor of a mermaid to be auctioned off that afternoon. Everyone eagerly awaited the event, while slaves continued to come on stage and people placed bids, wanting to buy, and more importantly, there were 2 tenryubitos present. "Where are Daddy, brother, and his friend?" the woman dressed in an astronaut suit murmured, dissatisfied, as they were all late. They were a single group of 5 tenryubitos who came to Sabodi at this time, which was her fiancé, her father, brother, St. Charles, and a friend of his to buy new slaves and take them to their mansions in Mary Joieuse. "They'll come soon, let's enjoy and buy all their slaves," the tenryubito who was her fiancé commented with a smile. "You're right, darling," she spoke passionately, as people tried not to make eye contact with them, since anything like that could mean death for them. The auction continued. It was after several slaves were auctioned off that the main event finally emerged. "And now, we will present our most valuable asset. A mermaid directly from the sea, captured by one of our hunters on the island's edge," the man shouted, as everyone screamed excitedly. "There is the mermaid." They watched enthusiastically as the large glass aquarium appeared on stage, and the short green-haired mermaid, who was none other than Kami, who had been captured yesterday. She looked around fearfully as she was placed with an explosive collar around her neck and kept in the aquarium unable to break it. "Let's start the bidding," the presenter began. 50 million, shouted one of the nobles. "Bidding starts at 50 million berries," the presenter shouted with enthusiasm. 100 million, another exclaimed, doubling the amount of the first. "We have 100 million, anyone else?" the presenter shouted. "I bid 150 million, a third spoke. 170 million. 200 million. A man wearing a crown exclaimed. 200 million? Are you crazy? You'll spend the entire national treasury on a mermaid? One of the ministers spoke up and asked his king not to be so reckless in spending so much money. Haha, look, it's a mermaid. I will have her in my tank and she will be displayed to all the nobles at the palace to show my status, that king said, pleased with the idea of having such a luxury article. But suddenly, someone raised their hands, and it was none other than a tenryubito, beside his fiancé. 500 million. He exclaimed, leaving everyone stunned with that. 500 million? Even the auction presenter couldn't believe what he heard. Are you buying a mermaid? His fiancé asked beside him. No, of course not. I'm getting her for your brother. If he's willing to pay 500 million for her, then I will keep her. He spoke with a smile, and his fiancé nodded. No one else spoke. After all, no one could contend with the authority of a tenryubito. I'll give you 1, I'll give you 2, I'll give you 3. The presenter was about to finalize this item when suddenly, time seemed to stop. Suddenly, the entrance door began to crack. A gap started appearing on its side. In one corner of the auction, the walls began to crack. Another wall began to crumble on the opposite side. In the ceiling, another crack occurred as it began to collapse. 5 explosions occurred at the same time at this moment, exploding on all sides at once, leaving everyone scared at that moment. Boom. 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 534 Chapter 274 Sabodi Archipelago 10. Chapter size. 2,000 words. Third person POV Sabodi Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. All sides began to explode, starting with the door. What's this? The people inside immediately exclaimed with this disturbance. An enemy attack? Don't they know there's a celestial dragon in here? Another person exclaimed incredulously. The door finally broke with the smoke and Luffy emerged from it with his mermaid on his back and still dragging the celestial dragon by the hair. Bonnie wasn't far behind as she entered with him. An explosion occurred on the side of that wall and a celestial dragon emerged from there with Zoro appearing. What an annoying guy. I had to hit him. He complained while looking at the man who appeared out of nowhere in front of him and asked him to kneel, so Zoro simply hit him and brought him here and appeared by chance at this auction. Those are celestial dragons. The nobles practically went pale, seeing a celestial dragon fallen on the ground in front of Zoro, and Luffy dragging the other by the hair while he was unconscious at the entrance of the place. No, this can't be happening. Members from various countries quickly shouted, while the presenter, in front of the poor man, turned so pale. Not just from the fright, but from who had caused harm to them. After all, Monkey D. Luffy was there. What could they do to stop a pirate of 1 billion berries? Brother, the female celestial dragon immediately exclaimed. This? You dare touch the gods of this world? her fiancé exclaimed angrily, clearly wanting to kill Luffy and Zoro, but not before making him suffer for such a thing. However, his voice was soon muffled by the auction's screams, as another wall exploded, revealing more destroyed interior, with Hugo emerging right after the destruction while holding another celestial dragon by the neck. "I finally caught up," Hugo commented satisfied while holding the man with a sadistic look. They had destroyed his life a long time ago. This was a chance to avenge these beings. "Daddy," the celestial dragon complained again, dazed seeing that, not just her brother, but her father looking beaten while blood was dripping all over his face with his helmet all destroyed. "How dare you do something like this? I will kill you, but before I will take all of you to Mary Joie's and torture you for such affront. Call the navy immediately," the fiancé immediately shouted. He didn't even know who these pirates were and didn't care. This celestial dragon couldn't believe that something would happen to him, so he wanted to catch them immediately in his peak of hatred against the inferior beings who hurt his peers. However, a crack began to appear in the ceiling at that exact moment. Immediately, another explosion followed, with a huge fish emerging from there and immediately flying downward, while the celestial dragons themselves were the landing spot and could not react while being crushed by it, destroying all the benches around with people becoming even more alarmed. There was a woman piloting that fish and it was none other than Yamato smiling on that creature and Hachi a little away from her, right behind on the back. "We've arrived," Yamato celebrated, knowing she had arrived at the location after getting the information with Hachi. "That's true," Hachi commented, while looking at the mermaid on the stage, but his gaze returned downward and he went completely blank when he saw that Yamato, piloting it in that way, ended up crushing world nobles in the process. "Nay, what did you do?" Hachi couldn't help but yell with a grimace. However, his voice once again was muffled with an explosion coming from the other side of the wall. Boom! The wall broke and figures began to emerge from there, being 4 women with masks. "We've finally arrived," Nami shouted excitedly. "The master is here." Someone seemed quite happy too amid all that dust. She wore maid clothes and was none other than BABY5. "How do you know?" Vivi asked. "I can smell him," BABY5 spoke proudly. "That's true, I can also smell the scent of my husband," Alvida agreed beside her. "What a weird way for you two to find Luffy," Nami and Vivi shouted at the same time. Soon, the 4 women who had robbed at least 30 auction houses in this area arrived at this location after hearing about a big event happening here. Then they came to make big money from the audience and the auction houses safe. So, Nami took a step forward and shouted, "We are robbing all of you," she demanded and looked at the people a bit surprised, since nobody cared about them while they kept their eyes on just 4 points in the room. "It seems they didn't even notice us," Vivi murmured. "It must be because of that," Alvida was already pointing. One finger pointed to Yamato, who was still happy to have arrived, while Hachi was quite worried. Meanwhile, there were 2 celestial dragons below them, fallen and injured. The second time she pointed was to the opposite side. There was Hugo holding another injured and unconscious celestial dragon by the neck. There was Enel being dragged by Chow Chow as he was pulled by his clothes into the auction. Alvida pointed for the 3rd time to Zoro, who was near the entrance scratching his head while looking at the celestial dragon fallen on the ground. And her last pointing was to Luffy, who was at the entrance, with it destroyed, grabbing another celestial dragon by the hair while dragging him. "This is why nobody cared about us breaking into the place," Alvida spoke calmly. Since everyone at that auction kept their eyes wide and mouths open at all those surreal scenes happening around them. After all, who could imagine that in a place in this world, 5 beaten celestial dragons would appear? The mermaid on the auction stage seemed oblivious and quite confused about what was happening. However, below them, where the other slaves were kept before being auctioned, an old man seemed to open his eyes at this moment, having a quite wide-eyed look. What were all those explosions? A giant next to him looked up, wondering, while the old man stayed there with eyes quite surprised by what he was feeling with his observation haki. Then, he began to laugh. "It seems quite interesting things are happening," he had to admit. "What do you mean by that, old man?" the giant asked the elder, not understanding his words. "Never mind now, let's get out of here," the old man announced, and the giant, with only one eye on him, as if this elder was a madman. Back to the auction, everyone still remained in their daze. They attacked the celestial dragons, all of them. This thought was in the witnesses' heads. Nobody could believe what was happening, nor could they even breathe with that. But the first to react were their own girls from the group as they kept their masks to hide their identities. "What are you doing?" Nami immediately jumped, using Soru, and appeared in front of Luffy, grabbing him and starting to cry to her husband. "How could you attack all the celestial dragons?" She began to scream. "Why did you do something so stupid? Don't you know we are doomed now? The Navy will send the 3 admirals?" "Ah, finally found you. Thought you guys had gotten lost," Zoro commented, seeing Luffy and Nami grabbing him at this moment. "Do you have the nerve to say something like that?" Nami immediately shouted at him. "You also attacked one of them," she began to complain while crying. "Ah, found you," Hugo spoke with a small smile. "Ended up running into one of these things, you too, from what I see," he said with satisfaction. "Guys, I'm here too," Yamato shouted, seeing them waving her hands. "You guys caught these white-dressed guys, how funny," she said, laughing. "Why is this happening?" Nami began to cry more while kneeling on the ground, pounding her fist there, and even Vivi joined her, while Alvida appeared to Luffy. "Hello, husband," she announced with a seductive tone. "Master," BABY5 shouted excitedly beside her. Alvida turned to look at the pink-haired girl behind Luffy, and it wasn't Shirahoshi. "Did you get another woman?" she questioned, looking at Luffy. "Who is his woman?" Bonnie immediately exclaimed. Luffy looked at his wife. "No," he denied. "I don't mess with brats," he spoke calmly. "Who's the brat?" Bonnie slammed the ground hard and asked angrily. At that moment, all the nobles snapped out of their daze and quickly began to run, realizing the gravity of the situation. They trampled over everything, shouting, "We need to get out of here fast. This place is going to be destroyed soon. The world government will never let this slide. We don't want to get involved in this," they complained as they started to withdraw, bypassing the Straw Hats, heading for the holes they themselves had created. The place soon emptied, leaving only a few guards dressed as knights and the presenter, who still looked stunned. "Well, it looks like we still have some company," Luffy commented, looking at all the soldiers, but suddenly, a conqueror's haki emanated from somewhere that wasn't any of them, causing the soldiers to feel the wave of power, and they all collapsed unconscious soon after. Everyone with good observation haki looked on in shock, except for Luffy, knowing it wasn't any of them who had caused this power. Those less proficient thought it was Luffy or Zoro who had a more developed conqueror's haki. Hachi immediately jumped off the fish and went to the aquarium on the stage at that moment. Kami was surprised when she recognized him, as was Hachi. After all, he did not know that it was exactly her who had been captured. "How were you captured like this? I always told you to be careful," Hachi shouted. It had been years since he last saw the mermaid since he left the Fishman Island with Arlong. The girl was just a little girl then, but he recognized her after all these years. Behind Kami, a red starfish emerged. Hachi, it was pretending to stay still on the back of the mermaid to avoid drawing attention, trying to get out of that situation. He was excited, seeing that they finally began to have a chance to escape that nightmare. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Hachi," a voice emerged from behind the stage as an elderly man began to walk. "Really?" Hachi immediately shouted in surprise as he saw the man approaching calmly. Rayleigh smiled at him, then his gaze returned to the now empty venue, while the audience had fled and the soldiers lay fallen. Only the Straw Hats were there, along with their victims. Rayleigh looked at each of them a bit surprised, seeing them knocking down several celestial dragons, something that had never happened before, at least no record or any knowledge of it. Then, to see 5 of them downed at once was quite strange. His gaze returned to the straw-hatted man at the entrance, still surrounded by women carrying St. Charlos, with 2 women crying at his feet, with the mermaid glued to his back, 2 women in front of him, and a last one, a bit distant behind him, who looked quite angry at him. The one who used Conqueror's Haki. It was him, Zoro immediately realized, looking sharply as he held his sword, understanding that this old man was no ordinary person and could be a threat. As Luffy always said, anyone who possesses the Conqueror's Haki should not be underestimated. His gaze was still on Luffy and Rayleigh cracked a small smile. "Finally, you are here, Monkey D. Luffy. You have always been someone I wanted to meet," Rayleigh declared, while Luffy also kept his gaze fixed on him. "Rayleigh, the second mate of Rogers, I have always wanted to meet you too," he spoke amidst all that silence. 534 Chapter 275 Sabo di Archipelago 11. Chapter size 1800 words. Third-person POV Sabo de Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. In Mary Joieuse. We cannot let this continue, exclaimed one of the elders, J. Garcia Saturn, angrily. He touched a Tenryubito publicly. We cannot just let it go. We must free the Tenryubitos from his grasp. Another of the 5 men in the room of power, Marcus Mars, spoke. Should we send our forces? Top man Warcurie suggested. We can, but we certainly cannot send all our forces. Ethan Baron V. Nujiro reasoned.
Yes, we must keep a force to protect the Holy Land. We know how dangerous they can be. A 5th elder, Shepherd Jew Peter, said at last.
They could handle this, but rarely did they get involved, preferring to stay behind the scenes while sending their forces to act on behalf of the 5 elders. Then call Kong. Let's send him. An elder spoke and everyone nodded. Meanwhile, a man in front of a huge aquarium was reading some reports when his Den Mushi rang. How may I assist you? Kong asked as soon as he saw it was from the room of power. We need you to go to Sabaody. It's happened. Kong heard the 5 elders somewhat surprised by this and quickly nodded. I understand, I will be heading down the red line immediately, he said and quickly stood up and put on a black jacket with the government symbol as his current rank. He kept his heavy steps as he opened the door and left the room. Mr. Kong, any problems? His secretary looked a bit surprised to see him leave like that and asked, while Kong maintained a serious expression, walking down the hallway. He just looked at her and exchanged a few words. I will be out for a while, don't wait for me. Cancel all meetings this afternoon and tell anyone who comes to see me that I am busy with something important. He spoke and the woman nodded, still surprised, as she had never seen her boss act like this. Kong was one of the big names of the world government. As a former fleet admiral who commanded the navy at the time Rox and Roger dominated the sea, he had enough experience and power to act in any sector of the world government. Then after retiring and handing over the position to Sengoku, coming to the Holy City acting as the chief government agent, where he had control of almost everything, even the CPs were commanded by him. Losing authority only to the Holy Knights, this because they were Tenryubitos and the own elders, who had to obey them, regardless of the circumstances. He had been inactive for years, but knew it was necessary at this moment. After all, the Navy was in a delicate moment with the possible war against Whitebeard. Not being able to send sufficient forces and, after the threat of the meteor that he later found out had been caused by Monkey D. Luffy himself, they certainly also could not send the largest forces from Mary Joieuse, which they decided to leave here to protect the city and the Tenryubitos. Kong quickly left for the streets of the Holy City. While there were many government agents circulating and working in that district, which acted as the city's force, created after Tiger Fisher launched an attack many years ago. So you're causing trouble again? Grandson of Garp. Let's see if you're really all that. He sighed, then flexed his knees and simply jumped up at a surreal speed, flying and gaining altitude in the city, starting to head to the west side of the Grand Line, where Paradise and Sabaody were located. As Kong began to jump through the air using Geppo and descending at full speed down, at the auction house where all the confusion in Sabaody was happening, a silence took over the place after Luffy declared that this man was the legendary Rayleigh, being the second in command of the Pirate King's ship, Ora Jackson. So, he is the one you mentioned, Captain. Zoro was surprised, but soon understood. After all, a man like him certainly had a conqueror's haki accompanying him. This old man is the vice captain of that Pirate King, Yamato murmured, descending from his fish, which was also knocked out from the fall. As for the man in question, he just stood there looking at the people staring at him with Luffy's words. Seems like you know me. Rayleigh has a small smile for Luffy, who nodded. Of course. Luffy said mysteriously, but he wouldn't say why. We are here and I would love to talk, but it seems we cannot talk, he said calmly. Yes, it looks like he's coming, Luffy agreed. Who is coming? Vivi asked, but before anyone could answer, Yamato and Zoro looked serious, being those with the most developed observation haki there. At that moment, one of the walls exploded as some of them exclaimed, and a shadow emerged, with a man in the white cloak of the Navy with the Justice symbol swaying as he showed himself from the hole. So many people, how frightening, Kizaru said as he approached calmly, looking through his iconic glasses and studying all his potential opponents. So they sent you, Luffy commented, looking at the man who was taller than him, but calmly. Monkey D. Luffy, you not only assaulted a Tenryubito, but your entire crew also injured 5 in total, he said, looking at each corner, seeing the world nobles fallen. You see, they make me proud, Luffy said with satisfaction. That's no reason for you to be happy, Nami shouted at Luffy, as she was terrified by this. Anyway, since you're here, do you want to fight inside or outside? Luffy spoke as if it were something normal, after all, it was inevitable. I'd prefer to fight outside, Kizaru had to admit, as he understood what was happening there. But I would like you not to hurt the New Worlders anymore, he spoke, even a bit more politely than usual. Alright. Luffy nodded, he had already beaten enough on those things and then dropped St. Charlos on the ground. Zoro would already have his fallen friend in front of him, so he didn't need to do anything. Hugo simply threw a father of St. Charlos on the ground as well. Are you going to fight like this? Rayleigh couldn't help but comment while raising an eyebrow at Luffy, going to fight an admiral as if drinking with a friend. I like to fight an admiral once in a while, Luffy said with a smile. Silver Rayleigh, how frightening, this is really getting harder for me, Kizaru commented as soon as he noticed Rayleigh and recognized him. Don't worry, it will just be me and you. Luffy spoke and turned back to the man. You can help this mermaid while I deal with Kizaru outside. Leave this to me and my crew, after all, we were the ones who made this mess, he spoke in a serious tone, after all, he didn't need help from someone who had nothing to do with this. Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi was a bit confused by Luffy. You stay here, Shira, Luffy said and started to turn around, while Kizaru followed him past a cautious Zoro, but did nothing more than accompany Luffy outside calmly. Luffy stopped next to Bonnie, who looked cautiously at Kizaru. If Luffy remembered, they knew each other. But setting that aside, Luffy picked up Shirahoshi from his back. Take her, look after her for me, he said, and Bonnie was a bit lost there, while Shirahoshi went for a hug from the other woman a bit confused. Should we intervene? Vivi asked worriedly next to her. No. Let Luffy fight, Yamato commented. Meanwhile, Rayleigh looked at the backs of the two with some admiration. It seemed that the boy was more fearless than he imagined, giving a small smile. His attention returned to the collar of the mermaid next to Hachi. Let me see that. He approached and grabbed the collar, which immediately started to avoid exploding. Isn't this bad? Nami asked worriedly. It's under control, Rayleigh said and suddenly removed the chain with his haki and moved it back, throwing it aside as it exploded. Incredible. Bonnie was stunned by that. That was the same thing Luffy-sama had done, Shirahoshi commented. Luffy continued outside and Kizaru accompanied him as they simply walked as if they weren't about to start a fight. Meanwhile, outside, yes, dozens of Navy soldiers stood, pointing their guns at the destroyed spots of the auction. It's him, they shouted as soon as they saw Luffy coming out, immediately pointing their guns at him. Release the Tenryubito unless you want to die, one of them shouted as Luffy snorted at that. The sailors were surprised that Admiral Kizaru emerged next to Luffy, walking out side by side. Look, it's Admiral Kizaru. The way they are walking. Has the Admiral captured him? Someone asked hopefully. I doubt it, the pirate isn't wearing sea stone handcuffs, an officer analyzed carefully. Damn, what does this mean? Another exclaimed. Luffy walked to the middle of the area while the sailors were a bit lost on what to do. Kizaru approached and looked at the sailors. Could you give us a moment, please? And the sailors were confused by this. What do you mean by that, Admiral Kizaru? They asked. We are going to fight, if you don't want to die in a crossfire, it's best to move as far away as possible. Luffy suggested, leaving everyone shocked. Tisk. You heard him, get out of here. An officer at the end spoke seeing that Kizaru did not seem to deny Luffy's words. Alright, let's get back to our rematch from Enies lobby, Luffy spoke calmly. Kizaru did not respond and simply disappeared, reappearing next to Luffy with a flash of light. Have you ever taken a light speed kick? He asked calmly as time seemed to slow down and he moved closer to Luffy's face with his attack. You know I have, you should use a different line for that attack. Luffy commented calmly. Kizaru frowned with Luffy messing up his performance and then launched his kick while his leg was glowing. The impact was immediate, on Luffy's face, generating a collision force with wind while the ground began to crack at that moment and the terrain sank. Boom. Despite the destruction from his kick, Kizaru was surprised that Luffy didn't even move, while maintaining his face slightly turned due to the impact. He removed his foot and Luffy touched his jaw. That was a nice kick. Luffy commented calmly while spitting out some blood from the damage he suffered, but maintained a calm look at Kizaru. However, you'll have to do better than that now. Luffy said as he faced the admiral, ready to fight for real. 534 Chapter 276 Sabo de Archipelago 12, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV Sabo de Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. The Admiral Kizaru is already on the island. A pirate pointed in the distance, as Luffy and Kizaru stood facing each other in that space, after the Admiral's first move. The pirates in the area started to run quickly, not wanting to get involved with the high level of the Navy and a fight against a pirate with $1 billion on his head. Kid was also nearby and was frustrated as well, as this reminded him once again why they were on a level below that pirate. Damn! I will reach this level one day, he growled in the distance. Others, like Big, looked at the fight with a serious gaze. I think we should get out of here, he murmured to his men. As he began to leave the area, he encountered another colleague from the worst generation as he watched the man playing some cards. Big approached, while the man didn't even look at him. Capone Big. What are you doing here when we're in a situation involving an admiral fighting 2 kilometers from us? Basil Hawkins asked looking at the cards. Those pirates. The Straw Hat and his crew. People started shouting that they beat 5 Tenryubitos. This is surreal and now there's an admiral on that side. Big spoke angrily and continued. Tell me, if that pirate loses to the admiral, will he come after us? What are the chances of Luffy losing this fight? He asked the man. Basil Hawkins heard his question and nodded with the man's reasoning and turned his attention back to the cards as he began to play. 30%, he spoke. What? That's the chance of defeat? Big was surprised by that. Yes. Luffy has a 30% chance of defeat, which gives him a 70% chance of beating an admiral. Hawkins spoke calmly, but with a furrowed brow at the same time. Are you saying he has a better chance of beating him? Big couldn't believe it. After all, even though he had seen in the newspaper that Luffy fought against 2 admirals, it was still hard to believe that he could win one, especially with this margin of chance. Big was not satisfied with that and asked another thing. What's the chance of me beating that admiral? He asked, while Hawkins, just to himself, without needing to look at the cards. 0%. He said. You must be joking with me. He growled and saw that it was no use arguing and began to leave. Let's go, men, he said, and his group began to head for the port. At the entrance of the auction, more people began to come out onto the street from the place, while Bonnie herself had no choice but to follow them. Luffy seems like he's going to fight, Yamato commented, seeing Luffy facing Kizaru on the destroyed ground. It seems this is just the captain's fight. We should withdraw, Zoro commented, and the others nodded. They started to circle around the side of the auction while the crew looked at Luffy. One of them was Rayleigh, who had a sparkle in his eye seeing Luffy, a rookie, facing one of the Navy's greatest forces calmly. Hachi was by his side while he brought Kami. Look, the Straw Hat pirates are running. We shouldn't let them escape. The sailor noticed this and began to shout in the distance. Let's capture them for justice. They quickly began to chase after them. Let's go. Nami shouted as some Navy shots began to be fired at them. These bastards, BABY5 pointed, her hand transformed into a machine gun and began shooting, leaving the Marines having to protect themselves from the woman. As she ran, Kami, clinging to the back of Hachi, along with her starfish on her back, who had introduced himself as Popig, saw the mermaid on Bonnie's back with curious eyes. I don't remember seeing you on Fishman Island, she said immediately, even in a situation apparently bad for them. Shirahoshi on Bonnie's back, who was frustrated being in such a bad situation, looked at the green-haired mermaid with kind eyes. What is your name? She asked curiously. I also don't remember seeing her at the palace or, moreover, it's been a long time since I saw a mermaid. She thought, looking at the other tail friend, being a bit excited to see someone of her species after a while. I'm Kami, she introduced herself. I am Shirahoshi, son of Neptune, Shirahoshi commented with a gentle smile. Son of Neptune? Like the princess from our island? Kami asked innocently. What? Popig shouted when he heard this and immediately spoke to Hachi. Tell me this is some kind of joke, Hachi, he exclaimed. Nay. It's true, she is Shirahoshi-sama. Hachi spoke. Quote. Popig went blank, as if his spirit was leaving his body, and Kami looked on curiously, until she realized who was in front of her. With a grimace, opening her mouth wider than the laws of physics would allow with wide eyes, she immediately screamed, What? She is a princess of the kingdom.
Her voice was soon muffled as an explosion erupted behind them, sending a crack of wind past them.
What is this? Vivi asked, shielding herself from the wind. They've started, Yamato commented as they moved away. At a distance, Kizaru and Luffy exchanged a blow at this moment, their fists enveloped in armament haki, striking each other and generating black lightning of haki. The real force made the whole place within a 50 meters diameter explode, and quickly explosions started to happen again as they exchanged more blows. Just using haki, they began to hit each other at high speed with no one able to follow, only seeing explosions arising all over the area. Boom, 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 boom. We should get out of here, said one of the Marines, as many ran after the Straw Hat group, some remained in place. They quickly felt the weight of the battle even though they were 200 meters away from the battle. He's fighting against the Admiral. Another Marine spoke. Although it was in the newspaper, it was still surreal for many to see this live in front of them. The two figures began to run through the air, emerging from the ground explosions and continuing in the space above them. As they continued to fight each other, they looked like lines running in a fight towards each other, hitting and generating impact explosions. Neither of them used the power of their fruits, until they crashed into a tree numbered 22, causing an explosion on impact as the tree began to be destroyed, falling to the side. They destroyed the tree. No one could believe what they were seeing, as the colossal tree began to fall with everyone in its range. Right after that, in the midst of the smoke, fire and light began to emerge. They finally decided to use their powers. Explosions with beams of light began to cover the air while flames flew against them. Exploding despite the blinding light of everything that was happening, they continued, but the flames seemed not to lose while exploding with the energy of light. The tree finally fell, with a loud sound with everything on its side rising, but an even bigger explosion occurred in the middle of the fight between the light and the flames. A sound so loud that it resonated throughout the archipelago, while Luffy and Kizaru clashed against each other in a clash of swords. Luffy held his sword, Ace, with haki, clashing with Kizaru's sword of light with haki too, while the sound of steel echoed everywhere generating rays of haki. The impact quickly overshadowed all others as everyone felt the explosion of impact flying to all sides. This looks interesting. Zoro couldn't help commenting as the girls tried to keep their hair neat with that vortex of wind. Zoro was watching it with a desire to grow as well, seeing a sword fight. That sword. Rayleigh commented looking at the blade in Luffy's hand as it emitted strange red sparks. Meanwhile, the wind from the impact began to run across the entire island and reached the port of that area, as everyone felt the wind and shivered with the impact of the fight. Yoroge looked at it wondering what was happening. He stood up after he was knocked out by Hugo some time back as soon as he tried to fight them. Admiral Kizaru is fighting against Monkey D. Luffy. Big approached, coming from that part of the island at that moment while frowning at that level of fight. This is bad. In a building nearby, Drake was looking into the distance with a furrowed brow. It seems it's still not safe, Yoroge said, but suddenly an explosion occurred behind them. What is that? Yoroge, Big, and Drake looked surprised at that. The smoke began to clear, revealing a man with a large axe and two pacifistas appearing. What are those things? Big asked with a furrowed brow, looking at the two machines, similar to a Shichibukai they knew from the newspapers. We finally arrived. We better handle the situation here and go find the uncle who must be fighting Monkey D. Luffy. It seems we found some pirates. Sentomaru commented, turning his attention to the men looking at him cautiously. It seems we found some pirates, he commented and pointed. PX4 and PX5, he exclaimed. The pacifistas quickly looked over everyone, identifying all the outlaws in the crowd, among them Big and Yoroge. Capone Big, bounty, 138 million berries. Yoroge, bounty, 108 million berries. The two pacifistas identified the pirates and suddenly opened their mouths, and quickly, both pirates had wide-eyed looks before seeing a beam emerging from there and flying directly at them and exploding the area. The pacifistas saw the explosion and looked at the other pirates running, while their gazes turned up, where Drake was. They identified him but did not attack. Drake, bounty of 220 million berries. Authorization denied to attack. They announced, after all, this pirate was a Navy agent disguised as a pirate. Alright. Sentomaru commented understanding and continued walking. Let's see the uncle. He murmured, and before he could react, An explosion occurred near them as an entire building was destroyed. "You're damn-browed woman," a woman shouted at another. "Shut up your emo woman and you damned," the other complained. Sentomaru stopped to look at the two women and quickly identified them. Vinsmoke Reiju and Trafalgar Lami. "Your bounties are to keep you alive, however, we can hurt you a bit to capture you," he commanded, and the two pacifistas quickly advanced on the women after he sent the pacifistas. Reiju and Lami, who were arguing against each other, noticed the approach of the pacifistas and raised an eyebrow at that. Feeling that they were coming to attack, they quickly attacked them. Lami drew her blade and with a serum, she reappeared behind the pacifista, splitting it in half. Meanwhile, Reiju simply jumped into the air, spinning her body and placing her leg to deliver a kick that went through the middle of the pacifista. They weren't even close to being able to attack the women as they were destroyed. "What?" Sentomaru was shocked by that. "Hey, you bastard," next to him. Reiju appeared in front of him with her leg on fire. "Don't attack us while we're arguing, you idiot," she said and kicked Sentomaru before he could react, who the next moment, flew like a bullet, hitting between the buildings of the town and opening a path as it impacted each of the houses in its path. Raccoon here, 534 Chapter 277 Sabo di Archipelago 13. Chapter size. 1800 words. Third person POV Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. In the south of the archipelago, Nijiko, Robin, and Kuina were strolling around while shopping at some stores. "How can I help you?" The seller couldn't help but recognize these women after looking at them for a few seconds. After all, everyone on this island knew about the presence of the Straw Hats here, and many kept that information to themselves to avoid meddling with this group. "See, how can I help you ladies?" The man began to tremble. After all, these women had bounties that exceeded 9 digits. "I like this cup, I want to buy it," Nijiko said, wanting to add it to her collection for coffee sipping by the stains. She spoke in a gentle tone, as if dealing with a villager from Kokoyashi village. "Yes, of course, it's yours, for free." The man was still terrified. "No need, there's a price tag here, I can pay for it." Nijiko declined the offer and took out some berry notes, handing them to the man who agreed reluctantly. After all, he did not want to contradict the pirate woman after she said she would pay. "You scared him so much," Robin commented, laughing. Nijiko sighed. "That's the downside of fame, everyone thinks we're bad people." Nijiko spoke, but understood very well why that was. The newspapers always depict us as people who destroy everything, especially the reports of the captain. Kuina intervened with the obvious, after all, who could question Luffy after he destroyed some islands here and there in his Ifrit form, something that always made the front page of the newspaper. After that, they resumed walking through the streets, while the crowd of ordinary, law-abiding people moved out of their way in fear. Meanwhile, a group of Marines were hiding at a distance with weapons, merely observing, not that the women didn't know about them, but they didn't care. Everything seemed normal until a tremor occurred, followed by a huge sonic explosion to the north of them. "What?" Robin looked in that direction. "Something's happening over there. Could it be Luffy?" Nijiko wondered about her husband. "Seems like he did something, but who could fight him in such a way?" Kuina asked. "Let's go there," Nijiko suggested, and the others then began to jump into the air with Geppo, heading to that part of the archipelago. To the east, Usopp, Beppo, and Chopper were in a toy machine when the explosion was felt by them, causing the entire park to shake slightly. The entire crowd turned towards that direction while the three were in the midst of it. "What is this? Is someone fighting?" they wondered, not knowing exactly what was happening at that distance. In a corner from there, the same could be everything while the music competition was being contested by Scratchman, Apu and Uda at that moment. However, the explosion quickly made all the speakers crumble with a horrible sound, causing everyone to put their hands over their ears. Scratchman Apu swallowed hard, wondering what was happening, while Uda wasted no time and jumped into the air, imagining that Luffy had done something.
Usopp was in the air using Geppo as they met.
"Do you know what's happening?" she asked. "No, it's too far for me to know," Usopp said. "The captain must have encountered an admiral or something," Beppo suggested. "Beppo, Luffy asked you not to use your Akuma no Mi. Remember that?" Usopp said, and Beppo nodded. Knowing the situation, he could not pass the information to the world government that he was the user of the Fuwa no Mi that sent the meteor, so he had to keep a low profile until the war. Luffy and Kizaru continued their intense fight, as they began to knock down trees as their sword fight went on. A collision between the two swords quickly created a cut that flew from there, and tree number 15 ended up being the impact of the collision. The tree just made a line, before being removed from its bottom with a clean cut. The people in the city saw this and screamed in fright as the tree began to fall, bursting all the bubbles in its path. "Run!" the people screamed, running from there, as the tree fell and a line of fire and light collided in the air. The swords clashed once more with Haki in front of each other as the tree fell behind them, Kizaru maintaining a serious look behind his glasses, even while keeping in character. "This is tough. You seem stronger than back at Eni's lobby," Kizaru commented, his mouth forming a strange shape. "You could say I gained a lot of benefits from our last fight," Luffy commented. He wasn't even in his hybrid form. After all, that form increased his attributes 6 or 7 times, however this time, Luffy was using his Akuma no Mi at 80 times, so using 90 times currently in speed might be the reason for Kizaru's comment. Even though Luffy still didn't have the endurance and strength of that form, he hadn't taken any damage yet by using his speed to protect and evade. "That's scary," Kizaru commented upon hearing that. He had received information about Luffy's growth being a great danger to the sea, but seeing him in person is quite frightening. Kizaru now returned to his sword, one that he had also obtained information about from Sengoku. "This sword is Gold Roger's. I wonder how you got it. And why does it seem to be a weapon with an Akuma no Mi?" Kizaru asked, seeing the sword emit flashes of armament Haki and a strange red lightning. Clearly that was not a swordsman's skill or Haki. "You are full of questions, Kizaru. Let's just fight and focus," Luffy suggested, activating the Akuma no Mi and pushing Kizaru back. He immediately followed him. Kizaru was thrown by the red lightning and quickly stabilized without any injury and began running in the air. He quickly noticed that Luffy was following him. Kizaru passed by a giant tree, as Luffy flew with high speed and did not get off his tail. They continued to run through the island like cat and mouse while people only saw flashes flying over the air, so fast that some didn't even realize as they tried to flee the battle from a distance. Only the more experienced knew that something had passed by there, as explosions began to happen right behind in the air. They passed by a second tree as they ran, circling around the sides. Luffy went on the opposite side of Kizaru while appearing above Kizaru and tried to strike with the sword. Kizaru defended himself and distanced from Luffy with a spin of light, appearing 50 meters away already in position to attack Luffy with his 2 fingers crossed. He quickly launched several flashes at Luffy in the air as one of the most powerful blows, while Luffy tried to dodge, punching with his hand a huge ball of flames, trying to hit the flashes, but they were too many and faster than he could combat, until a moment they surpassed his attacks and exploded on him like several points of light. However, in the midst of the explosion that lit up the entire area, the flames consumed the lights soon after. Kizaru stopped in the air, watching cautiously, as he knew that a transformation had occurred at that moment. As soon as the lights stopped, Luffy was transformed into Phase 2, his horns apparent on his forehead, his body with purple skin and the characteristics of his beast, such as armor on the belt and arms, while he still wore his pants. His cape had been removed at that moment and thrown to the side. As his cape fell in the air, Luffy maintained a fierce look, as if eager to fight with everything against the Admiral. Now he was on a higher level, his Phase 2 with 90 times the base speed. Kizaru watched as Luffy disappeared while his eyes widened behind his iconic glasses, seeing Luffy appear right above him with the weapon embedded in with everything he could, moving towards the Admiral, red rays, rock flames, and armament Haki lightning, covering the entire blade. Kizaru quickly placed his weapon between him and the embedded Haki blade, but quickly felt the pressure as they clashed. Luffy immediately launched him backward as he fell to the ground in a line of light, exploding the place that was an area in the middle of the forest, creating a great light in all directions. Kizaru quickly rose, appearing in a light in front of the crater while the debris continued to rise into the air. A part of his navy cape torn with embers of fire, while at the same time, his yellow suit had burned on the arm where he held the sword, with dark smoke coming out and his skin charred. "You ruined my favorite suit," he commented, no longer seeming to be in character, but speaking quite seriously. "Come on, Kizaru. Did you really think we were just going to talk? Stop complaining and let's fight." Luffy reappeared in front of him, breaking the ground on his landing. Kizaru sighed and nodded, while once again they disappeared, clashing against each other. The entire area began to explode at that moment as the ground lifted. Lines of purple and yellow light quickly left the area, flying into the sky as they began to explode on their way, with both using their speed to the fullest and clashing with their swords, while once again making their way across the island. And it wasn't long before they even found their own companions who had fled from the auction. No one else was chasing them after Yamato used his Conqueror's Haki. That's it, Enel looked up at this moment, as did Yamato, Zoro, and Hugo. The rest also looked up a second later with explosions happening above them and a tree being destroyed at that moment beside them falling backward. At this rate, they'll leave the island without trees, Vivi murmured. Chow Chow also barked at this moment. After all, he needs the trees as his personal bathroom. He was against cutting trees, poles, and even Enel himself. They are giving it their all, said Rayleigh, analyzing the fight with quite an admiration, as Luffy and Kizaru were 2 kilometers away at that moment. But soon he became serious and his gaze returned to the sky. It looks like we're going to have company, he spoke in an almost nostalgic tone. Meanwhile, out of nowhere, an object came flying from above, crashing into the ground near them, lifting the whole place as if it were a mini meteor. Those proficient in observation Haki quickly furrowed their brows, as whoever had arrived was not just anyone, someone very powerful. Raccoon here. 534 Chapter 278 Sabo di Archipelago 14. Chapter size. 2,000 words. Third person POV Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. All members of the group quickly became fully alert with this new visitor. Who is this? Nami exclaimed, shielding herself from the smoke. It's been a long time since I've seen this guy. Rayleigh murmured with a nostalgic tone. You know him? Yamato commented, sensing danger coming from him, even for her. It's been a really long time. Rayleigh. The voice emerged from inside the smoke as it began to clear. I thought you were retired. Kong. Rayleigh commented. I thought so too, but I ended up working elsewhere. Kong commented as he began to appear, showing his suit as a member of the world government. He looked at the group, especially at Rayleigh. So this is where you've been spending your retirement, Kong commented. Something tells me you already knew that. Rayleigh commented with a small smile. I won't lie, there are few things in this world I'm not aware of, but I never had a reason to come here and end you. After all, your captain has been dead for many years and you seem to live a quiet life, stealing from a noble here and there while pretending to be a slave. Kong commented, crossing his arms. Rayleigh's activities had not been a secret to him through the intelligence he commands. Kong. Who is this? Zoro asked quietly. He's the former fleet admiral, from the time Roger and has sailed the seas. Rayleigh commented calmly. What? Nami, Vivi, Alvida, Bonnie, Kami, and Hachi exclaimed together while Zoro, Yamato, Hugo frowned. Enel, Chow Chow, Shirahoshi, and Baby 5 remained with neutral faces. Luffy and Kizaru continued their duel in the middle of the outlaw district while they stopped for a second looking towards that side. Who is that? Luffy couldn't help but ask amidst his flames. After all, he had never met Kong, so it was a surprise not to recognize him, but he certainly frowned at the strength of this individual. It seems Mr. Kong has also appeared. Kizaru also commented looking towards that side. Kong? Luffy heard Kizaru murmuring and looked at him seriously with those words. He knew of this name and who it was. So the government sent reinforcements, and just this guy. He spoke, but he didn't seem shaken at all. He was more excited. This is interesting. I would very much like to fight him, but first we must finish our fight, so I will leave this to my companions and even Rayleigh, although I would not like him to fight for things we are responsible for ourselves. Luffy commented in the air while still keeping an eye on Kizaru, who was also looking at him at that moment. He advanced. Once again they engaged in a fight while starting to explode the air with their blows against each other. Kong looked at the explosions, diverting the attention of the group in front of him to see those forces clashing. So this is Garp's grandson. He is not bad at all. A shame that this power didn't fall into the hands of the Navy. He commented and noticed someone moving. It doesn't matter who he is. He's just a mortal. Enel murmured as he took a few steps forward. The user of the most powerful Logia. Kong looked at Enel approaching. Feel the power of a god. Enel spoke and transformed into lightning mid-sentence, traveling immediately to punch Kong. However, what he saw before reaching the former fleet admiral was a fist colliding against his face, making him immediately fall backwards after that Haki punch. This guy. How can he be so foolish? Hugo couldn't help but comment as Enel's body dug into the ground. The fool had been getting beaten since he met Luffy and never stopped being arrogant the whole time. Now, you all will be captured, and even you Rayleigh if you interfere in this. I've always turned a blind eye to you, but this matter will not be light. Kong threatened him. Hey, I have nothing to do with this. I'm just passing by before that damn mermaid gets on my back, Bonnie exclaimed, seeing that the situation was getting hard to handle. Kong didn't care about that and stopped there. He was immediately going to carry out his mission. This group had been responsible for taking down 5 Tenryubitos besides their captain fighting with the admiral, so he had to capture all involved and charged at them. He kicked the ground while Enel was still wreaking havoc, and he immediately lunged his fist against the group, but someone appeared in front of the group and collided with Hugo's hand. Both fists using armament hockey with their fists turned black. You seem skilled with this hockey, but you still have a long way to go to reach my level. Hugo heard this and tried to increase his strength while his fist grew a rock to fortify it even further, but he felt the thunderous force of this man and quickly felt his body being pushed back with pain. His body immediately dug into the ground like Enel's, and everyone else got into fighting stance. Nami overcame her fear and faced this old man to protect her companions, as her claws materialized with her wings and she lunged at the enemy. Vivi transformed her hands into 2 whirlwinds. Alvida readied her club with haki. The same could be said for Yamato as she transformed into phase 1 of her Akuma no Mi. Zoro immediately drew his swords while looking at the weaker ones. You guys, get out of here, he said, and soon a huge paw landed next to him, breaking the ground. It was Chow Chow, transformed into Cerberus, immediately using his elements on the 3 heads. On his middle head, BABY5 was perched while her arms transformed into various weapons preparing to attack along with Chow Chow. Zoro on the ground, decided to act and kick the ground, charging at the former fleet admiral. Hachi, along with Bonnie, began to move away from there with Kami and Shirahoshi, trying to stay at a safer distance, while Rayleigh also stayed with them to protect them. Immediately, the fight began, with Kong seeing all those attacks coming at him from all those people. He quickly dodged Nami's claws and jumped when the whirlwind that Vivi created headed his way, destroying even the ground. He saw 2 other women jumping in the air with their clubs. He put up both fists of haki and began to clash against the weapons, creating an impact, while Alvida was thrown backwards and collided with the ground, far below the strength of that old man, and Yamato managed to hold up better, only moving back a few meters, and tried again to attack him, with him exchanging blows while she parried the attacks, trying to create her father's attack while her weapon began to create purple lightning. Kong had to immediately move away from the fight against Yamato when a line of fire, lightning, a line of ice, and missile shots flew in his direction, having to dodge, and soon some missiles began to chase him in the air, while he caught one with his hands and threw it at the others, creating an explosion, but he was surprised that at the same time this happened, Zoro appeared with his blades, while spinning in the air, throwing energy from Odin. That hit Kong, making him fall to the ground at high speed, while the whole area began to explode, creating a sphere of dark energy. It wasn't even a millisecond before he blasted out of the hole and landed a little distance away with his clothes quite dirty. He looked at it and simply brushed off some of the dust, but he was still quite well. He covered his whole body with haki. Zoro murmured, falling to the ground after seeing that while attacking him. He had never seen anyone do such a thing until then. Kong looked at the group still seriously, and as he was about to attack again, the sky seemed angry when thunder began to appear. So you returned to the fight. I never had the chance to face the user of this Logia in my life, so let's see what you are capable of. He couldn't help but comment with interest, still looking up at the sky. It was at that moment that the sky shone even brighter and a gigantic bolt of lightning descended like a line of lightning, flying in his direction. That area of his was quickly exploded with a lightning bolt thrown by Enel, causing even more damage than Zoro had done. Enel emerged from the hole with injuries, while his lips bled after Kong's attack. He was angry, but soon his haki made him frown. After all, in front of the lightning, Kong reappeared, using Geppo. Naira, truthfully, I didn't see her as a good match for Amora at first sight. I don't know, I really don't like her much XD, but still, good chapter as always, a pleasure. Kong immediately saw huge rocks flying towards him, which he began to punch in the air as he exploded them, with Hugo launching them after emerging from the holes. The big man didn't stop there. He quickly sought his revenge with his fists against the old man and advanced in the air, also using Geppo. Their fists collided again. These 6 powers techniques of yours. They're not from the Marines. Kong immediately recognized this, frowning. Hugo did not respond. How did you get these techniques? He spoke and immediately made Hugo create a hole in the ground, as Enel flew toward him. As well as Zoro, Yamato, Chow Chow, Baby 5, Vivi, Nami, Alvida, and a slightly more injured Hugo from the last attack. Forget that now. I'll find out later, but first, let's deal with everyone first, since this is getting interesting. Kong spoke seriously, yet at the same time showing he was excited to be fighting all these people. Then he advanced against them and a battle began. We should get out of here, Bonnie spoke desperately as the explosions and attacks began. You go ahead, I'll stay, Rayleigh said, looking at the battle seriously. Alright, Hachi said and started running with Kami and his friend. Bonnie also started running with Shirahoshi, who looked thoughtful. I wanted to fight too, Shirahoshi admitted, but she didn't have her weapon at the moment. While the battle started below, a line of purple fire and yellow light appeared in the sky at that moment while the battle between Luffy and Kizaru continued. It hadn't been long since they had passed through here. But their speed was so great that they made a full circle around the island while another 2 trees began to fall from their attacks, but they hadn't even touched the ground yet with the speed of both. Luffy, attentive to the battle his companions had started with Kong as soon as they got close and in his field of observation Haki, knew what was happening and had faith in his companions. In a moment when he was exchanging sword blows with Kizaru, he heard Shirahoshi's words. He simply took a small thing he kept for the girl from his pocket and threw it. Catch, Shira, he shouted. Shira was surprised by his voice even before the lines of attacks between them appeared in the sky and understood when she saw that object beginning to increase in size. Seeing her trident coming her way. What are you doing? Bonnie was confused when she felt the mermaid move and didn't even have time to finish when Shirahoshi simply swayed her tail and flew upwards, catching her trident in the next moment. I will help. Shirahoshi looked at Bonnie and spoke those words as she advanced in the middle of the war. Raccoon here. 534 Chapter 279 Sabodi Archipelago 15. Chapter size. 1800 words. Third person POV Sabodi Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Reiju and Lami continued fighting each other while pausing to watch Luffy and Kizaru battle each other in the space above the city, quickly passing by them, and a tree in the distance began to shake due to the clash of their swords. Luffy. Reiju commented as she followed him with some difficulty due to the speed of both. It seems that the Navy really came here. Lami remarked, recalling those things they had destroyed some time ago along with Reiju knocking out that fat man with the axe. A loud sound of a great thunderclap emerged in the distance along with other explosive sounds, as a battle seemed to have started on that side. They are them. Our companions are fighting someone quite strong, Lami, with a more developed observation Haki, commented. Let's go, they seem to need help, Reiju said, and both began using Geppo in that direction. Meanwhile, in that very area, the fight intensified, as even Kong had a great deal of trouble dealing with all that pressure, receiving multiple attacks. You have great potential, one that I have never seen in a young crew in all my years, but at the same time, this potential worries many people in the balance of powers. Your actions against the 10 Ryubitos also do not help, so I will do everything to take you down here. Kong declared as Zoro advanced against him. However, as soon as their swords were about to touch him from an opening created by the others, Kong made a staff appear out of nowhere in his hand. Zoro immediately was surprised as his Haki-coated swords struck against a strange wood also imbued with Haki. You see, it has been a long time since I last used this weapon, so let's see if you can handle it. Kong declared, as everyone was on alert while he moved away from Zoro and began spinning the weapon, making a side slash in front of them, but he had no one within his reach, after all his staff was only 2 meters long. However, something happened while everyone stared dazed at it. After all, that staff began to expand a second later and started to get bigger as he swung it down forcefully, becoming twisted and fully imbued with Haki. The Straw Hat crew quickly moved out of the way of it while dodging to the sides. He's going to hit Hachi and the others, Yamato quickly exclaimed, as the staff descended towards Haki running. Even 1,000 meters away from the fight, the staff expanded up to there while descending forcefully. Nay, this, Hachi exclaimed, unable to react. We're going to die, Kami grimaced. I shouldn't have followed that pirate, Bonnie exclaimed, crying. However, just as it was about to touch them, someone appeared in front of them, and it was none other than Rayleigh with his sword. While the ground in the path of the staff exploded, Rayleigh managed to stand firm, while none of the three behind him got hurt by it, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "So you decided to act," Kong commented while looking at the old enemy. "Sorry, I simply cannot let you act against these young ones," Rayleigh commented with a small smile, regardless of the consequences it would bring to his life. As soon as Rayleigh gave his reply, Yamato appeared next to Kong, using his weapon. Without time to fully pull his staff back, Kong used Haki while crossing his arms, making himself be struck downward, flying like a rocket while his staff began to rapidly decrease in size, returning to him as he exploded the ground with his own body. Immediately 2 tornadoes began to dig into the ground. Nami and Vivi launched their attacks at the same time, exploding where Kong was supposed to be. Who, in the middle of the explosion, came out of the hole. Zoro quickly approached him from above, as he began launching attacks with the power of Odin unleashed, while the former fleet admiral held his staff firmly, and began to defend, initiating a battle between weapons. Kong released a golden energy while the other released a dark energy. Both exploded in contrast, destroying the entire area while Zoro was thrown a few meters back, losing this first bout. Alvida also entered the fight, but Kong quickly repelled her as Nami caught the woman and advanced against the man as well. But her claws were completely repelled and Kong expanded the staff again, hitting her, while losing balance, flying a few meters backwards. Kong suddenly looked up, a bit surprised, seeing a mermaid advancing with a trident. "How strange, I've never fought a mermaid before," he commented and struck his staff against Shirahoshi's trident. Shirahoshi attacked with her Haki, emitting an immediate impact, while both struggled against each other. Shirahoshi began to get surrounded by water, using her power against Kong, who in response, emitted his golden energy and quickly won the confrontation against the mermaid. Shirahoshi was quite surprised as she was flung backward forcefully, spinning her body trying to maintain balance until she finally managed to stabilize with the help of her tail. The battle between them continued. After the pirates recovered, BABY-5 launched an attack that surprised the admiral along with Chow Chow unleashing his elements. Kong dodged and jumped into the air. He raised his arm as if throwing a spear and hurled his staff over the group that was regrouping. "He's growing even bigger than before," Vivi exclaimed as everyone was surprised with the staff beginning to expand, not only growing in length but also in thickness, until it became as big as one of the large trees on the island. "What is this thing?" Zoro murmured as he tried to dodge the huge structure growing, which now had dozens of meters in diameter. Just like Zoro, everyone managed to avoid it, but the ground that ended up being targeted was devastated. Even Hachi at a distance of more than 2 kilometers felt the impact as Bonnie and Kami screamed. The staff had buried itself into the ground, becoming a large tower. "This is my sacred staff," Kong commented, satisfied. "Haha. So this is the impressive power of a fleet admiral. Really strong," Yamato murmured as Enel launched an attack on him at that moment while Kong was still in the air. Hugo also attacked and Kong had to dodge Hugo's fists and Enel's lightning trying to hit him in the air. Meanwhile, BABY-5 and Chow Chow launched their attacks from a distance. Once again, with Kong being pushed against the wall, he quickly raised his hand and the giant staff began to fly and shrink in size for him, flying directly to his hand as if by command amid all those explosions. Kong began to parry the attacks right after that. Enel quickly turned into lightning and moved toward the enemy trying to gain an advantage with his lightning power. But Kong began to strike him, while flying like lightning and returning to attack him. Enel soon found himself cornered once again by this man and tried to move away while no one was near to help him. Kong pursued him through the air. Even having the speed of lightning, his opponent had very powerful Haki after decades of constant battles and quickly helped to calculate the trajectory of Enel, striking him, while Hugo exploded on the ground, and Enel shortly after. He saw the three-headed dog with the woman dressed as a maid on top preparing to launch an attack on him. Kong clenched his staff as the golden light began to flow. Then he aimed at Chow Chow and Baby 5 and launched the same golden energy being sent directly at them. Chow Chow quickly began to move, moving away from the first attacks as the ground exploded. However, he could not escape the last attacks, with Kong already predicting his dodge trajectory and launching the attack to that location. Chow Chow was thrown away with BABY-5. Kong did not continue attacking them, as he calmly analyzed the situation. He was winning this fight even against several opponents, but he was still far from defeating this group. A moment later, all the Straw Hats quickly regrouped in front of Kong. Even some dirty and injured, they still seemed ready to fight as if nothing had happened to them. "This way, it's going to take me a long time to deal with everyone," he murmured, looking at Yamato, Zoro, Nami, Vivi, Hugo, Enel, Alvida, Shirahoshi, Baby 5, and Chow Chow. He had to deal with 11 of them, and all had some degree of haki, some very powerful like Yamato and Zoro. "Alright, let's continue," he decided after thinking for a while as the entire area was unleashed, only with Rayleigh at a distance watching the fight, but still making no move. Without wasting more time, he simply launched himself into the air against his opponents. But as he flew towards them, two new people appeared at that moment. Lami and Reiju finally showed up. In the air, he sensed flames coming his way and Kong quickly dodged Reiju's flaming attacks. A huge energy sphere began to expand at that moment as well, turning the environment blue as he dodged the Phoenix's attacks. As soon as Lami activated her room with Kong inside, she quickly executed her swap, as in one of the flames was an object she swapped places with, appearing in front of Kong, who was quite surprised by this, and was ready to be struck by the girl who intended to take his heart. However, he narrowed his eyes and, having no choice, his body began to expand, transforming into a large golden energy, making Lami quickly fly backward, unable to reach her adversary. With the force of the impact, she quickly swapped places with a stone and reappeared on the ground, near her companions, while energy began to expand from Kong's body in a golden and bright tone. "It seems he's resorting to that," Rayleigh commented, approaching with his sword still out of its sheath. "What do you mean by that?" Nami asked, looking concerned about the golden explosion. "Kong possesses a mystical beast, like you," he said as a transformation began to happen. The light began to fade gradually and there was a golden monkey at least 10 meters tall, holding his staff, which was bigger than before, suitable for his size. It might be just a monkey, however, this monkey exuded great power, making everyone there realize that Kong was not the same as before. "What is this?" Shirahoshi asked innocently, looking extremely surprised at the monkey, since she had never seen anything like it before. "Kong is a user of the mystical beast King Monkey," Rayleigh commented with a calculating look. After all, the real fight was about to begin now. Raccoon here, 534 Chapter 280 Sabo de Archipelago 16. Chapter size, 1800 words. Third person POV Sabo de Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. While Luffy and Kizaru continued their battle, a golden light caught Luffy's attention as he moved away from Kizaru for a while. "What is that?" he asked, slightly surprised, sensing a mystical beast in the distance. Even his mythical beast, Ifrit, seemed to be screaming internally, wanting to fight whatever that was. "It seems Mr. Kong is taking this seriously." Scary, Kizaru spoke. Even though he had never witnessed the mystical beast of the former fleet admiral, he had heard many rumors and there were also some reports he was forced to study when he became an admiral. Luffy heard that and sighed. He looked at Kizaru with a firmer gaze as the latter raised an eyebrow at him. "It's time to finish this," he thought internally. Luffy took the fight more seriously, and before Kizaru could react, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to the admiral, who transformed his body into light and dodged the attack. But as soon as he dodged, he quickly found his body in the path of Ace's blade. Kizaru was surprised by this as he made a great effort to dodge. Luffy was being much more aggressive now, and as he managed to divert a few inches from the sword, Luffy took that moment to explode a large amount of flames in his second form to catch Kizaru off guard. With flames coming out of Luffy like a bomb, Kizaru was surprised and thrown back. He stabilized in the air shortly after. Luffy didn't give the admiral any room to breathe and soon appeared above him, launching his slash that met Kizaru's sword, but he switched his Moa Moa No to strength at that moment and immediately sent him to the ground, exploding the spot and creating a burst of light. Kizaru reappeared again and looked seriously at Luffy, while the latter had already created several purple flame orbs around him and began to barrage him with them descending. Kizaru had his vision obscured by the flames, but his haki quickly alerted him to Luffy's location and he had to move quickly before being caught. Luffy reappeared at his side, trying to strike him once more, and he also didn't stop attacking the pirate. Kizaru moved away and began launching several flashes of light evenly. Luffy ran directly between this attack, Even receiving hits, he advanced against Kizaru. The explosions occurred in a straight line as he approached the admiral, who was surprised as Luffy emerged in front of him and punched him in the face with a hockey-coated fist, breaking his glasses, sinking his face in a bit as he was thrown back, breaking the ground and tearing a line through the middle of the forest. Kong, fighting against the Straw Hats using his transformation, looked at it a bit surprised as, "Is he beating Kizaru?" Kong frowned at that. Amid all that smoke and debris, Kizaru came out injured this time, with a bleeding face, but still far from losing. Luffy, once again, reappeared in front of him, beginning to throw punches while Kizaru used his sword to defend with a much more serious look than before. The area around began to become chaotic with both moving at their maximum speed. Despite Kizaru's speed, he only had one disadvantage with it because he could only move in a straight line, while Luffy was more flexible but still fast with his Moa Moa no Mi increasing his speed 90 times for most of the time, and that was his key to beating Kizaru. Because, due to Kizaru's movement, it was easy to predict his movement, enhancing the prediction with haki. Then, when Kizaru tried to dodge a blow, Luffy appeared by his side, making Kizaru immediately run backwards, but Luffy had already anticipated this and kicked the air with all the force his Geppo could muster, making Kizaru unable to react as he materialized. Luffy brought down his sword, hitting the admiral's chest and cutting it. Kizaru had time not to have a very deep cut while he quickly moved away. Luffy did not pursue him, waiting for him to reappear, while at a distance, Kizaru rematerialized with his chest and face bleeding. He looked angrily this time at Luffy, while the latter, still a bit hurt from the battle, with his skin scorched by Kizaru's blows, just smiled at the man. "Sorry, Admiral, but I have to finish this fight quickly. I'd also like to fight a former fleet admiral who is also a mystical beast," Luffy commented. He wouldn't give Kizaru an easy time until he could get rid of him once and for all to move on to the next fight, as he launched himself at the admiral again. Meanwhile, Kong, who looked quite worried, was in a frantic battle and found the woman with the Ope no Mi fruit very problematic. After all, she switched places every time he tried to catch someone and made people appear in the right places while they managed to hit him, making the fight troublesome for him, even with his mythical beast activated. Rayleigh, despite his advanced age, was also giving him a lot of trouble, with the strength of an admiral on his side. He quickly parried the swords of Zoro and Rayleigh with his staff, while he received attacks from others, making his staff grow and shrink the entire time. But once again, when he thought he would hit one of them to knock out and reduce their numbers, he was swapped with a stone by Lami using her powers. But even with all the disadvantages, he was holding up well and putting pressure on the group too. Kong jumped into the air and wrapped his staff with haki as soon as it returned to its proper size for his current form, and struck again against the swords of Zoro and Rayleigh, while Alvida and Yamato appeared with her club at his side and Shirahoshi with her trident trying to hit him from above. After dispatching the two swordsmen, he spun his staff and quickly counter-attacked the enemy weapons, making them all retreat while Reiju's flames prevented him from approaching the pirates' companions. Something happened at that moment, making Kong himself stop looking at the pirates and frown, as in the middle of the fight, an explosion happened next to him while the ground was dug up by Kizaru himself until he finally stopped. All the Straw Hats stopped with Kong as they watched Luffy emerge, exploding the ground near the end of that new destruction. The smoke finally dissipated as the place fell silent for a moment. Kizaru appeared on the ground, fallen while bleeding with a broken nose and a shallow cut on his chest, but still leaving a large mark of blood spread across his clothes. Kizaru, the admiral known to be the fastest man in the navy, lay there unconscious while Luffy remained a few meters from him while standing in his hybrid form, with some blood spread over his body, because the fight against the admiral was not easy and he was quite damaged after becoming more aggressive. After having a fixed look at Kizaru, Luffy finally turned and looked at Kong at that moment, opening a small smile. "Looks like it's the first time we've met," Luffy said. He defeated Kizaru. Rayleigh had a certain gleam in his eyes at a distance as Luffy approached Kong. Kong did not respond to him, frowning as he analyzed the situation while suspended with his own staff. "What is this beast?" Luffy could not help but ask. He hadn't heard Rayleigh speak, because he was in the middle of a fight, but he became curious to see the golden monkey holding a staff that could expand. "It reminds me of a legend. About the journey to the west. You're the Monkey King, aren't you?" he asked with a small curious smile. "Yes." Kong decided to answer him. "I ate the Saru Saru no Mi model, Sun Wukong. he said calmly, continuing to analyze Luffy. I see. That's quite unexpected. Luffy was happy to find someone with special powers and whom he did not know from the original work. It suits you, former Fleet Admiral Kong. Luffy's voice sounded friendly as his companions waited for their captain's order. You gave the Admiral a good beating this time, Luffy, Reiju said, approaching Luffy. This guy is quite troublesome, but yes, I managed to do it since I wanted to come here too, Luffy told the woman with a smile. What will we do now, Captain? Zoro asked. I know the fight is yours, but I want to fight this one, if you don't mind. Luffy asked. He usually wouldn't ask their permission, but since it was about a fight, after all battles are sacred to Luffy. If any of them claimed this fight, then no one should interfere. You can have the fight. Yamato shrugged. Tisk. He's not a swordsman, despite using that staff, but you can fight him if you want, Zoro admitted and became disinterested. All yours. Lami commented. Go for it, Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi cheered excitedly. Try to get some money off him, Luffy, Nami immediately requested. The others made no further comments, just nodding. Even some still wanting to fight, they stayed silent with Enel and Chow Chow. Luffy nodded in acceptance of the crew's agreement and tossed a pair of sea stone handcuffs to Reiju, who was closest. Handcuff the Admiral? Luffy asked, and the woman nodded. That's not going to happen. Kong frowned and immediately rushed to prevent it from happening. However, Luffy appeared in front of him at that moment, clashing with Ace against the Rui Jingu Bang, the legendary weapon of the beast. Both exploded in armament haki. Sorry, but Kong. Now this fight is between you and me. Luffy spoke as his strength increased, matching the man in front of him in a direct confrontation. Tisk. You're troublesome. Fine, I'll deal with you before I take Kizaru again, Kong declared. After all, he couldn't do anything now. He would have to beat Garp's grandson thoroughly before capturing him and taking Kizaru again. Especially since the Navy was in a delicate moment. A defeat to a rookie pirate would already destroy the Navy's morale in the next war, let alone the scandal of being captured. Anyway. Kong looked at Luffy's weapon. Let's see if you're really worthy of holding this weapon, he declared, with both having their battle flame more alive than ever, as their beasts were eager to fight each other. Raccoon here. 535 Chapter 281 Sabo de Archipelago 17, Chapter Size. 1800 words. Third person POV Sabo de Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Both weapons clashed in the air, generating rays of armament haki, as Luffy continued his transformation into Phase 2, battling a monkey 5 times his size. Their weapons clashed once more, creating another wave of haki that spread like wind across the area. Both vanished and reappeared in the air, a third wave of haki emerging. All the Straw Hats watched from a distance as the fight continued. So strong. Vivi commented, watching the explosions occurring in the distance. The terrain was completely destroyed, with some trees down in the ground in pieces due to their fight with Kong. Luffy beat an admiral and is now fighting that monster. Nami remarked with a hint of concern, since Luffy might have just come out of one fight and was already in another. Nami began to release her transformation, returning to her usual appearance, as did all the others transformed into their hybrid forms. It seems like a clash of strengths, Rayleigh commented, looking into the distance at the two fighters. A more powerful explosion occurred in the air, as Luffy and Kong clashed with increased force, progressively upping their blows. Luffy did not prioritize speed, but strength, since this man was even stronger than him, though not faster than Kizaru. The explosion had again shaken the ground of the group, who kept their eyes narrowed at it. The devil is losing, Enel remarked with a narrow look. Hey, you can't be serious, Nami exclaimed as her concerns became reality. It's true, Zoro responded calmly. Are you saying Luffy-sama is going to lose? Shouldn't we fight too? Shirahoshi asked, horrified. Kong is more powerful in that bestial form, Yamato replied calmly. However, Luffy is not in his bestial form either, where his form prioritizes strength and endurance. She responded in a serious and rational tone. Woof! Chow Chow barked in his usual dog form. Look, it seems like he's about to transform. Alvida spoke as she watched Luffy and the Monkey King clashing against each other, while Luffy began to cover in flames, losing the clash. Then all the Straw Hats saw flames rise even larger, and from them a huge storm of purple flames flew into the sky. There it is. Hugo commented as red eyes glowed among the flames as they vanished and the already destroyed ground broke even more with Ifrit stepping on it forcefully. So the devil has finally transformed. Enel commented in an arrogant tone. Kong stopped at a distance looking at Ifrit for a moment. So this is your beast? We've never seen anything like it. It's very likely that you are the first user of this fruit like your companions, which is very odd. Kong murmured. After all, he had ordered many reports on this group since they had been suspected of killing a Tenryubito near the reverse mountain. It was shocking to see a group with Akuma no Mi that had never been registered even in the historical texts of the world government. Kong was assessing the situation and it wasn't very good for him. After all, he was already having some difficulty taking down the entire crew alone. Now with Luffy being the strongest among them, he was fighting him alone after taking down an admiral. Something quite shocking. He was in a fight with the enemy with an important hostage. He had to somehow deal with this. Something began to grow in Ifrit's flaming hands, while Ace began to grow with the power of the Moa Moa no Mi, reaching a size suitable for Ifrit. Luffy had never fought in this form with a sword, so it would be his first time doing so, hoping to perform well with it. His hand began to catch flames in his fist, while the hand holding the massive ace emitted rays of its own Akuma no Mi. Luffy was now 5 times taller than Kong, which made him frown at what he was seeing in front of him, but soon his eyes turned fierce again. Ruer! Ifrit roared with the desire for battle. Both stared at each other for a few seconds before charging at one another, exploding the ground beneath them. From a distance, the explosion was heard along with 2 lights, both the blazing flames of Luffy and the golden energy of the Monkey King, which was different from Kizaru's. At that moment, several Marines and government agents were evacuating injured Tenryubitos from a knocked-out auction on stretchers, taking them safely to the port to be shipped to Mary Joieuse immediately. There was a vice admiral on the island who had come on Kizaru's ship along with the admiral to assist him. A powerful user of observation haki. He could tell very well what was happening on his Den Mushi, and he was also middle-aged, having served under Kong's command when he was a cadet, recognizing who was fighting with Luffy at that moment. I repeat, PX4 and PX5 have been destroyed. Sentomaru is knocked out near the port. Kizaru has been defeated and has become a hostage. Lord Kong is fighting Monkey D. Luffy in their bestial forms at this moment. He spoke as the explosion occurred in the distance, generating a huge hot wind for them, even there. I am assisting in the security of the injured Tenryubitos while the battle happens kilometers away, but it's affecting not just this island and the archipelago. It's very likely that the whole place is feeling it too. He spoke through the Den Mushi, which showed an upset face. Sengoku was listening to this in his office. He immediately turned off the Den Mushi, not wanting the person to hear what he would do next. Damn! He yelled and his tone was heard throughout Marineford. Sengoku was in front of his desk, now destroyed with the punch that had shattered it with his yell. If Garp had been at Marineford, he would have been there laughing at him sitting next to him while eating his cookie. Even though Sengoku doubted he would have the mood for it at that moment, after dealing with 2 people so close to him, not being Luffy. How can this be happening? Is it some kind of divine punishment or something? Sengoku couldn't believe it. Luffy had knocked down Kizaru, who was the admiral who had the best chance against him out of all 3. Now Kizaru was a hostage and only Kong, whom the world government said they would send, was in conflict with Garp's grandson. The situation was not good. But he had faith in Kong, his former boss. Damn! In such a delicate moment I can't even pull forces from this place. That boy is causing even more problems. Sengoku complained, but he could only hope that Kong would manage to turn the situation around. Meanwhile, in the middle of the island the intense fight had begun with all the beasts, one holding a 25-meter sword and the other a smaller one with a staff that shrank and expanded in size. Boom! Luffy launched a sideways slash, which Kong defended after spinning his staff. You will not defeat me so easily, child, Kong said with a primate sound as he threw the sword aside and opened a gap in Luffy, who pointed his staff at him, expanding it and striking Ifrit's chest, as he was quickly launched backward. Husband, Alvida was surprised as Luffy had his body carved backwards. The explosion of the ground being destroyed continued while the staff kept expanding, Ifrit's body passing through the entire island. While in a town, people were afraid of the explosions happening in the distance. Suddenly an explosion occurred next to the city, with a formation surpassing any building while Ifrit's body was still being dragged by the staff. So this is the power of the Monkey King. Luffy was not having an easy time, as he felt his back continuing to be dragged across the ground. Frustrated with that situation, he grabbed the staff in his chest with his free hand and turned his body, putting his feet to support on the ground while trying to stop the advance of the staff. He came off the ground and was on the surface being dragged through the place. He finally stopped when he reached the edge of the island, reaching the edge of the sea that divided all the islands of the archipelago, stopping at the edge of the place. "You managed to stop." Kong spoke from a distance and looked towards Luffy's companions who were keeping Kizaru knocked out with sea stone. His intention was never to throw Luffy into the water, but to move him away so he could first get Kizaru to safety. "Now let's rescue the Admiral," he said and set aside his staff as he advanced towards Luffy's companions. "Get ready," Rayleigh called out as everyone awaited the monkey's approach, but a light appeared in the middle of that path, and Kong looked surprised to the side when a high-speed flame beam flew towards him. Luffy saw this and released the same breath of flames he had used on Jack and Akainu, but this time he increased its speed 90 times to reach in time before the former fleet admiral could react, hitting him squarely at that moment. Luffy's companions barely reacted when the monkey was coming and a torrent of flames like lightning struck him, covering the golden monkey as he flew with the flames while everyone tried to protect themselves from the flames and light that attack generated. The fire traveled from the opposite tip of the island where Luffy was to the other side while heading to the sea, passing through all the cities along that trajectory, and people ran in fear. Kong reappeared in the sky near one of the ports, with the flames heading to the sea. He was in not as good a situation as before, with half of his body charred by it. "Damn, he got me there," he admitted, raising his hand to grab his staff. Luffy tried to lift the staff, but he could not. It seemed heavier to him than anything else he had ever tried to lift. "This staff can only be wielded by me. You can never pick it up again," Kong commented, sensing with the observation haki what was happening from a distance, and Luffy saw the staff beginning to shrink in size as it flew to Kong on the other side of the island. "Damn, I thought that weapon was really cool," Luffy grumbled. He then prepared from that side and flexed his knee, breaking the ground. "Moa Moa no mi. Apply 90 times speed." He commanded internally his fruit and then shot towards Kong. Their fight was just beginning. Raccoon here. 535 Chapter 282 Sabo de Archipelago 18. Chapter size. 1900 words. Third person POV Sabo de Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Shaki was standing in front of an old building, listening to the distant explosions and feeling the tremors, when the sound of glass falling inside her establishment occurred. She was smoking, ignoring the explosions and looking towards the sound of a bottle being destroyed by the tremor. "Damn. My 40-year-old whiskey. Someone is going to pay for this. I'll charge 300 million plus interest," she said, exhaling smoke from her cigarette. "Shaki," she heard someone calling her from a distance, as Hachi was carrying Kami and Bonnie alongside, running towards the woman in front of the building, which had the sign, "Shaki's Rip-Off Bar." "Hachi?" She was surprised to see the fishman showing up amidst all that chaos. "Nay, we finally made it. We have to wait for Rayleigh and the others. They were fighting an ex-fleet admiral," Hachi informed, quite worried. "Ex-fleet admiral? Kong," she said with a nostalgic tone from her time at sea. "I heard he was here from the Navy radio I decrypted, and that your captain had fought against Kizaru and defeated him, which scared the Marines. Now he's directly battling Kong himself," she stated. "What? Mugiwara defeated Kizaru?" Bonnie couldn't be more surprised, while Kami was confused and Hachi sighed in relief. "Anyway, let's go inside. Their fight will take a few hours to resolve." Shaki spoke, wanting to return to her bar and protect her bottles before they all got destroyed. "But what about the others?" Hachi asked, worried about his companions. "They're already on their way," Shaki said as the group approached, with Geppo and Rayleigh, being the only one who couldn't use the technique, came running along with them. Everyone landed in front of them a moment later. "Finally, we arrived," Nami commented, relieved. "But what about Luffy?" Vivi exclaimed as the fight continued with explosions and tremors in the distance. "The demon will continue fighting the monkey. I hope he wins, otherwise he won't be worthy of making me a god as soon as I defeat him," Enel complained. "Wolf," Chow Chow barked at that. "Shut up, Mutt, I'll make you pay later for peeing on me. A man who will become a god," Enel grumbled. "A god?" Kami grimaced as everyone else looked at Enel as if he were an arrogant fool. "This group is really strange anyway. It's been a few days since I last saw him. Really? Shaki commented, taking another drag while Rayleigh scratched his head. That's true, I was betting there and I owe some money, he said in an apologetic tone. Let's talk more later, come in now. I need to make sure my bottles don't break, she spoke and everyone followed, having no other choices. I'll leave this admiral here on the street, Hugo said as he carried Kizaru on his shoulder. Guys. At that moment, new figures began to emerge from both sides. Chopper, Usopp, Beppo, and Uda appeared on one side and Kuina, Nijiko, and Robin came from the other, landing at the entrance of the bar in front of the others. You finally arrived, Yamato commented. What's happening? The whole place is trembling, Kuina complained. Who's fighting Luffy? Usopp commented, not recognizing who could be battling in the distance transformed into a golden monkey. His attention was drawn to the powerful unknown presence at the scene and he looked at the knocked out man on the ground. What? That's a Navy Admiral, he exclaimed with a grimace. Navy Admiral. Chopper also shouted while Beppo exclaimed along with terror. Uda, Robin, Kuina, and Nijiko frowned at that. It's a long story, Alvida informed. Anyway, I'm going to enter this establishment and prepare a drink for the master, BABY5 said, starting to enter the place. The others followed and all stormed into the bar while Shaki served everyone on the other side of the counter. So, I've heard a lot about your adventures through the seas. You really know how to draw attention. Shaki commented to them as she rested her hand on her chin and looked at all of them scattered throughout the bar. Shaki-sama knows about our adventures. We've had many, Shirahoshi commented cheerfully in a chair while swinging her tail. Shaki smiled at the innocent mermaid. I've received some rather peculiar information about you all. One of them is that you were the daughter of Neptune who was in her room when she disappeared. How did a mermaid from this side of the world end up in the East Blue? She asked curiously, having heard some channels talk about the disappearance of the mermaid princess and seen her picture on Luffy's lap sitting on the throne of the Goa Kingdom. So it was easy to connect the dots when her appearance matched the description from the Den Den Mushi. I can't really say, she spoke while touching her chin. I just know I reappeared on a beach by Luffy-sama and along with Megalo. There was also a prophecy that this would happen. My father was always against it. But then I finally met Luffy-sama, she said, still not quite understanding what happened, but it was amazing for her. After that, I encountered many things I could never have imagined in my life, she concluded. Well, it seems the Straw Hat Boy managed to find many incredible companions, Rayleigh commented, looking at the group. May I know how you all met your captain? He asked, eager to hear a good story as explosions occurred outside and the bar shook occasionally. Yamato nodded and decided to speak first. Luffy also made me appear on that beach, so I owe a lot to him for being free from my father's clutches and the collar he had placed on me, Yamato commented. Boom Kuina spoke up next, being the first to be summoned by Luffy. Luffy gave me another chance to live. So I owe a lot to him and am pursuing my dream, she said, holding her sword firmly. Well, I didn't like that guy at the beginning, but I don't hate him anymore. Lami commented, crossing her arms, also remembering her summoning on the East Blue Beach. Earthquake, the captain is incredible, he also summoned me, exclaimed Beppo while Lami had some wrinkles on her forehead. After all, Luffy had practically kidnapped her and Lami had been beaten that day. Well, Luffy helped me and also gave me the chance to become stronger by opening my eyes to the true strength I would find in the sea, Zoro commented. Soon after, Chow Chow barked, woof woof, boom earthquake. Nobody understood, only Yamato who decided to speak. Luffy also gave Chow Chow a chance to become stronger and protect what he loves, Yamato translated Chow Chow's barking. Luffy also helped me in my hometown. Since then, I am becoming a brave warrior of the sea, Usopp replied with some pride. Earthquake, well, that guy hit on me, but in the end, I am at sea doing something I never expected to do and I don't regret it, Reiju spoke. Boom, well, the captain saved me when I was a slave at a marine base, said Hugo. He gave me strength and a chance to avenge my enemies. I've been following him since, Hugo responded firmly. Boom earthquake, Luffy gave me the opportunity to protect my island, which was being terrorized by Arlong and the others. With the very power I received, I was able to fight them, Nami said. Luffy invited me to go to sea with him and help my sister become strong. I accepted and today we are married, Nijiko commented. Earthquake, well, I was doing wrong things, Hachi said, embarrassed and scratching his head, not wanting to face Nami. But Luffy gave me a chance and spared many of my companions' lives. So, I've been sailing since then, trying to atone for my sins, Hachi concluded. Boom Kami looked surprised at Hachi while Bonnie was silent the whole time, listening to each person's story. My husband had known me before everyone else. He punched me saying I was the love of his life, and I met him again in Logatown. Like a love story, and we have been together ever since. Alvida said, while many found what she told there bizarre. Boom. Luffy saved my country from a terrible enemy and gave me strength. Well, we got married and now we are sailing together. I hope to have a family soon, Vivi said. Since Luffy was going to be a father, she wanted to have his child as well. Luffy came to my land. He said we could be friends, even though I was a monster, and told me we could face great adventures at sea. I didn't believe him at first, but in the end, I accepted and I don't regret it. Today, I have many friends and many adventures, Chopper said, eating cotton candy that Shaki had given him. Boom earthquake, Luffy gave me a new chance at life, and thanks to him, I'm actually living my dream. Robin said, her hand on her chin, but there was a hint of a woman in love in her tone. The demon came to my house and beat me. He made me realize that I was not a true god. Now, I'm on the path to becoming one. Once I win. Enel spoke in an arrogant tone. Well, Luffy is my childhood friend. When he came to see me, Uda said in an embarrassed tone, thinking about the night they spent together. He invited me to have a life with him. I accepted, since we have a promise, and I don't regret it, she said, also sounding like another woman in love. Well, Master knows very well how to punish this servant, Baby 5 spoke while preparing a drink next to Shaki, while everyone looked at her strangely. Boom earthquake, well, it seems there are many conquests here, but really a good crew. Rayleigh made his final comment after hearing each of their stories. The explosions were still continuing outside. Rayleigh decided to continue. And are you entering the new world? He asked, but Zoro shook his head. It doesn't seem like the captain wants to do anything more. He said something big is going to happen, he said. It's true, Luffy isn't planning to go to the new world now. Nami spoke up right after, confirming what Zoro said. Something big is going to happen? Rayleigh murmured, looking at Shaki at that moment, wondering if she knew anything, but she just shook her head. I want to know more about you all. But I also want to talk more with your captain about your adventures and this strange motivation, Shaki commented. Anyway, we'll know soon, Rayleigh said, as it had been 2 hours since they entered the bar and they were still drinking while the fight continued outside. It was after 3 hours that things finally began to calm down. The sound of footsteps finally came from the door, as Luffy finally appeared at that moment. He was only wearing his pants, which had many tears and burns. He had blood all over his body but kept a smile on his face as he looked around at everyone. It's finally over, he declared. 283 Sabo de Archipelago 19. Chapter size, 1900 words. Third person Pav Sabo de Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Luffy, Nami approached him as he finally entered the place. Hello. I hope everyone is okay. Luffy greeted them immediately. We are, but what about you? You are quite injured. Alvida spoke with some concern as she approached him. I am. It was a rather invigorating fight, and he said with a satisfied tone. Did you win the fight, Captain? Zoro asked curiously. No, nobody came out victorious. I just managed to go toe-to-toe with him. Despite his age, he proved to be a much tougher opponent than Kizaru. He said. Kizaru seemed to rely a lot on his speed and Logia. His endurance was less than many opponents Luffy had faced. Kong has always been a monster in the Navy. Rayleigh commented beside him. What happened then, Luffy? Yamato asked. You could say that he and I made an agreement. I returned Kizaru who was outside the bar. In exchange for not getting involved there in that fight anymore. Otherwise it would lead nowhere and we would continue fighting for days, Luffy said. After seeing that the fight would be like this for a long time with no winner, Luffy achieved this condition after talking a bit with Kong. The man, although frustrated, nodded, not wanting to continue like this in the situation the Navy was in at that moment, and ended up taking Kizaru and leaving Sabaody. I see. Zoro commented. Well, anyway, it was quite a show, Luffy commented, looking at the group with interest, even still a bit injured. He approached going to his servant who waited with a tray with some things for him and waited patiently for her master. It's cold in a few hours and these, but it was made with love, Baby 5 commented, and Luffy thanked her as he took the juice and drank. You gave up the hostage so easily? Lami complained. It's okay. After all, the Navy can't just ignore what's about to happen, so it's okay. Luffy spoke with confidence that they would not be bothered. Something is going to happen, Shaki commented interestedly. Yes, anyway, it's good to see that everyone is here, even you, Bonnie. Luffy commented as Bonnie looked at him frustrated. I shouldn't have followed you. Look at all the confusion that happened right after, she growled. Relax, it's all fine in the end. Luffy commented and approached Kuina. Look, you are the same age, you might even become friends, Luffy commented. What do you mean by that? Both exclaimed. Anyway. He ignored them and looked at Rayleigh, who also maintained an interested gaze on the man who inherited Roger's hat. You are Roger's vice captain. It's a pleasure to meet you, and you are Shaki, a crew member of the Rocks Pirates, sailing with Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Shiki, and Whitebeard. Luffy declared with a smile. Seems the Mugiwara boy knows me too. I'm surprised that someone recognizes my past, Shaki commented while her crew was stunned. The same ship with Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Shiki, and Whitebeard. Everyone screamed at the same time, not knowing this. What kind of crew is this? Usopp shouted, scared. Who is this? Chopper was confused. 3 people he talked about are considered emperors in the New World, Beppo shouted, scared. What? Hachi also exclaimed, not recognizing these names. What kind of crew is this made of monsters? Lami frowned. All of them were just subordinates, their captain was the worst of all. Luffy shrugged. Ha ha ha. Good times. Rayleigh said with a nostalgic tone. Wait, Luffy, are you saying that Roger surpassed this crew? After all, he became the king of the pirates, right? Vivi commented. No, he didn't surpass them. Luffy commented and looked at Rayleigh at that moment. What? The majority quickly exclaimed, not understanding the logic of it. After all, Roger had become the king of the pirates. No, we didn't surpass them. Rayleigh admitted. We joined forces with the Navy to defeat them decades ago. They joined with the Navy? Robin commented before anyone, though all of us didn't understand. The seas were dominated by that group and no one could stop them. Some things happened that I prefer not to comment, and we ended up joining forces with others to destroy them, Rayleigh said. Despite Luffy wanting to know the real reason behind the battle, he didn't insist since Rayleigh didn't want to talk about it. He looked at Shaki and praised her. You really were in a great crew. I would have liked to fight your captain, as I am interested in seeing the strength of Roger. Luffy admitted, wanting to face the legends of the seas. Rocks and Roger were legendary figures he wished to test his strength against if possible. You think you can fight with that crew? They are monsters, Nami exclaimed in a desperate tone at the idea of Luffy fighting them. Ha ha ha. Well, my captain certainly would have liked to have fought someone like you in our time. Rayleigh laughed at that and spoke. Mugiwara boy is so bold, but surely your crew will surpass ours. Shaki commented, looking at the whole group. Can we surpass those monsters? Beppo shouted alarmingly. I hope so. We have never seen rookies with a crew full of mythical beasts and Logia users at the same time. It's unbelievable. Rayleigh admitted, looking at everyone. It wasn't easy to calculate the impact they would bring to the New World, but if they overcame all the challenges of those waters and survived, they would dominate that sea. Of course, we will, Zoro said confidently. Yes, Yamato also nodded. That's it, Shirahoshi shouted. Anyway, I have a question. Rayleigh looked at Luffy with a more serious gaze. What do you hope to achieve in those waters? What is your motivation? He asked, wanting to hear Luffy's reasons. Very simple, I want to find out what the last island has hidden, but I plan to become the emperor of all the seas. What I want is to bring autonomy to all the countries of this world. I want to give freedom to this world. Luffy spoke, thinking of the dark figure of I Am at that moment. Emperor of all the seas. Give freedom to this world. These words were not exactly Roger's, but Rayleigh respected his ambitions and even sympathized. Seems like a great goal, but are you prepared to face the world? Shaki asked with some admiration. Of course, I am. You didn't see the meteor these days going towards Mary Joieuse. It was my companion who sent it. Luffy spoke calmly while pointing to Beppo. Shaki. Rayleigh, Bonnie. All 3 who didn't know about this were shocked by it. You can't be serious, Bonnie immediately shouted. It wasn't my fault. I'm sorry. The captain forced me to do it, Beppo immediately shouted, crying. Ha ha ha. It was quite fun. I requested it while talking with the 5 elders. Luffy spoke. This is incredible. But wait. I thought only Shiki could do that. Is he dead? Rayleigh asked surprised. Yes, I killed him. Luffy responded calmly. You what? Why am I surprised by this? Rayleigh was having a hard time digesting all this information. But did the Fua no mi fall into your hands? Shaki asked, equally surprised as her husband. Yes, I have a secret for that, Luffy said, shrugging. You are more shocking than the newspapers show, Rayleigh admitted. Anyway, I would like you to coat one of our ships, Luffy commented. A coating? Rayleigh asked, surprised. Wait Luffy, didn't you say we weren't going to the New World? Nijiko asked, confused. Yes, I don't intend to go to the New World, but I want to use it for something else, he said, leaving the group quite confused. We are going to split up here again. I plan to take Uda back to Skypia. He spoke, leaving Uda quite surprised by this. Skypia? What do you mean by that, Luffy? She exclaimed. We are going to get involved in a war. It's better you don't take part in this. I'm sure it won't be pleasant for you. Luffy spoke, making the girl hesitate. A war? Shaki asked, surprised by this. Yes. There will be a war between the Whitebeard pirates and the entire high command of the Navy, he said. What? Everyone exclaimed at the same time. Are you serious, Mugiwara boy? Shaki asked, stunned. Yes, the Navy has Ace of the Fire Fists and they intend to execute him soon. I bet tomorrow the newspaper will be going around the world about this, he spoke. Ace? Your brother, Luffy? Kuina exclaimed. Yes, of course, I don't intend to let him die at the hands of the Navy, even if the White-beard pirates won't go to the war with the Navy. I plan to go to Marineford, even if I have to do it alone. Luffy spoke firmly, after all, he would never let Ace die, even if he had to face all the forces alone. Wait, how do you know all this? Lami exclaimed, looking at Luffy. I had a conversation with someone special just now, Luffy said. He had just handed over Kizaru to a scowling Khan, who did not like the situation at all. It was after he left that his Den Mushi rang, and Kuma was calling Luffy. First talking about Ace, something Luffy had already suspected was happening. The changes in this world hadn't altered Ace's fate and he had been captured. Another reason and the most important one for Kuma calling Luffy was about the situation with his sister. What's the plan, Captain? After all, we can't let you go to this war alone, Hugo spoke. Yes, Captain, if you're going, we're going too, Yamato said firmly. A battle with the Navy elite. That sounds very interesting, Zoro spoke. Probably Mihawk will be there, Luffy said and Zoro nodded with satisfaction. Yes, let's fight with Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi spoke. Nay, I'm going too. Hachi spoke firmly. Of course, we're participating, Reiju said. Yes. Usopp spoke, even though he was crying. Is that what you meant in Thriller Bark? Nijiko remembered Luffy saying they would go to war with the Navy, but he hadn't mentioned why. I'm not going to let you go alone while your brother is in danger of death, Nami exclaimed, though she was crying like Usopp. After all, the idea of entering a war with the world's strongest pirate and the Navy elite seemed terrifying. All the others agreed too and Luffy nodded, satisfied with his crew, those he could always count on. This is really surprising, you really know how to surprise a woman of my age. Shaki spoke right after that. It's true. Rayleigh also admitted, after all, Luffy has been surprising him at every turn since they finally met. Ha ha ha. Well, let's start with the plan, after all. We have many interesting things to do and I plan to go to Impel Down and invade the prison along with most of you. He declared with a smile while the group was speechless at what their captain had said. Raccoon here. I don't remember Luffy talking about the real reason for the war with his crew. Just that they would be fighting against the Navy, am I forgetting something? Raccoon here. 284 Sabo di Archipelago 20. Chapter size. 2000 words. Third person Pav Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. A silence fell over the place as everyone looked at Luffy, waiting to know what he planned to do. First. I have a question. Are you going to participate in this war? Luffy looked at Rayleigh first. No, he commented, picking up a bottle from the counter and drinking. Can I know why? Not that I'm judging you. I will respect your decision, I'm just curious, Luffy said, while the crew looked confused, as no one knew this was Roger's son, their former captain. Because it's an insult to Whitebeard and even to my old enemies. I would even be shaming my own captain if I did that. Everyone chooses their own path and has their own crew, but not that I think you shouldn't get involved in this war. After all, he is your foster brother, right? Rayleigh spoke. After all, he had no bond with Roger's son, and Whitebeard would take care of it, as Ace belonged to his crew. I understand. I just wanted to know exactly what you thought about it, Luffy said, looking at him. But it's okay, I can understand that. Luffy spoke with a smile and looked at his crew. Well, we'll split into 3 groups leaving this island, Luffy began. 3 groups? Aren't we all going to participate in the war? Kuina asked. Yes, we are. But I want part of you to go to the New World. Enel with his flying ship will be my best option, Luffy said while Enel raised an eyebrow. Not just that, I want you to learn to do this thing. Luffy showed a paper and took it to the Thunder Logia user. He took it and started reading. As an engineer, he wasn't a fool to understand it. This. Enel murmured. Yes, I want you to learn to create static fields with your Akuma no Mi that interfere with all communication devices. If you learn to do that, we can attack enemies without them being able to call for reinforcements, Luffy said, and Enel nodded, interested. What do you intend to do, Luffy? Go to the New World? Negico asked, curious. I want to take some hostages before going to the war. Unfortunately, we couldn't catch those we knocked down, but we will do that soon before the government suspects anything, Luffy said with a rogue smile. Hostages? Vivi murmured. In any case, the other group will be Beppo, he began, leaving the polar bear a little confused. Me, Captain? He scratched his head. Yes, we need you to take Big Mom's son on our ship with the Germa to Skypia, Luffy said. After all, he needed to get rid of this burden. He looked at Bonnie at that moment. Bonnie, will you join him? I intend to leave you in a place where you can train and strengthen both you and your crew for the fleet, but I want you in the main crew, Luffy said, surprising some as they looked at the pink-haired girl. After all, it was surprising that Luffy was inviting someone else to the group. I never said I agreed to join your crew, Bonnie exclaimed. Don't be like that, I'll wait for your decision until the end of the war. Then, I hope you come with me, Luffy said, and the girl fell silent after that. So where will the third group go, Luffy? Nami asked. It will be the main group with our ship. That's why I need Rayleigh to coat the Black Pearl. We are going to attack one of the world government's structures by going underwater, Luffy said. One of the great structures. Like Enies lobby, what's left is Marineford and Impel Down. Impel Down? Shaki commented, stunned by Monkey D. Luffy's audacity. We are going to attack the largest prison in the world, where all the worst criminals are, Usopp shouted, alarmed by that, and everyone looked stunned at Luffy. Yes, we are going to invade the prison, Luffy confirmed. Wait, Luffy, but we would need to use the government gates to navigate those waters, which won't be possible otherwise. Sailing through more water won't help much, Nami exclaimed. Yes, generally it would be like that, but we have Shira, she can ask the Sea Kings to pull our ship from the bottom of the sea. No current can stop us from sailing, Luffy said and immediately looked at Usopp. I want you to install thick chains on the ship while Rayleigh is doing his work, he requested. Usopp, still stunned, nodded while everyone agreed with Luffy's reasoning. Rayleigh and Shaki were doubtful about his words. After all, was Luffy saying that the mermaid controlled the Sea Kings? What kind of power is that? We're going to rescue your brother and Impel Down, Zoro asked, being one of the few who were not afraid to invade the prison. No, we won't have time for that. We need Enel to learn his new power to start the plan. Cutting off our enemy's communication will be essential for the success of our operations, Luffy said while planning to strengthen Enel's power several times over in the coming days. The maintenance of the ship will also take a few days, right Rayleigh? Luffy said while the old man nodded. I intend to spend a few days analyzing our plans and helping you with every aspect of them, Luffy said. Luffy, if we're not going to save your brother and Impel Down, what are we going to do in the prison? Lami asked. A person close to me is imprisoned due to the coming war. It's time to get them, Luffy said mysteriously, and since his captain didn't seem to want to reveal it, he probably wouldn't, even if they insisted. After all, he wanted to leave that for when he reached the 6th level of the submerged prison. After Impel Down, are we going to war, Captain? Hugo asked. Yes, although I want you with Enel in the New World. We will meet before invading Impel Down to create the static field in the prison and invade it. It will be a fairly easy task for our current strength, so don't worry, Luffy said confidently. So we're going to invade Impel Down, and go to the war in Marineford, Reiju murmured. Exactly, it's time for the world to fear us, and this war will make everyone see that we are the force that will dominate the seas, Luffy said with a smile. That's really incredible to hear. Mugiwara boy, Shaki commented. This generation is proving to be unbeatable, Rayleigh also commented. This is good. The Navy won't bother us anymore, will they, Captain? Zoro asked. No. Luffy replied with a tone of certainty. The Navy and the world government wouldn't bother them with this upcoming war, so Luffy was ready to surprise them. That's good. Then I'm going to train, Zoro commented, starting to leave. I'll train too, Kuina said, leaving with Zoro. She wanted to have a fight with the current strongest swordsman in the world like Zoro. This was a great opportunity. Great, we'll leave here in a few days, so train or do whatever you want. Those who want to grow faster, find me while I'm with Enel, Luffy commented. After all, his strength was very good after leaving Skypia. A few days of training wouldn't change much. The members around the bar nodded while Zoro and Kuina were already leaving. Some were thoughtful about what to do. Among them were those who wanted to train and those who wanted to enjoy the island more. I'll just ask Beppo to take Uta and our prisoners to Skypia. After all, this will be the longest trip and will take days. So he can join us in the war, Luffy said, and Uta nodded. She really didn't want to go into the middle of a war full of deaths, but she understood Luffy's reason for participating to save his brother. Well, can you show me your ship? I heard you usually carry it in your pocket, Rayleigh commented, and Luffy nodded. Yes. Let's go outside to start our work, Luffy said, and they started to leave shortly after. Luffy placed his ship by pulling it out of his pocket, and it grew until it hit the ground with a loud sound in the area. It's a beautiful and quite intimidating ship. Who built it? Rayleigh asked curiously, and Luffy didn't quite know how to answer that question. Well, no one, Luffy replied. I got it in the East Blue, but it's hard to explain. But no one built this ship, Luffy murmured. After all, it was a modification made by the system. I think I can understand that, Rayleigh said, although he didn't understand anything. Anyway, let's start working on it. It's good to have it here, so I don't have to go to the port to do it, Rayleigh said and jumped onto the ship. Enel, I want you to start studying the papers. I'll be with you soon. As for the rest of you, feel free to enjoy the island or train, Luffy said to his crew, then looked at the last two members. Beppo and Uta. I'll get the prisoners and put them on the Sunny tomorrow. You can leave then. Speaking of which, I think I'll visit them in the prison, he said, and both nodded, though Beppo would need his black power wig later for that. Luffy jumped onto the ship while Rayleigh analyzed the place before starting to work and entered the ship, heading to the prison. Hello. Luffy appeared, greeting everyone in the place, where all the members of Germa were on one side and Cracker on the other, all chained. Mugiwara. Cracker growled while Reiju's family growled at Luffy. Don't be so enraged, Luffy said, walking close to them. Do you know what you're doing? My mother will soon be sending troops here. You've angered a Yonko. Remember that, Cracker growled. What did you think would happen when you came to threaten me? Know that I'm not afraid of Big Mom, and when I enter the new world, I'm going to bring her down, Luffy said firmly, leaving Cracker a little stunned by that declaration. Before he could say anything, Luffy continued. And even if she's angry with me and preparing troops, she'll soon stop that. After all, tomorrow there will be news of a war between a Yonko and the Navy. I doubt she'll miss the opportunity to seize new territories with that, Luffy commented while Cracker looked at him, wondering whether to believe Luffy's words or not. Anyway, that doesn't matter. You'll be going to my prison. I'll decide what to do with you after the war, Luffy commented. His gaze turned to the Vinsmoke family. Let me ask you a question. Luffy began. I haven't killed you yet because Reiju asked me not to, but understand that she no longer belongs to your family, so you better not try anything with her, Luffy said in a threatening tone. He might not want to kill a chained enemy, but he could release them if he was determined to kill them and give them a chance to defend themselves. Judge looked at Luffy with clenched teeth but said nothing. Tell me, where is Sanji? Luffy asked curiously. After all, Sanji exists in this world. Sanji? What about him? One of the brothers looked at Luffy strangely, wondering why he was interested in that guy. He married my sister. It wasn't the family members who answered, but Cracker. Your sister? Luffy was surprised. So he was with Pudding? Luffy thought. Yes. We've had an alliance with Big Mom for over a year. Sanji was the bargaining chip. He lives in Whole Cake, Judge said calmly. I see. Well, I'll arrange for some special food to be brought to you. After all, tomorrow you'll be leaving for my base. Luffy finished before turning around and leaving. Raccoon here. 285 Sabo de Archipelago 21. Chapter size. 1900 words. Third person POV Sabo de Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Luffy came out of the ship while Rayleigh was already working on the ship with a bubble machine and tools next to the deck. Luffy continued his way to the deck of the ship while he saw his crew on the side of the ship, though some were missing, wanting to visit places on the island. It was already afternoon, so there were a few hours before nightfall. Enel and others, come with me, Luffy asked, and Enel clicked his tongue before following Luffy to the side where the ground had been destroyed by Luffy and Kong. Meanwhile, the island was recovering from the confrontation that happened that day. Several trees had been cut down and burned, mainly from the fight between Luffy and Kizaru. At least 8 giant trees had fallen, and all these parts of the island had become unrecognizable. Many civilians suffered from this fight, with trees falling in the middle of the city. Kong was at the port while the Marines carried Kizaru on a hidden stretcher to the ship, and the Marines looked without knowing what to say or do. Just take him back to headquarters, he needs to rest for the next conflict where he will be needed, Kong told the present Vice Admiral. Yes, Lord Kong, he replied with determination. And the 10 Ryubitos? Kong asked him. They are on a safe ship to Mary Joieuse, he replied. I understand, I will escort this ship then, Kong commented, so that nothing would happen to the 10 Ryubito until they reached Mary Joieuse. Kong was covered in blood from the intense fight and had several cuts as Luffy showed on his body. There was no winner in this battle, and both showed they had the same power. But what about the Straw Hat Pirates, are we just going to leave them like this? A recruit murmured beside him and trembled when Kong looked at him. He wasn't angry at the question. I know you thirst for justice, young one, but this is not the time yet. I made a deal with their captain as this fight led nowhere, and I intend to keep it, Kong said. After all, he wasn't like a Kainu who lied. His words were true, and he usually kept everything that came out of his mouth. Puro puro puro, his den den mushi started ringing, and he knew very well who it was calling, so he looked at the Marines. I must go. You take care of all this destruction and take Kizaru away. We will deal with the pirates in the future, Kong said, and before anyone could react, he jumped with Geppo and flew up, heading to the marine ship going to the Holy City. Hello, he said, picking up the Den Den Mushi in the air. We heard what happened there, he took down an admiral. The voice of one of the elders didn't sound pleasant. Yes, Kizaru was taken down by the Mugiwara. Then we fought in our beast forms, Kong commented. Is he stronger than you? The elder didn't seem in a good mood asking this question. No, in fact, we tied, Kong said while taking a big leap off the island and walking on the ocean, trying to reach the ship going to the Red Mountain. Even so, this is very concerning, a third one exclaimed. First of all, tell me one thing. Did you find the user of the Fua Fua no Mi in the group? The fourth asked with a more urgent question. No, none of the pirates I fought used this fruit, and they all had a fruit, Kong concluded. So the user wasn't among them. Tell us about all of them and everything that happened. We will eliminate them all and find out who might have this power, they said, and Kong began to recount everything that happened. So among the members not seen in the fight are the women, Kuina, with the power of ice, Nijiko with the power of the bomb, Nico Robin, whom we already know what power she possesses, Chopper, who seems to have a strange fruit but not the Fua Fua, Uda, who possesses the music fruit. This leaves us with only 2 suspects, who did not appear at Eni's lobby, Beppo and Usopp. One of them has Shiki's power, we will keep a special eye on these 2 in the group. The elders concluded while Kong nodded and turned off the Den Den Mushi a moment later. He landed on the marine ship while there was a 10 Ryubito bleeding and shouting at everyone. Where are those idiots who attacked us? I want them dead, immediately. Bring me all of them. The 10 Ryubito snarled as Kong landed, sighing because he would have to endure the fury of that celestial dragon. Meanwhile, back in Sabaody, the worst generation was hiding, watching the marine ships taking the wounded away. Among them, there were copies of Kuma being carried like broken scrap after being easily destroyed by Reiju and Lami, while Kizaru's nephew, the Fat Man, was also taken on the same ship as the Admiral, unconscious on a stretcher. It seems the glory of the Marines didn't last long, Scratchman Apu commented after arriving at the port. Tisk. Drake clenched his teeth at that. We didn't even have a chance, Yoroge commented nearby, with his whole body burned and injured, just from receiving a blast from a pacifista. And to think he actually defeated the Admiral. Big was no different from Yoroge, but stunned that Basil had predicted Luffy defeating Kizaru. The Straw Hats are far ahead of us, and it's not just the captain. That crew is made up of monsters, Basil commented. At least the Marines are gone, which I don't understand, but I'll enjoy my stay on this island a bit more before heading to Fishman Island, Scratchman Apu said. That's strange. Let me see, the chance of the Marines returning to this island with a powerful force. 5%. Basil saw that, surprised. Chance of something big happening. 100%, he murmured, even more scared. Something big is going to happen? Big approached, looking more confident in Basil's predictions. It seems so, but what will happen? And it won't be on this island, he murmured. Many reporters were scouring the area, taking photos of the aftermath of the conflict, wanting to publish in tomorrow's newspaper, while writing articles and interviewing witnesses all over the island. While the Marines took care of the injured civilians, and the Marine ship left the port finally returning to Marineford, Luffy was training with Enel in the middle of the destroyed forest with other members of his crew until nightfall. When night came, all the crew members gathered and had a banquet in front of Shaki's bar while the ship was anchored next to them. I saw several reporters around the island. Do you think we'll be in tomorrow's newspaper? Kuina asked while looking for Zoro after he got lost following their training session. Most likely, after all, we beat up 10 Ryubitos, Luffy said. Although I'm not sure if there will be news about Ace tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, he added. The banquet continued with Rayleigh and Shaki also participating, drinking and eating with everyone. Bonnie didn't leave and ended up bringing her crew to stay at the corner watching the banquet. Despite participating, they didn't mingle with Luffy and the others. It was early morning when the crew boarded the ship and slept in their cabins. The next day, as Luffy had predicted, the news of the Straw Hats beating up 5-10 Ryubitos was in all the newspapers around the world. It began with Luffy walking through the streets of the island, carrying St. Charlos by the hair while appearing all bruised. The photo showed Shirahoshi and Bonnie behind Luffy, with more photos following this one showing all the 10 Ryubitos injured by all the pirates at the auction. I'm also on the cover as an accomplice, Bonnie began to cry upon seeing that. Her reputation now tarnished, and she would be even more pursued by the world government. Ha ha ha. You look great there, Luffy came to her side and laughed. In the photo, she was shown with her hand on her hip, arguing with him. That's not cool at all, Bonnie snarled with a grimace. What will the world say about us? Hugo asked. Haha, I look great in the photo riding that fish, Yamato exclaimed, looking at her photo on top of the 10 Ryubito while riding that thing. Some crew members didn't care, but many of them, the more cowardly ones, were crying rivers at that moment. It's over. First we dropped a meteor on Mary Joieuse. Now we beat up 10 Ryubitos. What will become of us? They exclaimed. You guys seem to forget that our captain already killed a 10 Ryubito, Zoro mocked. He what? Rayleigh, Shaki, and Bonnie shouted at this information. It was only 2. Luffy shrugged while Bonnie seemed to have lost her soul at that moment, and Shaki and Rayleigh didn't know what to comment about it. After a while, Luffy dressed Beppo in his wig, and he finally seemed to have the courage with the prisoners being taken to Sunny go along with Uta and Beppo. They then departed, heading for Skypia. Meanwhile, people all over the world were reading the newspaper and being shocked by the facts reported in the papers. East Blue. They beat up a group of. Whoop Slap fainted at that moment while reading the newspaper in the throne room of Goa. They are doing so well at sea, the queen said with a smile while seeming happy, while everyone looked at her crying, begging her not to cheer for pirates beating up 10 Ryubitos, as it could lead to the kingdom's downfall. Somewhere in the New World. Dragon, your son. Look at what he did, someone shouted to the leader of the revolutionaries. Calm Belt. Sister, have you seen the newspaper? Boa Han-one's 2 sisters entered the place while the other should have been resting but was also looking at the newspaper and crying. Yes, he really beat up a 10 Ryubito, Boa Han-one seemed very happy about it. Paradise, Grand Line. Captain, a man approached with the newspaper. I know, he's in the Sabaody archipelago, the man with green hair said. He left his cabin and went to the deck while his crew gathered. Listen up, everyone, our next target is the Sabaody archipelago. he said on the ship's bow to the crew while everyone raised their hands and shouted. The ship's figurehead was different, with the face of a flaming monster with purple fire. He had another figurehead some time ago, but had to change it in water 7-1 with the iconic Straw Hat Man, and ended up putting another form of this same iconic man. After all, he was a big fan of Luffy. "Let's get to Sabaody as fast as possible," he exclaimed. "Yes, Captain Bartolomeo." The crew quickly resumed setting the ship to sail. "We'll meet soon, Luffy Senpai," Bartolomeo exclaimed with stars in his eyes. "Raccoon here." 535 Chapter 286 Calm Before the Storm 01, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third person POV Sabaody Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. After the news about Luffy and his crew beating up a group of 10 Ryubito and the most frightened ones had passed through their period of depression, they returned to their activities during the day. "Luffy, shouldn't we keep the Marines from approaching here?" Usopp said, observing with his observation haki a group not only of Marines but also wearing world government suits. "Yes." Luffy agreed while releasing a Conqueror's haki, causing all the people in that area who weren't his companions to fall to the ground unconscious. "There," Luffy commented, smiling. "Your haki isn't bad," Rayleigh spoke with some admiration. "I may not have had a teacher, but I got a good manual," Luffy replied. "You guys haven't even been at sea for a year and you're already like this. It seems you could surpass us in less than a decade," Rayleigh said with a smile. "That's a long time, we'll do it much sooner." Zoro spoke for Luffy at that moment. "Ha ha ha. I'd like to see that." Rayleigh didn't seem offended and laughed. "Anyway," Luffy cut off the subject and turned to Usopp. "You have the best observation haki among us. Any sense that we're being spied on, inform me," Luffy said, not wanting them to be seen training Enel, although Luffy planned to go to the Calm Belt tomorrow. "Han One called you earlier, didn't she?" Nami seemed to read Luffy's thoughts when he was planning to start training with Enel. "Yes, she wanted to meet me, so I intend to go to Amazon Lily and stay a few days. After all, when Enel learns the basics, he needs a place to try to create a static field large enough to cover at least half an island for the war," Luffy said. Despite wanting to enjoy some time with the mother of his first daughters, he still spoke rationally. "Tisk. Fine." Nami seemed to be jealous. "You know you can enjoy a few hours with me if you're not satisfied. I promise we'll sneak away in the middle of the banquet," Luffy said in a seductive tone in Nami's ear. "Okay," she said, crossing her arms while a blush appeared on her face. Luffy returned to training with Enel from a distance while he generated lightning in the isolated area. The rest of the island heard the thunder explosions from a distance coming from the isolated forest while people could only look without approaching. This continued throughout the entire day, while the other members took the opportunity to train. Rayleigh coded the ship, and some members strolled around the island, like Yamato buying another fish bike with her money. During the night, with the banquet, Nami ended up being stolen by Luffy while they went to have sex in some isolated place on the island for a few hours, and afterward, Luffy had another session of sex with his entire harem. The next day, the big news reached everyone: Fire Fist Ace will be executed in a week. This phrase shocked the world even more than Luffy beating a 10 Ryubito and appearing on the cover of the previous day. This can't be possible. They're going to execute the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard will never let that happen. A war. There's going to be a war. The Marines want to face the world's strongest pirate. What are they thinking? It's not just that, this war will change the world. Citizens shouted all over the globe crazily with the day's newspaper. However, this couldn't be said of the world's greatest forces. "Where's Cracker? Why hasn't he returned with the brats?" Big Mom screamed madly, losing her patience as there had been no news of one of her strongest sons for days with Germa. "He'll come soon, Mama. He's just delayed." The children tried to calm the fury of that Yonko before everyone became her target. "We need to do something," Katakuri, Smoothie exclaimed beside her. "I know. I'm going to paradise soon," he replied with his arms crossed while covering his mouth with a cloth. "Damn. Cracker. How could you fall like this?" Smoothie exclaimed. While Big Mom didn't suspect what really happened, her children already knew, but didn't want to reveal it to her as it was too dangerous, preferring to act on their own and recover Cracker than face her wrath. Katakuri was about to speak, but suddenly a biscuit soldier entered the breakfast room with a newspaper. Mama, he screamed. Big Mom glared while eating her morning sweet, as it interrupted her from savoring the taste. Urgent news. You must see this. A war between Whitebeard and the Marines is going to happen. The biscuit soldier shouted. And Big Mom looked stunned at these words while quickly moving her hand to grab the newspaper. She couldn't believe what she was reading. This means the old man will fall. She exclaimed very happily and looked at her children. We'll have to do this without Cracker here. Gather all the men to send in different directions of the new world. Let's prepare to steal all of Whitebeard's territories while that old man dies at Marineford. Big Mom exclaimed as everyone began to act quickly. Smoothie looked at Katakuri, frowning. It seemed that his journey to paradise would have to wait without Big Mom knowing what happened to her son. Meanwhile, in the territory of Wano. Haha, it seems the news has come. Kaido looked at the newspaper while already preparing some of his ships. We will attack Whitebeard, he demanded. Kaido wanted Whitebeard's territories, but first, he wanted to attack them directly because this would be the last opportunity to fight the old man, as he was sure that New Gate would fall at Marineford. And as Kaido was a brutal warrior, believing everything was based on strength, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to come out victorious against the strongest man in the world before this war. Come on men, let's intercept the Whitebeard pirates, he shouted as his ships began to leave Wano towards the beginning of the new world to anticipate his adversary. Elsewhere in the new world, on an unknown island. Shanks frowned, looking at the newspaper. It seemed that everything he feared had happened, and this could be the end of his captain's son. Damn, Shanks couldn't help but complain, while his crew stayed quiet around him, observing. It wasn't hard to guess that Whitebeard would go to war. Even if it meant his end, he would still face the Marines head-on. Tell me, what are Kaido's activities? Shanks asked his second-in-command, Ben Beckman. Kaido was preparing for something before anyone else. He will head to sea with his main members. Kaido's sudden activities were observed by many forces in the New World. Which means that Guy already knew this would happen through some contact. Shanks frowned. And knowing that dragon, it's very likely he's going to intercept Whitebeard. Ben Beckman concluded. So he plans to fight Whitebeard, Shanks murmured with a serious look. The Marines aren't being hasty, Ben Beckman analyzed. What do you mean? Usopp asked. The Marines won't have to just deal with Whitebeard, but also his son's crew, Usopp. Ben Beckman commented. Luffy? Lucky Roo asked. That makes sense. Luffy would never let his brother be executed, Usopp commented. Besides, Ben Beckman continued, Luffy can't be considered to have the strength of a Yonko, but certainly his entire crew has such strength, he reasoned. The Marines are overloading themselves. But I still doubt they would do this without a plan. They know that Luffy being as notorious as he is now. They will be prepared for him with the world government, Shanks spoke calmly. What will we do, Captain? Lucky Roo asked. He sighed and looked seriously at everyone. Prepare the ship. We are not going to Marineford, after all. This is something Whitebeard must resolve alone, and it would be an insult to interfere in this fight. But still, we will stop Kaido and leave the way clear so that New Gate can save Ace. He spoke seriously as everyone began to move. It's time to sail to the beginning of the new world. And so they departed. Elsewhere in the new world, amidst the waters. On the ship of the main target of this war, the news fell upon all the division captains and all their subordinates, while Whitebeard stared fixedly at the newspaper fallen at his feet with the picture of Ace imprisoned. Pops, what will we do? One of the captains asked cautiously. Whitebeard waited for a moment and looked seriously at all his crew. Isn't it obvious? We will rescue Ace, he said firmly. Whitebeard then stood up, grabbing his weapon and striking it against the floor, making the entire ship tremble. Listen everyone, summon all our allies in our fleet. We are going to Marineford, and even if we have to destroy the Marines, we will save Ace, he shouted as everyone exclaimed, preparing for war. The countdown to the war began at that moment, 7 days starting from today. The war would start, and the world was beginning to prepare for such an event. Ships from all over the Grand Line went to Sabaody with journalists to cover this war. After all, that location would broadcast all the images of the war, an idea by Sengoku to show the power of the Marines. But it wasn't just Sabaody. Several points around the world would have their own screens to show how the Marines eliminate the world's strongest pirate. In Marineford. You finally arrived from Impel Down. Garp. Sengoku commented, looking at his old friend. He didn't look the same, appearing 10 years older. I resolved my things. he said after going to impel down twice in a row. I can understand. Family is a complicated thing. But you know it was the best thing to do. Sengoku commented with a rarely reciprocal tone, even after everything that was happening to him. I know. But I'm afraid she won't see the Marines with the same eyes, he commented. She will understand, Sengoku said, and Garp nodded as he began to leave the room. Sengoku didn't stop him as he closed the door and sat in his chair. His Den Den Mushi rang from the medical wing at that moment. Hello. Fleet Admiral. We have a discharge with the Shichibukai Doflamingo, the doctor said. He woke up. That's good, Sengoku exclaimed, as one of their forces finally came out of the coma. But sir, he is not in a good mood, he doesn't let anyone get close, said the doctor with some fear. Doflamingo was not having an easy time. He lost the fingers of one hand and the other arm, waking up severely injured. He would stay that way forever, so his hatred for that group was all that filled his mind at that moment. Damn. I'll come by later, Sengoku said and hung up the phone. Sengoku sighed, at least one less problem. The war is coming, and this was the opportunity I've always wanted to create, a fight that can destroy the great era of pirates, showing the power of the Marines and the world government to the entire world. Roger's era will finally come to an end with the fall of these two groups. He murmured while looking at a poster of Whitebeard and another of Monkey D. Luffy side by side on his desk. 535 Chapter 287 Calm Before the Storm Ode 2, Chapter Size. 1800 words. Third person Pav Sabo di Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. While the world was preparing for the battle that would take place at the execution square of Marineford, the supernovas were also shocked by it and decided not to head to the New World to witness the war. Luffy had left Sabodi at this moment, departing with Enel to the Calm Belt. He spent some time with Enel training on a deserted island near Amazon Lily. After witnessing Enel creating statistical and spherical lightning explosions while trying to create the static field Luffy wanted, he left the man to train for a few hours while he left the island. It didn't take long for Luffy to find himself in a rather pleasant scenario, lying on a clean bed with his wife beside him, sitting after a session of sex in the Kuja Castle's royal bedroom. Hanwon had a joyful expression while they ate something together. How are you, my love? Hanwon asked in her sweet and passionate tone to Luffy. It's great, I couldn't have chosen better, Luffy commented, looking at her breasts as she displayed them in front of him. I'm not talking about that, silly, Hanwon laughed at Luffy's charm. The food, she said cheerfully. It's great too, Luffy said as she cuddled up to him like a loving couple. Luffy began to speak again, feeling the warmth of his wife. First saw the marine ship when I came to the island by air. He commented on the subject he hadn't cared about until now. That's true. Vice Admiral Momonga came to summon me for the war. I turned them to stone. Except for Momonga himself, who stabbed his hand to avoid being petrified, she spoke with disdain. I see. Luffy commented as Hanwon looked back at him. What are your plans for the war? I will accept to go as you asked and help you on the battlefield to save your brother, Hanwon spoke. I'm organizing myself and will start by attacking Impel Down first, but I won't be saving my brother, Luffy commented. Impel Down? Won't that attract the marine forces against you? Hanwon asked, surprised. If they discover me, yes. But I intend to do it during the war. They will have no choice but to keep the largest concentration of soldiers directly in the fight against Whitebeard, Luffy said. I understand. Either way, we will save your brother, she commented, and Luffy nodded. Yes, we will, he said confidently. I will fight by your side. Like a loving couple, she declared, and Luffy laughed. I'd like you not to overexert yourself. We have our daughters, so I want you to take care of them. Leave the rest to me. Luffy spoke while Hanwon nodded. They ended up spending more time in the room, having 2 or 3 more sessions of sex until the afternoon arrived and Luffy decided to walk around the castle in a robe. Hanwon's room was quite exclusive, with almost no one allowed to approach, but the same couldn't be said for Hanwon's sisters and Gloriosa. Good morning, sisters-in-law. How are you? Luffy said as he left the room while Hanwon slept a bit. He said good morning even though it was afternoon since he hadn't seen them yet today. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at Luffy coming out of the room while holding a bottle of rum in his hand, wearing a robe. Monkey D. Luffy. Marigold commented, not knowing what to say. Luffy had arrived at the castle and went straight to Hanwon's room without talking to anyone else. It was a bit of a tricky situation with Luffy walking around as if he owned the place, even though he was married to the queen. "You're late." A new voice emerged as Gloriosa jumped with her small body from outside the window into the corridor where they were. "Hello, Gloriosa. I've been quite busy these days, but I finally managed to come here," Luffy commented with a smile. "You created a big chaos in Sabaody, hitting a Tenryubito in public," she said, worried. "Don't worry about that. The government knows I've already killed 2 of them. They should thank me for not making things worse with the last 5 of them." Luffy laughed, causing Gloriosa to fall to the ground. "You killed 2 of them," both Gloriosa, Marigold, and Sandersonia exclaimed. After all, Luffy had shared this information exclusively with Han One when they first met. "You are crazy," Gloriosa shouted with all her might. "Ha ha ha ha. Don't be so nervous. Anyway, let's talk." Luffy laughed and spoke while Gloriosa tried to recover. "All right," she said in the end as they started to walk towards a balcony. Han One's sisters remained silent beside them while Luffy and Gloriosa began to talk. "So, have you seen the marine ship stationed in our waters?" Gloriosa asked. "Yes. Han One said she would agree to go to this war. Even though I didn't want her to," Luffy commented, not wanting her to take any risks. "You know that's out of the question. She must participate in the war and there is something I fear a lot," Gloriosa began, looking at Luffy with a serious expression. "However, there is still a chance that the government will classify her as a traitor if she helps you in the war, and knowing that woman, she won't refrain from doing anything." Luffy heard this and nodded. "I know. But don't worry, I have my own means to protect you if the world government tries anything," Luffy said confidently. "What would that be?" she asked, curious, as she still wanted the security of this kingdom more than anyone. "I'm thinking of removing this island from here and taking it to my own territory if the world government classifies Amazon Lily as an enemy of the world," Luffy replied, leaving everyone present surprised. "You can do that?" Gloriosa asked. "Yes, after this war. No one will make any big moves in the world for a while, so it's very likely they will try to attack you. And even if Han One is seen as an enemy of the government, the Shichibukai program has an expiration date. When that time comes, I'll remove this island from here, and everyone will be safe," Luffy spoke with confidence. "If you can do that, then I believe in you," Gloriosa said. "Anyway, Han One will come with me after this war. She can't show her pregnancy. If the world government associates that she is carrying my daughters, they will try everything to kill her, even if it affects you," Luffy spoke in a serious tone. Gloriosa agreed. Luffy was the man who had shown the greatest potential in this era, already having a significant history due to his father being the world's worst criminal. Of course, the world government would do everything to prevent his lineage from surviving. "Wait, Luffy," Sandersonia spoke. "We still need to make our trips with our ship to bring loot to the island. Don't worry, I'll provide all the necessary resources for this kingdom throughout Han One's pregnancy. After all, I have many kingdoms at my disposal." Luffy smiled at the sisters. "Well, it seems you've thought of many things. It's good to know you have things under control then," Gloriosa commented. "Anyway, I'd like to take some of your warriors to train with my people. I can make all of them powerful warriors within a year," Luffy said, and Gloriosa pondered this. Luffy was creating armies in all his territories. Despite only training those from Skypia, he intended to gather a force from each of his kingdoms to form a batch to protect his territories and fight by his side when the time came. "That sounds good, let's do it." Gloriosa, despite being a former queen, had the authority to say this, although Han One would agree with anything Luffy said. Luffy, at that moment, Han One appeared, jumping on Luffy again. "You left me alone in bed," she complained. "Sorry for that, my love. I was discussing important things about our future," Luffy said. "Our future? Are we going to have another wedding? Perhaps a second honeymoon?" she exclaimed passionately while Luffy smiled awkwardly, as this woman only thought about that. "Well, if you all will excuse me," Luffy said, heading back to the room with Han One while all the other women sighed at that. "Anyway, we won't talk again before the war. But as soon as possible. We'll go over all the details of everything we discussed," Luffy said, and Gloriosa nodded as he went back to the room to enjoy his last moments with Han One. It was only after about 2 hours that Luffy finally finished his 5th ejaculation into Han One in just one day. As the woman felt satisfied, he said, "I'm going now." I need to check on the progress of my crew member. Luffy commented while Han1 nodded tiredly. Alright. We'll see each other at the war then, she said, and Luffy kissed her before starting to leave. Remember, be careful and don't overexert yourself. Let your husband act and take care of everything, Luffy said, and Han1 nodded. After that, he jumped into the air, starting to ascend hundreds of meters until he reached 2 kilometers in the air and began to head towards the island where he left Enel. Vice Admiral Momonga was on his ship when he noticed something strange moving in the air above the island. A strange bird? He murmured, as it wasn't possible to see with his observation haki due to the distance. Luffy continued his way over the sea until he passed the horizon, leaving Amazon Lily behind him and heading towards an island where lightning was forming a spherical force, covering at least half of it. Enel was almost managing to execute that ability, but he still had too much power in that concentration of lightning. He would burn any Den Den Mushi or device, but that wasn't what he wanted. He had to reach a balance and reduce the visible lightning significantly, as anyone could see that there was something with a huge ball of lightning in their sight. He approached Enel, who was concentrating while he helped with his Moa Moa no Mi. It was only during the night that Enel finally managed to execute the ability correctly, according to Luffy's standards. After he had learned the skill, he just needed the right frequency. This is good, now let's meet with the others, Luffy said, and Enel nodded. It was almost time for them to initiate their plans. Luffy created his wings as his hair grew after a long time not being in the first phase of his beast form, which was a midpoint between his hybrid and common form. Both the lightning and a black angel burning with purple fire shot into the sky, flying towards Sabaody. They waited a little longer before Rayleigh finished coding the entire ship to start executing their plans. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from 535 Chapter 288 Calm Before the Storm 03, chapter size, 1900 words. Third person POV Sabaody Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. Luffy returned to the Sabaody Archipelago with Enel, then gathered the group to train a bit before starting operations while the ship was finally getting ready. Many ships began arriving on the island, wanting to watch and cover the war from the best possible place to broadcast to all the communication and news companies in the world. Let's go, said a man with a Den Den Mushi. But boss, they're a pirate group worth billions, said another man with a recording Den Den Mushi. Don't you understand? This is a unique opportunity to interview the billion-berry pirate, he said with a greedy tone. What if they try to kill us? I don't want to die, the man complained. Stop crying. Think about the fame and money we can get. We will sell this interview to Morgans. We will be famous for this, the man said, as they walked through the forest, still destroyed and devastated by fights a few days ago. I still think it's a terrible idea, the cameraman murmured, but they continued through the destroyed area as they approached an isolated bar, with a large ship completely coated in bubbles for protection to enter the sea depths next to it. It's the Black Pearl, the man said, taking the Den Den Mushi and snapping a photo of the ship. Boss, it's him, the cameraman suddenly called the boss, pointing to the front of the bar where a shirtless man was sitting in a chair, sunbathing alone in the morning. Yes, it's him. The man swallowed hard as he saw Monkey D. Luffy, who had returned to the island the day before and was there calmly with his hat over his face as if he was sleeping. Let's go, he said nervously and hesitantly. His cameraman was nervous but nodded, following his boss as they approached the seemingly calm pirate. Excuse me, Lord Monkey D. Luffy. The man wrung his hands greedily as he called Luffy from a few meters away. Suddenly, Luffy murmured under his hat, while the men were startled by this. Luffy then moved his arm and removed his hat from his face, looking at the two men. Who are you? Luffy asked with a sleepy expression. We are reporters, Lord Monkey D. Luffy, the man said nervously. What do you want? Luffy asked with a dangerous look while they trembled with fear. We want to interview you, the man said. I'm not interested, as I'm heading to the New World. Luffy said grumpily while the men were surprised by this, and the boss himself took his notebook and began writing about it. You're leaving when there's a war about to happen? The man was quite surprised by this. Don't you see my fully coated ship? I'm leaving soon. The war doesn't matter to me. Luffy continued speaking in a grumpy tone while the man kept marking everything in his notebook. He doesn't care about the war? The cameraman was quite surprised. Come on, take a picture of him, the boss requested, and the cameraman did exactly that, clicking a photo of Luffy looking at him grumpily. The flash appeared, and Luffy looked at them with a dazzling glare while the men trembled with fear. "I told you to turn off the flash, now we're going to die," the boss shouted. "Luffy, the coffee is ready." Suddenly a voice from the ship called out while Luffy diverted his attention to Reiju calling him. "Well, time to eat something." Luffy spoke now in a common tone while he got up and walked to the ship. The two men were surprised to be ignored like that, but suddenly, Luffy emitted a wave of Conqueror's haki, making the two faint on the ground. Luffy jumped onto the fully coated ship, where Usopp had placed chains on the deck that no one could see from outside the ship. He headed to the upper deck cabin where the kitchen was and entered, finding his entire crew waiting for him. "Luffy, why did you let those reporters approach? You didn't let anyone see us in the last few days and asked Yamato to do the same yesterday while you were away," Nijiko asked. "I wanted to give false information. Tomorrow it will be in the newspaper that we are heading to the New World without caring about the war. This will confuse our enemies for a while," Luffy said, opening his usual smile, without that usual grumpiness. "What are we doing today? Are we leaving tomorrow, Captain?" Hugo asked. "I would like you to train a bit, or get prepared," Luffy began while sitting in a chair and grabbing the food that Reiju made with Hachi's help. "We won't have any easy moments once we leave this island, so I want you to be prepared. The enemies will be powerful, and we won't just be facing the Navy. After all, the world government has painted us as Yonko-level threats or something like that, so they've sent many reinforcements to Marineford to assist the Navy." Luffy shared his thoughts with the crew. The world government wouldn't let the Navy face him alone, so they would have great enemies there. "Alright, I'll train," Hugo said, striking his right fist into his left palm with armament haki, showing that he wanted to do this. "That's good, let's continue the training after breakfast," Luffy said as everyone in the kitchen, where the entire crew was present at the moment, nodded. During the rest of the day, Luffy asked Yamato to take the reporters away from there with his bike, and Luffy continued training with his crew in that area while preventing anyone from getting close, as many people were trying to approach, from Marines, government agents, to reporters trying to get a scoop with photos or interviews. While his crew trained, a burst of sword clashes erupted in the air, as Luffy held his ace clashing against Rayleigh's sword. Rayleigh had already finished his work and took this time to spar with Luffy. The swords clashed at high speed in the air. It wasn't a very violent fight, but to any normal person, it seemed like they were trying to kill each other. "What is this? How did you put a devil fruit in that sword?" Rayleigh couldn't help but ask, surprised, while watching the lightning being emitted by Ace around it. "I threatened the user of the Yami no Mi. The powers of darkness are quite useful," Luffy commented while Rayleigh, despite knowing nothing about that fruit, nodded. Their fight continued as they destroyed the area, and explosions occurred in the outlaw area. "They're fighting again," a citizen said from a distance, looking towards the forest. "Who?" a man in a suit with a Den Mushi commented. "You just arrived today. Those explosions are made by the Straw Hats. They've isolated themselves on that side of the forest. No one on the islands can fight against them. Even the Navy fled after he took down an admiral, or so they say," the citizen explained. "The Straw Hats. This will make for a lot of photos," the reporter was quite excited. "Doubtful, they always throw everyone who tried to get close, knocked out of the area. No one can get near," the man warned. "Tisk." Kid growled from a distance, alongside his second-in-command. He decided to stay on the island, and seeing the explosions was humiliating for him. Luffy continued fighting with Rayleigh for the rest of the day, fighting with swords for at least 4 hours straight before finally stopping to gather his crew for the final banquet on Sabaody Island. "It was a good fight, although at my age, it's getting harder and harder to have long battles," Rayleigh commented. "It was great training. Come on, Rayleigh, let's have a drink," Luffy said with a smile as they entered Shaki's bar while she placed 2 glasses with a bottle on the table as if she already knew what was going to happen. "So, have you thought about what I said?" Luffy asked. Rayleigh didn't respond immediately and took his glass after filling it, looking at Luffy as he drank. "Do you think I will be useful? You all learned haki on your own with this manual you mentioned," he said. "It's not the same as having a teacher. Even I have some deficiencies, and it will still take time for me to become an expert to perfect my haki," Luffy said. "Besides, wouldn't it be safer for you to stay here? How about moving and enjoying your retirement in a better way?" "Alright." Rayleigh finally nodded. I'll train her, but I want to meet her first, Rayleigh said. Okay, we'll come back after the war here, after all. I need to get her. Luffy pointed to a woman crossing her arms at the entrance of the bar, where Bonnie stood. Tisk, she clicked her tongue while Luffy was drinking his beverage. He spent some time talking with Rayleigh before leaving, and as it was getting dark, he spoke to Bonnie. I'm leaving tomorrow. So, you'd better think carefully before I come back here, kid, he said to her outside the bar. Bonnie didn't respond, just looking at him. She seemed like she wanted to say something but held back. Don't call me a kid. That was the only thing she shouted before turning her back to Luffy and leaving. The crew meeting later resulted in another banquet while they enjoyed their last moments before starting the real battle. The next day, Luffy left with his group hidden from everyone, while a newspaper came out that day with the news that he was heading to the New World, along with a photo of him with the coated ship. Are we ready? Luffy commented, looking at the ship after placing it on the western edge of the island. As it started to inflate with the coating filling with air, the crew was inside the area. Good luck, Mugiwara boy, Shaki shouted while waving to them. Rayleigh kept a smile, watching them. Will do. Luffy smiled and looked at the huge shadow above the ship. It was Enel's ship, which he was controlling with the power of his fruit. Hugo and Chow Chow were with Enel. Are you ready? The mission is quite simple. I want you to capture a group of them without the world government knowing. There's a bunch of them leaving that golden part of the treasure, Luffy commented. A simple task, Enel said with disdain. It'll be great to beat up a few more of them, Hugo commented with a smile. Wolf wolf, Chow Chow barked. All right, don't take too long. We won't act until you are impelled down, Luffy commented, and both nodded, as the ship created by Enel began to fly away, ascending one side of the Red Mountain without attracting the attention of Marie Joieuse. Great, now let's depart. Luffy returned to his crew while Hachi waved at the helm. Goodbye, everyone, I'll be waiting for you, Kami commented from Bonnie's back on the shore, with her starfish also waving. The ship began to enter the water after that, finally submerging completely, descending between the roots of the trees that formed the Saboti trees. Let's go, everyone. Luffy smiled as he looked at the underwater scenery starting to unfold in front of him. Raccoon here, 535 Chapter 289 Storm is coming 01. Chapter size, 1900 words. Third-person POV Saboti Archipelago, first half of Grand Line. The ship began to sink as the entire marine ecosystem filled all sides, with the Black Pearl descending further every moment. This is incredible. Chopper shouted excitedly. So these are the roots of the Saboti trees, Robin said in admiration. So my home is down here, Shirahoshi murmured, looking at the scene before her. Yes, princess, Hachi muttered, familiar with the region. While everyone marveled, Nami noticed Luffy silently appreciating the marine ecosystem as well. Luffy, do you know if they will succeed before they find us? Nami asked. Yes, the information I got was from Kuma. He has all the government communications, and he provided some very valuable intel, Luffy commented. I hope this will be necessary. We'll have to deal with an even more enraged government, she complained, but Luffy shrugged. Well, our arrival at the war should be impactful, so it will be necessary, Luffy smiled. The ship continued descending after that, reaching 2,000 meters below the surface. The crew kept admiring the fish and everything they encountered in that place. What a funny fish. Yamato laughed at the shapes of the underwater creatures. Shirahoshi. Luffy called the mermaid who was looking off the side of the deck. Yes, Luffy-sama. She looked at him. I want you to summon the Sea Kings. It's time for them to pull us to Impel Down, Luffy said, watching Nami manage the direction. Alright, I'll try, Shirahoshi said with some determination, then flew to the top of the deck. Sea Kings-sama. I need your help to carry our ship, she shouted with all her might, her hands cupped around her mouth to create an echo. The sea fell silent as the entire crew waited, trying to detect any change in the darkness ahead, but no response seemed to come. Our ruler is calling us, suddenly, a voice emerged from the depths of the ocean. The crew seemed oblivious to it, as if they hadn't heard it, except for two, Shirahoshi, who was surprised, and Luffy, whose eyes widened. Is this the voice of all things? Luffy was quite surprised by this. He had this dormant ability within him but had never managed to control it, even when he used it on that poneglyph in East Blue. Are you alright, husband? Alvida asked, noticing Luffy's strange behavior, although there was no visible change in the sea. I am. It's just. Luffy gave up trying to explain and looked at Shirahoshi with a confused yet astonished expression. Did you hear that, Shira? He asked, while the crew remained puzzled by his words, having heard nothing. Yes, they responded. I am the ruler. Shirahoshi was surprised by this. Yes. You're Poseidon, of course you rule all the seas, Luffy said with a smile to the girl, who nodded. He turned his attention back to the crew, still not understanding what was happening. The Sea Kings are coming. Let's put the chains out, Luffy instructed. Right. Usopp began to get the chains on the deck with Hachi, Chopper in his muscular form, and even Yamato, throwing them outside the coating. A moment later, shadows began approaching the ship, with eyes opening as large as 50 times the size of the Black Pearl. We're going to die. Nami and Vivi hugged each other in fear as Usopp and Chopper ran scared across the deck. The others frowned as more and more creatures of the same size appeared. Hey, Luffy. I hope this plan of yours doesn't kill us, Lami immediately complained. Shira, explain to them. Luffy turned his attention back to the mermaid. Yes, Luffy-sama, she said, focusing on the immense Sea Kings. She didn't feel fear but rather a certain familiarity, a sense of belonging. Hello, Sea King-sama. We need you to push our ship there, she pointed while holding the eternal pose to impel down. The monster remained silent for a moment, then opened its mouth as several bubbles of air emerged. Yes, it said, forcing Luffy and Shirahoshi to cover their ears from the nearby sound. Don't shout, Luffy exclaimed with his Moa Moa no mi amplifying the sound. Don't shout, his crew shouted back at him with grimaces, as they all had to cover their ears from Luffy's yell. Luffy, who are you talking to? Negico asked, confused, while it seemed that only Shirahoshi and Luffy could hear something none of them could. That guy is talking. But only Shira and I can hear him, Luffy commented. Only you two can hear? Robin approached Luffy, curious. It's hard to explain, but the good thing is he agreed to take us to Impel Down, so don't worry about them eating us, Luffy said to calm the more frightened members. Can he hear us? The Sea Kings were surprised by this. This happened almost 20 years ago, another spoke calmly. In any case, let's obey our ruler, the Sea King said, and they all began to approach the ship, biting the tiny chains with their immense mouths that could fit hundreds of such ships. As soon as they grabbed the chains, without saying much, they started swimming in the direction Shirahoshi requested. Now it won't take long, Luffy said with satisfaction, as the crew looked on in admiration while the Black Pearl was surrounded by immense creatures and began to disappear into the darkness of the sea. Meanwhile, kilometers above the sea, the golden ship began to round the red line at a much higher altitude, passing it unnoticed behind the clouds. Woof, Chow Chow was playing on the deck, trying to bite the clouds. The mud is just wasting time. Enel mocked, sitting in his chair in the middle of the deck. Grr, Chow Chow growled at Enel while Hugo crossed his arms, looking down. Somewhere over there is Mary Joieuse, he said, trying to locate the sacred city, but the view was limited during the day with all those clouds. We could pass by and destroy the city where the false gods reside, Enel suddenly suggested. As much as I'd love to do that and want to find that Tenryubito who killed my family, it's not the time yet, Hugo spoke, though with a tone of frustration. Tisk. You overestimate the mortals, Enel said arrogantly. And you underestimate them. Do you think we have any chance of facing the power of that city? Don't forget that in that place, they control the entire world. Hugo spoke as if Enel were an idiot. Enel didn't respond. Anyway, let's catch some fish. Soon, we'll meet those people before finding the captain and the others, Hugo commented. The ship continued, with Enel still seated, Chow Chow trying to bite the clouds, and Hugo continuing to look off the side of the deck, until they finally passed the red line and began to descend, entering the most dangerous sea in the world. The captain gave us this eternal pose, so head in this direction, Hugo said, tossing the compass ball with the direction while Enel caught it easily and followed the indicated path. They continued at a high altitude, with no one below them able to guess a ship was sailing among the clouds. It was at night that they spotted a large glow coming from the sea in that direction. This was the treasure ship, the user of the gold fruit. We shouldn't get too close. The captain said if he senses our ship, it could bring us trouble, Hugo warned. Enel didn't respond as he stopped the ship some distance in the air. What do we do now? He asked. We'll wait. According to Luffy, A ship with those bastards will be leaving the place, escorted directly to Mary Joieuse, Hugo said, knowing from their captain that they would be returning to the sacred city to witness the war. The ship continued floating for the rest of the night as they rested. It was in the morning that a group of ships left that place. A ship surrounded by 6 marine and world government ships. Hugo stood up, looking at them with interest. They are our targets then. Enel sensed with his observation haki. Yes. Hugo looked at the decorated ship, reminiscent of the one they encountered at the end of East Blue, symbolizing wealth and power, as that group liked to flaunt their status. We will follow them from afar and attack as soon as they are in the middle of the ocean, Hugo said as Cao Cao woke up, ready to fight as well. Enel's ship continued following them, while all the ships were heading to Mary Joieuse, unaware that they were being watched. I will act. It's time for them to know the power of a true god, Enel said as Hugo and Cao Cao rolled their eyes. Enel then shot down from his ship, running in the air as a lightning bolt. What is that? A thunderbolt. The government members around the main ship were surprised, hearing thunder descending from the sky, while a member in white with a mask on the main ship frowned. He was from CP0, in charge of that ship's security. Call for reinforcements, we are under attack. He immediately shouted when he sensed the power of that lightning bolt and who was in it. Enel of the Straw Hat Pirates, known for killing and beating Tenryubitos. However, from the lightning, an almost invisible static explosion occurred. While the agents grabbed the Den Den Mushi, they started to fall limply. The Den Den Mushi are not working, the man shouted as everyone grew scared. What is happening? An arrogant voice demanded from the deck, asking what was going on in his astronaut-like suit. This is bad. The CP0 agent saw the situation getting worse. As Enel descended with lightning, Hugo and Cao Cao followed behind, though they couldn't match the speed of the Logia user. The battle had just begun in that area with the static field. While the world was preparing to watch the battle, Marineford was in full swing preparing for the fight. How is he? Sengoku asked an officer. He is still in a bad mood, but he is adapting, he replied. I had a conversation with him, so he will help in this war with a chance for revenge, Sengoku said. How are the others? He continued to question. Dracul Mahawk is coming. Bartholomew Kuma is finishing his surgery with Vegapunk. Han 1 is being escorted by Momonga here. Jinbei is being sent to impel down. Those already here are Don Quixote Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Marshal D. Teach. The officer informed the status of each of the Shichibukai. I see. Unfortunately, we had some issues with Jinbei since he refused to participate in this war, so we sent him to impel down. Sengoku murmured. He had been sending many people to impel down lately. You may go. He dismissed the officers as they left the room, his gaze returning to the port, where dozens of ships were approaching every moment, and others were leaving Marineford, carrying the families of the Marines. He looked for a while when the Den Den Mushi began to ring at that moment. It was none other than the 5 elders. Let's see what reinforcements you will give us for this war. Sengoku commented as he approached. It was time to have this kind of conversation with the Gorosei. Raccoon here, 535 Chapter 290 Storm is coming 02. Chapter size. 2,000 words. Third person Pod Marineford, first half of Grand Line. Sengoku. The voice of one of the elders was immediately heard as he opened the Den Den Mushi. Elders. Sengoku murmured. How are things going? We want reports, they asked impatiently. We are organizing the entire base. Our estimate is that we will have at least 100,000 elite marine soldiers coming from all parts of the world. We will have the majority of the Shichibukai and the entire marine force along with a batch of pacifistas that you have provided us, Sengoku said. Great. How are you handling the new world? They asked. We have stationed large forces in that sea. We know how agitated they will be and how the other Yonku will be making moves. We have also left 20 ships at the entrance of the Red Line, he said. Yes, it seems that Shanks and Kaido are moving. Big Mom is also moving, sending some of her ships, the elders said. Yes, we have many vice admirals in the New World to control the situation, like Virgo, Gion, and others, Sengoku reported. Great. We will send Kong and a batch of a special force. We cannot send more because that pirate launched an attack on Mary Joieuse, they said. Yes, a newspaper came out yesterday that he went to the New World and that he really left Sabaody, Sengoku said, looking out the window. That's just a ruse. That boy is doing this to try to confuse us, but he won't let his brother die, not after sending a meteor at us, threatening to do it again if we attack any island of his crew, they reasoned. Yes, we will wait for him anyway. I expect your reinforcements, Sengoku said. In any case, we know that he is stronger than the admirals, so use everything you can to destroy him. And even if you can't, after all, he may very well escape the battlefield with his abilities to move at the last moment. I want you to eliminate at all costs 2 members of his group, Usopp and Beppo. One of them has Shiki's ability. The elders issued this order as important as eliminating Whitebeard and Ace. Yes, Sengoku agreed. He already had photos of the 2 on his desk as a priority in this war. Great. We will speak until the war, the elders said while Sengoku sighed and returned once again to the window, as this was his only therapy amidst so much pressure on his shoulders. The port of Marineford was bustling with activity. Hundreds of marine soldiers moved in sync throughout the day, preparing for the imminent battle. Powerful warships, with their reinforced hulls and iconic white sails, began docking at the port. The atmosphere was charged with tension and determination among all the soldiers disembarking. One specific ship arriving at that moment was a batch that had been training for the past few months on one of the Marine Training Program islands. On its prow as it docked at Marineford, Smoker stood there, looking intently at the HQ. It seems we have finally arrived. He returned to the deck as the sailors on board lined up in perfect formation. Commodore Smoker. They saluted, as Smoker had gained a new rank, moving from captain to commodore, learning the 6 styles and haki. By his side, Tashigi approached and stood next to him, with a serious face while she kept a high-grade sword at her waist. Both had undergone intense training and were ready to contribute with their new strength in this war. I heard rumors that Monkey D. Luffy will appear, Tashigi commented, despite seeing newspapers saying he left for the New World yesterday. But there were still rumors. Even though almost no one knew that Luffy was Ace's childhood brother, rumors began to circulate as the command prepared to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates in this war as well. In Alabasta, they were very close. I feel he will come, Smoker said. He had always suffered defeats from Luffy and his crew since the East Blue, hoping to handle it better, although with Luffy being stronger than an admiral, he didn't have much confidence that he could defeat them, although he would contribute to the Marines' victory both against Whitebeard and the Straw Hats. Everyone, prepare to disembark, Smoker ordered in his hoarse voice after speaking with Tashigi. The sailors nodded in unison, their expressions resolute, as they adjusted their equipment and prepared to disembark. The sound of boots hitting the deck echoed through the air, mixed with the sound of waves breaking against the hull and the walls of the HQ. Right behind, another immense ship was approaching. Vice Admiral Momonga was on the prow, observing with keen eyes. Inside the cabin, Boa Han-1 was alone, isolating herself from everyone, resting while gently stroking her belly. Let's disembark, Momonga gave the order as the sailors, no longer petrified, began to position the ship behind the one Smoker had docked. Miss Han-1. We've arrived. A sailor knocked on Han-1's door, hearts in his eyes. Tisk. Han-1 appeared, and the man flew after being kicked with the door. Han-1 walked out without speaking to anyone else as she headed toward Marineford. I want to know where my room is. She stopped to speak with Momonga as he nodded. I'll ask someone to take you, she said, ignoring his arrogant and hostile tone. His only job was to bring this woman here, and he succeeded after she agreed to the Marine and government's request. She then followed to the place where she would stay until the war. As more ships docked, the soldiers continued to disembark. They all had faces of fear and determination. Some whispered prayers, others sharpened their swords, but all shared the same mission, to defend Marineford at all costs. Amid the organized chaos, atop the main building, the Marine Admirals Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru observed from above, despite the latter still using band-aids from his last fight with Luffy. The time has come. The Marines will not fail. Akainu spoke with a determined tone. Well, this fight will be difficult, Aokiji commented, looking at the Marines, thinking about how many of them would die in this war. Kizaru remained silent. He didn't even have the humor to make his usual comments. No matter what we do, even if we need to sacrifice everyone here, we will destroy those 2 entire groups, Akainu growled. There will be no justice if it's destroyed along with it, Kuzan said to his colleague. You are weak, Kuzan, Akainu growled at him. Destroying that group will send a message to the whole world that this era will end, Akainu did not sympathize with Sengoku's ideas, which were similar to Kuzan's, but he couldn't deny that the current fleet admiral's idea of destroying this era by killing the world's strongest pirate was quite intelligent, and he strongly agreed with it. "I hope you are right," Kuzan said, ignoring the offense Akainu gave him. Kizaru said nothing during this time. "Of course, this battle will define the future of the world," Akainu spoke with his cigar burning. Back at the port, the final preparations were being made. Barricades were erected, cannons positioned, and Den Mushi communications adjusted to ensure that no orders would be lost in the heat of the battle to come in the next few days. Maintenance teams were inspecting all the base's cannons. The base had the shape of a crescent moon with cabins with cannons that could have the power of about 3 buster calls, intended to destroy any threat that approached the location, while new Marines learned to handle the fire machines. The preparation for war continued throughout the rest of the day, as all the ships with civilians finally left the island. Their families stayed in the square to fight, hoping to reunite with them later, but deep down, they knew there was a great chance they would not survive the conflict. Everything seemed fine until nightfall when news first reached Mary Joieuse. "What do you mean a ship with 10 Ryubitos disappeared?" the elders exclaimed when they heard the news coming directly from the leader of the Holy Knights, kneeling before them. "We lost communication with the ships yesterday. There was a large escort bringing them from Grand Tesoro. 5 ships with Cypher Pole agents and a CP0 agent to reinforce their security. They disappeared, and we investigated for the rest of the day. They really left Grand Tesoro, and it seems they were ambushed in the middle of the sea by someone who managed to cut all the ship's communications, and worse. The Vivre cards of the 10 Ryubitos are not moving," he explained while all the elders looked at each other, trying to understand the situation. "Even the Vivre cards can't find them." The elders seemed alarmed by this. "Who would do this, Whitebeard or Monkey D. Luffy?" one of them growled. "Whitebeard has never messed with the 10 Ryubito. I don't believe it's him," another one said. "So he really went to the New World," another commented. "Don't be hasty, they have the user of the Fua no Mi. Crossing the red line is easy," another reasoned. "Then why the coding? What's happening? What is that bastard planning?" They were getting more and more confused by Luffy's actions, which didn't seem to make much sense. "Search the entire beginning of the New World." "Understood." They gave the order to the Holy Knight, who quickly nodded and disappeared to organize the search party. There were 7 10 Ryubito on those ships. They had issued an order after the attack in Sabodi to send them immediately to Mary Joieuse. However, they didn't expect that they would actually be attacked like this. The worst part is that they don't even know who really did it or where they are. They are only using the Vivre cards to see if they are alive. In the New World, a group of marine ships was near the red line, staying still in place, waiting for anyone who approached. "Do you think he will show up?" said a marine to his colleague. "All indications say yes," he replied. "Damn, do we stand a chance?" He swallowed hard. "It doesn't matter, we'll do our part and sacrifice for the Marines," he said with determination as he looked at the New World Sea, which was experiencing a storm at that moment. A lightning bolt hit the sea, and in the darkness of the night, an enormous ship appeared with the flash, displaying the most dangerous flag in the world. The Marine, who until that moment was giving a speech about sacrifice, seemed to lose all composure as he had a terrified face, sweating and pointing in that direction while trembling. "It's the Moby Dick," he growled, alerting the whole ship while the others were already becoming aware of the situation. Whitebeard was getting rained on at that moment, looking ahead on his deck. "Pops, what will we do with the Marines?" one of the division commanders asked, his voice slightly muffled by the rain and thunder. "Isn't it obvious? Gurararararara. The Marines came to greet us here, so let's greet them back," he announced, and before anyone could react, Newgate jumped from the deck, landing on the prow of his ship. "Let's see how you handle this," he said with a smile as all the Marines felt a bad premonition and didn't even have time to communicate their situation to their superiors since it was too late. Whitebeard tilted his arm back with his fist clenched and launched it forward, hitting the space and cracking it with the sound of breaking glass. The power of the Gura no Mi, which could destroy the world, was finally unleashed against his enemies at that moment. 535 Chapter 291 Storm is coming. 03, chapter size. 2,000 words. Third person POV Marineford, first half of Grand Line. "What are you saying? That 20 Navy ships have lost contact with this thing?" Sengoku shouted angrily into the Den Mushi. "Yes, All the ships just disappeared. The G1 officer spoke from the other side of the line. Tisk. Sengoku gritted his teeth before hanging up the Den Mushi. It seems Whitebeard has started to act. I don't think it was Luffy doing this. Garp's voice was heard from the side as Sengoku sighed. We've lost many men and warships even before the war has started. Sengoku murmured as he stood up. First, the disappearance of the Tenryubito, an investigation found wreckage at sea. All the ships were blown up without a chance to attack. Sengoku reported the autopsy he received from the Gorosei. It seems things are getting bad for the Marines. Garp commented. He no longer had his usual humor, his face somber with everything that was happening. Yes, but this was always a risk we would run as soon as the war was proclaimed with Ace's capture and execution. Sengoku commented as he walked past Garp, who remained silent and stopped at his side. And you, Garp, will you betray this organization when the time comes? Sengoku asked directly, meeting the eyes of his old companion. I will fight for justice, and even if that moment comes, I will accept it. Garp spoke with some determination he found within himself. Sengoku accepted his words and nodded. Now, I will go to a meeting with the Shichibukai, he said, leaving the room. Sengoku continued walking through the corridors of Marineford while the place was bustling with people running in all directions as they prepared for battle, many of them stopping to salute the fleet admiral. He headed to a specific room. Suru was at its entrance. You finally arrived, she commented. I had some issues reported from G1. We'll talk about it later, now let's see our guests. He said, and she nodded, with some Marines opening the door as they entered the place, which had a huge table. There were 6 people there, of different sizes, some giants, others small, talking to each other while mocking one another. These were the 6 Shichibukai who came to fight in Marineford. Kishishishi. Doflamingo, look at you. Moria mocked Doflamingo, who was still covered in bandages. Do you want to die, Moria? Doflamingo growled. Hanwon sat in silence, ignoring everyone. Kuma also remained silent. Ziahahaha. I heard you provoked this, calling them all to attack you at once. Teach couldn't help but mock, seeing Doflamingo's state covered in many bandages. Say one more thing and I will kill you. Doflamingo growled at Teach. Kishishishi. Moria began to laugh. Sorry. Teach raised his hands as if he was apologizing, but still showed a toothless smile. Moria, you got beaten by Monkey D. Luffy. I don't know why you're laughing so much at Doflamingo, Mihawk commented.
Tisk. I almost won. Moria commented. Quote. Kuma remained silent.
These bastards, I will kill them as soon as I can for speaking about my husband. Hanwon had her eyes closed while thinking about Luffy like the love-struck girl she was. I see you are getting along. Sengoku approached at that moment with Suru. Everyone fell silent with Sengoku's presence. Well, let's begin, he said as the meeting started. Sengoku began to go over all the points they expected from this group, while everyone who had already fought the Straw Hats had different thoughts. Ziahahaha. Will he really show up? This will be very interesting. Ziahahaha. Teach began to laugh and speak loudly, but also knew that Luffy's presence could destroy his plans, so he had some doubts in his heart. Tisk. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Mujiwara. Moria said angrily as he pronounced that name. Let's see how much you have grown, Roronoa Zoro, Mihawk commented. Kuma had undergone his surgery, he no longer had an opinion on the matter. Hanwon remained silent, but in her mind, she was boiling. Luffy, when you arrive, we will fight all our enemies as a couple, she screamed. The meeting continued. Meanwhile, beneath the waters known as the Tarai Current, several Sea Kings continued to escort the Black Pearl heading to impel down. In the air, a ship made of gold continued following the Vivre card while Enel steered. How are the false gods? Enel asked. Imprisoned and beaten, they're screaming that we're going to die in the worst possible ways. But I started beating them, Hugo commented. Wolf wolf. Chow Chow barked. And Chow Chow bit some of them too, Hugo added. That was quite easy. Enel couldn't help but speak arrogantly. We eliminated everyone involved. Even that CP0 agent didn't stand a chance. Hugo commented and looked curiously at the ex-god of Skypia. Your ability also restricts a person's vital field, preventing the Vivre card from finding them. It truly is a terrifying ability, he concluded. There is nothing that a god like me cannot do, he said. Who? Chow Chow mocked. Want to die, mutt? Enel asked while sparking with electricity, Chow Chow doing the same. Hugo just rolled his eyes at their argument, which was quite routine.
In Sabayati, Bartolomeo finally docked at Sabayati but was crying over Luffy's departure, which was announced in the newspaper, believing he had gone to the New World.
Luffy senpai. He cried while his entire crew did the same. Who are those weirdos? Beeg looked from a distance, seeing the crew in tears, and mocked. Just another random pirate. Basil said, shrugging as he continued with his group to another place. Meanwhile, in Shaki's bar, Rayleigh was drinking a bottle of wine. So it will start in a few days, he commented. How do you think the war will end? Shaki asked, putting a hand on her chin. I don't know, but it will definitely change the world, Rayleigh commented thoughtfully. I hope it ends well for Mugiwara boy, she said, looking around her bar. He scared away all my customers. No one has come since the fight after hitting the Tenryubito, she complained a bit. You still have some customers. Rayleigh smiled as there were still 2 more people in the bar. They'll be cheering for Mugiwara boy. Shaki commented with a smile, as Kami was drinking juice and Bonnie eating pizza. That's right, Kami shouted with her starfish on her shoulder. Don't forget to pay the bill later. 100 million for the juice, Shaki warned. What, 100 million? Kami screamed with a shocked expression. 100 million? That's robbery, Bonnie also shouted. Another day passed, and the world was increasingly focused on Marineford. The world government had dispatched its group to assist Marineford, flying in the sky towards the Navy HQ. Meanwhile, Sengoku was in his office, tapping his finger on the table. He looked directly at the Den Den Mushi. Everything was ready as they finalized everything for the battle to begin. The time has come, he said finally, as he moved his hand to the communicator and dialed a number. Hello. The director is busy in the bathroom at the moment. A female voice came from the other side. Tell Magellan to start moving the prisoner to Marineford, Sengoku said, as the ships were already passing through the Gate of Justice heading towards the prison. Understood, Fleet Admiral. The woman on the other side spoke. The chief jailer, Domino, saw that Sengoku had hung up the Den Den Mushi and went to the bathroom door, which didn't have a pleasant smell. Director Magellan, an order came from HQ. We have to escort Portgas d'Ace, she shouted. Understood. Wait another 5 minutes, 20 minutes, he shouted as a farting sound was heard. The woman remained silent as she stepped back and waited for the director to come out. The Navy ship continued sailing with Kuzan and Akainu escorting it. Is something wrong, Kuzan? Akainu noticed Kuzan's strange behavior, looking at the sea as if trying to see something within it. I have a strange feeling, he murmured, but his haki couldn't identify anything there.
Let's just focus on the mission, Akainu advised, while the ship continued heading to Impel Down, and Kuzan stopped looking at the sea and focused on the escort mission.
Ace was not having an easy time. Imprisoned alongside people he knew very well, while he remained silent with someone beside him still trying to break free. Then there were sounds of footsteps on that 6th floor, a floor not known to most people for housing the world's worst criminals. The director of Impel Down himself appeared with an escort, and immediately all the cells started mocking Magellan as he passed by, breaking the silence that had been there. While some people remained silent, being the most dangerous of all, an ex-Shichibukai watched the scene unfolding in front of him in silence. Even members of Roger's former crew watched with a calculating look. An ex-director of this prison clicked his tongue seeing the scene. Many other prisoners, as dangerous as the last, watched in silence while their colleagues shouted at the director. Shut up, Magellan said as his body transformed into poison, making everyone fall silent the next moment. After all, Magellan could kill them there with them chained. Magellan continued walking until he reached the cell with 3 people, with one trying everything to escape. Portgas d'Ace, you will be escorted to Marineford, Magellan said as his agents began to open the cell and remove the chains that connected Ace to the cell wall, with Ace remaining silent the entire time.
They simply took him, and Ace didn't seem to show any resistance as he continued with them. AC. A voice came from behind him, but he ignored it as he walked out.
It didn't take long for him to enter the elevator and return to the surface, as Ace was escorted to the Navy ship with 2 admirals and 10 warships around to escort them with vice admirals. Portgas d'Ace, your death will be for the good of everyone in this world. Akainu greeted him calmly, while Kuzan remained silent. Ace did not respond and went to the ship's prison, as the Navy ships finally started departing, disappearing on the horizon as they headed for HQ. Finally they left. A Marine commented, sighing in relief as he watched the ships disappear on the horizon. Yes, at least the war won't come to us, another colleague commented. Everyone in Impelled Down was fearing a possible war between them and Whitebeard attacking the prison to rescue his son. However, what they didn't expect was that the clouds of war wouldn't spare them either.
Because underwater, immense shadows began to appear, but without anyone noticing them.
We have arrived. The voices of the Sea Kings were heard by Luffy and Shirahoshi.
Thank you very much, Sea King Sama. The mermaid said as everyone realized they had arrived. Prepare everyone, we will start our plan as soon as Enel begins. Give me the Den Den Mushi. Luffy said to everyone while grabbing the Den Den Mushi that Robin kept on her table next to the chair where she was reading a book. After some time in the space above Impel Down, Enel had arrived along with the submerged ship. The paper points downward, we have finally arrived. He said as his Den Den Mushi began to ring.
The operation to invade the prison had finally begun. At Marineford, Teach was with his companions. So they are escorting the commander here, Ziahahaha. Teach laughed as one of his crew members intercepted the Navy's channel while hiding. What do we do now, Captain? Burgess asked with a smile. We will start our plan, Ziahahaha. Let's go to Impel Down, he said as everyone nodded. ... Exclamation mark.
Raccoon here. 535 Chapter 292 Impel Down 01.
Chapter size. 2,000 words. Third-person POV Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. As soon as the Sea Kings moved away from the front of the ship, the prison appeared to the Straw Hat Pirates on the Black Pearl, being an immense structure that reached down to the bottom of the sea. Is this the biggest prison in the world? Chopper asked. Yes, the worst criminals are held there, Usopp commented. Will I find the others there? Hachi couldn't help but ask, since his companions were brought here after their defeat by Nami in the East Blue.
How are we going to invade it, Luffy? Kuina approached Luffy.
Through the entrance, of course. Breaking any structure from the bottom of the sea would cause the pressure to fill with water. Even Shirahoshi couldn't control that, and eventually, many people would die. Luffy spoke while holding the ringing Den Den Mushi in his hand.
How many floors does this place have? Vivi asked.
Impel Down is known to have 5 levels, Nijiko replied. That's not accurate information. Luffy interrupted them. There's a secret floor where prisoners with bounties over 100 million are kept. It's at the lowest level, known as the 6th level. Luffy clarified while Nijiko nodded with this new information. Are we going to invade that floor, Luffy? Nami asked, and Luffy nodded. Sounds fun, Yamato said with a smile. Hello. The Den Den Mushi was finally answered as Enel's voice came from the other side. Are you ready? Luffy asked. I'll begin. Enel said as he started to descend his golden ship. Hachi, prepared to take the ship to the surface, Luffy ordered, and Hachi went to the helm. Meanwhile, in front of the prison, while all the warships seemed relaxed, a cloud appeared above them. What is that? A sailor didn't understand the shadow obscuring the sun. That's a ship, someone shouted, identifying it. An enemy attack, another shouted. Quick, inform them that an unidentified ship is approaching the prison from the air. They yelled immediately. The sailors grabbed the Den Den Mushi and began dialing immediately to HQ. But then a lightning explosion emerged from the ship and struck all the warships and the prison's surface, expanding to the bottom of the sea. What's happening? The sailor shouted as he saw his Den Den Mushi wither, the snail looking tired as it stuck its tongue out and twisted its antennas with its eyes. We've lost communication, another shouted. Damn it, prepare for battle. Inform the director immediately, others shouted while someone ran towards the prison entrance. Something is coming from the water. Another pointed to the side of the deck as they aimed weapons and cannons at the ship in the sky. The shadow began to expand until finally, an enormous ship emerged from the sea, exploding with water and foam everywhere. That's... A sailor pointed to the ship that had just emerged from the water while it was coated. It's him. He trembled with his finger pointing. It's the Black Pearl. All the sailors were scared at that moment, while the coating exploded, revealing Luffy at the bow of the ship with an excited look towards the front of the prison. It's the Straw Hats. What are they doing here? The crowd exclaimed, while Enel's ship approached the Black Pearl and stayed by its side. "Let's begin," Luffy announced as he jumped from the ship to the port in front of Impelled Down. The sailors quickly pointed their weapons at Luffy and started shooting at him in the air. As if that would work. He spoke disdainfully while closing his fist in purple flames and launching it at the ship, creating a burst of flames that consumed the ship, vaporizing all the bullets flying towards him. Boom! The ship exploded while the other ships were frightened by this power. He landed on the port, and the other ship nearby exploded as a huge lightning bolt struck it. "What are you doing here? Ace has already been taken to Marineford. Do you think you can get away with attacking Impelled Down?" the sailors shouted at him.
"Don't worry, we have a day before the execution at Marineford. For now, we'll invade this prison. That has always been our goal." Luffy spoke with a smile as he released his haki, spreading throughout the port area. All the sailors and some officers commanding these men fell unconscious to the ground, while the ship Luffy exploded was still on fire, and the one Enel destroyed was in ruins in the sea. The crew began to disembark from the ship, approaching the captain amidst the chaos. Luffy looked at them: Yamato, Zoro, Kuina, Shirahoshi, Usopp, Chopper, Lami, Reiju, Nami, Nojiko, Alvida, Vivi, Robin, Hachi, and Baby 5, all looking at him with determination. He nodded and began to shrink the ships. Chow Chow, Enel, and Hugo landed shortly afterward.
"Let's go," Luffy said as he started walking towards the enormous prison door that had been closed as soon as some sailors passed through to inform the director about the attack. The group continued walking calmly while the 19 people passed by all the fallen bodies until Luffy stopped in front of the door. The sailor was running through the initial corridors. "Attack! We're under attack!" he shouted as he passed by the prison guards. "Attack? Could it be the Whitebeard pirates?" they exclaimed, watching the sailor continue running until he found the director's office. Suddenly, 2 enormous explosions erupted outside, and everyone on the first floor could hear them. Even the prisoners on level 1 wondered what was happening. "What is that?" Director Magellan was in the bathroom again when he heard the explosions, while his secretary looked confused outside. "Something is happening," she murmured, a bit scared by the enormous booms caused by Luffy and Enel.
"Enemy attack. The prison is under attack," a man outside the bathroom shouted.
"Damn it, what's this while I'm taking a dump?" Magellan complained, having no choice but to leave the bathroom while holding himself.
The marine soldier began to explain. "A ship came from the sky and another from the water. It's the Straw Hats. They're attacking the entrance of Impel Down," he shouted alarmed, while Magellan frowned at this. "We must inform HQ immediately," Magellan said frustrated, knowing this pirate group was too dangerous, even for him. "We've lost all communications. No Den Den Mushi is working," the marine soldier cried. "What? Chief Jailer Domino, let me see your Den Den Mushi," he demanded immediately, and the woman handed over the snail, which had its tongue out and looked tired and fainted. Even the woman was quite surprised by this. "This is bad. We need to alert the other levels about this. If the Den Den Mushis aren't working, sound the alarms," Magellan ordered, and the woman nodded before running out of the room. "We'll try to stop them at the entrance," the director said with some determination. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he would fight the group with everything he had. As they were about to go, a third enormous explosion occurred, so strong that it shook the entire surface of Impelled Down, causing the area to tremble. The marine soldier immediately cried. "They've entered. Let's go," they said, heading to the entrance.
Luffy had punched with such force that the gate flew off. It might have been built with sea stone, but his powerful haki made knocking it down not too difficult. Finally, entering Impelled Down, Luffy said with a small smile as he began to enter the place.
An alarm began to sound at that moment, with the chief jailer arriving at the security room and instructing the guards to activate it to alert everyone in the prison.
What's happening? Buggy on the first floor, also known as Level 1, Crimson Hell, looked surprised while in his cell, hearing the alarm blaring throughout the place. "What is that?" On Level 2, Beast Hell. The prisoners were all surprised by this too, while all the beasts guarding the place also looked confused. On Level 3, Starvation Hell, where there was a vast hot desert, the animals guarding the floor were surprised by this, while the prisoners, their tongues hanging out due to the dry air, looked towards the sound confusedly from within their cells. On Level 4, Blazing hell, Sadie, who was whipping prisoners, looked up as the sirens began to blare. Is someone attacking the prison or trying to escape? They wondered. Shut up, Sadie shouted, whipping the man who was murmuring. Now let's see what's happening, she said as she picked up her den mushi, but it was in the same state as the rest of the prison's communicators. What's going on? She was surprised by this.
On level 6, Eternal Hell, Hannibal was calmly dressing in warm clothes to avoid freezing in that Arctic desert. Take this, eat, he said while throwing pieces of meat to the wolves guarding the floor.
Ha ha ha. That's right, get strong. I promise that when I become the director, I'll increase your food even more, he exclaimed excitedly, thinking about when he would become the prison's director after overthrowing Magellan. Suddenly, the alarm rang while the wolves continued devouring all the food he threw. Hannibal looked at this in surprise. What's happening? Wait, that's it. The director made a mistake. This is my chance to shine and become the director, he exclaimed excitedly as he grabbed his spear and started running towards the door to go to the elevator. Why isn't my den mushi working? He exclaimed, not knowing what was happening. On the 6th floor, everything seemed silent. After all, the alarm didn't ring in this place, and the sound of emptiness was the only company for these prisoners until someone started making a sound of effort. She's starting, someone murmured from their cell. She never gives up, another said with boredom. You should stop that. Jimbei spoke to the person next to him. No, I'm going to get out of here, this person said while trying to remove the shackles. Meanwhile, on the prison's surface, Magellan continued running towards the entrance. The door was thrown to the side while he approached and saw the pirate group walking calmly. The prison guards were trying to stop them, pointing their weapons but trembling and not launching the first attack. Magellan walked past the guards as they gained some morale with the director present, while he watched the group walking as if they owned the place, with Luffy leading them. Director Magellan, I didn't imagine you would be the first person we'd meet as soon as we entered, Luffy commented, tilting his head to see the director with a small smile. Monkey D. Luffy. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Magellan spoke with anger. I'm invading the prison, Luffy replied with a smile. Portgas D. Ace is no longer here. Your search is futile, Magellan responded, knowing the connection the government had passed on to him between Luffy and Ace. Don't worry, I still have business on the 6th level of this prison, and you know that very well, Luffy responded while Magellan clenched his fists, with them starting to drip poison onto the ground. It doesn't matter if I fall here today, I will take you with me, Magellan responded with fury as his devil fruit powers began to manifest. Purple poison. I thought he would use the red one since he's angry. All right, let's make him use all his powers, Luffy commented as he moved away from the group and approached to fight the prison director as he began his invasion. Raccoon here, 535 Chapter 293 Impel Down 02. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third person POV Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. Luffy continued staring at Magellan. Are you going to fight him, Captain? Zoro asked. Yes. Luffy replied as he watched Magellan begin to transform his body into venom, expanding it into a gelatinous layer. What is that? Nami asked. Stay back, he is the user of the Doku no Mi, the poison fruit. He can be fatal to anyone, Luffy said in a serious tone. Do you think you can touch me? Magellan said seriously as layers of purple venom surrounded his body. The soldiers around him started to back away, running in the opposite direction, leaving only Luffy and the prison director in that area. The same could be said for the pirates obeying their captain. Luffy looked at him with a calm gaze before changing to a more serious look, simply exploding the ground below him the next moment as he disappeared. Of course I can, Luffy suddenly said, appearing in front of Magellan, and before he could react, Luffy punched him in the stomach, his fist coated in armament hockey. The punch sank into that area, and Magellan felt immense pain, flying backward, unable to believe he was being hit so directly. He flew like a kite before the soldiers behind him could react, feeling enormous pain in the struck area and crashing into the prison wall. Run! The soldiers quickly began to flee to avoid getting caught in the conflict. Hey Luffy, he's made of venom, are you okay hitting him like that? Nijiko exclaimed from a distance with concern. It's fine, my body is of a mythical zone, I can easily resist the venom before defeating him, Luffy said as his hockey-coated hand started to burn with the acid of the venom, but he didn't seem bothered by it. Magellan emerged from the broken wall, glaring at Luffy with anger, a line of blood beginning to trickle down his face as he felt sharp pain, falling to his knees the next moment and spitting saliva after the impact of Luffy's punch. "If you don't do better than that, you won't protect this prison, Magellan," Luffy commented calmly. Magellan continued spitting until he finally looked at Luffy with a fiercer tone and began to stand up. "I will stop you. You will not enter my prison," he exclaimed as a large amount of venom began to expand from his body, starting to grow and form a multi-headed beast above him. "So big," Yamato commented from a distance. "What is that?" Shirahoshi asked. "This is getting dangerous," Vivi commented. "Hugo, use your powers to protect everyone," Luffy requested and continued. "Not even armament hockey can stop the effects of the venom," he finished before looking back at Magellan with a serious look. This was the strongest power of his Akuma no Mi, Hydra. He had another level as his venom turned red, which Luffy considered his awakened state. "Take this," Magellan said before one of the Hydra's 3 heads lunged at him, exploding on the ground where Luffy was and spreading venom everywhere. Above the space, Luffy appeared untouched by the venom. Another Hydra head started rushing towards Luffy, who quickly propelled himself with his foot, escaping the second attack while cartwheeling sideways and beginning to fly with the third head trying to catch him, escaping by kicking away and dodging the drops of venom spreading around. Luffy seemed to have no difficulty while maintaining a calm face, looking at Magellan creating a new head as he raised his hand before launching another head at Luffy. He backflipped, dodging the attack while clenching his fist, a large amount of flames starting to accumulate, before he launched it at an opening that had been created, and a line of fire traveled towards Magellan, who put the Hydra's body in front of him to protect himself as the fire exploded on the venom. Boom! Luffy put a large amount of power into this attack as it exploded, breaking all the corridor walls and making the first floors tremble while people tried to figure out what was happening. The walls began to emerge as Magellan took advantage of the smoke and started to release a poisonous breath into the air to catch Luffy while a large part of the Hydra was destroyed. But Magellan remained untouched. "You're aiming in the wrong direction." A voice emerged behind him, making Magellan look with stunned eyes, while Luffy, using his hybrid form, calmly stood a few meters away from Magellan with flames burning tranquilly on his body. Magellan tried to turn around when he saw the punch coming at him again, covering his body with venom to protect himself, but Luffy did not stop. He penetrated the man's gelatinous layer, pushing through until reaching Magellan's face with increased force. Luffy struck him as the space between his fist and the director's face began to distort. Before Magellan could fly backward, Luffy moved away since his punch had started to spread venom over him and he did not want to be hit. Luffy disappeared, and the sound of breaking bones was heard as Magellan simply vanished from within his venom, shooting through the mist of venom he had created and crashing through several prison walls. Boom, 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 boom. He passed through 4 walls before finally stopping in the middle of the first floor. "What is happening?" a guard in the area where Magellan flew asked, frightened, while holding his rifle ready. "We have to get out of here. The pirates are attacking," another said, and they finally saw Magellan with his face bleeding, lying on the ground, but his eyes were still open, filled with pure rage, as his face was now a bloody pulp. "I will destroy them," he shouted, and an explosion of red venom began to emerge in that area, expanding until it formed a giant skeleton with Magellan, using what Luffy called his awakening. "It looks like a venomous Susanoo," Luffy commented while watching the thing emerge from a distance with all the prison guards fleeing from there. The venom in this state was corrosive. Wherever it dripped, it began to disintegrate, which was happening to the floor. "Hey, that's dangerous," Alvida said. "I wouldn't want my swords touching that," Zoro murmured as well. All the Straw Hats were watching the situation from a distance with the walls of the place destroyed. Magellan looked at Luffy and his companions, launching a direct attack among them while a fist of red venom was released from the skeleton, flying towards them in a large area. "Nay, this is bad," Hachi exclaimed. "I'll take care of the fist. Just protect yourselves so the venom doesn't touch you," Luffy said from a distance. "Leave it to me," Hugo said as he began to create a stone barrier to prevent it from touching them. Luffy faced the attack more directly, launching another line of fire with a punch against that other fist. He used the Moa Moa no Mi to further increase the size of that attack, creating a fist of flames as well. The red venomous fist and purple flaming fist collided. The prison, already in bad shape on its surface with ships still burning and several parts of the structure broken and demolished by Luffy's fight, experienced an even bigger explosion than all the previous ones as the fists incapacitated each other, exploding all the other walls around while its top began to crumble, spreading flames and venom everywhere. Hugo completed his barrier as the venom hit it, but it soon started to corrode, spreading on the ground. "We need to get out of here," he said as everyone began to use Geppo to avoid being hit. All the Straw Hats were in the air watching the battle while Luffy had left the prison through the hole created in the roof from the impact to escape the venom. "You shouldn't have involved my crew in this conflict, Magellan," Luffy commented, looking at him with a bit of disappointment. Magellan didn't seem to care, staring at Luffy with the same tone as before, still with his face bleeding. "I will kill them," he said and began to launch another attack towards his companions, who quickly started to fly upwards, escaping the red venom that destroyed even more of the prison's upper part. The guards were heading to the second level, fleeing the chaos. As Magellan was destroying everything, even the communication room no longer existed, and with the connection interrupted, he didn't mind destroying everything to prevent Luffy from advancing into the prison. "Hey Luffy, can I cut him? He's attacking us," Lami complained in the air.
"Leave him to me," Luffy requested, deciding to end the fight while Magellan looked up at the sky in frustration. Luffy raised his hands and began to create a ball of fire that expanded each moment, growing to a diameter of 20 meters. "Take this," Luffy said before throwing it at Magellan below him, who quickly used the venomous skeleton to protect himself from the attack.
A blinding light emerged, dazzling everyone in the area to the point that if the marine ships were still before the Gate of Justice, they could see the light appearing on the horizon. The explosion began to consume everything, blowing up the rest of the prison on the surface, while the chaos spread to the rest of the prison, causing it to tremble. Even the infamous criminals on level 6 felt the strong tremor and impelled down, making them wonder what was happening. In the midst of that chaos, the director appeared with part of his body burned, while there were no more walls around him. His prison was destroyed in that part. Magellan was frustrated while maintaining his awakening, with the skeleton beginning to regenerate again. The ground cracked in front of him as Luffy landed, still maintaining his hybrid form. "It was a good fight, but let's end this," Luffy said calmly while Magellan looked at him, wondering what he would do. "You may have protected yourself from the explosion, but this ends here," Luffy said as he took his pistol and pointed it at him, firing the next moment while the bullet gained 90 times the properties. Luffy used a real bullet instead of his flames for the first time in that weapon. The bullet fired as Magellan used the skeleton to protect himself, but the bullet was so fast that its penetration power had increased, passing through the entire venom layer before it could start to corrode. Magellan only felt a sharp pain in his right chest and looked down to see blood gushing out, making him look stunned as his venom seemed to return to normal. Losing strength and dissipating the skeleton, he fell to his knees on the ground a moment later. "You're lucky I have no reason to kill you, but don't meddle in my business anymore. Stay quiet, and you'll survive," Luffy said while Magellan looked at him stunned and couldn't see Luffy knocking him out the next moment with a hockey-infused fist, making the impelled down director collapse unconscious, with blood still flowing from his right chest, as Luffy didn't aim for his heart, only breaking his face. "Luffy," Robin approached Luffy, looking at his hands that still had venom on them. "It's okay," Luffy shrugged, shifting out of his hybrid form and back to normal. He looked at his companions and called one of them. "Reiju, I need you to use the Phoenix regeneration on me," he requested as she nodded. Luffy recovered while his companions were in an area not affected by the venom, as the whole place was scattered with it. "You destroyed all of Impel Down, Luffy," Usopp cried as the place was open to the sky, with the entire structure crumbling. "Yes, I didn't expect to fight Magellan so soon, but we were lucky not to do it in the submerged part of the prison," Luffy commented, looking at all the destruction he caused. "What do we do now, Demon?" Enel asked. "We're going to invade the prison. We don't even need someone to anticipate ships coming from Marineford as soon as they notice something strange. After all, everyone can see the top of the prison demolished," Luffy reasoned, not caring if the Marines sent reinforcements, as he still had to worry about the war at HQ. "Let's go to the first level," Luffy announced, heading for the stairs that descended, leaving Magellan fallen there. He had some interesting things on the first floor, one of which was to see if Buggy was there, as he had something precious on him at that moment. Raccoon here, 294 Impel down 03 third person POV. Impel down, first half of Grand Line. Luffy felt his hands relieved of the itch that Magellan's poison had caused as soon as it hit them. He began to head for the stairs leading to the second level while Enel's static field continued to block all communication, creating a static field that not even the log pose could identify the location. This left the Marines still struggling to get here. Beppo might get lost for a while, but he would quickly catch up before they reached Marineford, as soon as they left the prison. As they opened the door, the alarm was still flashing blue, while hundreds of soldiers waiting for the fight to end on the surface were startled by Luffy appearing there with his crew as they passed through the door calmly. Luffy smiled at them, and when they went to point their weapons at him, he once again released the Conqueror's Haki, knocking down the crowd of people except for one person. "Hey, Luffy. Are you going to knock everyone down with your Haki?" Usopp asked, seeing Luffy simply using this ability multiple times. "They're just soldiers. There's no reason not to use it," Luffy commented as he began to walk towards the only person standing there. Domino took a step back, lacking the courage to attack Luffy with her whip. "Hey, I didn't know there was such a beautiful woman in this dump." Luffy lied with a smile, knowing of her existence, while the girls behind him glared at him with killing eyes, but he didn't care. He continued to approach the woman, leaving her with no escape. "I want the map of the prison in your back pocket," Luffy demanded.
"I'll never give it up," she exclaimed. "As if you had a choice," Luffy commented as he appeared behind her and took the map without her reacting. "I didn't want to be rude by grabbing a woman's butt who's not my wife, but you left me no choice," he whispered while looking at the map and keeping it open, with Domino stepping back frustrated. "You grabbed my butt," she shouted angrily at Luffy's cheeky move. "I don't know what you're talking about," Luffy commented while seeing half a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him. "Flirt. He doesn't waste time." Luffy ignored his wife's dissatisfaction with his behavior and looked at Domino with one eye before releasing his Haki and making her fall to the ground.
"Let's see how this prison works," Luffy said, calmly looking at the map as he walked forward. This floor had giant trees with red coloration, called the Scarlet Sea, because their leaves had blades that cut anyone who passed close. "Let's go." Luffy ignored his women's indignation and moved forward, debating whether to destroy this place. But he thought it wasn't necessary, considering they would pass through the safe areas without any opponents capable of stopping them. "Luffy. There's someone here we haven't seen in a long time." Yamato, one of the few who didn't mind if Luffy flirted with other women, approached him and said. "Yes, he's on this floor, and I intend to see him," Luffy commented with a smile. The prisoners in their cells saw the strange movement while guards ran back and forth outside their cells. "Hey, what are those explosions? What's happening?" "You don't know, but I heard some guards saying they captured an important member of Whitebeard's crew. Maybe he came in person to rescue his ally," another prisoner commented, leaving those who heard in their cell quite surprised. As they were isolated, the guards' conversations were the only thing that kept them informed about what was happening in the world unless a new prisoner recently transferred to the prison spoke up. "Whitebeard is here," one specific prisoner, with a clown nose and green hair while wearing striped clothes, was alarmed. "Wait. This might be my chance," he exclaimed. After all, he had hidden the fact that he was a devil fruit user because he was very weak. Buggy smiled joyfully as his body began to split in half and passed through the bars. "Hey, how did you get out?" the prisoners shouted, watching Buggy reassemble his body freely outside the cell. "Ha ha 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 ha. I finally will be free, after months imprisoned in this place. Finally, goodbye, you idiots," Buggy exclaimed, mocking his former cellmates as he began to run through the corridors while the guards did the same, trying to hide. He continued running until he saw a corridor with some guards fleeing. "He's here, run. It's the Straw Hat, he's going to kill us." Buggy looked surprised at the guards' exclamations as they ran in front of him. Suddenly, an explosion of flames blew them away, scaring him even more. "Straw Hat. And purple flames," he murmured and widened his eyes, realizing it wasn't Whitebeard, but Monkey D. Luffy here. "I have to run," he said, stepping back and ready to run in the opposite direction. "Buggy." Buggy stopped as soon as he heard the voice behind him, slowly turning to see Luffy standing there with his arms crossed, looking at him with interest. "It's been a long time since I last saw you," Luffy said calmly. "Straw Hat." Buggy said as snot ran from his nose. With this pirate in front of him, it was someone he wanted revenge on, but now facing him, he knew Luffy was a much bigger monster than he had previously thought. A clown with a red nose? Enel murmured disdainfully. Who are you calling a clown with a red nose? Buggy exclaimed angrily at Enel after hearing that before returning to his frightened expression. Buggy, you came here after all, Alvida said, looking at Buggy. He had sought her out in Logatown for an alliance against Luffy, but she had refused, waiting for her future husband. Who? A huge sound emerged at that moment, with Chow Chow turning into Cerberus and looking at a more terrified Buggy, seeing that monster looking at him as its prey.
What is that? He exclaimed, trying to run. This is the dog from Orange Town, the city you looted when we first met. Your subordinates almost killed him, so don't be surprised if he has to kill you now. Luffy decided to explain why Chow Chow was acting that way towards the clown. His gaze returned to Chow Chow, who opened its 3 mouths, emitting its powers.
Calm down, Chow Chow, I need him alive. If you want revenge, beat him up later, but don't kill him, Luffy requested, and Chow Chow, with lightning, fire, and ice ready to fire, seemed to calm down, closing its mouths and shrinking back to its normal form. Well, now that we've finally met, I can take something from you that's quite precious to you, Luffy said, and before Buggy could react, a wave of haki hit him. Buggy saw the wave pass through him and looked at Luffy confused, wondering what that was.
My haki doesn't work against you. Luffy was surprised by this. Of all the people who could resist him, Luffy never considered Buggy among them. Well, it seems that in the end, you were always special. He commented, looking at Buggy, still confused, with some interest, and disappeared. But that doesn't matter much, Luffy said, appearing behind Buggy and slapping him on the head before he fell unconscious this time.
His crew was coming calmly as the captain continued to clear the way, they were even bored. Hey Luffy, are you going to cut him like that? Vivi exclaimed. Seeing Luffy draw Ace from the sheath in front of the fallen Buggy. Many others looked surprised at Luffy, after all, he didn't kill unconscious opponents. You didn't know him. He possesses the Bara Bara no Mi, Nami told them. He almost killed me once when I was his prisoner in Chow Chow's town, she explained to those who didn't know Buggy. Luffy moved his sword and cut off one of Buggy's arms, revealing a paper between them. Here it is. Captain John's map. Luffy smiled with satisfaction.
What is this? Nojiko asked as her sister pushed her to get closer to Luffy.
Nami screamed at Luffy, hugging him and looking at the paper. A treasure map, she exclaimed, her eyes returning to their usual berry symbol. Yes. The map that might lead to the treasure left by Rox D. Zebek. Luffy commented while Nami seemed to get more and more excited about it. That's interesting. Let's look for the location on this map, Alvida asked, also with interest. Maybe not as much as Nami, but as a pirate, she also had her attention on finding treasures. It's in the New World. We'll search for it when we head to that sea, Luffy said as they nodded. A treasure hunt. That sounds so fun, Shirahoshi exclaimed happily. Anyway, let's keep going, Luffy said as he reattached Buggy's arm and moved forward, leaving the unconscious clown on the ground. They continued their path with Luffy following the map he had taken, entering the cell area of level 1 while people looked at him surprised, even murmuring that he wasn't Whitebeard as many had thought. Who is this? Someone asked, looking at Luffy confusedly, just like his crew coming behind him. After all, they were here before Luffy gained his fame in the world.
I don't know, but they're invading the prison, aren't they? The man murmured with boredom before even recognizing his own words.
What? He's invading the prison? Many exclaimed at that moment. They're the pirate group I talked about a few months ago. They're the Straw Hats who defeated 2 Shichibukai and a vice admiral in Alabasta. Another exclaimed, looking at Luffy passing with his group among them. They defeated 2 Shichibukai and a vice admiral? The prisoners looked at Luffy stunned by that. You fool, I was imprisoned last week. You don't even know that he fought 2 admirals before destroying the government's judicial island. Enies lobby doesn't exist anymore. A man who hadn't said anything about Luffy when he arrived announced this, leaving all the level 1 prisoners shocked with this information. He's also Garp's grandson, the Marine who fought Roger head-on, another exclaimed. What, the hero of the Navy's grandson became a pirate? This sounds amazing, another started to laugh. Hey, Garp's grandson. Get me out of here, and I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Someone began to shout from the cells. Yes, recruit me into your crew, choose me, I'll be your best subordinate, Captain Monkey D. Luffy. They started to exclaim while Luffy sighed. He didn't have time to deal with them now. Shut up, he simply said, releasing another wave of haki. The place fell silent immediately. Luffy could make them faint, kneel, or even shut up as their sovereign commanded with his haki, so everyone could see that this pirate wasn't just anyone, especially when they felt their mouths close immediately with that order, just watching Luffy continue his way without saying anything else.
Luffy and his crew finally found the stairs to level 2, an interesting place full of beasts. Luffy looked at his loyal dog. Hey, Chow Chow, how about you fight some beasts? He asked.
Wolf wolf. Chow Chow barked excitedly. Raccoon here. 295 impel down Y24, chapter size. 2000 words. Third person paw of impel down, first half of Grand Line. Luffy entered the second floor of Impelled Down while the sounds of beasts echoed through the air, with his group following close behind. Wolf wolf. Chow Chow barked beside Luffy. Do you want to catch it? Luffy asked the animal with interest, as it nodded. Then go ahead, Luffy ordered. Wolf, he barked as he ran ahead down the corridors. Will he be okay? Reiju asked, still hearing the animal's footsteps in the distance. Of course he will, he's the alpha beast right now, Luffy said with a slight smile. Meanwhile, the prisoners, even more dangerous than those on the first level, were wondering what all the explosions from earlier were about, not knowing exactly what was happening. This could be attributed to the beasts guarding that floor, giant birds, lions, spiders, even basilisks, and manticores were guarding the cells of those prisoners. What could be happening? The animals seem agitated, one prisoner said. Maybe a new beast on the floor, another said. After all, the beasts would compete whenever another one came to this floor, fighting each other to see who would be the alpha. You're right, look at that shadow coming from the corridor. A prisoner pointed to a wall with light coming from one of the corridors, and a huge shadow began to appear there, with a kind of beast with 4 legs walking calmly through the place. I don't recognize that beast. It must be a new monster they brought in. Maybe the tremors were caused by it, a prisoner pointed, trembling. Be careful. The beasts will fight each other, another pointed out, as all the animals in that corridor also looked at the shadow on the wall, which was approaching every moment. What kind of monster is that? Another murmured as the beast finally appeared in the corridor. Chow Chow finally appeared curious as he came across a corridor. He looked back and saw that the light from the path he followed made his shadow appear gigantic. He saw several beasts and prisoners looking at him at that moment, as he stared back at them with curiosity. What? Just a simple dog. A prisoner murmured, looking at the animal that sat at the front of the corridor, while the shadow still projected a large monster, tricking them with the light and optical illusion. Wait, why is there a dog here? He'll be killed by the beasts. Another prisoner said, watching the beasts growling at Chow Chow. Chow Chow didn't seem afraid, he just looked at the creatures about to attack him with curiosity as he sat there. He then stood up and began to walk forward. I have to admit, the mutt has courage, someone murmured from their cell. Tisk, let's see the dog die with one bite. I wish I had a dog in my cell to keep me company, another commented. Chow Chow ignored the conversations and mockery the prisoners were throwing at him and looked seriously at the beasts before growling. His body began to change at that moment, catching all the spectators off guard. A lion charged and jumped on him at that moment to kill him, not liking having such a small animal on this floor. But Chow Chow didn't stop growing. When the lion saw the form of Cerberus with 3 heads, it couldn't even react as it was bitten by one of the heads, being held suspended in the air, despairing at that moment. What is this dog? People screamed in their cells, seeing the small dog transforming into a mythical beast, while everyone felt immense fear. The animals were no different, seeing that the animal they had mocked and called to fight had become a predator, making them stop and emit sounds, looking at Cerberus with fear. But it was too late, the lion didn't even see its death coming as the head that held it emitted fire, turning it into a barbecue the next moment and being spat out by Chow Chow as if he had eaten something bad. That's the new beast. The prisoners swallowed hard, watching Cerberus's actions. That thing shouldn't be on this floor, they exclaimed, knowing there were more powerful beasts on other floors. Who? Chow Chow began growling at the other creatures as they barely had time to move away before he jumped, his paws so large that they covered the roofs of numerous cells, trembling with his advance. A war erupted as Cao Cao began fighting against all those beasts on the floors. The prisoners could only watch the massacre happening as that beast started destroying everything.
Please save me, I don't want to be eaten by this thing. The prisoners began to feel fear, believing that after the beasts, Cerberus would come after them. But their screams were not heard with no guards around, or were muffled by the sound of elemental explosions and beasts lamenting and being killed echoing throughout the place.
He made quite a mess. Luffy whistled as he walked, reaching the prisoners' corridor. He also knows how to scare these prisoners. Kuina couldn't help but comment as she looked at the cells with people trembling in a corner. He's a good dog. Luffy said. How is he a good dog when he's massacring all the animals? Nami shouted at Luffy as the place was infested with fallen dead beasts. They saw a basilisk screaming and crying while it was in Cerberus's mouth, a creature even larger than the snake. Cao Cao, we're heading to the 3rd level. Finish this quickly and let's move on. Luffy requested while Cao Cao nodded, returning to normal after frying the snake with lightning. They proceeded to the 3rd floor once they found the key. Meanwhile, in the elevator reaching the 1st floor, Hanayabao finally opened the elevator with a group of wolves that had followed him from the 5th floor. Luffy knew about the elevator but chose to walk from floor to floor to kill time, while most of his crew was still unaware of it. This would lead to some protests. As for Hanayabao, when the door opened, he quickly jumped out with his spear, and the wolves followed him. Where are the intruders? He shouted, pointing his weapon, with the wolves circling him growling. But what he saw in front of him left him bewildered. There was nothing but debris scattered all over the place, and what shocked him the most was that he could see the sky above the sea. What is happening? Hanayabao was shocked. He continued looking at it for at least 10 seconds while the wolves seemed to be having the same experience. Sir Hanayabao. He finally snapped out of his daze when he heard someone calling his name. He looked to see a group of guards running towards him. Lord Hanayabao, the prison is under attack. They've destroyed the entire surface area and are advancing to level 2 or even 3 as we speak. The guard seemed scared by this. What? Who are they? And why have they destroyed this place? Why is my Den Den Mushi not working? Hanayabao shouted. Where is Director Magellan? He demanded. Communication has been cut. The marine ships are destroyed or damaged. And the marines are lying unconscious, thanks to the pirates. And they are none other than the Straw Hat Pirates who've been in the news lately, they said, startling Hanayabao. Before he could say anything, they continued speaking. As for Director Magellan, he is knocked out, he said while pointing to one side of the entire destruction, where many parts were corroded by Magellan's own ability. Hanayabao could see a large crowd of guards gathered there. The Straw Hats, he said as he ran towards that group with the guards who approached him right behind. Magellan was lying on the ground in the middle of a small crater with his chest bleeding while some people were trying to stop the hemorrhage, and his face was also destroyed. He was completely unconscious in that state. Hanayabao was shocked as he passed through the crowd with the wolves from the 5th floor following him. This is bad. Hanayabao looked afraid, seeing Director Magellan in that state, and glanced at the growing crowd of guards, pushing his fear aside. Maybe this is my big chance to shine. He couldn't help but murmur as his dream began to overshadow the fear he felt at that moment. Yes, this is my chance. Hanayabao finally seemed to gain some confidence. He puffed out his chest as he faced all the men in front of him. Listen up, everyone. Our duty is to protect this prison with all our strength. He began to try boosting the group's morale while everyone looked at him, confused, as they were in the middle of a crisis and Hanayabao was suddenly bringing this up. But they are the Straw Hats. We can't beat them. Even Magellan couldn't defeat them and was taken down like a stray dog. Someone murmured without any confidence. Don't be a coward. The world needs us to protect them from these pirates and the prisoners in the cells below us. We need to stop them and defeat them. And more importantly, this prison needs me. I am now taking command and will stop the pirates, leading us to victory. I will finally become the director. Hanayabao exclaimed. The guards looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They doubted if they could really stop the pirates. Let's defeat them. Hanayabao continued shouting alone. Quote. People remained silent while Hanayabao seemed to be dreaming of his promotion to director, and the wolves behind him seemed excited too, with the promise of getting larger pieces of meat in their meals. I guess we should fight, one guard said, although not very enthusiastically. Yes. Maybe we should fight with all our strength against the enemy, another murmured. We are the guards of the most dangerous and protected prison in the world. All the people in the world are counting on us to keep these prisoners in their cells, a third murmured. It was a strange situation. While Hannibal continued shouting and dreaming of being director with his dogs, the guards talked among themselves. Let's fight them, even if it costs us our lives. That's right. Let's fight the Straw Hats. The guards started shouting at each other, gaining more and more morale. Hannibal looked at this with pride. I can inspire people, he screamed internally, thinking it was a quality of a director, but he didn't know they were inspired by themselves while discussing, ignoring all his previous speeches. Come on, men, let's go down to the prison and stop them, Hannibal shouted while everyone nodded now. Yes. The chorus came from the crowd, and Hannibal headed for the elevator with the guards and wolves. Meanwhile, on the first level, Domino woke up at that moment. She saw the still unconscious guards around her. She couldn't help but remember what happened, feeling a vein bulging on her forehead. She touched her bottom. He squeezed my butt and got away with it. This won't stand, she growled and began waking the guards with her whip. Ready to fight Luffy on the lower floors or wherever he was. I'll capture him and give him several lashes, she shouted as she saw the guards yelling as she hit them. Luffy didn't even know he had entered the sights of a vengeful woman.
Buggy also woke up from the ground, blinking and trying to orient himself about what had happened.
Where is Straw Hat? He growled, with the memory of being knocked out by him, not knowing his map had been stolen. Otherwise, Buggy would be at his peak of fury. There was no more sign of Luffy in the corridor, making Buggy wonder where he had gone. No matter, I can still get out of here, he thought, but then looked at the distant cells. Maybe I can free them. He had an idea and decided to go after the cell keys, to gain an advantage while trying to escape. Raccoon here. 540 Chapter 296 Impel Down 05, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third-person Pod Marineford, first half of Grand Line. While chaos ensued in Impel Down without the world truly knowing what was happening in one of the most fortified places in the world, hours began to pass since the first attack, and they started to realize something was wrong. Our prisoner is being kept in a special cell until the execution tomorrow, an officer reported Ace's situation. I understand, Sengoku spoke calmly, ready to document all reports before the war. You may go, he requested as the man left the room. But just as the door was about to close, it was opened again with other officers running into the room. What is it now? Sengoku asked, raising an eyebrow. Fleet Admiral, we searched for the Shichibukai Marshal D. Teachers you requested, but we couldn't find him anywhere, he spoke quickly with urgency. He's not at Marineford? Sengoku asked, frowning. Fleet Admiral, there's a warship missing from our ports, the man reported. What? Are you saying that Shichibukai fled with one of our ships? Sengoku, already furious, now shattered the table beneath him. Yes. We don't know how they did it, but it's very likely that the ship we can't locate is in the Shichibukai's possession, the officer stated. What is he doing, deserting hours before the war? Sengoku couldn't understand the logic behind this on the eve of battle. I'll check this with the monitoring room, Sengoku said, picking up the Den Mushi, turning it back on after having it off during the last meeting he had with the admirals and vice admirals before completing the report with the officers who had just appeared. He saw there were many missed calls at that moment, and as soon as he turned on the Den Mushi, it didn't take long for it to rain. Hello, Sengoku answered. Fleet Vice Admiral. We lost contact with Impel Down. The urgency in the voice on the other side of the Den Mushi was evident. What do you mean lost contact? When did this happen? Sengoku asked, not liking the situation at all. We contacted them half an hour ago to discuss some prisoners we were transferring before the war, but communication seems to be cut off. There's no call at all. The Den Mushi relayed while everyone near Sengoku, listening, frowned. What is this? When was the last time you contacted Impel Down? Sengoku inquired. The last time was when the admirals took Ace out of prison, reported the sailor. At least 6 hours ago. This is bad. I can't pull forces from here with Ace. What's causing this? Could it be Whitebeard attacking the prison? Sengoku didn't know what to say, but he knew the situation was urgent. We'll send a ship with vice admirals to check the situation, he ordered, knowing that the prison was a priority, aware of the criminals housed there. He hung up the Den Mushi and called the communication room with the sailors still waiting. Fleet Vice Admiral. A new urgent voice emerged from the Den Mushi. Sengoku, about to ask about Teach, frowned, sensing more problems arising. The gate of justice, it has been opened, shouted the man. What? Who did that? For whom? Sengoku shouted back. We don't know, our sailors opened it. They seem to have entered some kind of trance. A ship we can't identify did this and is heading towards Impel Down, they warned. What is all this? Send 4 warships to the prison immediately. I need to know what's happening, Sengoku shouted furiously, his voice echoing through Marineford. As night fell, a marine warship was at full speed towards Impel Down. Ziahahaha, Teach was laughing. You see, I managed to put all those sailors under my control. It was easy to make them open the gate for us, Lafitte commented beside him. EHHHH. Let's go to the prison, Burgess celebrated. Van Auger was silently sitting on the edge of the ship, cleaning his rifle. I'm so tired. Doc Q lay on the deck with his horse, both looking very exhausted. Meanwhile, in Impel Down, unaware that night had already fallen on the surface, Luffy was staring in the middle of the desert of the prison's third level, where ice was scattered around the area. Yamato had created the ice for the members who didn't like the desert heat, with Chopper hugging an ice pillar and pressing his face against it. Luffy, we've been here for a while. How much longer are we staying? Nami complained, using her powers to blow wind on her face to escape the heat. Let's wait for them to finish. Luffy said, looking ahead as a shadow dashed through the air, heading towards its opponent, one of the guards of this level, a boar using a mace and other animals. The one fighting them was Zoro, who had said he wanted to stop just walking and face something out of boredom. Zoro passed by his opponent before cutting and defeating him. Well, he finally beat him, let's go to the next level. Luffy commented as everyone nodded, finally leaving the place where they had to watch some members fighting. They quickly passed by several defeated animals and cells where people were so dehydrated they could barely speak or ask for help. They looked so tired. I'll help them, Shirahoshi said with pity and started creating water, spraying it on all the prisoners who were surprised by this as they continued on their way, nearly drowning the prisoners with the water jet the mermaid had released. They kept descending until they reached the fourth level, and as soon as they opened it, they saw a crowd of guards waiting at the entrance with a scantily clad woman in a pink elastic outfit and a whip in her hand. What do we have here? Another little treat in this prison, Luffy commented. You only pay attention to women, Nami complained. Of course not, only to beautiful women, Luffy replied. That's what I'm talking about, Nami grimaced, showing shark teeth. While all the prison soldiers looked at the group, slightly trembling, Sadie eyed Luffy and his group with a piercing gaze, her chest puffed out, not seeming afraid as she lightly swung the whip in her hands. Her lips curled into a malicious smile, and she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Luffy. Oh, it seems we have a bunch of cheeky intruders here, she said, her voice full of provocation. And you, Straw Hat Captain, think you can pass through here without facing the wrath of Impel Down? Luffy raised an eyebrow at this woman, who thought they were mere invaders. Wouldn't this be an offense to his reputation? But Luffy didn't even need to respond, because the guards looked at the head guard with cautious eyes, wondering if she had hit her head or something. Miss Sadie. They are the Straw Hats. The captain has a bounty of 1 billion berries. One of the guards said, frightened. 1 billion? That's right, no pirate with such a bounty has passed by me. After all, they all go straight to the 6th level. Now I have a chance. I'll punish him so much he'll like it, she exclaimed, almost having an orgasm right there, thinking about how to make Luffy suffer. Luffy looked at her as if she were an idiot. She stopped her show and looked at him with desire as she stretched her whip under everyone's gaze. Now you will. She didn't finish speaking before a huge claw grabbed her and started throwing her away while keeping her trapped in the claw. Nami. Luffy looked at his wife, who kept her hands glowing green, continuing to throw the woman to the other side of this level while she screamed in the air. Stop wasting time with these things, Luffy, are you here to flirt? She complained. Flirt? It was that crazy woman who started saying all those things. Luffy shrugged and turned his attention to the soldiers in front of him, who were still staring. The soldiers kept watching the woman fly until they turned back to Luffy, who was looking at them with shining eyes. We're screwed. They choked, before fainting from another wave of haki. I'm not going to kill them like this, for now. Guys, let's keep moving, Luffy said, continuing forward and passing by the fallen soldiers. This level is worse than the last one, Usopp exclaimed, his tongue sticking out from the heat. Yamato. Give me ice, Chopper said tiredly to the vice captain, who looked at him and began creating ice with her hand. Chow Chow walked while opening his mouth and blowing cold air as he cooled off. The rest of the crew was sweating but stayed strong, walking through the prison while the prisoners were in a pitiful state. Shirahoshi began pouring more water on the prisoners, who screamed their thanks a moment later. They continued crossing a bridge over a lake of lava when a group of new guards appeared, led by Hanayabao with a spear. Isn't that Hanayabao, the director of Impel Down? Luffy commented, teasing this comical figure. Hanayabao was serious, but when he heard that, his eyes sparkled. You know me, he was pleasantly surprised. Of course, there has never been a more competent director than Hanayabao in the history of Impel Down, Luffy said with a smile. Is Luffy okay? Vivi asked, confused, already used to the heat of Alabasta, so this level didn't affect her much. He certainly wants something from that strange guy, Nijiko commented. Master, do you need anything? BABY5 shouted, wanting to be useful to Luffy. Meanwhile, Hanayabao seemed so excited, and the soldiers and wolves behind him were confused, as the enemy was praising the vice director after invading the place. I got this map, Director Hanayabao, but it doesn't say anything about the entrance to level 6. Can you tell me how to get to level 5? Luffy asked. Of course, as a good director of this prison, I will tell you. It's on the south side of the floor, with a sea stone door used for emergencies, or you can use the elevator itself. Hanayabao realized at that moment and shut his mouth while Luffy grinned. Thank you, Hanayabao. You've been very helpful, I'll check the entrance. Luffy commented as Hanayabao prepared for battle. You tricked me, he shouted, but the next moment, he fell to the ground along with the soldiers and wolves due to the haki. I'm getting really good with my haki. Let's go, Luffy said while the crew looked at him, thinking he was very shameless. It didn't take long for another group to approach them. It was Domino again, using the elevator a moment later. Monkey D. Luffy. You'll pay for what you did, Domino exclaimed as the soldiers pointed their weapons, despite feeling fear. You don't give up, do you? Luffy commented before once again releasing his haki. He continued walking and grabbed Domino, shrinking her and placing her in a small cage. Are you kidnapping her? Kuina asked, raising an eyebrow. This place will get dangerous. It's better to keep her in a safe place. Luffy said despite the unsatisfied looks. It wasn't a lie. The prisoners would be released for some reason, and he knew about Blackbeard's arrival, so he really wanted to protect her. We're arriving at level 5. Luffy announced as they reached a freezing door. 540 Chapter 297 Impel Down 06, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third-person POV Marineford, first half of Grand Line. After passing through the prison guards, they finally came to the gate leading to the 5th level, which was frozen due to the harsh snow of the floor. Luffy then opened the gate his way, disappearing and exploding it with a powerful punch to the metal, sending the door flying inward as it was destroyed. With the cold air beginning to come towards them, and the crew members who had no affinity for ice, which was the element most present among the devil fruit users, being Yamato, Kuina, and Chow Chow, or even fire, with Luffy and Reiju. All the others felt the icy wind as their bodies began to tremble. Luffy, please, close this door, Vivi immediately complained. Luffy. Nijiko also complained in her way as she tried to warm herself up by generating small explosions in her hand. Robin didn't complain as she kept herself hugged with several created arms, but still trembling. Luffy. It's freezing, Nami complained. I need to warm up, Usopp shouted as he tried to create light to generate heat and Chopper tried to feel the warmth next to him. Oh, sorry about that. Here you go. Luffy looked at his crew and opened the system store, buying suitable clothes for the entire crew. Thank you, Chopper shouted, trembling as he put on his clothes.
Nay, that's much better, Hachi said, warming up with clothes for his 6 arms.
Luffy nodded and continued without putting on any extra clothes, just his cloak without a shirt. You certainly know how to tremble, Reiju commented, looking at Lami. You wretch. Lami murmured as she warmed up with her clothes. Reiju, on the other hand, had the phoenix flames and kept her pink dress with the feathers out, not minding entering a frozen area.
Luffy continued walking through the floor, as the scene of heat and lava was replaced by a frozen desert. As they walked through the place, there were many prisoners frozen in their cells.
Are they dead? Shirahoshi asked while staying in warm clothes and clinging to Luffy's back as he generated heat.
I think so, no one should survive this, Alvida replied while clinging to one of Luffy's arms and hanging from him.
Vivi was clinging to the other arm. When are we leaving this place? I hate the cold, Nami said as she had feathers around Luffy's waist, her breasts against his chest. Lami said nothing as she clung to Luffy's side, her breasts squeezed against his rib. It was a common scene for these women when they arrived in cold regions. The same happened in the Drum Kingdom.
Let's head straight for the exit from here, Luffy said, not even bothered by being surrounded by women, while the rest of his crew could only see him being clung to from all sides.
They followed the direction Hanayabao had told Luffy, and it didn't take long to reach the place where there was the emergency entrance. They found a door on the ground sometime later with Luffy also knocking down all the wild wolves of this floor with his haki.
Luffy approached the wheel on top of the door and started to turn it, while the lid opened the entrance revealing a staircase to the next level. The girls finally let go of Luffy as they continued down the stairs, closing the door behind them, and Luffy descended for a while until he finally stopped halfway. Is there a problem, Captain? Hugo asked, seeing Luffy standing still. Luffy didn't respond immediately. He just looked at the wall and spoke. Enel, can you sense anything behind that wall? He asked his best user of observation haki when it came to covering a large area.
Yes, I sense a bunch of mortals on that side, he spoke arrogantly. Got it. Luffy said as he thought about how to get through the brick and stone walls without breaking them.
Hugo, can you open a passage with your powers? He asked, and Hugo, despite not knowing what his captain's goal was, approached the wall to feel it. Luffy could use Lami, but she didn't have such a long reach.
I can open a passage up to 150 meters, he said, and Luffy nodded. Do it, he ordered. Using the power of the earth, the wall began to open, creating a passage as large as the corridor they were in, expanding forward. Good job, let's go, Luffy said as he created a flame with his hand, and a ball of fire began to fly above him, following him, illuminating the perfect path that Hugo created. Luffy. What is this? Where are we going and how are there people that Enel mentioned here? Nijiko asked, confused. There is a group of people hidden between level 5 and 6. That's why I asked as soon as I could feel some small presences in a straight line, Luffy explained. Hidden people. Robin couldn't help but ask. Yes, they are agents of the Revolutionary Army. One of the commanders is hiding while people think he is dead. I'll ask if he wants to come out and join us. After all, this is an opportunity for him to leave as well, Luffy commented as they finally reached the end of the path, arriving at an empty corridor. However, ahead, the corridor was illuminated by a party happening in the next room. Emporio Ivankov was singing for his audience while everyone seemed excited, dancing and partying as they were accustomed to. Today, in particular, some strange things began happening, like the radio they had stolen from the prison stopped working, and they no longer heard any of its communications, something that kept them alert to what was happening in the prison. Or the tremors with loud noises coming from the floors above. They thought this could be normal, after all, what else could they do while remaining on floor 5.5? Everything had returned to New Kama Land, so they resumed partying, and all the transvestites seemed to be having fun, eating and drinking the food from the depot they had stolen. Perhaps because they were so excited, they didn't even notice the strange people coming from the corridor while they stopped to watch the show. What is this? Why is everyone wearing makeup and wigs? Yamato asked curiously. They seem so excited. It must be a fun party, Shirahoshi exclaimed. Well, I never imagined there was a prisoners' party happening in the world's largest prison, Usopp murmured. Nay, who are these people? That guy sings terribly, Nami complained while the big-headed man wearing strange clothes with blue hair, a crown, and makeup sang out of tune, but the people around seemed to enjoy it. This is Ivankov, user of the hormone fruit. He can transform any person into a woman or a man, as well as alter and give any hormones to people, being able to cure them of diseases, poisons, or even give them a boost of energy, Luffy commented. Seems quite useful, although, it seems useless to change people's sex, Vivi commented. Changing people's sexes, Kuina murmured. After all, this would give her a chance to be a man. Her father always said she couldn't follow her dreams because she was a woman. Now she could make him believe in her too. No, I must prove that even as a woman, I can become the best swordsman in the world and… She lifted her head and saw Luffy staring at her with eyes expecting her response, which caught her by surprise. Good thing you didn't choose that. I prefer you feminine, Luffy responded with a smile while the people around looked without understanding what he meant, but Kuina immediately blushed. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, crossing her arms. Luffy just smiled and turned his attention forward, waiting for his presence to be noticed. A man was about to say something to his friend dressed as a woman when he saw the group of 19 people standing at the entrance of the corridor, calmly observing them while the king of New Kama Land sang. Who are they? Another transvestite pointed at them, drawing the attention of their colleagues. Are they prison guards? One of them exclaimed. They're not wearing prison clothes, but it doesn't change the fact that we've been discovered, he shouted in fear.
Inazuma approached Ivankov, who was singing with urgency. What is it? Can't you see I'm singing? He exclaimed at his confused subordinate. We have company, Inazuma said seriously, and Ivankov looked ahead, finally paying attention and seeing the group of people with all the transvestites already eyeing them cautiously.
Ivankov didn't think twice before jumping off the stage, doing a pirouette in the air with both legs together and arms extended, landing in front of the group with a serious look. Who are you? He exclaimed, ready for a fight, with his companions also preparing for a possible fight. Is that how you greet your boss's son, Ivankov? Luffy calmly approached the man. Ivankov blinked a few times, looking at Luffy without understanding. Boss's son. Chief Ivankov, he is Monkey D. Luffy, grandson of Monkey D. Garp and son of Monkey D. Dragon. He appeared in the newspaper a few months ago when the news of him being Dragon's son came out in Logatown. Inazuma commented. They had no more information about Luffy, after all, newspapers were extremely difficult to get here on the 5th floor. But they saw the news. Ivankov didn't recognize him before because he didn't have his poster, and the photo in the newspaper was very distant, showing the whole family in the square of Logatown, Garp, Dragon, Lucy, and Luffy. Ivankov took some time to absorb this information while people awaited his reaction. WHAAAT. He exclaimed as his body flew backward, colliding with the wall and creating a hole, making him fall to the ground on his own. What kind of reaction is that? Robin commented, breaking her calm character a bit as she saw the transvestite king act that way. Ivankov stammered. That's a lot of you, just finish your sentence. Luffy commented, scratching his nose, watching the man just repeat the same phrase with both groups stunned on either side. You're Dragon's son, he exclaimed. Yes, as you can see. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Nice to meet you. I guess, Luffy commented calmly. What are you doing here? Were you arrested? He asked, looking at Luffy, not knowing what was happening. No, I'm invading the prison on my own, Luffy commented, shrugging. You're invading the prison? Ivankov made a shark-toothed grimace. How did you get past Magellan? He couldn't believe it. I beat him up, ended up destroying the entire surface of the prison in the process, he commented once again. You can't be serious. Everyone shouted in disbelief. looking at Luffy and his group, thinking they were somehow lying. How annoying, let's get straight to the point. Luffy continued, looking seriously at the group. I came here to make a proposal. If you want to leave and escape the prison, we'll be heading to Marineford afterward. Luffy said with a smile while the group in front of him looked shocked. 540 Chapter 298 Impel Down 07, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. The silence took over the place for a moment, while Ivankov looked at Luffy and blinked his eyes. You want to leave the prison and you're asking if we want to leave too? He asked, shocked after breaking the silence. Of course, isn't this a chance for you to escape? Luffy asked. After all, Magellan is no longer a problem. He finished as he waited for Ivankov's response. Ivankov thought for a bit about Luffy's words, but in the end, shook his head. I don't know, I would just have my poster spread all over the world. As a revolutionary, I'll wait for the right moment to act. Ivankov said while his group just looked at him without commenting. Alright, let's get going then. Goodbye, Ivankov. Luffy said and started to turn around. Wait, you're leaving just like that? The king of Newcama Land was confused with Luffy leaving without even trying to convince them after they denied his offer. What do you expect, Ivankov? I'm not going to keep insisting you follow me. I made a proposal, you denied it, and now I'm leaving. Luffy commented, shrugging while his crew looked at him and started to follow. The people of Newcama Land stood there not understanding, while Luffy disappeared down the corridor, heading back to the entrance Hugo created. What was that all about? Lami asked as they walked with Luffy. I made my offer, but I won't force him to leave. Anyway, let's get back on our path. We still need to reach the last floor. Luffy said, and they continued entering Hugo's tunnel, returning to the stairs, going back down to the place. Meanwhile, on the dark surface with the night already taking over the sky, Magellan finally opened his eyes at that moment, feeling enormous pain throughout his body, feeling some of his bones broken at that moment. Ah, what is happening? He murmured as he began to remember what happened and felt a sharp pain in his right chest, seeing that it was bandaged at that moment. Director Magellan, the prison doctor said as he approached with a lantern. What happened? Where is Straw Hat? He immediately demanded, looking at the starry sky, since this part of the prison no longer had a roof. They invaded the prison, as far as we know they entered the 5th level. The man said worriedly. 5th level? This is extremely bad, their target is level 6. I can't let this happen, Magellan exclaimed, concerned. I believe it's already too late, Director. The man said with regret. How can this be happening? Magellan punched the ground, breaking it with his hand. The Navy, have they managed to contact the Navy? He asked, and the man shook his head. Our communicators are not working, and all the ships were damaged by Enel's lightning. We are trying to fix them. Our men are also trying to wake up the unconscious sailors, the doctor said. This is very bad. Let's go down immediately to find those pirates, Magellan said as they prepared with a new squad. Even injured, he would not leave his prison unprotected while heading to the still functioning elevator with his group. Meanwhile, Buggy finally found the place he was looking for. Finally, he found the control room. He immediately saw all the levers on the side while there were some soldiers taken out by Luffy. He walked past them and smiled as he began to pull the levers, releasing all the cells on the floor. The prisoners immediately looked surprised as their cells opened at that moment. What is happening here? They exclaimed in disbelief. But suddenly a new voice emerged for everyone on the floor. Attention all level 1 prisoners. I'm releasing all of you so we can start the escape together. Remember that I am Buggy, your new boss, he exclaimed joyfully, hoping that people would follow him at least in this escape. Our boss? Who does this guy think he is? The prisoners exclaimed, not very pleased with Buggy's statement. Now let's release our brothers from the 2nd floor, so we'll have a better chance of escaping. Let's unite, he said before turning off the communication and running out of the control room on that floor and heading to the 2nd floor. I think he's right. We should help everyone, that way we'll have a better chance. They started thinking about what Buggy said and agreed with him. Follow Boss Buggy. He got us out of the cells. We owe him that much, others exclaimed, and soon the crowd began to unite with a single cause. Back on the surface, while the soldiers were unaware of what was happening below them, they were trying to wake up the fallen Navy soldiers. I passed out. What happened? One soldier said, but this phrase was common throughout the port. You finally woke up. Listen, we are under attack by the Straw Hats. They are attacking the prison. We must unite to inform HQ about what is happening here. The prison soldiers explained the situation to the men, who were surprised by this. What? We can't let this happen, they quickly exclaimed. First, we must inform HQ. We are without communication, the soldiers said. Yes, let's fix one of the ships then, they exclaimed and began working on one of the warships. As they began to move to see what had been damaged by Enel's lightning, someone spotted something coming from the horizon. A Navy ship, they shouted. Finally, reinforcements have arrived, they shouted when they finally saw the flag of justice on the sail. While they celebrated, they had no idea that it wasn't really a ship with sailors or HQ reinforcements. It was another bomb about to explode on them. What's going on there? Teach, who had started to laugh after seeing the prison slightly illuminated, was surprised by something happening there.
There was smoke from destruction, and where the prison should be, everything seemed like massive destruction, with only some parts of the wall still standing, but everything else destroyed somehow.
Strange, everything looks destroyed. Someone attacked the prison. Van Augur said after seeing with his equipment. What? Who could that be? Teach exclaimed, confused. Could Pops do this? He had this thought for a second, fearing to encounter Whitebeard here. After all, he knew he couldn't beat him like this, planning to kill him at the end of the war while he would be tired and all wounded. No, he dismissed this thought a minute later. Pops wouldn't attack here without Ace being here. After all, the commander has already been sent to Marineford, he concluded. Could there be someone strong there? Burgess asked, eager to fight someone there. I don't know, but someone is attacking before us. Teach couldn't help but comment, looking at it with a frown. The Navy ship continued towards Impel Down, or what was left of it. A few kilometers behind it, another Navy ship was following, with 2 vice admirals, heading to Impel Down trying to figure out what was happening. Meanwhile, back in the prison, Buggy kept heading to the control room on the 2nd floor to release the new batch of prisoners while a crowd began to hail him as the leader of the escape. Already in the lower part of the prison, everything seemed calm without them knowing what was happening above them, only feeling the tremor they had noticed hours ago, but everything calmed down after that.
That was until in the middle of the silence of that floor, with the only person who had been talking the whole time now sleeping next to Jimbei in the room, a new explosion came from one of the doors on the side of the floor. Making everyone immediately look there, curious, making all the greatest criminals in the world imprisoned wonder what was happening there, and in the middle of the smoke, Luffy emerged first, walking to the center of the floor. Who is this? The words quickly came from the cells, while some looked at that stunned, recognizing very well who that individual was. What is he doing here? Crocodile, in one of the cells near the exit, clenched his teeth, looking at Luffy arriving. Is this a pirate? He isn't wearing prison clothes and has a Jolly Roger on the back of his cloak. I've never seen this pirate symbol. Some exclaimed. Wait, there are more of them. Who are these people? Others said while in the middle of the smoke from the entrance. A new group came out, with all the pirates of the crew looking curious. So this is where all the greatest prisoners in the world are? Zoro asked, curious, sensing with his haki very powerful people there. People he couldn't handle and wasn't sure if Luffy could either. They're just mortals. Enel mocked, placing everyone in a category he considered inferior. Who are you mocking, Earman? I can destroy you. One of the cells spoke, not liking the mockery of that stranger. Enel just smirked and raised his hand while lightning began to come out of it, exploding the wall next to the cell. Let's see if you can back up those words, mortal, he challenged. The man in the cell said nothing more. Hey, you idiot, be careful not to break these walls, we're at the bottom of the sea. Do you want to drown? Hugo glared at him. Hey, is that the lightning Logia? Someone exclaimed. The legendary devil fruit, the supreme Logia? Another couldn't believe it. Hey, who are you guys? Another raised the question to the group. Can you get us out of here? Another said. Get me out of here and I will serve you for the rest of my life. Together we will be invincible. I was the most powerful of my time. Luffy continued to hear people exclaiming, hoping he could help them, but he ignored them, focusing on moving forward. Long time no see, Crocodile. Luffy looked at a cell nearby, while Crocodile looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent, but Luffy didn't care. Crocodile. Vivi immediately got angry when she saw Luffy addressing him. Ahead on the path, there was a cell where Ace was with 2 other people. Jimbei hadn't slept while thinking about what would happen during the war, imagining the worst possible scenarios. Meanwhile, he was surprised by the prisoners exclaiming in the distance, seeming like someone was invading the floor. This was only confirmed when he saw a lightning bolt in the distance exploding one of the walls, wondering what was happening there. The person next to him was still snoring until, for some reason, the bubble forming on her nose burst, and she began to wake up tired. What time is it? Is it already daytime? She said with a sweet and innocent tone. That was until she remembered why she was there. AC, I had to rescue him, she exclaimed, quickly trying to free herself, but it didn't seem to be working as the chains prevented her from doing anything. Don't worry, we will rescue him. A voice emerged from the darkness in front of the cell, making this person look surprised ahead, as footsteps began to appear in the corridor. It didn't take long for Luffy to finally emerge from the darkness and look at the cell with an excited smile. Mugiwara. Jimbei was shocked to the core with Luffy appearing there. But Luffy ignored him while his gaze fell on the person next to him, who looked at him stunned as well, but soon this was replaced by a glimmer of hope as tears began to fall from her eyes. Luffy, she screamed with all the strength of her lungs. Finally, I found you. I came to Impel Down to rescue you, sister. Luffy said, maintaining his loving smile. 540 Chapter 299 Impel Down 08. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third person paw of Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. Lucy was pensive in Marineford after returning from Eni's lobby. Her brother had protected her, and she almost went to help him fight the admirals, even if it meant her expulsion from the Navy. After all, she didn't want Luffy to die. She even tried to find her grandfather, but he had gone to Impel Down to take an important prisoner, which made her feel relieved.
However, as soon as she started hearing rumors about a possible war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, she was shocked and was about to prepare for war. But when she heard from some Marines that it was Portgas d'Ace, the person who was the trigger for the war with his public execution in just over a week, she immediately went to protest. When she was about to head to Sengoku's office to beg for Ace not to be executed, Garp had returned and stopped her. Lucy was extremely upset about this and started a fight with her grandfather in front of everyone, which ended with Garp imprisoning her, saying she would remain locked up until the end of the war so she wouldn't do anything reckless and get expelled from the Navy. Garp, as his personality suggests, did not lock her in just any cell in Marineford but led his granddaughter to the 6th level of Impelled Down so she would stay there until the war was over.
Lucy was extremely happy to see Ace after so many years without seeing him, but knowing his situation, she did everything she could to free herself from there. She screamed day and night, stopping only to eat and sleep. The other prisoners often cursed her for her persistence until they gave up trying to make her stop attempting to escape, which was futile as she had a seastone cuff on her wrist.
When she saw Ace being taken away, she thought it would be the last time she would see him and was extremely upset, to the point of straining so hard against the chains that she ended up tiring herself out and falling asleep. What she didn't expect was to wake up to someone she never imagined seeing in this place. Luffy appeared right in front of her.
While Jinbei, a few meters away from her, was shocked, she screamed with all her might, still wearing her navy uniform with the justice cape. She didn't care about showing her happiness to see him there.
Luffy, she exclaimed with the biggest smile she could make, while Luffy responded with the same smile, saying he came there to rescue her. Luffy knew about his sister due to Kuma's message through the Den Mushi, saying he heard that Garp's granddaughter was being taken to Impelled Down. This led Luffy to come to Impelled Down immediately and take the Tenryubitos as hostages so they wouldn't execute Ace. Lucy, Yamato exclaimed, stunned to see the girl he saw at Eni's lobby. Wait, why is your sister here, Luffy? Usopp exclaimed, surprised, not having seen her since they met in East Blue. This is the girl from Eni's lobby. Vivi commented, remembering that Luffy fought with her a bit. So she is your sister, Luffy? Robin asked, curious. Some members didn't know her, as they only heard about her and him meeting at Eni's lobby and fighting a little against each other. My grandpa put her here so she wouldn't interfere with the war and be labeled as an enemy of the Navy, Luffy commented.
Luff why? Lucy ignored everyone else while she shouted excitedly for Luffy. You really came to get me out of here. Ace is going to be executed, he needs us. She exclaimed immediately, while Luffy nodded. Don't worry, we will go to Marineford from here and rescue him, Luffy said as she nodded happily. Is she finally going away? Please take her. I can't stand hearing her efforts to escape the cell anymore. Some prisoners seemed quite relieved with this idea. Take this talkative woman quickly. It will be a relief. I can finally sleep in peace. I was almost escaping from my cell because I couldn't stand it anymore. The exclamations and complaints about Lucy began to be heard from all sides as they were ignored by Luffy starting to approach the cell. You are really here? Jinbei calmed down after his initial surprise and spoke to Luffy. Yes, I came to rescue my sister, as you can see. Luffy said as he got close to her, with a universal key he spent millions on in the shop, and went to Lucy's cuffs, removing them as they fell to the ground. Finally, Lucy exclaimed as she jumped onto Luffy, hugging him with her rubbery arms. Good to see you, Lucy. He smiled. Luffy, I'm so happy to see you. Thank goodness you're here, she exclaimed joyfully. Mugiwara, let me help you, I'll go to Marineford with you. I intend to fight to save Ace too. Jinbei suddenly exclaimed to Luffy, who left his sister to look at him. Jinbei-san. Hachi was happy to see the Shichibukai there, now that he could be released. Jinbei-sama. Shirahoshi also exclaimed. Luffy, save the uncle. He is a good person and cares about Ace. Lucy also exclaimed, hoping Luffy would release him, but he just kept looking at Jinbei. I can do that. But I have one condition. Luffy spoke in a more serious tone. While Jinbei looked at him, confused. I'll release you, but I want you to join my crew, he said. The crew did not expect Luffy to invite someone in the middle of the prison in exchange for their freedom. I can't, Jinbei said. You will no longer be a Shichibukai. You'll be locked up here for the rest of your life as far as I know. I don't want to trade your freedom, but you know that I doubt Whitebeard will last after this war. I intend to make Fishman Island my territory, Luffy said. You intend to take Whitebeard's territories? Jinbei exclaimed. No, not Whitebeard's, but someone will have to take this place after he falls, you know that. Shirahoshi is my companion, and she is the true ruler of the seas. You know that too. Luffy said while Jinbei looked at him in conflict. If you join my crew, you won't regret it, and I intend to help Shirahoshi with the dreams her mother had, to elevate the fish man race to the surface sun. Whitebeard always treated them as friends, but he could never help them that way, but my crew and I will change that. Luffy had members who could change the structures of the world and move islands. They could easily remove Fishman Island, but first, he had to build a safe territory in the new world for that. I will join your crew under one condition, Jinbei suddenly said, surprising everyone with the Shichibukai's response. Speak, as long as it's not saving Ace. After all, I will naturally do that, Luffy said.
No, but I want you not to let the old man die. My condition is that Whitebeard lives after this war, Jinbei said.
You are offending him that way. Whitebeard is an old warrior of the old era. He would rather die on the battlefield than die on a bed with wounds. Luffy scoffed. After all, he didn't know if Whitebeard would survive or even ask for help. It was an insult to Luffy if he were Whitebeard. Quote. Jinbei remained silent for a while before speaking again. All right, but promise me you will help him if he is fighting unfairly against someone. He spoke, and Luffy nodded. He went to Jinbei and freed him at that moment, making the Shichibukai, or ex-Shichibukai, finally stand up. Luffy noticed he didn't receive the system message that Jinbei was his crew member, but he didn't care, already knowing he should wait for that until the end of the war. Uncle Jinbei, you will help us too. Now you are part of Luffy's crew. You are now a pirate. Lucy exclaimed but was conflicted.
Lucy, you know that now you will have to desert the Navy. You will be a member of my crew from now on too, but we'll talk about that later. First, we had to deal with one more person here, Luffy said. His crew saw their captain start to walk out of the cell, followed by Lucy and Jinbei behind him. As he passed the crew, a loud chorus began to explode from all the cells at that moment.
Hey pirate, I mean, Luffy is the girl called you. Free us, please. We will follow you. The voices echoed through the dark and damp corridors of the floor. Straw Hat, don't leave us here. We're strong. We can fight by your side.
Free us, together, we can bring down the Navy. Luffy, don't ignore us. We need you. Help us, Straw Hat. We promise our loyalty. The pleas grew around Luffy in the hope that he would free them, from what they heard, heading to Marineford. But Luffy continued walking amid all that shouting while he ignored them, heading straight for a specific cell. Among them were members of Blackbeard's future crew, some even asking for freedom, but Luffy didn't care about them either. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Vivi frowned as he stopped in front of a man in prison clothes, his hand replaced by a golden claw.
Crocodile, the former Shichibukai, was staring at Luffy with a piercing gaze. After all, he had been taken down by this man before being brought here, and Luffy had mentioned knowing his secret.
Crocodile, Luffy said calmly. Crocodile slowly opened his eyes. Well, if it isn't Straw Hat. What do you want with me? He seemed to speak in control of the situation but was tense, and Luffy could sense it with his haki.
Met an old acquaintance of yours a few minutes ago, Ivankov, remember him? Luffy taunted a little.
What do you want? Crocodile became a bit tense at that, not maintaining the calmer tone from before. I want you to come to Marineford with me. In exchange, I'll give you your freedom and even keep your secret, Luffy said calmly. Hey Luffy. You can't be serious. Vivi exclaimed, dissatisfied with the man who almost destroyed her country being released. Even Robin was surprised by this but remained silent. It's okay, Vivi. He's necessary there. Luffy said this because he didn't want Crocodile to die there. He knew that if he left him, Blackbeard would try to kill him as soon as he refused to serve him.
Crocodile still had a lot of utility for Luffy, so he didn't want the Sandman to die like that.
You speak as if I won't attack you. Aren't you afraid I might stab you in the back? Crocodile asked with a serious tone.
You can try, but you'll hardly be able to hurt me. I'm much more powerful than back then. I have a bounty of 1 billion, you know. Luffy mocked. I'm willing to help you get out of there, but if you try to hurt any of my crew members. He kept a glint in his eye at that moment. I'll kill you, even if you turn out to be a woman after all. Luffy whispered for only Crocodile to hear the last part, while only Yamato and Chow Chow could hear it.
Crocodile gritted his teeth at that moment, but what could he do? This was an opportunity for him to get out of prison and gain his freedom, even finally meeting Whitebeard from what he had heard. Fine. I'll help you until Marineford. Crocodile admitted, and Luffy nodded with satisfaction as he began to open his cell and remove the sea stone cuffs that restrained him. Despite Vivi's continued dissatisfaction, she said nothing more than glare at Crocodile as he now followed Luffy out of the cell. Well, now that we have those we came to rescue, let's continue. Our goal now is Marineford and the war between the Navy and Whitebeard. Luffy said with some satisfaction before they started heading for the exit from where they came. 540 Chapter 300 Impel Down 09. Chapter size. 2000 words. Third person POV Impel Down, first half of Grand Line. Next stop will be Marineford, Luffy said with a smile as he was about to take the next step. I remember that hat very well. While people were begging Luffy to help them get free, a powerful voice sounded among them, and Luffy stopped immediately at that moment, turning his hat while the group looked confused. Of course, you know it, after all, it belonged to your captain, Luffy said, maintaining a smile. Who is it? Yamato asked. The voice didn't speak immediately, but a moment later said, do you think you deserve to wear it? It spoke angrily, silencing all the members who stopped to look at them. Luffy was silent for a while, then he opened a smile and began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. If you think I can't wear it, come to me. Douglas Bullet, I'll be waiting for you in a year, Luffy said, keeping his smile. You talk as if I had already left here. He mocked while the whole place went silent with the conversation. You will leave soon, so I'll be waiting for you in a year, Luffy said, as his hand went to his waist, and he began to remove Ace. Before anyone could react, he moved his arm and launched an air slash directly at the cell, but he didn't stop with just that slash and launched a second in another direction. Boom, boom. The sound of the two explosions due to his attack echoed through the place, while everyone didn't understand their captain's actions, but stayed silent, with two cells exploding and revealing them broken with red rays from Ace. Why are you doing this? A voice from the second cell that Luffy attacked spoke calmly.
I was sure you would be out of here today, but I want to ensure it, Douglas Bullet and Patrick Redfield. I'll be waiting for you outside and come find me in the new world in a year, Luffy immediately challenged them.
That sword. Douglas Bullet once again growled while still being held in his cell. If you think I'm not worthy, both of the hat and the sword, come after me, Bullet, Luffy responded. I'm too old for what you want from me, kid, the second cell spoke, and Luffy just smiled. You'll find the QQ no mi. This fruit will make you recover all your strength, Luffy said. Do you know who these two people are? Do you know who you are really helping to free? A new voice emerged, and it was none other than the former director of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. Luffy ignored him, knowing that arguing with this man wouldn't help, even though he was losing his composure with whom Luffy was helping to get out of prison. Luffy just thought about having this fight with them, seeing who would be the strongest and giving them a year to get stronger for it. He wanted to feel the thrill of facing someone powerful, having doubts about his own victory. After all, that's how someone who loved fighting should feel, and Luffy got this thrill again since he came to this world and wanted to enjoy it in the best possible way, facing legends and monsters. You talk as if you were a seer. Who are you? Redfield asked, not believing Luffy's words much. Luffy smiled at the place in the midst of the silence and replied, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will be the emperor of all seas, he responded. Monkey D? Not only the two but all the prisoners were surprised by Garp's surname. I am Garp's grandson, Luffy replied before anyone else asked. You, the emperor of the sea, think you can surpass Roger? Douglas mocked. Of that, I have no doubt. Listen, everyone, and remember my words, I will dominate all the seas of this world. It won't be you, the Yonko, the Marines, or the world government that will stop me. I will destroy everyone in my way, so you'd better prepare yourselves, Luffy said, releasing his Conqueror's Haki throughout level 6. He's crazy, someone exclaimed. He has Conqueror's Haki. It's no surprise to his declaration, another said. A child thinking they can conquer the world, a third murmured. Master, BABY5 had shining eyes for Luffy at that moment. Quote. Zoro smiled. Luffy being Luffy. Nami commented with crossed arms but had a sparkle in her eyes. Jinbei stayed silent but was surprised by it. Mugiwara. Crocodile frowned. He won't be alone in this. Yamato exclaimed, releasing her Haki. Luffy-sama. I will always help you, Shirahoshi said, releasing her Conqueror's Haki as well. I will be the greatest swordsman in the world by your side, Zoro said, releasing his energy wave. Tisk. I will take that title from you, Zoro, but I will help Luffy, Kuina said, releasing her Haki. Someone needs to feed him, Reiju commented, releasing her Haki. Lami didn't say anything but also released her Haki wave. Multiple Conqueror's Haki. 7 users of Conqueror's Haki in one group. Who the hell are they? What's happening out there for us to see so many people together? The exclamations started to emerge from all the cells as the wave of multiple Hakis not only generated a wind but suddenly the whole prison started to tremble with it. What is this now? Magellan was frightened by it. An earthquake. Ivankov shouted a little above the origin of the tremor. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor itself, the legendary pirates like Bullet and Redfield were looking at it stunned while frowning. A moment later, the Haki finally began to calm down. You see, I have very powerful companions, enough to bring the world to its knees. Luffy began. Both you from Roger or even from Rocks, we are a crew that will surpass all, so I hope to see you as opponents the moment we meet. I'll be waiting for you in the new world. Don't forget that, Luffy said with a smile and began to walk again, while everyone stayed silent in their cells, thinking exactly about his words. Hey, Luffy, who are they? Zoro asked, not remembering hearing about them. One of them is called Douglas Bullet. He was known as the Monster, a member of Gold D. Roger's crew, perhaps the most powerful of them. I can't say for sure, Luffy said. He didn't know him well enough to confirm anything, after all, he hadn't paid attention to that in the original work. The strongest of Roger's crew, from the Pirate King's crew, Usopp shouted while almost everyone looked shocked at this situation. What's so special about this guy? Enel mocked. Tisk. You don't seem to understand, of all the people we've faced, none compared to the strength of this man if he is as the captain says, Hugo commented. And the other one? Nijiko commented, he is Redfield. He is from the same era, even emerged before Whitebeard created his crew, when he served under Rock's flag. He was a man so powerful that he never needed a crew, preferring to sail alone on the sea, and that ended up being his downfall when the Marines ambushed him with 3 admirals and 10 vice-admirals at the same time. Luffy commented. Nay. All that for just one man? Hachi exclaimed while Jinbei stayed silent but equally surprised by this man he had never heard of either. Yes. That's why he is a legendary pirate. Luffy smiled, looking forward to facing these forces in the future. Wait, Do you really want to face them? Will you be okay? Vivi exclaimed, worried. It's alright, trust your captain, Luffy said again. I don't quite understand. But Luffy, you can't release prisoners from prison, Lucy exclaimed. Everyone looked at her as if she were an idiot at that moment. But Lucy-sama, weren't you a prisoner too? Shirahoshi asked innocently, while Lucy finally realized it. That's true, she scratched her head, surprised. But we had to save Ace. Let's go, Luffy, she exclaimed, wanting to run.
Wait, Luffy said, walking calmly until they returned to the place they came from, with an elevator on one side and the emergency entrance to the 5th level on the other.
Are we going to use the elevator? Nami asked. Luffy didn't respond immediately. He simply clenched his fists and launched a storm of flames at the transportation equipment, which exploded the next moment. No, he replied to his woman. You could have at least warned us, Nami complained with a frown. Ha ha ha. Let's go, we'll see a few more acquaintances and return to the surface. Luffy exclaimed with his new group, satisfied with what he did on this floor. Zia ha 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 ha. Let's go, straight to the 6th floor, Teach exclaimed as his ship finally docked in the port while countless Marines looked at him with hope.
Look, the Marines sent a Shichibukai. They exclaimed but soon noticed something strange.
But this is strange. Where are the HQ Marines? Why are we only seeing the group of a newly appointed Shichibukai? The Marines exclaimed. It was already dawn, and it wouldn't take long for the sun to start rising in the east. Captain, the place is all destroyed. Who could have done this? Burgess asked. Strange. Someone really attacked the prison before us. Van Augur said calmly while trying to identify the height. It's true, let's ask the Marines then, Teach said and jumped off the ship while the people were a bit cautious about this unexpected visit. Hey, what happened here? Teach asked, while a Marine, despite his caution, spoke, finding it even stranger that even Teach didn't know, which meant that HQ didn't send them. It was the Straw Hats. They launched an attack on the prison. They destroyed the 1st floor and started passing through all the levels. We don't know where they are with the communication cut off, the Marines exclaimed. What? Teach was extremely surprised by that. He thought of attacking the prison and is going down. What is he planning? I hope he doesn't ruin my plan, Teach exclaimed, a little worried about Luffy's presence here. Plan? The Marine asked when he heard. My plan to invade Impel Down and recruit new members for my crew, Teach exclaimed while the Marines and prison soldiers were surprised by this declaration. And before they could react, Teach released the power of his Akuma no Mi and the entire ground began to turn dark. What is this? They exclaimed, surprised, seeing that they couldn't even move. Zia ha 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 ha. Let's start and catch up with Mugiwara before he ruins my plans, Teach said and began to suck in all the people in front of him. Hey, what's happening? The people started to get scared as they were sucked into the darkness. Unable to do anything, they began to enter that dark mass and disappear while emitting frightened screams. The screams finally stopped when everyone was swallowed by the black hole. Zia ha 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 ha. Teach laughed and began to release the darkness above him, with hundreds of Marines and guards falling, all injured and unconscious in a heap in front of him. Let's go. We've taken care of these, now the way is clear. Zia ha 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 ha. Teach exclaimed and began to walk, stepping over the scattered bodies, while some Marines and soldiers, horrified by this scene, began to hide, and the Blackbeard pirates ignored them, heading for the stairs with the elevator not working.